Vhumad God Chapter 1380 to Chapter 1462. Look, Bloodhand and Ghostly are fighting! Everyone exclaimed in excitement. Sure enough, as they got closer to the center of the octatic treasure chessboard, the distance between them got closer and closer. Finally, someone couldn't help but make a move. Bloodhand was fighting with a black-armored warrior. Behind him, Ghostly took 3 steps forward and suddenly charged at Bloodhand. Ghosts wailed and wolves howled as chilly winds blew. The white bone banner was held in his hand as he waved it rapidly. Ghosts turned into materialized ferocious ghosts and pounced forward. The ferocious ghosts could easily tear the void apart with a casual pounce. Get lost! Bloodhand roared as a terrifying light erupted from his body. The blood-colored river behind him surged. He waved his hand and blood-colored palms blasted out in all directions, instantly sending the ferocious ghosts flying. Haha, give me your soul! Ghostly saw that his attack was sent flying, but he still quickly made a move. The white bone banner in his hand blew up countless chilly winds. A white claw reached out from it and grabbed at Bloodhand as if it wanted to tear it apart. Clang! Bloodhand's expression was cold as he roared. He quickly pulled out a blood-colored long saber and slashed horizontally. A blood-colored light splashed out like a long river. The terrifying blood-colored long saber blasted onto the white bone banner. It was like an ancient ferocious beast, erupting with terrifying power. The two collided, emitting the sound of metal and stone colliding. After one strike, the two were evenly matched. However, because Ghostly took 3 steps to kill Bloodhand, 3 black chess warriors appeared beside him and quickly charged at him. Humph! Ghostly snorted and quickly retreated. He no longer fought with Bloodhand and focused on dealing with the 3 black chess warriors. Because they were very close to the center of the octatic treasure chessboard, the black chess warriors gathered here were also very terrifying. Moreover, with 3 of them working together, even Ghostly would have to put in some effort. From this, one could see the pattern of the array. Every time a warrior took a step forward, it would attract a chess warrior to attack. Previously, Ghostly took 3 steps forward, which naturally attracted 3 black chess warriors. On the other side, Vhumad and Xianxia were also fighting. The 2 of them fought fiercely and then quickly pulled away. Up until now, no one had experienced a life-and-death battle. They were all just probing. After Lin Xian killed a few chess piece warriors, he finally encountered other skyprides. On his left was a handsome young man, Gu Yuan from the southern wasteland ancient town. When Gu Yuan saw Lin Xian rushing over from behind, his face immediately darkened. He was a member of the city lord's mansion. Previously, Lin Xian had beaten up the enforcers, completely disregarding the city lord's mansion. This was undoubtedly a slap to the city lord's mansion's face. As a prodigy of the city lord's mansion, how could Gu Yuan tolerate it? Therefore, when he saw Lin Xian, he naturally had to make a move. Brat, you actually dared to attack the law enforcement team. Today, I will teach you a good lesson. I'll let you know that there are some people you can't afford to offend. Gu Yuan's expression was ferocious as he quickly stabbed the long sword in his hand behind him. A sword light flashed like a meteor and quickly blasted towards Lin Xian. Humph, a puny martial artist from the city lord's mansion also dares to clamor with me? It's more appropriate for your city lord to talk to me personally. Lin Xian snorted coldly, his expression full of disdain. Then, he threw out a punch. The terrifying fist carried an unparalleled lightning as it illuminated the surroundings. The violent power crushed the entire void. This punch was too terrifying. The light was so dazzling that no one could open their eyes. Boom, the lightning fist fiercely smashed onto the opponent's sword chi, causing a huge explosion in the void. In an instant, the opponent's sword chi shattered into pieces and scattered all over the ground. It shattered? That's impossible. In front, Gu Yuan's eyes were like lightning. They were like 2 sword lights that carried an unparalleled light. He naturally saw the scene of the sword light being shattered and immediately screamed. Shocking. It was simply too shocking. He didn't expect the opponent's fist to be so powerful that it could shatter his sword light. Not only that, the fist didn't suffer any injuries and was still rapidly charging towards him. Damn it, get lost. Gu Yuan's pupils shrank as he roared crazily. He quickly condensed his defensive power and activated the armor on his body. However, the punch still landed solidly on his body, causing him to take 5 steps back. In an instant, 5 chess-piece warriors quickly formed and charged toward him. On the other hand, Lin Xian frowned. He sensed that most of the force of his punch had been neutralized by the formation the moment his fist landed on the man's body. Only a small portion of the force had landed on the man's body. Therefore, the opponent only took 5 steps back. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, this punch would have definitely turned the opponent into a bloody mist. Reducing the damage? This formation was quite interesting. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He realized that this octatic treasure chess game was more magical than he had imagined. The method of reducing the damage was undoubtedly to protect the people in the formation. It seemed that it wasn't easy to kill people in the chess game. However, Lin Xian didn't pay too much attention to it. It didn't make any difference to him whether he killed the opponent or not. In his eyes, these people were all ants. There was no difference between being alive and being dead. The only thing he paid attention to was the mysterious crystal in the center. Therefore, in the next moment, he withdrew his fist and turned to look forward. You. Die. Gu Yuan, who was beside him, was pushed back. He was in a very sorry state. Not only that, but he also suffered internal injuries. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. After killing the 5 chess pieces around him with difficulty, Gu Yuan stared fiercely at Lin Xian. His eyes were full of viciousness. Damn it! Damn it! The other party had actually forced her to retreat and even injured her. Moreover, everyone had seen this scene. He couldn't stand it. As a genius of the city governor's mansion, he thought that he wasn't inferior to the geniuses of the other halls. This time, he was full of confidence and wanted to obtain the mysterious crystal. Therefore, he didn't take Lin Xian seriously at all. When they met just now, a murderous intent rose in his heart. He wanted to make Lin Xian embarrass himself in public so that he could save the face of the city governor's mansion's law enforcement team. However, he didn't expect that as soon as they exchanged blows, he realized that he was wrong. Lin Xian's strength was far beyond his imagination. As a result, he was defeated in a sorry state. Kid, you will pay for your actions. After I obtain the mysterious crystal, I will definitely kill you. Gu Yuan's body was full of murderous intent. He had decided that after obtaining the mysterious crystal, he would definitely not let Lin Xian off. When the surrounding warriors saw this scene, they were all terrified. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful that he could push Gu Yuan back with one punch. One should know that the previous battles between geniuses were just probing each other. They were evenly matched and there was no obvious winner or loser. However, Lin Xian's side was different. That punch had directly pushed Gu Yuan back. This undoubtedly showed that Lin Xian's strength was above Gu Yuan's. This was also the first time a genius had a winner. The surrounding geniuses were also shocked. When they saw this scene, their faces were gloomy. The previous battles between the Sky Prides were merely probing each other. They were evenly matched and there was no clear winner or loser. However, Lin Xian's side was different. His punch had forced Gu Yuan to retreat. This undoubtedly meant that Lin Xian's strength was above Gu Yuan's. This was also the first time a victor had been decided between 2 Sky Prides. The surrounding Sky Prides were also shocked. Their faces darkened when they saw this scene. Humph! Nangong Hao snorted coldly. However, he did not look relaxed. Bloodhand's expression was solemn. He realized that his opponent's strength had once again exceeded his imagination. He had to be careful. The others looked ferocious while Lin Xian looked calm. However, he frowned in the next moment and suddenly threw a punch to his right. Get lost. Everyone was stunned. They did not know what he was doing because there was clearly no one on his right. However, they were all stunned very soon. That was because when Lin Xian threw a punch, a figure quickly appeared in the void on his right and quickly retreated. Shadowless, it was Shadowless who attacked. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect the King of Assassins to assassinate Lin Xian at the critical moment and almost succeed. However, the other Skypride's pupils constricted and their expressions became extremely solemn. They did not expect Lin Xian to be able to discover Shadowless's tracks and force him to retreat. This was too shocking. One had to know that Shadowless's assassination skills were extremely terrifying. Even they had a headache dealing with it. Many people could not even discover Shadowless and could only counterattack at the moment when he attacked. But now, Lin Xian had discovered Shadowless and attacked him when he was about 10 meters away, forcing him to retreat. Didn't this mean that he had discovered Shadowless's existence in advance? Damn it, how did this guy do it? He actually discovered Shadowless's existence. The Skyprides were very confused. Meanwhile, Shadowless's face darkened. He did not expect Lin Xian to be able to discover his tracks and attack so decisively. He did not even have the chance to get close to Lin Xian. Who is this guy? How did he discover me? He was too shocked. The other party's sharpness was beyond his expectations, and this kind of situation had never happened before. One had to know that he wasn't called the King of Assassins for nothing. In the past, he had never failed. Even those experts with higher cultivation than him had been successfully assassinated by him. That was why he had the title of King of Assassins. But now, he had failed. Moreover, he was defeated by a young man who was younger than him. He couldn't believe it. But how could he have known that in Lin Xian's eyes, he was not even an ant? It should be known that although Shadowless was powerful, he was only equivalent to those 5-star assassins that Lin Xian had brought along. And Lin Xian was an existence that even Luo Bingshan would tremble when he saw him. With his current soul power, even a half-step king warrior would not be able to get close to him, let alone a little Shadowless. No one else knew about this, not to mention Shadowless. His expression was solemn as he quickly tried to figure out how the other party had discovered him. However, no matter how much he thought about it, he still couldn't figure it out. Thus, he could only give up on assassinating for now and look for other prey. Next, everyone tried to test him again, but no one dared to provoke Lin Xian. Because of the previous 2 attacks, they knew that Lin Xian's strength was more terrifying than they had imagined. Even the King of Assassins, Shadowless, couldn't get close to him. This undoubtedly rang an alarm bell. Finally, after a series of battles, everyone arrived at the central area. Next, please place your bets. At this moment, a low voice came from the octatic treasure chest set. This voice was very cold, like a machine, without any emotion. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian was stunned. The other prodigies were expressionless as they quickly took out the treasures they had prepared from their storage rings and placed them in front of him. Lin Xian was slightly stunned, but he soon understood that this should be something like a bet. Thus, Lin Xian also took out something from his storage ring. It was an Earth Street treasured long blade. Seeing this long blade, everyone had different expressions. Shadow's face darkened and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This was because the long blade that Lin Xian took out was the one he had bought from the auction. However, it was later snatched away by Lin Xian. That was a treasured long blade that he had spent millions of spiritual stones to buy. He didn't expect it to be snatched away by Lin Xian for no reason. Now, Lin Xian was using it as a bet. This was infuriating. Moreover, what made him even angrier was that if he had that long blade now, his strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. In that case, he would definitely succeed in assassinating Lin Xian. However, now that everything was gone, he could only watch helplessly. The other prodigies' faces darkened as well. This was because Lin Xian hadn't only snatched that one item. All the treasures that they had bought had been snatched away by Lin Xian. This time, seeing Lin Xian take out an item from the auction, their faces were terrifyingly dark. Yu Luosha gritted her teeth and said, "Brat, do you dare to take out the Blood Soul Stone as a bet? Don't even think about the Blood Soul Stone." "I've already absorbed all of it," Lin Xian said calmly. "Ah. I'm going to kill you." Hearing this, her face turned pale and she stomped her feet. She wanted nothing more than to pounce on Lin Xian and kill him right now. However, she didn't have the chance because the octatic treasure chest game changed again. Below Lin Xian and the other prodigies, balls of light emitted and enveloped all of them. Then, the light around them dimmed as if they had arrived in a special space. Just as Lin Xian was about to investigate, the space in front of him rippled and another figure appeared. It was a handsome young man in a robe. His expression was arrogant as if he didn't care about anyone. Nangong Hao. Lin Xian smiled faintly when he saw the figure. When Nangong Hao saw Lin Xian, he was startled at first. Then, he revealed a sinister smile. Ha 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 ha. Kid, I have to say that your luck is really bad. You actually met me on your first try. Very well, let me send you on your way. I'll let you know the consequences of provoking me. Nangong Hao's voice was sinister and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He didn't have a good impression of Lin Xian. Not only did Lin Xian snatch his spiritual medicine, but he also stepped on his head. This was something that the arrogant Nangong Hao couldn't tolerate. Lin Xian, on the other hand, ignored him and walked around. He frowned and asked, "What is this place? Is this a martial arts competition? Only the winner can walk out?" Lin Xian didn't understand. However, from the looks of it, the 8 of them should have been divided into many groups and competed with each other. Only the winner could walk out successfully and proceed to the next step. As for why he and Nangong Hao were placed together, Lin Xian couldn't figure it out yet. Maybe it was random distribution, or maybe it had something to do with the stakes. Nangong Hao's eyes were dark and his expression was cold. His entire body emitted a murderous aura, but he didn't attack. This made Lin Xian a little confused. Was it not a martial arts competition? However, in the next moment, he understood. Because after the 2 of them entered, the void fluctuated again and another figure appeared. It was a human figure. To be more precise, it was like a shadow because it was only a vague outline. Even his face could not be seen clearly. Only a low voice could be heard. 2 people were assigned to each other. Only the winner could proceed to the next round, while the loser would be eliminated. The voice was cold and mechanical, without a trace of emotion. The shadow continued, "This time, we'll be using flames. Whoever has the strongest eye of fire will be the winner." What? A competition of flames? Lin Xian was puzzled. He had never seen such a competition before. Nangong Hao, who was standing aside, laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. The heavens are helping me. Boy, you dare to compete with me in flames? You're dead. He was overjoyed because he was shocked by Lin Xian's performance. Lin Xian's strength was completely out of his expectations. Therefore, he was very worried at first. He was afraid that the competition would be a direct fight. Because if that happened, he would not have much confidence in winning. But now, it was a competition of flames. This made him very happy. Among the 7 geniuses, he was a member of the Divine Pill Hall. Moreover, among the fire-based martial artists, no one had a stronger flame than him. Nangong Hao was even confident that, except for the mysterious fire spirit, no one could beat his flame. Although his opponent was mysterious, from the strength that he had displayed, he could tell that his opponent had the thunder and ice attributes. He definitely did not have the fire attribute. Therefore, the flame that his opponent condensed with spiritual power was just an ordinary flame. It was definitely not comparable to the flame in his hand. Lin Xian also grinned. Competing with him in flames? What a death-seeking question. Even the 2 terrifying fire spirits were burned to ashes by his black flame martial soul. One could imagine how powerful his black flame martial soul was. But now, he wanted to compete with flames? Wasn't this giving him points? Looking at Nangong Hao's arrogant look, Lin Xian asked with a smile, "You seem to be very happy? Kid, are you an idiot?" Nangong Hao sneered, "I'm the leader of the Divine Pill Hall. I have an extremely powerful flame, and it's a flame martial spirit. What do you have to compete with me? Other than a natural fire spirit, no one else in the younger generation has a stronger flame than me." Nangong Hao's voice was sonorous, and his words were full of confidence. However, Lin Xian smiled disdainfully, "So you're saying that you still can't compare to Huoling? Even the 2 fire spirits were killed by me, let alone you. I really can't think of anything. What are you so happy about? Stop trying to scare me. Although I don't know how the 2 fire spirits disappeared, I think it's definitely not caused by your true strength. Moreover, I admit that you are strong, but what we are competing in here is not strength, but flames. Do you have a flame martial spirit? Do you have a deviant flame? You have nothing. You still dare to be arrogant here? Brat, I'll let you know what the difference between heaven and earth is. Nan Gonghao's expression was arrogant, and his nostrils were almost in the sky. In the next moment, he snorted coldly, and countless purple flames surged out from his body, forming a purple flame armor on his body. Brat, listen carefully. This is the Purple River spiritual fire. It came from underground and was formed after thousands of years of nurturing. Even a 9th-level honorable couldn't withstand a trace of my flame, let alone you. You'd better admit defeat obediently, because the flame that you condensed with your spiritual power is nothing in front of me. Nan Gonghao looked up to the sky and laughed. He was like a fire god, looking down at Lin Xian. Lord Array Spirit, quickly kick him out. Anyway, this brat is wasting time here. Seeing Nan Gonghao's smug look, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. What a fool. In the next moment, he snapped his fingers, and a black flame appeared on his index finger. The flame was deep, and as soon as it appeared, the surrounding void was scorched and distorted. Not only that, but there was also an extremely hot energy accompanying the black flame. Even the purple flame on Nan Gonghao's body dimmed instantly, as if it was frightened. Feeling the change in the purple flame on his body, Nan Gonghao's expression changed drastically. In the next moment, he looked at Lin Xian and screamed. Impossible. What kind of flame is this? It can actually scare my Purple River spiritual fire? Brat, how did you do it? He was stunned, really stunned. His opponent actually had black flames, and that was indeed surprising. Moreover, from the aura that was emitted, he knew that it was definitely not a flame condensed with spiritual power, but a kind of strange flame. It was even more terrifying than his Purple River spiritual fire, because when the purple flame appeared, the purple flame on his body instantly dimmed. This kind of thing had never happened before. Even when he faced the fire spirit, it had never happened before. Damn it, impossible. I don't believe it. How can you have such a magical flame? Aren't you an ice-based martial artist? How can you have a flame? How can ice and fire exist in a person's body at the same time? Nan Gonghao screamed crazily. Then, as if he had thought of something, he looked in front of him in shock. Could it be the black dragon flame on the sect leader's body? Thinking of this, his body trembled. If it was really the Black Dragon sect leader's flame, he would definitely lose. No matter how powerful his Purple River spiritual fire was, it could not be compared to the Black Dragon flame. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly and did not explain. It was better for him to misunderstand. However, after Nan Gonghao recovered from his shock, he shook his head crazily. No, that's not right. It's not the Black Dragon flame. I've seen the sect leader's flame before. Although it's also black, its aura is different. Brat, what kind of flame is this? Trash like you is not qualified to know the name of this flame. Lin Xian snorted coldly and shook his head. You. Die. Nan Gonghao's expression was ferocious. He clenched his fists and his entire body was trembling. Was he being looked down upon? No one had ever dared to look down on him. This was intolerable. However, when he saw the black flame in his opponent's hand, Nan Gonghao hesitated. That flame was too terrifying. He was not confident that he could withstand it. However, at this moment, the cold voice sounded again. The winner has been decided. With that, Lin Xian's feet shone and he instantly returned to the octatic treasure chest set. In fact, when Lin Xian entered the special space, the other Skyprides had also entered the special space to fight. The content of each battle was different. Therefore, before the Skyprides entered, they did not know who they would be fighting and what they would be fighting about. However, it did not take long for the winner to be decided. In fact, when Lin Xian entered the special space, the other Skyprides had also entered the special space to fight. The content of each battle was different. Therefore, before these Skyprides entered, they did not know who they would be fighting and what they would be fighting about. However, it did not take long for the outcome to be decided. The three victors were Yu Luosha, Bloodhand, and Shadowless. As for Feng Hudi, Gue Li, and Gu Yuan, they had all failed. The three of them had ugly expressions. They retreated to the side and could not get close to the center at all. The remaining three did not relax because this was only the first round and had not reached the end. They had to defeat everyone to obtain the mysterious crystal. In the next moment, the three of them looked to the side because they realized that Lin Xian and Nangong Hao had not come out yet. I didn't expect that kid to be in the same space as Nangong Hao. I'm afraid he's doomed this time, Shadowless said in a deep voice. Humph. That kid got lucky. If I had met him, I would have killed him myself. Yu Luosha snorted coldly. Bloodhand, on the other hand, had a cold expression. Nangong Hao is very powerful and not easy to deal with. Looks like I'll have to be 120% focused in the next round. In their opinion, Nangong Hao would definitely be the winner because he was too powerful. Even they did not have the confidence to defeat him. Not to mention Lin Xian. Soon, there was a flash of light and a figure appeared. He's out. Everyone took a deep breath and looked over with rapt attention. But soon, they were stunned on the spot. Why is it him? How is this possible? Everyone was stunned because they realized that the first person to come out was Lin Xian. And the first one to come out would be the winner. They did not expect that the winner would be Lin Xian. Damn it, how is this possible? How can it be him? Everyone was shocked. The martial artists who were watching from afar exclaimed. They knew how powerful Nangong Hao was. He was even qualified to be the number one among the younger generation. However, he had been defeated. He had been defeated by a youth who was younger and more arrogant than him. What exactly were they competing for? Nangong Hao had actually lost. Guili, Feng Hudi, and the others were shocked. They couldn't imagine what kind of situation could defeat Nangong Hao. Gu Feng's expression was also cold. He coldly snorted, "Humph, it must be Han Bing from the competition. Nangong Hao is a fire attribute martial artist. Naturally, he is not proficient in the ice attribute. That's why he lost. Or maybe it's lightning. That brat is also a thunder attribute martial artist," Bloodhand said in a deep voice. Yes, that must be it. It must be that kid's field of expertise. Otherwise, Nangong Hao wouldn't have lost. These people kept hypnotizing themselves to comfort their shocked hearts. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. He took a step forward and stood at the front with his hands behind his back. On the other hand, Nangong Hao's face was terrifyingly dark. It was as if he had eaten a dead rat. He reluctantly went to the rear. At this moment, Gu Yuan quickly asked, Nangong Hao, what exactly did you compete in? How could he lose? He could not believe that the winner would actually be Lin Xian. Moreover, he had just lost to Lin Xian, so he wanted to know the truth of the matter even more. However, Nangong Hao coldly snorted and did not say a word. How could he say it out loud? They competed in the flame that he was best at, losing in the field that he was best at. He would never say such a thing even if he was beaten to death because he could not afford to lose face. Seeing Nangong Hao's expression, everyone's hearts sank. They realized that things might be worse than they had imagined. However, they did not have the time to think too much because soon, one of the three of them would be facing Lin Xian. The treasures that their opponents had used as collateral now belonged to them. At this moment, they were floating in front of them, constantly floating and being distributed. In the next moment, a light flashed and Lin Xian and the other three disappeared. It was a dark space again, and the light was flickering. Lin Xian's figure flashed. However, this time, he did not look around because even if he did, he would not be able to find anything. He might as well wait for the competition. This time, his opponent was Shadowless. When Shadowless saw Lin Xian, his expression instantly turned ugly. One had to know that he had been knocked back by Lin Xian's punch and even suffered internal injuries. Now that he saw his opponent, his heart could not help but tremble. Damn it, please don't let me fight him directly. Shadowless prayed in his heart. If they fought directly, he did not have the confidence to defeat his opponent. It would be better to compete in something that he was best at. Next to him, a blurry figure appeared. Instantly, a cold voice was heard. This time, we'll compete in speed. What? Speed? Hearing this, Shadowless, who had always been calm, jumped up in joy. Speed, that was what he was best at. As an assassin, he was best at concealment, speed, and timing. Only by mastering these three could one become an excellent assassin. Furthermore, he was the king of assassins, so his speed was needless to say. Perhaps even Namgong Hao and Blood Rogue could not catch up to him. Thinking of this, he grinned. It seemed that even the heavens were helping him. Haha, kid, you're dead. Competing in speed with me, you have no chance at all. Although I don't know how you discovered me before, I will definitely take revenge this time. Just wait to admit defeat. Shadowless sneered and swore to kill his opponent. Lin Xian also shook his head in disdain. As expected, these disciples of the Black Dragon cult are all arrogant and have never seen the real world. Competing in speed with him was courting death. One had to know that he had the illusory demonic steps and the wind and thunder wings. His speed could be said to be extremely fast, even comparable to a half-step king. In addition, he also had the sea god's ice. That terrifying cold air could definitely slow down the speed of the martial artists around him to the extreme, even slower than a snail. Of course, there was no need to use the sea god's ice to deal with Shadowless. He could definitely kill him with just his movement technique. In the dark space, the void fluctuated, and two rays of light appeared on both sides, floating in the void. The distance between the two rays of light was not long, only 10 feet. At this moment, a cold voice sounded, run back and forth between the two rays of light for a total of 10,000 times. Whoever finishes first wins. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, a distance of 10 feet was just a blink of an eye for them. However, to run 10,000 times while maintaining a high speed was quite challenging. Shadowless sneered, "Kid, just wait for your death." Then, the two stood on the same side, and as the cold voice sounded, the two started to move. Whoosh, the two turned into lightning phantoms and moved quickly. Their speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had finished dozens of times. If there were martial artists here, they would definitely scream. Whoosh, whoosh. The two of them turned into lightning phantoms and moved quickly. In the blink of an eye, they had completed dozens of rounds. If there were martial artists here, they would definitely scream. Teleportation, this was teleportation. The two of them were so fast that they left behind afterimages in the air. Time passed bit by bit. Not only did they not slow down, they even sped up. One had to admit that it was indeed shocking. 3,000 rounds is enough. There are still 7,000 rounds left. Humph, he dares to compete with me in speed. That kid is definitely dead. Shadowless snorted in his heart. The next moment, his pupils constricted because he found that Lin Xian suddenly appeared and stopped beside him. What's going on? Why did he stop? Shadowless was puzzled. Humph, what a piece of trash. He can't take it after 3,000 rounds? It seems that I overestimated him. Shadowless sneered in his heart and became even more proud. Then, he sped up and moved quickly. However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. The competition is over. The winner has been decided. What? It's over? In the air, Shadowless was stunned and his body appeared. His mind went blank and he could not believe his ears. What? It's over? How is that possible? I still have more than 7,000 rounds left. Shadowless shouted in exasperation. He thought that there was something wrong with the formation spirit, but soon his body trembled and his voice stopped abruptly. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Could it be that the kid has finished? How is that possible? How can he be so fast? Shadowless was extremely shocked. Now, he understood that the reason why Lin Xian stopped running was not because he was exhausted, but because he had finished running. However, he could not believe it at all. One had to know that he had only run 3,000 rounds at that time, and Lin Xian had already run 10,000 rounds. That was a difference of 3 times. Who could be 3 times faster than him? Perhaps even a half-step king could not do that, unless it was a true king. However, Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the 8th level of the Venerable Realm, which was 1 level lower than his, but his speed was so fast. No. That's impossible. Shadowless seemed to have been struck by lightning. His mind went blank and he could not believe it. Even his expression became dull because he had suffered a great blow. Whoosh whoosh, 2 rays of light flashed and Lin Xian and Shadowless were forcefully sent out of the space. Then, the two of them appeared on top of the octatic treasure chest. What's wrong? Who won? As soon as Lin Xian and Yi Shiwen appeared, the gazes of the surrounding prodigies locked onto them. Countless cultivators below even craned their necks, their faces filled with anticipation. In the next moment, Nangong Hao, Blood Hand, and the other geniuses were all shocked because they found that Shadowless's eyes were lifeless. He stood there like a puppet, and his eyes had lost their luster. It can't be. His aura is so weak. Could he be seriously injured? Blood Hand frowned. Could it be that they are going to have a direct duel this time? Yu Luocha's expression was grave. Behind them, Nangong Hao, Guili, and the others were also shocked. They knew how strong Shadowless was. Although he had been punched by Lin Xian, they should be evenly matched if they really fought. But now, it seemed like Shadowless had lost his soul. Damn it, what the hell happened? Shadowless, say something. What exactly are you guys competing in? Could it be that you're seriously injured? Many people shouted coldly, wanting to know the inside story. However, Shadowless still refused to listen and remained rooted to the ground. Who's next? Lin Xian took another step forward and asked indifferently. Humph, hearing Lin Xian's words, Yu Luocha snorted coldly and retreated to the side. Obviously, he had lost the duel with Blood Hand. Kid, I didn't expect you to be able to make it this far. But against me, you definitely have no chance of winning. Blood Hand's expression was cold, and he was very confident. Let's wait for you to come out before saying that. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. Those two guys from before were also very arrogant, but you've seen how they are now. I hope you'll be better than them when you come out later. Everyone had failed, leaving only Lin Xian and Blood Hand. In the next moment, the two of them disappeared again. This time, the duel was very direct. It was a direct duel. Blood Hand roared excitedly. He was the #1 division leader of the Blood Fiend Hall and was a true battle maniac. If he was asked to compete in other things, he really wouldn't be willing. A direct duel was the most suitable choice for him. Kid, I'll split you in half later and let you know how powerful I am. Of course, if you can obediently hand over the Blood Soul Stone, I'll take your life and let you lose with dignity. Blood Hand's blood aura bloomed like a powerful god of war, looking disdainfully at everyone. Lin Xian said indifferently, I wanted to play with you, but since it's a direct duel, I'll finish you off quickly. Arrogant. Kid, since you're so stubborn, you can go to hell. Blood Hand roared, and a blood-red river appeared behind him. Blood River 9 tremors in unison. In the next moment, he pushed out both palms, and 9 blood-red palms rushed out quickly, blasting towards Lin Xian. For a moment, the entire void trembled rapidly, unable to withstand this power. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed, and he quickly formed seals with his palms. Firmament 9 changes, Zhuyan change. As the palms fell, a huge red ape appeared. Then, the red ape roared into the sky, and with a shake of its arms, it tore the 9 blood-red palms in front of it into pieces. What? This is impossible. Blood Hand's eyes narrowed, and he screamed in disbelief. That was his strongest attack, and the 9 palms could even kill a few 9th heaven supremacies. However, at this moment, it had been torn apart so easily. How could he believe this? However, what was even more frightening was yet to come. The red ape smashed the 9 palms with a punch, then lifted its huge foot and stomped towards Blood Hand. Rumble, the void collapsed, and the ground sank. This stomp was so terrifying that it created a black hole. No. Blood Hand was terrified, and he no longer had the arrogance from before. In front of this power, he was like an ant that could be swallowed up at any time. Boom, the huge foot landed, and Blood Hand was sent flying. This was even after the octatic treasure chest set had reduced its power by 90%. Otherwise, this stomp would have turned him into minced meat. However, even with only 10% of its power left, it was not something that Blood Hand could handle. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. When the crowd saw that Lin Xian and Blood Hand had disappeared, they immediately started discussing intensely. This was because this was the final battle, and the winner would not only obtain the treasures that the others had bet on, but also a mysterious crystal. Therefore, they were very concerned about this result. Many people even analyzed and discussed in detail, guessing who the final winner would be. I think it must be Bloodhand. That guy is a battle maniac, and he's too terrifying. I'm afraid even Nangong Hao might not be able to suppress him. Of course, Bloodhand is the strongest among our younger generation. The disciples of the Blood Fiend Hall were very confident. I'm guessing it must be Blood Rogue. That guy is a battle maniac. He's terrifying. Even Nangong Hao might not be able to suppress him. Of course. Blood Rogue is the number one among the younger generation. The disciples from Blood Fiend Hall were confident. It's hard to say. Hua Wufeng is very strange. He defeated Nangong Hao, Shadowless, and the rest. His strength is extremely strong. Who knows if he will create another miracle this time? What a joke. That guy must be lucky to have made it this far. Otherwise, he would have been defeated long ago. That's right. Just wait. Our Lord Bloodhand will be able to kill him with a single palm strike. Are you out of your mind? He's not on the same level as our Lord Blood Rogue. The martial artists from Blood Fiend Hall sneered. Then, someone exclaimed, "Look, someone's coming out." All of a sudden, everyone stopped discussing and focused their attention on the scene in front of them. Nangong Hao, Ghostly, and the rest held their breaths. When the first figure appeared, everyone was stunned. What? Why is it him again? Everyone was shocked when they realized that the first person to come out was Lin Xian again. Heavens, this guy is too powerful. He even defeated Blood Rogue? Dark Horse, he's definitely the biggest dark horse in our Saint sect. Everyone exclaimed. The disciples from Blood Fiend Hall were in despair. Impossible, he can't win. How can he defeat Lord Blood Rogue? Dream, I must be dreaming. Heavens, can anyone tell me what's going on? Many people screamed. Nangong Hao, Yu Luosha, and the rest looked cold. The result was beyond their expectations. They did not believe that Lin Xian could last until the end and win first place. Damn it, why is this guy so lucky? He always wins. Yeah, I wonder what they're competing for this time. Ghostly and the rest discussed in low voices. Their voices were filled with hatred. Lin Xian smiled in disdain. He was too lazy to explain. In the next moment, the void trembled and Blood Rogue appeared. However, his body swayed and he knelt on the ground, vomiting blood. What? He's hurt. How is that possible? How could he be so heavily injured? Nangong Hao, Yu Luosha, Ghostly, and the others were shocked, their scalps went numb. Originally, they had thought that Lin Xian had only been lucky and had just happened to compete in something that Bloodhand wasn't good at. That was why he had won. But now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. Looking at Bloodhand's appearance, it was as if he had gone through a huge battle. They simply could not believe that the injuries on Bloodhand's body were caused by Lin Xian. That's impossible. Did they start fighting? Why was Bloodhand injured by that brat? How can he be so strong? Damn it, this brat's strength is beyond our expectations. This won't do, we must join forces to suppress him in the next round. We absolutely can't let him have his way again. The next moment, they all held their breaths because in the center of the octatic treasure chessboard, a white crystal appeared. That thing was half the size of a fist. It was oval-shaped, pure white, and emitted a soft light. Lin Xian reached out and grasped it. He immediately felt an extremely pure energy contained within it. This is that mysterious crystal? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows in surprise, but he did not absorb it. Instead, he kept it in his storage ring. Seeing this, Nangong Hao, Ghostly, Yu Luosha, and the others' eyes narrowed. Then, their breaths became heavy. He did not absorb it, everyone's hearts raced as their eyes burned with desire. If they had obtained it, they would have immediately absorbed it to increase their strength in preparation for the upcoming battle. But Huang Xiaolong did not absorb it at all. Instead, he kept it away. This meant that Huang Xiaolong's strength would not increase at all. Without a doubt, this gave them great hope. There were a total of 3 rounds in this competition. In other words, as long as they joined forces to suppress Lin Xian in the remaining 2 rounds, they still had a chance to obtain the white crystal. Moreover, as long as they obtained the white crystal, they would immediately absorb it and their strength would increase by a large margin. After the octadic treasure chessboard, they could even capture Lin Xian and seize the mysterious crystal and blood soul stone from his storage ring. Thinking of this, everyone began to tremble with excitement. Lin Xian saw their expressions and sneered. The reason why he did not immediately consume the mysterious crystal was that he was very suspicious. This was because the effect of the improvement was too shocking. For example, Nangong Hao, Blood Hand, and the others were still small martial artists in the spirit-transforming realm half a year ago. However, after absorbing the mysterious crystal, they directly reached the 9th heaven of the venerable realm. The change could be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. Lin Xian had never heard of such a thing. Moreover, he could not guarantee that there would be no side effects after absorbing it, so he would wait until after the octadic treasure chessboard and study it properly. As for these people, they wanted to snatch the mysterious crystal? That was simply impossible. Lin Xian was quite confident about this. In the next moment, a light flashed, and everyone returned to their original positions. The second round began. The surrounding martial artists settled down again and watched carefully. However, their hearts were still in turmoil because the result of the previous round was indeed beyond their expectations. They did not expect that the final winner would be Lin Xian. A guy who had only appeared 3 days ago actually defeated Nangong Hao and the other geniuses to win first place. 3 days ago, they would not believe that someone would discuss such a thing. But now, it had really happened. In front, the second round of the octadic treasure chessboard began. However, this time everyone changed their strategy because they realized that no one was a match for Lin Xian in a one-on-one battle. Therefore, these people decided to join forces. Blood Hand and Feng Hudi joined forces and formed a powerful attack that charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian quickly formed a seal with his palms, and a huge Xianxia flew out from his fingertips and pounced forward, forcing the two of them back. What? The two of them were shocked. Impossible? How did he do it? Seeing this scene, everyone's scalps went numb, while Nangong Hao, Blood Hand, and the others' faces were gloomy. Impossible, I don't believe it's not true. How can he be so powerful? These people counterattacked crazily. Outside the chessboard, the martial artists were even more shocked. Even the mysterious city lord, who was hiding in the dark, frowned. Impossible, this kid's cultivation is clearly at the 8th heaven, but his strength has surpassed Nangong Hao and the others, even by a lot. This doesn't make sense. What's going on with him? How can he have such powerful combat strength? The city lord frowned, and even he began to suspect Lin Xian's identity. Soon, the second round ended, and Lin Xian was still first place, obtaining another mysterious crystal. Everyone was in despair and disbelief. Nangong Hao, Xue Shou, and the others gritted their teeth. They were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. That was a mysterious crystal. If they could get their hands on one, they could reach the advanced stage or even the peak stage of the 9th level of heaven. If that happened, they would become the most dazzling existence among the younger generation. However, that beautiful hope had been shattered, and it was all because of this hateful brat in front of him. The opponent was too terrifying. He forced all of them back and took first place. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Next time, let's add more people. I don't believe that the bastard can fight against 3 of us. Nangong Hao said through gritted teeth. Yes, let's work together. Let's put aside our conflicts and subdue the bastard first. Yu Luosha's face was also cold. This time, they came to an agreement. Yu Luosha, Nangong Hao, and Feng Hudi would work together to kill Lin Xian. However, this time, Lin Xian didn't fight them head-on. Because he sensed that someone was spying on him. Therefore, to not expose his identity, he decided to hide his abilities. He had to at least get his hands on the last mysterious crystal. Then, even if his identity was exposed, it wouldn't matter. Thus, in the end, Lin Xian quickly swam away and did not fight against them at all. Damn it. Yu Luosha gritted her teeth. Ah. This is so infuriating. Nangong Hao roared crazily. When the 3 of them worked together, they were extremely powerful. Nobody could fight against them. However, the opponent changed his strategy and didn't fight them. Instead, he walked around them quickly. This made them feel like they were punching cotton. They couldn't do anything and couldn't use their strength. In the end, the last mysterious crystal was obtained by Lin Xian. Everyone was shocked. No one expected the situation to turn out like this. The 3 mysterious crystals could even create 3 powerful experts. However, all of them were obtained by Lin Xian. The other 7 heavens favorites didn't even get a single one. One had to admit that this was too hard to believe. Before this, the hot favorites were Nangong Hao, Xue Shou, and Yu Luosha. Some people even speculated that the 3 of them could have gotten one each. But now, Lin Xian had obtained all 3. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched in disbelief. Nangong Hao and the others' faces darkened. They wanted nothing more than to run away. F***ck, I can't take it. I really can't take it anymore. Nangong Hao was so angry that he was trembling. Brat, just you wait. When we get out of the octatic treasure chest game, I'll definitely kill you. The mysterious crystal must be mine. Humph. You're too greedy. Bloodhand's eyes were also red, and the blood energy on his body was surging. No matter what, I must get the mysterious crystal. Ghostly's expression was even more ferocious, like an evil spirit. Brat, hand over the mysterious crystal and the blood soul stone obediently, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, when you leave the octatic treasure chest game, it will be the time of your death. Yu Luocha's voice was even colder. The others were also crazy. They stared at Lin Xian with murderous intent. Obviously, as soon as the octatic treasure chest game was out, these people would make a move to snatch the mysterious crystal in Lin Xian's hands. In the past, such a thing would never happen because no matter who obtained the mysterious crystal, they would immediately absorb it on the spot. The others could only watch. However, it was different now. Not only did Lin Xian obtain 3 mysterious crystals, but he also placed them in his storage ring. He did not absorb any of them. This was equivalent to having a small sun above his head, telling others that the treasure was here. Come, therefore, not only Nangong Hao, Bloodhand and the others, even the martial artists outside, and even the city lord who was hiding in the dark, were extremely tempted. As long as the octatic treasure chest game was out, they could make a move without any worries. Without the restriction of the octatic treasure chest game, Lin Xian would definitely die. Everyone's eyes were red. There was no other way. The mysterious crystal was too important. Whoever obtained it would be able to reach the peak and stand above everyone else. Therefore, even if Lin Xian's current identity was the disciple of the third guardian, they would not care. If they could break through, why would they care about the third guardian? In an instant, everyone looked at Lin Xian with greed in their eyes. Nangong Hao waved his hand, and the martial artists from the Divine Pill Hall immediately rushed forward and surrounded the array. On the other side, Bloodhand, Ghostly, and the others waved their hands as well. All the elite martial artists from the various halls quickly rushed over and surrounded the octatic treasure chest game. The surrounding martial artists were terrified and quickly retreated. Damn it. I'm afraid this is going to be troublesome. That kid is too strong. He snatched 3 mysterious crystals and did not give the other Skyprides a chance. He's too arrogant and overbearing. The other Skyprides will not agree. There will definitely be a huge battle. Hurry up and retreat. Otherwise, you won't even be able to keep your life. This Hua Wufeng is too arrogant. He could have left one for the others. Now that he has taken all 3, the Heaven Sect will not accept it. It's over. There will definitely be a huge battle. I'm afraid the enforcers will not care. Yeah. I'm afraid the city lord will want a share of the loot. The surrounding martial artists quickly retreated in disgust. Humph. In the crowd, Morong Qingqing, who was dressed in purple, looked like a fairy. When he saw this, he snorted. Beside him, Luo Bingshan looked cold. As long as Lin Xian gave the order, he would definitely take action. However, the Crimson Dragon shook his head and said, "The 2 of you don't have to do anything. Leave this to that kid." As expected, Lin Xian scanned his surroundings and revealed a disdainful sneer. Why? You can't beat me in a fair fight, so you want to snatch it by force? Kid, you're too arrogant. You can't take the mysterious crystals for yourself. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and hand it over. Perhaps you can keep your life. Otherwise, today will be your burial ground. Nangonghao snorted. Bloodhand was also filled with killing intent. I advise you not to make a mistake. Hurry up and hand over the mysterious crystals. Hand over the crystals? I don't have the habit of spitting out what I've taken. Lin Xian shrugged. Also, you losers, do you really think you can beat me? Hee, although none of us are a match for you in a one-on-one fight, what if we join forces? Ghostly sneered. With the 7 of us joining forces, do you think you can escape? Moreover, there are elites from our various halls around. That's right. The city lord's mansion won't let you go either. Gu Yuan's face was ferocious. Kid, kneel down obediently and hand over the mysterious crystals and the blood soul stone. I can spare your life. Yu Luosha also shouted. The 7 Skyprides stared at Lin Xian like lightning. They did not hide their killing intent and greed. Then, the 7 of them quickly turned around and left the octatic treasure chest set. Because they could not kill anyone in the octatic treasure chest set. They could only attack after they came out. Therefore, they first asked their men to surround the octatic treasure chest set to prevent Lin Xian from escaping. Kid, get down here and accept your death. Stay up there forever if you dare. I don't believe you won't come out. Hee, you think you can stop me? If I want to leave, even God can't stop me. Lin Shui sneered, then stepped out and left the octatic treasure chest game. What? He came out, he actually came out. The surrounding martial artists exclaimed in disbelief. No way, this guy is too arrogant. He actually dared to come out. Yeah, he's definitely dead if he comes out. In the octatic treasure chest game, the array can block most of the damage, so it's absolutely safe. But once he comes out, he'll lose the defense of the array. With the strength of the 7 geniuses, I'm afraid no one can withstand their anger. It's over, it's over. That kid is dead for sure. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. They all thought that Lin Xian was too arrogant. Nangonghao, Blood Rogue, Ghostly, and the others laughed wildly. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would really come out. Idiot kid, you're too arrogant. Today will be the day you die. What an idiot. Do you really think you're invincible? Hand over the mysterious crystal. Kill, a series of cold shouts could be heard. Then, the 7 geniuses quickly attacked. This time, they were completely on the same side and decided to kill Lin Xian together. Nangonghao's figure was tall and his cold face was filled with killing intent. He was too aggrieved previously. He actually lost to Lin Xian in the field he was best at. Therefore, this time, he wanted to vent the anger in his heart. He had to blast Lin Xian into pieces. Die, brat. Countless purple flames surged out of his body and turned into a purple qilin in front of him. It roared ferociously and terrifying heat spread out in all directions. This time, I won't give you any chance. Blood Rogue's expression was cold as killing intent surged all over his body. A river of blood surged behind him, emitting a monster smell of blood. In the next moment, the river of blood danced and wrapped around his arm, forming a mysterious pattern. Then, he struck out with his palm. Suddenly, the sky, earth, and all directions turned blood red. It was as if the space had turned into azure hell. The scene was extremely terrifying. It made one's scalp tingle and despair. I will make you kneel until you die. Yu Luocha's beautiful face was very cold. She waved the human-faced peach blossom fan, and the pink mist formed an extremely strange light that slashed towards Lin Xian. Keek, your soul is mine. Ghostly laughed sinisterly, holding the white bone banner in his hand. Countless ghosts and vengeful spirits quickly rushed forward. Kill, Feng Huti didn't say anything. She just gripped the black spear in her hand tightly and stabbed out quickly. Soul-extinguishing spear, this spear was like a black torrent, directly piercing through the void, quickly stabbing towards Lin Xian. Die, brat. Gu Yuan's face was ferocious and twisted. He waved the long sword in his hand and slashed out several sharp sword lights. Every single sword light contained all of his power. At this moment, when they flew out together, it was terrifying to the extreme. The 7 experts attacked at the same time, causing the entire space in front of them to rapidly collapse. An incomparably terrifying power instantly rushed towards Lin Xian, as if wanting to tear him to pieces. Horrifying, it was too horrifying. The 7 prodigies were all extremely powerful existences. When the 7 of them attacked, it could be said that no one could compare. The martial artists watching from afar felt their scalps go numb, and their faces were filled with despair. In front of this power, they were like tiny ants, unable to resist at all. Many people were even forced to kneel on the ground by this aura, trembling. It's over. That brat is really finished. Everyone shook their heads because in front of the 7 prodigies, even the Hall Master would not be able to resist. But Lin Xian was still calm, and there was even disdain at the corner of his mouth. These attacks were incomparably terrifying in the eyes of outsiders, and no one could resist them. But in his eyes, they were nothing. One had to know that he had once faced Prince Ling Feng's powerful attack. At that time, there were 10 peak 9th heaven martial artists, dozens of 9th heaven supremacies, and hundreds of 8th heaven supremacies. That lineup was hundreds of times more than now. However, he could destroy any kind of lineup with a wave of his hand, let alone the ones in front of him. Is this all you've got? Really pitifully weak. People like you are worthy of being called prodigies? Today, I'll let you see what a true prodigy is. Lin Xian sneered. His black hair fluttered, and a powerful aura surged from his body, instantly exploding. An extremely powerful force exploded from Lin Xian's body, like an ancient ferocious beast that had awakened. It was terrifying. His vitality was vigorous, and it shot straight into the sky. There was even a low dragon roar coming from his body. He punched out, and the terrifying force directly caused the space in front of him to explode. The 7 ultimate attacks that were charging towards him also exploded with this punch, turning into countless streams of energy. What? He blasted them apart with one punch? That's impossible. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. As for the 7 skyprides, their pupils constricted as they shrieked. What was going on? They did not dare to believe that the other party had blasted their attacks apart with one punch. How was that possible? One had to know that they were all prodigies, and each of them was extremely powerful. The 7 of them together could even defeat their Hall Master. But now, the attacks of the 7 of them were actually blasted away by a single punch. What kind of technique is that? They did not dare to believe it. Perhaps even the 4 protectors of the sacred sect could not do that. Only the legendary left and right messengers and the Black Dragon sect's leader could do that, but now, the person who had done that was only a 20-year-old young man, and his cultivation was only at the 8th heaven of the honorable realm. They could not believe it. No, impossible, this can't be real. Nangonghao screamed crazily. Damn it, how did you do that? Bloodhand's face was ferocious. Impossible, this must be King illusion. Ghostly's face was ugly, and he no longer had the arrogance from before. Yu Luosha and Feng Hudi lost their colors as well. At this moment, all 7 geniuses were stunned by this punch. You're just a bunch of ants. How dare you call yourselves prodigies? Do you think that 7 ants working together can kill a giant dragon? Ignorant. Lin Xian snorted. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind. At that moment, he was like a god of war, looking disdainfully at his surroundings. His powerful aura suffocated everyone. In the next moment, his body swayed as he charged towards the 7 prodigies. On the opposite side, the 7 prodigies' eyes narrowed. Then, they roared angrily and executed their most powerful techniques to counterattack. There was no way out now. They could only fight with their backs against the wall to survive. Otherwise, with Lin Xian's strength, they would not be able to contend with him. Nangonghao? Alchemy genius, unparalleled flame? Trash like you dare not play with fire in front of me? In an instant, Lin Xian arrived in front of Nangonghao. His speed made everyone's scalp go numb. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian had arrived in front of Nangonghao. His speed made everyone's hair stand on end. That was because they hadn't noticed when Lin Xian had arrived. Nan Gonghao's face turned pale. His handsome face was filled with fear. He had not expected Lin Xian to find him first. Why? Why did he find me first? Nan Gonghao roared in his heart. However, he could not care less. He could only grit his teeth and fight back. Let me show you my flame martial soul. Purple River martial soul, condense. Nan Gonghao roared crazily. Suddenly, countless purple flames condensed on his body and formed a purple qilin in front of him. The qilin was made up of flames. It was mighty and it exuded a terrifying power. This was Nan Gonghao's martial soul. Go to hell, brat. Along with the voice, the purple qilin roared and pounced on Lin Xian. The heat from the flames burned black holes in the void. Is this what you get for being so arrogant? Purple flame? Ridiculous. Let me show you what a real flame qilin is. Lin Xian roared. Then, countless black flames gushed out from his body and formed a huge monster in front of him. This time, it was also a qilin. It was black and ferocious. Its aura was 10 times stronger than Nan Gonghao's. The huge black qilin was like a peerless demon. It looked down and slapped Nan Gonghao's purple qilin into powder. Puff, Nan Gonghao was severely injured. He spat out blood and knelt on the ground. No, impossible. He could not believe that Lin Xian had used the same move as him. Moreover, Lin Xian's move was 10 times stronger than his. He was in despair. Humph, trash. Lin Xian snorted and turned to leave. The huge black qilin disappeared quickly. However, only a black palm was left hanging above Nan Gonghao's head. With just a little bit of force, Nan Gonghao would be burned to ashes. No. Feeling the terrifying aura above his head, Nan Gonghao screamed in despair. He knew that he had been defeated. Lin Xian could easily kill him. He didn't know who the other party was to have such power, but he knew that he had to survive. No, you can't kill me. I'm a genius of the Divine Pill Hall. If you kill me, the Divine Pill Hall won't let you off. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly and ignored him. Then, with a flash, he appeared in front of Bloodhound again. Blood Demon King, come out. Bloodhound's face was ferocious as he shouted with all his might. He knew that it was too late to say anything now. He could only fight with everything he had to survive. Therefore, he did not hesitate to summon his martial soul. Blood chi surged from his body, emitting a monstrous killing intent. A figure slowly condensed from the blood river behind him. It was a blood-colored giant that was 2 meters tall. His limbs were thick and muscular, and his face was ferocious. He did not look like a human at all, but a blood demon. Not only that, but there were blood-colored patterns all over his body, forming an extremely mysterious pattern. This was Bloodhound's martial soul, the Blood Demon King. As soon as he walked out, his surroundings turned blood-red. His monstrous killing intent made everyone tremble. This Blood Demon King's aura was too fierce. It was definitely formed by killing countless people. Kid, do you know how my martial soul was formed? Bloodhound's voice was ferocious. This Blood Demon King was formed after I killed 10,000 elite martial artists. 10,000, when the surrounding people heard this, they all trembled. This was the real 10,000 massacre. No wonder he had such a terrifying Blood Demon King. Ordinary martial artists had no chance of winning against Bloodhound. This was because Bloodhound did not even need to make a move. Just the terrifying Blood Demon King's aura alone was enough to crush the opponent's will. 10,000 massacre? After Lin Xian heard this, he laughed disdainfully. Then, he said in a deep voice, "Is this what you're so proud of? With this little bit of Blood Demon King's aura? You're still far from it. Today, I'll show you what the real Blood Demon King's aura is." He snorted coldly and quickly displayed the Blood Sword Massacre inheritance. An extremely terrifying Blood Demon King's aura gushed out from Lin Xian's body and instantly filled the surroundings. The surrounding sky turned blood-red. Not only that, a vast sea of blood appeared around him, instantly turning the southern desolation ancient town into a blood-red azure hell. Blood Sea, this was the real Blood Sea, it was as if it had materialized and appeared in the surroundings. In the blood sea, countless white bones and corpses floated, emitting a monstrous murderous aura. What? How is this possible? Bloodhand was shocked and could not believe it. He did not expect his opponent to have such a powerful blood demon king's aura. Moreover, from this aura, it was more than 10 times stronger than his. If the blood-red murderous aura on his body was a surging river, then the murderous aura on Lin Xian's body was a boundless ocean that stretched as far as the eye could see. The murderous aura on Lin Xian's body was countless times larger than his. How was this a battle? This was a comparison between an ant and a giant dragon. They were not on the same level at all. Boom, in front of Lin Xian's blood massacre, Bloodhand's martial soul could not withstand it at all and exploded. Puff, Bloodhand vomited a large mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Humph. Lin Xian coldly snorted and turned to leave, walking towards his next target. The blood sea around him quickly condensed, forming a blood-red palm, floating above Bloodhand's head. As long as it lightly patted, it would be destroyed. Everyone was shocked. This method was too terrifying, because Bloodhand and Nangong Hao were defeated, completely defeated in their strongest and most confident domain. And Lin Xian was like a demon god, walking towards Ghostly again. You, what do you want to do? Ghostly's face was pale with fright, his heart was shocked. He gritted his teeth and coldly snorted, good method, it is indeed a good method. I didn't expect your mastery of fire and blood to be so high. Even Bloodhand and Nangong Hao are not your opponents. But, I do not believe that you also cultivate the Soul Dao. If you have the ability, use the same method to defeat me. Ghostly madly roared. He could already see that Lin Xian was obviously trying to attack them, but, he did not believe that he would lose this time. Because he cultivated the Soul Dao, he had millions of souls, and such a person's characteristics were very obvious, but the other party did not have the aura of vengeful spirits. So, he did not believe that the other party could use the same martial skill as him. In the next moment, Ghostly roared, grabbed the white bone banner and waved it quickly. Millions of vengeful spirits quickly whistled out. Ghosts wailed and wolves howled. Yin Qi permeated the heaven and earth, causing people's scalps to go numb. On the huge white bone banner, countless white bone claws stretched out. It was extremely terrifying. Ghost Dao? Lin Xian coldly snorted. To be honest, he did not know this martial skill. But he had the great dragon sword spirit. It was an offensive saint technique between heaven and earth. It could evolve and simulate everything. Using the great dragon sword spirit to simulate a few vengeful spirits, it was a piece of cake for him. Soon, Lin Xian waved his hand, and a terrifying vengeful spirit appeared in his hand. As soon as the vengeful spirit appeared, it stirred up a chilly wind, causing everyone to tremble. As for Ghostly and the rest, they all knelt in the air and bowed as if they had met their emperor. Impossible. This is impossible. I don't believe it. Ghostly's expression changed drastically, and even his body trembled. He did not believe that Lin Xian could summon the same spirit as him, and that spirit's aura was 10 times stronger than his. Illusion, you must be using an illusion. Ghostly gritted his teeth, waved the white bone banner, and quickly attacked. Lin Xian snorted coldly and controlled the vengeful spirit formed by the great dragon sword soul to attack. Boom! Suddenly, Ghostly's vengeful spirit shattered, and the white bone banner also cracked into two. Defeated again. In an instant, the terrifying Ghostly was defeated. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed, and the remaining 4 Skyprides felt their scalps go numb. They looked at each other, and then quickly attacked. This time, they would definitely take the initiative. Human face Peach Blossom Fan. Yu Luosha shouted and waved the fan in her hand. Suddenly, the fan expanded rapidly, and a human face formed by peach blossoms appeared on it. It was extremely strange and emitted a terrifying aura. The human face was ferocious, and it spat out a pink mist that was extremely terrifying and corrosive. As soon as it appeared, black holes were burned in the void. Even a 9th heaven supremacy would be turned into a pool of pus if they touched it. The mist formed a ray of light that shot towards Lin Xian. Soul Extinguishing Spear. Dalua Sword Technique. A black spear, a sharp sword light, and an extremely terrifying saber light shot towards Lin Xian. The black spear was powerful enough to extinguish souls, and it could extinguish the souls of others. The sword light was even more dazzling, and it was golden all over. It was as heavy as 10,000 pieces of gold, and it was like a golden mountain that came crashing down. Shadowless also slashed out a saber light. He did not assassinate at close range, but attacked directly. That blade light was dazzling like a shooting star. Moreover, it was swift and fierce to the extreme. That killing intent was not the slightest bit weaker than blood hands. Moreover, it was soundless and impossible to guard against. The 4 attacks were incomparably terrifying. They were all the absolute arts of the 4 people. Lin Xian coldly snorted and waved his arms rapidly. Suddenly, a black spear appeared in his hand. With a thrust of the spear, the terrifying spear light was as sharp as a black dragon. Furthermore, there was an extremely powerful soul power entwined around it. Soul-extinguishing spear. He had used the great dragon sword technique to create the spear. What? That's impossible. How did you do it? Vhumadi's beautiful face lost all color, and her face was full of shock. Not only that, Lin Xian waved his arm again and a golden sword light, like an ancient demonic mountain, pierced through the sky and covered the entire space with a layer of gold. The Daluo sword technique was exactly the same, and it was even more terrifying than Gu Yuan's. What? That's impossible. Gu Yuan screamed. A ray of light flew out from Lin Xian's fingertip. Like the Milky Way, it instantly split the entire void into 2. Windless slash. Shadowless's pupils shrank. He did not expect his absolute art to appear in the hands of others. That was not the end. Lin Xian used his spiritual power to form a folding fan and slapped it forward. The power of the human-faced peach blossom fan was 10 times stronger than Yuluocha's. That's impossible. Yuluocha was extremely shocked and could not believe it. That was her absolute art. But it was actually used by the other party. Furthermore, the power was even more terrifying than what they had used. Although they had seen Lin Xian's technique before, they still could not believe it when they saw it again. The so-called absolute art was naturally something that only they knew. Others could not grasp it at all. However, the other party could use it. Not only did it look the same, but its power was even more terrifying. They could not understand what kind of technique was used to achieve this. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Their attacks were instantly broken, and the 4 of them were heavily injured and fell to the ground. In an instant, the 7 Skyprides were defeated once again. This time, they were all heavily injured. Lin Xian waved his hand again. Immediately, 4 terrifying palms appeared and pressed on the Skyprides of those people. Brat, you dare to touch me? I will make you wish you were dead. Yuluocha screamed. She had never been threatened like this before. The corner of Shadowless's mouth twitched and his expression turned ugly. Similarly, Vhumadi snorted coldly. Gu Yuan knelt on the ground and begged loudly for mercy. I beg you, don't kill me. Don't kill me. I didn't mean to target you previously. Now, I apologize to you. Please let me go. The last person, Gu Yuan, began to beg for mercy. When the surrounding warriors saw this scene, they all had different expressions. Some shook their heads, some felt pity, and some sneered. They did not expect Gu Yuan to kneel and beg for mercy. In the sky, Elderling whose expression was also ugly. As for the city lord, who was hiding in the dark, he snorted coldly in his heart. Lin Xian ignored the threats and curses of those Skyprides. He slowly raised his palm and was about to land it. Nangong Haoqi's face was pale and filled with despair. He had never expected that he would die here one day. However, at this critical moment, the ground suddenly began to tremble. It was as if there was an earthquake, or as if thousands of soldiers and horses had arrived. What's going on? The surrounding warriors were shocked. They did not know what had happened. Lin Xian also frowned and did not continue to attack those 7 people. This made the 7 of them heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, hope rose in their hearts. That's great. As long as we can delay for a while, the hall masters of their respective halls will arrive. By then, they will be safe. Humph, brat, just you wait. When our hall masters arrive, they will definitely kill you. I will make you wish you were dead. Nangong Haoqi and the others roared in their hearts. Lin Xian turned around and looked into the distance. His gaze was like two rays of sword light that pierced through the void. Soon, the crowd understood what had happened. This was because countless figures were flying towards them at high speed. These people were dressed in black robes and had blood-red hair. Their faces were ferocious and each of them had a strong murderous aura. They were like death gods. Shura Hall. The Shura Hall's army is here. The crowd exclaimed in horror. They did not expect the Shura Hall to arrive at this critical moment. It's over. It looks like the Shura Hall is here for revenge. That's for sure. The Shura Hall lost 3 elders and more than 10 disciples. They have also lost their reputation. No matter what, they will not take this lying down. But that Hua Wufeng is not simple either. Those 7 skyprides were no match for him. I wonder if the Shura Hall can subdue him? Are you stupid? No matter how powerful those skyprides are, there are only 7 of them. The Shura Hall has brought hundreds of experts this time. Even their hall master is here. With such strength, they can definitely kill that brat. In the distance, Nangong Hao, Blood Hand, and the others who were kneeling on the ground were overjoyed when they saw the Azura Hall. With the Azura Hall's help, they could definitely kill them. Even if they couldn't kill them, they could at least buy some time for their hall master to arrive. Therefore, they didn't say anything and just watched the scene with excitement. Boom! Boom, boom! The Azura army arrived and countless cold gazes swept across the area. When they saw the miserable state of Nangong Hao and the others, they were stunned for a moment. However, they quickly swept past them and stared at Lin Xian. You're that Hua Wufeng? A tall young man asked coldly. He was the Azura Hall's prodigy and the first division master, Ming Xiao. On the other hand, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and sneered as he looked at the black mass of people before him. What's the matter? Killing the old redhead actually provoked so many redheads. Are you all here for revenge? Impudent. You're courting death. Slap him. Kid, you're courting death. The Azura Hall's martial artists roared. The surrounding martial artists' mouths twitched. Perhaps only Lin Xian dared to call the Azura Hall's members redheads. Kid, you killed my Azura Hall's elder and now you're insulting my Azura Hall. You deserve to die. A burly middle-aged man with a sinister face shouted coldly. He was the Azura Hall's hall master, Venerable Azura. His voice was filled with boundless killing intent and it quickly spread in all directions. The crowd's minds went blank and their ears trembled. Some of the weaker ones couldn't withstand the killing intent and fainted. Terrifying, too terrifying. As expected of the Azura Hall's hall master. He was much stronger than Nangong Hao and the others of the younger generation. Nangong Hao and the others were only at the intermediate 9th rank, but the Azura Hall's hall master was at the late 9th rank. He was extremely powerful. The Azura Hall's hall master was comparable to the 7 prodigies from before. You want to compete with me in killing intent? You're still lacking. Get lost, Lin Xian coldly shouted. Immediately, the sound wave transformed into countless blades and swords that rushed out in all directions. The murderous aura materialized into sword chi, which swept across the sky. The terrifying sound waves directly tore the void apart. This was too terrifying. The killing intent emitted by Lin Xian was even stronger than that of the Azura Hall's hall master. The faces of the Azura Hall martial artists were filled with fear. Not only that, but the murderous aura swords in the sky quickly condensed into a huge killing sword, which then slashed toward the people of the Azura Hall. Boom, with a loud bang, the terrifying sword of slaughter descended. Instantly, the entire space shook violently. That terrifying murderous aura surged, as if it could destroy everything. Not good, damn it, how dare you? Those from the Azura Hall were shocked, and the Azura Hall's hall master was furious. He waved his palm and quickly slapped forward. The momentum of this punch was extremely frightening. The terrifying fist directly shook the sky to the point of shattering. In the next moment, the fist collided with the sword of slaughter, and an earth-shaking sound was heard. At the point of collision, countless flashes of lightning and thunder flashed, and violent energy swept out in all directions. This aura caused the surrounding martial artists to tremble, and their bodies trembled. What was even more shocking was that the Azura Hall master's punch did not shatter the sword of slaughter. The terrifying sword chi shone in the sky, as if it was the sword of a killing god. It was extremely sharp. What? It's nothing. How is this possible? Those from the Azura Hall were shocked, and the surrounding martial artists were in an uproar. They did not expect Lin Xian's strength to be so strong that he could contend with the Azura Hall's hall master. No wonder he could beat up the other sky prides. In the next moment, the Azura Hall's hall master's giant fist was slashed in half. Not only that, but the sword light did not disappear. It was still rapidly slashing toward the people of the Azura Hall. Damn it, who is this kid? He's so strong. The Azura Hall's hall master was shocked. Although he did not use his full strength in that punch, he still used almost 70% of his strength. Under normal circumstances, he would not be able to contend with a sky pride. However, Lin Xian was able to withstand it. Not only that, but Lin Xian had also slashed his fist. He had to admit that this was beyond his expectations. You're courting death. With a furious roar, the Azura Hall's hall master punched out again. This time, he used all his strength, preparing to shatter Lin Xian's sword energy. He was not alone. The hundreds of Azura Hall's martial artists behind him also roared and attacked. Palm shadows and fist forces shot up into the sky and bombarded the sword of slaughter. Boom, in the next moment, the sky exploded again. Countless energy surged, covering the entire space in an instant. Many martial artists were sent flying by the energy storm. Some of the weaker martial artists screamed in agony. The Azura Hall's martial artists retreated as a whole, leaving deep grooves in the ground. This scene was too terrifying. So many elite martial artists of the Azura Hall had attacked together, and there was even an honorable Azura among them. However, they still could not withstand Lin Xian's sword. This was too unbelievable. The honorable Azura roared, "Kid, you've angered me. I'll let you know what it means to wish you were dead." Behind him, the hundreds of Azura Hall's martial artists also roared crazily. "Kid, kneel down and accept your death." Their voices vibrated and their momentum shook the sky. The terrifying sound waves seemed to be able to overturn the entire sky. Lin Xian snorted coldly, "Cut the crap. Get over here and accept your death." Formation, Azura God slaughtering formation. The honorable Azura roared. Immediately, the hundreds of Azura Hall's martial artists behind him moved quickly, forming a terrifying formation. Waves of killing intent gushed out from these people and quickly condensed in the air, forming a terrifying killing formation. This formation was extremely powerful. At this moment, it was formed by hundreds of Azura Hall's elites. It was even more powerful. Even a hall master would not be able to escape death if he entered. On the other hand, Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind. The furious dragon art in his body was circulating rapidly. His body was full of vitality, like a huge dragon. Then, his palms quickly formed seals. Xianxia transformation. A deep voice sounded. Then, a huge figure appeared in the sky. It was the ancient beast, Xianxia. This was the first transformation of the 9 firmament transformations. At this moment, Lin Xian fully displayed it. His huge body was as if a real demonic beast had been reborn. It was extremely terrifying. Taking a step forward, heaven and earth shook. Then, Xianxia's huge body moved and rushed toward the hundreds of Azura Hall's martial artists. Boom, Xianxia's power shook the sky and the earth. It crashed into the Azura God slaughtering formation that had just been formed. "You're courting death. Destroy it." The Azura Hall's martial artists roared. However, they had underestimated Lin Xian's attack. The 9 firmament transformations was a true earth-class cultivation technique. Moreover, Lin Xian had also used the furious roar art. Coupled with the power of the great dragon sword soul, it could be said that it was unstoppable. Soon, the blood-colored formation that had just been formed shattered into pieces. The sound of metal breaking could be heard. Boom, boom, boom. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless Azura Hall's martial artists were smashed into meat paste. Even more were sent flying. In an instant, the smell of blood and screams could be heard. What? The Azura God slaughtering formation was broken? How is this possible? Everyone was shocked and did not dare to believe it. The Azura Venerable's eyes were also red. Brat, you dare to kill my Azura Hall's disciples. I will kill you. Die. A figure flew out. It was the Azura Hall's genius, Xiao. What? The Azura God slaughtering array was broken? How is that possible? Everyone was shocked and didn't dare to believe it. The Azura Venerable's eyes turned red. Brat, you dared to kill my Azura Hall's disciple. I'll kill you. Die for me. A figure flew out. It was the Azura Hall's prodigy, Xiao. He roared and rushed into the sky with the blood-colored spear in his hand. Azura God slaughtering spear. He thrust the spear forward, causing the wind and clouds to change. Blood-colored runes revolved around the spearhead and emitted a terrifying power. Lin Xian coldly snorted and changed his palm again. Xianxia changed into a sky-shaking roar. Suddenly, the huge Xianxia in the sky turned around and faced the Azura prodigy. Then, it opened its bloody mouth and emitted a terrifying sound wave. Roar, the sound wave burst forth and quickly spread, causing the sky in front of it to explode. The blood-colored spear exploded in the terrifying sound wave and turned into countless fragments. The Azura Hall's prodigy, Xiao, screamed miserably as his body was cut into countless pieces. His corpse fell and blood dyed the sky red. A prodigy was killed just like that. What? He's dead. Nangonghao and the others, who were kneeling in the distance, narrowed their eyes and had a drastic change in expression. They didn't expect that Xiao, who was on the same level as them, would be killed so easily. That was the Azura Hall's prodigy. How could he dare to kill him? Ah, damn brat, I'll kill you. The four elders of the Azura Hall soared into the sky like bolts of lightning, bringing with them a torrential killing intent. They were mad with anger. The other party dared to kill their Azura Hall's prodigy. It was an unforgivable crime, however. Lin Xian changed his palm again. Sky Rock transformation, golden sword. Suddenly, the sky trembled and a golden figure appeared. It was a giant bird. When it spread its wings, it covered the sky and emitted a terrifying aura. Not only that, but the golden feathers also transformed into 100,000 long swords that slashed downward. Puff, puff. In an instant, the four elders were cut in half. Not only that, the Azura Hall's martial artists below were also pierced by several golden swords. In an instant, all the Azura Hall martial artists were killed. The only person still alive was the Azura Hall's Hall Master, Venerable Azura. They were all wiped out? They were all wiped out in an instant? Everyone was shocked, not daring to believe what they were seeing. What kind of method was this? Is he really the disciple of the third guardian? How could this be? I'm afraid even the third protector doesn't have that kind of ability. Let alone the third protector, I'm afraid that even the left and right emissaries might not be able to do it. I'm afraid that only the sect master would be able to do it. Everyone was in a daze. The Venerable Shura roared madly, damned brat, I'm going to kill you. His heart was bleeding. Those were the elites of his Azura Hall. He couldn't accept the fact that all of them had been killed in an instant. Perhaps, after this battle, the Azura Hall's strength would drop to 1,000 feet. They wouldn't even be able to defeat the weakest Nether Hall, and all of this was caused by this detestable brat in front of him. Therefore, he had to kill him. Die, brat. The Venerable Azura's expression was ferocious as he charged toward Lin Xian at lightning speed. Countless purple lights gushed out from his body, and his aura was extremely terrifying. Azura palm. A dazzling light burst out from his palm. The entire void could not withstand it at all. This time, he was determined to kill. Not only did he use all of his strength, but he also used the Azura Hall's ultimate technique, the Azura palm. No one of the same cultivation level dared to resist this palm. Lin Xian was as fast as lightning. He shouted coldly, then raised his arm and slashed out with his sword. Lin Xian slashed out a sword light that emitted a sharp aura. It instantly collided with the purple palm. The Venerable Azura's expression changed immediately. He had gone crazy and attacked recklessly. However, when his opponent's sword landed on his body, he regretted it very much. That was because the sword chi was too sharp and he could not withstand it at all. Therefore, in the next moment, the purple azure palm that he unleashed was instantly cut in half. Not only that, but the sword also split his palm and severed his entire arm. Ah! The venerable Azura screamed miserably at the sky. However, that was not the end. The sharp sword light was still descending rapidly and was about to kill him. However, at that moment, a furious roar suddenly came from the void. Stop! The voice was very loud and clear. It was like a clap of thunder that shook the void. Buzz, the long sword stopped and hung above the venerable Azura's head. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. His gaze was like lightning as he scanned the distance. Then, he said coldly, "Who are you? What do you want to say?" The void moved quickly, and a majestic figure appeared. It was a middle-aged man with tiger-like eyes and a lion-like nose. He looked very dignified. As soon as the figure appeared, Elder Ling Hu and the rest of the people from the law enforcement hall quickly exclaimed, "Greetings, City Lord." "He's the City Lord of the Southern Wilderness Ancient Town?" Everyone was shocked as they looked at the sky. They did not expect that the mysterious City Lord had finally appeared. Below, when Gu Yuan, who was being controlled, saw this scene, he also shouted loudly, "City Lord, hurry up and save me." "Humph," the City Lord snorted coldly and ignored him. Previously, when Gu Yuan knelt and begged for mercy, he had embarrassed the Southern Wilderness Ancient Town. How could he save him? Moreover, he was doing this to save the venerable Azura. Hence, he quickly said, "You can't kill him." "Can't kill him?" Lin Xian sneered. "Give me a reason." "Because he's the hall master of the Azura Hall." "Nonsense. Of course, I know that he's the hall master of the Azura Hall. However, that's not a reason to not kill him." The hall master of the Azura Hall said in a ferocious voice, "Kid, you really want me to kill him? When the time comes, I'm afraid even the third law won't be able to protect you. The sacred sect will definitely not let you go. Hua Wufeng, did you hear that? Hurry up and release the venerable Azura. Everything can still be discussed. Don't make a big mistake. Otherwise, it'll be too late for regrets," the City Lord said coldly. "That's what you want to say? It seems like you can't give any other reason. In that case, get lost." "You." The City Lord was furious. His face darkened. No one had ever dared to treat him like this. However, before he could get angry, he was stunned. This was because Lin Xian, who was in front of him, waved his arm. The sword light directly slashed down and split the venerable Azura in half. Bang, the hall master of the Azura Hall was killed. His corpse fell to the ground and his blood dyed the sky red. What? The hall master of the Azura Hall is dead. Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. That was the hall master of the Azura Hall. He was an extremely important figure. Even the four great protectors did not dare to kill him easily. However, now, a 20-year-old young man had killed the hall master of the Azura Hall. This was the rhythm of breaking through the sky. Now, there was no need for the Azura Hall to take revenge. The Black Dragon sect alone would not let Lin Xian go. In the distance, Nangong Hao, Xue Shou, and the others were in despair. They didn't expect the other party to be so bold as to kill the hall master. This made them extremely terrified. With the other party's way of doing things, he would definitely kill the 7 of them if he had the time. "Hall master, please come quickly." Nangong Hao and the others quickly prayed in their hearts. The City Lord's face was extremely gloomy. He didn't expect the other party to really kill him. Moreover, the thing that he had been guessing for a long time was now clear. "You're too bold. No one dares to be so bold, at least not the disciples of the sacred religion." The City Lord's voice was cold. "You're not the third guardian's disciple." "Who are you?" "He's not the third guardian's disciple?" Everyone exclaimed. They didn't expect the situation to change like this. For a moment, everyone looked at the sky and stared at Lin Xian. "Who are you? What's your purpose in coming to my southern wasteland ancient array?" The City Lord's eyes were piercingly cold. A powerful aura was released from his body, making him look like a god of war. However, Lin Xian only sneered. He stretched out his index finger and pointed forward. Void-shattering finger. A streak of purple light shot out like a ghost. You're courting death. How dare you attack? The city lord was furious. He was about to counterattack, but in the next moment, his body trembled and his pupils dilated. A stream of blood flowed down from his forehead. No, impossible. The city lord opened his eyes wide and said a few words with difficulty. Then, his neck tilted and he fell from the sky. Boom, the ground trembled and dust flew. The city lord's body didn't stand up again. What? He's dead? Everyone was shocked. The enforcers were even more terrified. Among them, Elderling who quickly moved and came near the city lord's body. He quickly checked and then gasped. He was really dead. There was a finger-sized hole in the city lord's forehead. Black blood flowed out from it. This was the power of Lin Xian's void-shattering finger. What? The city lord is dead. He was killed by one finger. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. Previously, the venerable Azura had resisted for a while before he was killed. However, the city lord had been killed with a single finger. He didn't even have the chance to resist. Impossible, this can't be true. The people from the city lord's mansion shook their heads frantically, not daring to believe it. On the other hand, Elderling Hu and the others were horrified. They looked at Lin Xian with fear in their hearts, not daring to take revenge. Lin Xian snorted, then turned around and looked at the 7 people kneeling on the ground. Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, Nan Gonghao and the others trembled in fear. Before this, they were furious and wanted to take revenge. But now, after witnessing the scene of Lin Xian killing the Azura Hall Master and Southern Wasteland City Lord with their own eyes, they were completely dumbfounded. They had never heard of such a method before. It was simply not something they could imagine. It should be known that even if they were to join forces, they might not necessarily be able to kill the Azura Hall's Hall Master. Yet, the Azura Hall's Hall Master had done so easily. What was even more shocking was that the other party had killed the Southern Wasteland City Lord, whose cultivation wasn't any weaker than the Azura Hall's Hall Master, with a single finger. Such a method was too horrifying, making it impossible for them to resist. I beg you. Don't kill me. Spare me. I beg you, spare me. I was wrong, I was really wrong. I apologize for what happened before. Please let me go. At this moment, the Skyprides were all kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. No one dared to say anything. They didn't want to think about anything else now. They just wanted to save their own lives. Lin Xian snorted. These people were from the Black Dragon sect. Their hands were stained with the blood of innocent people. How could he let them go? He raised his hand and was about to kill the 7 people. However, at this moment, another angry roar came from afar. Who dares to touch the people of the Blood Evil Hall? How dare you? Let my disciple go. 2 cold shouts were heard. Then, 2 figures appeared in the sky like lightning. The 2 figures were too fast. In an instant, they were in front of the crowd. When the crowd saw them, they immediately cried out in surprise. Nan Gonghao and Blood Rogue, who were kneeling on the ground, cried out loudly. Master! Hall Master, save me! It turned out that the 2 of them were the Hall Masters of the Divine Pill Hall and the Blood Evil Hall. They didn't expect them to come personally. The Hall Master of the Divine Pill Hall was an old man. He wasn't tall and wore a white robe. However, his eyes were as sharp as a divine eagle's. His body exuded a terrifying aura. He was more powerful than the governor of the Southern Desolation Ancient Town and the Azura Honorable from the Azura Hall. He was the Hall Master of the Divine Pill Hall, known as the Divine Pill Honorable. Beside him was a middle-aged man. He was tall and had a powerful aura. He wore a bright red robe with blood flowing on it. It was shining brightly. This person had a murderous aura, as if he was a bloody devil. He was the Hall Master of the Blood Evil Hall, the Blood Evil Honorable. His aura was several times more powerful than Blood Rogue's. Divine Pill Honorable. Blood Evil Honorable. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect 2 Hall Masters to appear. It's over. Hua Wufeng is in danger. That's right. With the 2 Hall Masters taking action, their strength can be considered heaven-defying. Looks like Nan Gonghao and Blood Rogue's lives are saved. Just as the crowd was discussing, two angry shouts came from afar. Kid, how dare you touch the people of the evil ghost hall? You must be tired of living. Humph. How dare you touch the people of the Pink family? Kneel down and accept your death. Hearing the two shouts, the crowd was shocked again. Ghostly and Yu Luosha, who were kneeling on the ground, were overjoyed. Hall Master! Master, save me! Shush! Shush! Two figures appeared in front of the crowd. They stood in the void. Their powerful aura shrouded the area and invisible killing intent filled the air. The evil ghost honorable, the pink honorable, the crowd was shocked. They couldn't believe it. The scene was too shocking. The person on the left was a middle-aged man. He was skinny and wore a huge black robe that covered his entire body. He wore a black robe on his head as well. His face couldn't be seen clearly. However, one could occasionally see two balls of flames dancing in his eyes. On his shoulders, there were two hideous ghost heads that gave off a cold and terrifying aura. In his hand, there was a white bone magic staff. When he waved it casually, countless ghost shadows and vengeful spirits surrounded it. That aura was enough to make anyone who saw it feel despair. He was the hall master of the evil ghost hall, the evil ghost honorable. The person on the right was a middle-aged woman. She looked to be in her 40s. However, there were no signs of aging on her face. Her skin was as smooth as a baby's. Not only that, she had a mature aura. She was like a blossoming peach blossom. Her every move was filled with charm. This woman was the head of the Pink aristocratic family. However, at this moment, her eyes were filled with malice as she glared at Lin Xian and shouted. Kid, how dare you touch my people? Kneel down and accept your death. Lin Xian lifted his head and looked at the people in the sky. His eyes flashed. For hall masters? Interesting. However, it's not enough. Lin Xian raised his head slightly and looked at the people in the sky. His eyes flickered. For hall leaders? That's interesting. But it's not enough. Hearing that, everyone's mouth twitched and their scalps went numb. For hall leaders are not enough? Is this kid crazy? The four hall leaders in the sky shouted coldly and were about to attack. However, at that moment, another angry shout came from behind. Then, two bolts of lightning came quickly. Instantly, Vhumad and Shadowless started shouting as well. Two more hall leaders? Everyone exclaimed and felt dizzy. That's right. Two more figures appeared in the sky. They were the Black Wind Hall leader and the Assassination Hall leader. The Black Wind Hall leader was a middle-aged man in black armor. He also held a black spear, but his aura was many times stronger than Vhumad's. The Assassination Hall leader was an old man. He looked ordinary and expressionless as if he was an ordinary person. However, no one dared to look down on him because he could assassinate a guardian. Apart from Gu Yuan, who was in despair, the rest of the supreme talents who were kneeling on the ground were overjoyed because their elders and hall leaders were all here. The hall leaders gathered in the sky and locked their eyes on Lin Xian. They did not hide their cold murderous intent. Any one of the 6 hall leaders could dominate an area and make countless people crawl. However, at this moment, the 6 of them were even more terrifying. No one could fight against them. Not to mention Lin Xian, even the 3rd guardian might not be able to fight against them. Master, that kid got 3 mysterious crystals. Take him down quickly. Nangong Hao shouted crazily from below. Yes, not only did he steal my mysterious crystals, but he also stole the Blood Soul Stone. We must kill him. Yu Luosha screamed. He stole 3 mysterious crystals? And a Blood Soul Stone. Hearing that, the 6 hall leaders in the sky looked fervent. Kid, kneel down and hand over the mysterious crystals and the Blood Soul Stone. I can give you a quick death. Let him go. Young man, I advise you not to make a mistake. Although you are strong, you can't fight against the 6 of us. Hand it over, or die. The 6 hall masters were like 6 huge mountains, pressing down on the sky, making it hard for people to breathe. The surrounding martial artists were pale and their bodies were on the verge of collapse. In front of the 6 massive auras, they were like ants, unable to resist at all. However, Lin Xian's expression remained the same, and there was even a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. He ignored the 6 people and turned to look at Nangong Hao and the others. "Brat, hurry up and let her go, or you're dead. Hand over the mysterious crystal, and I can spare your life. I will return the pain I suffered 100-fold. Nangong Hao and the others roared crazily with ferocious faces. Nangong Hao, Blood Hand, and the others roared madly. They were no longer afraid. What? You think you can be so arrogant just because 6 hall masters are here? Have you forgotten your own situation? Lin Xian looked at Nangong Hao and the others and harumphed coldly. Brat, I advise you to be sensible. Quickly surrender and obediently allow yourself to be captured. I admit that you're strong, but in the face of 6 hall masters, you can't fight back at all. Surrender, and I can spare your life. The 7 people who were kneeling on the ground sneered. Idiots, not to mention the 6 hall masters, even if the 6 challenger-level experts were here, they wouldn't be able to save you. No one can stop me from killing someone if I want to. Lin Xian stopped smiling and waved his hand. Instantly, the light palms floating above Nangong Hao and the others slammed down. How dare you? No. Master, save me. Blood Hand, Ghostly, and the others screamed madly, their faces full of despair. They didn't expect Lin Xian to really dare to attack them. Impossible. How dare he do it? Isn't he afraid of the revenge of the 6 hall masters? However, they definitely didn't know what would happen to Lin Xian, because when the 7 light palms landed, the 7 skyprides who were kneeling on the ground were instantly smashed into a bloody mist. Boom, their bodies exploded, their flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and their bones shattered into pieces. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Their minds went blank, and they couldn't believe it. As for the 6 hall masters in the sky, their pupils abruptly shrank. To be honest, they were also dumbfounded. Because they couldn't believe that the other party would attack them. One should know that they were the 6 hall masters. In the face of such an attack, even the protectors couldn't do anything, let alone a young boy. However, the other party still attacked without any hesitation. Good. 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 Boy, I've underestimated you. The Divine Pill Honorable laughed out of anger. Boy, how dare you? However, since you dared to kill the people of the Blood Fiend Hall, your end will be extremely miserable. The Blood Fiend Honorable's expression was ferocious. Brat, I won't let you die so easily. I'm going to capture you and torture you alive for 49 days. I'll let you die in endless despair. The Pink Honorable's face was pale, and her body was trembling with anger. In the next moment, the 6 hall masters were completely enraged. They swore that they would capture Lin Xian and let him know what regret was. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind as he looked up to the sky and laughed. 6 hall masters? Good. 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 Together with the dead Shura Hall Master and the Nether Hall Master, the 8 Hall Masters of the Black Dragon sect are gathered. I was thinking about how to find you, but I didn't expect that you would come to me obediently. Since that's the case, I'll personally send you on your way. What did you say? What Shura Hall Master and Nether Hall Master? Black Dragon sect? How dare you call them Black Dragon sect? Who are you? When the 6 hall masters heard Lin Xian's words, they were stunned and their brows furrowed. They knew that the Shura Honorable was dead, but what about the Nether Honorable? They didn't have any news about the Nether Hall, and now the other party mentioned that the Nether Hall Master was also killed. Damn guy, I'm afraid he's not from the Black Dragon sect. Let's capture him quickly and see who he is. Kill. The Blood Fiend Honorable roared, and his blood chi surged to the sky. Then, countless blood-red runes surrounded his fingertips. Suddenly, a huge blood-red light palm covered the sky and grabbed at Lin Xian. Boom. Boom, boom. The palm slammed down, and the space in front of him collapsed, forming a terrifying black hole. However, Lin Xian's figure still disappeared. What fast speed! The Blood Fiend Honorable frowned. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be so fast that he could dodge his attack. Be careful, this guy is not weak. The Black Wind Honorable said in a deep voice. When they came, they already knew that Lin Xian had killed the Shura Honorable and the city governor. Therefore, they didn't let their guard down. However, they still underestimated Lin Xian's strength. At this moment, Lin Xian didn't have any intention of hiding his identity. Since the remaining 6 hall masters were gathered here, he naturally had to deal with them together. Whoosh, a gust of wind swept across, and Lin Xian's figure instantly appeared in front of the 6 of them. In the next moment, he drew out the Lone Star sword, and a terrifying sword intent burst out from his body. With a slash of the sword, heaven and earth shook. With a clang, the huge bloody palm in the sky was split into 2 halves, and an endless amount of blood splattered everywhere. "You're courting death." Venerable Blood Demon roared and let out a miserable scream. Then, an endless amount of bloody light burst out from his body, covering the entire sky. However, just as the aura reached its peak, it stopped abruptly. Puff, Venerable Blood Demon's head flew up, and blood spurted out. His face was filled with horror. Even until his death, he could not believe that his opponent could kill him with a single slash. What? He was killed with a single slash? That's impossible. When the remaining 5 venerables saw this scene, their pupils suddenly shrank. Damn it. Let's join forces. This guy is hiding his strength. The Divine Core Venerable roared crazily. He felt a chill in his heart because he realized that he had underestimated his opponent's strength. With his means, his opponent was definitely not weaker than the Guardians, and had reached the peak of level 9. They were no match for him in a one-on-one fight, so they had to join forces to kill him. However, just as the Divine Core Venerable finished shouting, he encountered a big problem. A phoenix bathed in black flames flew out from Lin Xian's palm and pounced on him quickly. "You're courting death. Get lost." The Divine Core Venerable roared angrily as he struck out with both of his palms. Endless flames also came out from his palms, forming a row of fire walls. He was very confident in competing with flames. His flames were extraordinary, and they were even more powerful than the fire spirit. However, in the next moment, he let out a miserable scream because the fire walls and fireballs that he had created were all burned up in an instant. On the other hand, his opponent's Black Phoenix was safe and sound, and it enveloped him in an instant. Damn it! What kind of flame is this? How can it be so terrifying? The Divine Core Venerable was terrified as he screamed. He realized that this flame was not any weaker than his sect masters. After 2 miserable screams, the Divine Core Venerable was burned into ashes. What? The Divine Core Venerable is also dead. The 4 hall masters felt a chill in their hearts, and their faces turned ugly. In just an instant, they had lost 2 hall masters. This was something they simply could not accept. As for the Black Dragon Church's disciples below, they were all stunned. They did not dare to believe their eyes. That was a hall master, an existence that they could only look up to. But now, he was being slaughtered like a dog. This kind of huge contrast gave them an infinite shock. He is definitely not the disciple of the 3rd protector. Who is he? Damn it, this kid's strength has already surpassed the 3rd protector. By now, everyone understood that this person was definitely not Hua Wufeng, nor was he the disciple of the 3rd guardian. If they were disciples of the saint, they wouldn't dare to kill so many hall masters at the same time no matter how arrogant they were. Capture his companions. We can't beat him, but can't we capture his companions? Below, the Divine Pill Hall and Blood Fiend Scattering Hall's martial artists roared madly. They wanted to capture Lin Xian's companions and threaten Lin Xian. Suddenly, nearly 100 martial artists rushed madly towards Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan. In the sky, even the king of assassins, the honorable assassin, made his move. This was because he had also heard the news that Lin Xian had attacked the Azura Hall. It was because someone had humiliated the purple-clothed woman that a series of tragedies had occurred. Therefore, at this moment, he was eager to capture Murong Qingqing so that he could be captured quickly. The elite martial artists of the Blood Fiend Hall, Divine Pill Hall, and Malicious Spirit Hall all rushed towards Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan. According to their thinking, as long as they captured the 2 women, Lin Xian in the sky would definitely surrender. However, they were too naive. Looking at the martial artists rushing towards him, Luo Bingshan snorted coldly and pulled out the long saber at his waist. Whoosh, saber radiance flashed and filled the surroundings. With a slash of the saber, the terrifying saber radiance was like a vast galaxy, enveloping the surroundings. Pft, 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 pft. Several heads flew up. Hundreds of martial artists were killed in an instant. Impossible. How can he be so strong? Everyone was frightened and quickly retreated. They did not dare to move forward. Careless. They were too careless. They thought that the two women by Lin Xian's side would be easy to capture because they did not have much strength. However, they did not expect Luo Bingshan to be so strong. Looking at the power of his saber, it was not any weaker than the Hall Masters. This was natural. Luo Bingshan was a peak 9th layer venerable and had the strength to assassinate half-step kings. In front of him, these people were simply not enough. Morong Qingqing also snorted coldly. She raised her lily-white hand and pressed it towards the void behind her. Puff, a figure appeared from the void. His body kept retreating, and his face was filled with horror. He was the Hall Master of the Assassination Hall, Venerable Assassination. He originally wanted to capture Morong Qingqing, but he did not expect her to be so strong and discover his existence in an instant. That terrifying palm made him feel suffocated. This was an existence that he could not contend with. Venerable Assassination was so scared that his scalp went numb. He could feel that the purple-clothed woman in front of him was far stronger than him. Even the protector was no match for her. I have to run. He was scared out of his wits. This was too terrifying. The two women and one man in front of him were far stronger than him. Any one of them could easily defeat him. The appearance of such a strong person in his Black Dragon sect was definitely a disaster. He had to report this to the sect master. Humph. Morong Qingqing snorted lightly. The other party dared to assassinate her. He was courting death. She waved her lily-white hand. Suddenly, a purple light shone brightly. A purple cloud like a saber cut the Venerable Assassination in half. What? The Venerable Assassination is also dead? Seeing this scene, everyone screamed in fear and fled in all directions. The remaining 3 Hall Masters in the sky also felt their scalps go numb. Their faces were full of fear. Stop. No more fighting. No more fighting. The 3 hurriedly shook their heads. It was a misunderstanding. Everything before was a misunderstanding. Since you have already obtained the mysterious crystal, we will not snatch it from you and will not attack you. You can leave if you want to. We will not stop you. Venerable Pink also quickly shook his head. Now, they were no longer as arrogant as before. Instead, they were terrified and could not wait to escape. What a joke! In the blink of an eye, half of their Hall Masters were dead. The remaining 3 were naturally no match for Morong Qingqing. However, Lin Xian shook his head coldly. Kneel down and kowtow 10 times. Then, I will consider taking you as my slaves. Otherwise, only death awaits you. What? Boy, you are courting death. The Hall Master of the Malicious Spirit Hall was ferocious. The other 2 Hall Masters also looked terrible. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Kowtow 10 times? Become slaves? What a joke! Although they could not defeat Morong Qingqing, they would not accept such a condition. Lin Xian shook his head coldly. Kneel down and kowtow 10 times, and I'll consider keeping you as my slaves. Otherwise, you'll die. What? Kid, you're courting death. The Malicious Spirit Hall Master looked ferocious. The other 2 Hall Masters also looked terrible, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. Kowtow 10 times? Become slaves? What a joke! Although they couldn't defeat him, they wouldn't accept such a condition. Kid, don't be so arrogant. If you push me too far, we'll fight to the death. Humph. Even if we die together, I won't agree to your request. The Black Wind Venerable snorted. Don't talk nonsense with him. Let's fight. Then, the 3 of them quickly burned their spiritual energy and released a powerful aura, raising their combat strength to the peak of LV9. This was the secret technique of the Black Dragon sect, which could increase their strength in times of crisis to save their lives. However, after that, they would suffer a severe backlash. But in the face of danger, they couldn't care less about that. They had to kill Lin Xian first. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. The three of them greatly increased their strength to the peak of LV9 and surrounded Lin Xian. King of Ghosts. The malicious spirit venerable snorted and quickly waved the white bone staff in his hand. Suddenly, countless malicious ghosts and vengeful spirits rushed out and formed a ghost king. Heaven-destroying earth-exterminating spear. The black wind venerable roared and the long spear in his hand rushed out like a raging dragon. Aurora slash. The pink venerable also pulled out a treasured saber, held it in her hand, and quickly slashed out 18 times. The terrifying saber radiance was terrifying. The three hall masters burned their spiritual energy and attacked without caring about the consequences, releasing unparalleled strength. Lin Xian snorted and quickly activated the astral armor. Suddenly, a set of blue armor appeared and covered his body, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. His palms kept changing as he shouted, 9 changes of the firmament, 9-headed snakelet transformation. The void fluctuated, and a huge monster rose from the ground. This monster was extremely terrifying. It had 9 heads, and each of them was extremely ferocious. The murderous aura on it was as if the Demon King was reborn. Ancient vicious beast, 9-headed snakelet. It was extremely brutal. This was the 5th transformation of the 9 transformations of the firmament. At this moment, it was executed by Lin Xian. It could be said to be extremely terrifying. The 9-headed snakelet swung its 9 gigantic heads. 3 of them roared angrily, spewing out flames, lightning, and hailstones. Immediately, they bombarded the attacks of the 3 hall masters in the sky. Rumble, the void trembled as energy exploded. Violent energy swept out in all directions. This energy was too violent. Even the hall master found it hard to resist. Instantly, the 3 hall masters were blasted back. Lin Xian, on the other hand, remained as still as a mountain. He activated the cosmic battle armor to the extreme. This battle armor could defend against 7 layers of damage. Therefore, even if this energy was violent, he could still withstand it. Jiaoying, go! Lin Xian's body moved like lightning. He controlled the huge 9-headed snakelet and quickly counterattacked. Immediately, the other 3 heads roared ferociously and turned into demonic hands, biting toward the 3 hall masters. The 3 heads moved as fast as lightning and appeared in front of the hall master in an instant. They opened their bloody mouths and their sharp teeth bit through the hall master's armor. Ah! No, I won't die. Damn it, get lost. Brat, you dare to kill me? The pink aristocratic family will not let you off. Shrill cries rang out. However, in the next moment, the bodies of the 3 hall masters suddenly split open and were bitten into countless pieces. At this point, the 7 supreme talents and 6 hall masters were completely annihilated. Not a single one of them survived. What? They're all dead. Impossible, I don't believe it. Below, the martial artists of the Black Dragon sect were horrified and filled with despair. 6 hall masters, including the Azura hall master and the Southern Wilderness City governor, there were 8 people at the level of hall masters. They were the most solid force of the Black Dragon sect. However, at this moment, they had been completely annihilated. This was definitely going to pierce through the sky. The Black Dragon sect would definitely be infuriated and retaliate crazily. However, Lin Xian did not care about this at all. He stood in the sky and looked down at the martial artists of the Black Dragon sect who were escaping below. His face was extremely cold. After which, he activated his ice martial soul. Countless cold air spread out and quickly shrouded the area below. Below, the Southern Wilderness ancient town quickly formed ice. In an instant, a frozen ancient town was formed and all the buildings and martial artists were frozen inside. In the next moment, Lin Xian called out to Murong Qingqing, the falling ice mountain, and the crimson dragon. The group flew into the sky. Only the frozen ancient town was left, shining with cold light under the sun. Soon, Lin Xian and the group left the place and arrived at the spirit boat high in the sky. Then, the Crimson Dragon drove the spirit boat and left the Southern Wilderness ancient town. Lin Xian rested for a day. On the 2nd day, he took out the Blood Soul Stone and quickly absorbed it to increase his blood chi and soul power. This time, he had killed so many hall masters and martial artists of the Black Dragon sect. The Black Dragon sect would definitely go crazy and hunt them down. Therefore, he had to increase his strength to deal with the danger when the time came. The others were fine, but the Black Dragon sect's leader was a king. He was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian thought as he absorbed the Blood Soul Stone. This Blood Soul Stone was very mysterious. Lin Xian held it in his hand and absorbed it continuously. The blood qi in his body was rolling like a big furnace, making rumbling sounds. Even outside the room, there was a red light shining. That was the sign of Lin Xian's vigorous blood qi. His soul power was also increasing bit by bit. He tried the sixth diagram of the sky spill visualization diagram. Although he did not succeed, he had made great progress compared to before. After cultivating for a day, Lin Xian adjusted his state to the peak. Then, he called the Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingqing, and Luo Bingshan. The four sat together. Then, Lin Xian took out the 3 mysterious crystals he had obtained. Look, do you recognize this thing? Morong Qingqing, Crimson Dragon, and Luo Bingshan were very curious. Each of them picked up a mysterious crystal and carefully examined it. Such rich energy. The Crimson Dragon's eyes lit up. His mouth was so wide that it reached his ears. Morong Qingqing was also surprised. No wonder those people's cultivation could increase so much. It seemed that this mysterious crystal was indeed extraordinary. It actually contained such rich energy. Luo Bingshan was also moved. She thought carefully for a moment, then shook her head slightly. I've never seen this thing before. Moreover, it shouldn't be in the Tianwu continent. Otherwise, it would have been discovered long ago. Kid, you have 3. Why don't you give them all to me? And Hong Dragon God was reluctant to let go. You dare to absorb this energy? Aren't you afraid of the side effects? Lin Xian asked. Didn't you say that if you found these mysterious crystals, you would be able to unlock the secret of the demon abyss? Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon pondered for a moment, then said slowly, these mysterious crystals shouldn't have been taken from the demon abyss. They were man-made. What? You said they were man-made? What's with the demon abyss? Lin Xian was even more confused. Kid, let's put it this way. I've heard of this crystal before. It's called the Subdivine Crystal. It contains a terrifying amount of energy, but it's only for people above the King realm. The Subdivine Crystal is very mysterious. It can strengthen the King realm and make it evolve. That's why it's so precious. And this mysterious crystal has very little of this energy. It's obviously diluted. So, I guess that the Black Dragon sect must have obtained the Subdivine Crystal. But, they used the Subdivine Crystal to create countless energy crystals, which are the stones in your hands. These stones are useless to King Realm people, but if people below the King Realm absorb them, they can greatly increase their cultivation. That's why there are so many venerables in the Black Dragon sect. So, you're saying that the treasure in the Devil Abyss is the Subdivine Crystal? Lin Xian asked. That's right. It's definitely the Subdivine Crystal. If this news spread to the Sky Martial continent, it would definitely make the House of Kings go crazy. Lin Xian was shocked. Then, he frowned. If the Black Dragon sect's leader obtained the Subdivine Crystal, wouldn't his strength increase greatly? No, he had to enter the Devil Abyss and obtain the Subdivine Crystal. At least, he couldn't let the Black Dragon sect get this precious thing. Then, if I absorb the energy in the crystal, will there be any side effects? Lin Xian asked. If there wasn't, he could directly absorb it and increase his cultivation. He was looking forward to it. He wondered how much he could increase after absorbing it. However, the Crimson Dragon poured cold water on him. There will be side effects. What did you say? Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. You dare to absorb it when there are side effects? The Crimson Dragon snorted. Kid, I'm different from you. I'm a real King Realm. It's just that my cultivation has dropped, but my realm is still there. But you're different. No matter how strong you are, you're just a venerables. You've never condensed a domain. Let me tell you. Although absorbing the energy of the Subdivine Crystal can greatly increase the cultivation of people below the King Realm, their path will come to an end. Because they can't condense a king domain in their lifetime and can't become a king realm. What? How could such a thing happen? Lin Xian was shocked. Morong Qingqing also threw away the mysterious crystal in his hand. You don't have to be surprised. This kind of crystal is meant for kings to use. Anyone below the king level won't benefit from using it. Although one's cultivation base will immediately rise greatly after absorbing it, one's martial path will be severed. I can guarantee that after absorbing it, your strength will definitely increase greatly. However, you will never be able to condense a king's domain in this lifetime, let alone reach a higher level. Hearing this, Lin Xian fell silent. This was not what he wanted. At this time, the Crimson Dragon said again, but you don't have to be too discouraged. Although you won't be able to use it for the time being, you can keep it and use it when you become a king. Then, everything will be fine. However, it isn't very effective against King Realm experts. But if it's a true subdivine crystal, then King Realm experts would definitely go mad upon seeing it. So we have to make a trip to the Devil Abyss. Lin Xian took a deep breath. In order to reach the King Realm in the future, he had to make a trip to the Devil Abyss. After all, the Martial Sky Continent didn't have such a thing, and other places might not have it either. It could be said that they were extremely lucky to have encountered it. Let's go to the Devil Abyss. Lin Xian tossed the 3 mysterious crystals to the Crimson Dragon for it to recover. He couldn't absorb it now, and he wouldn't need it when he became a king. So, he wouldn't keep it. If he wanted to keep it, he would keep the true subdivine crystal and not this diluted crystal. After that, the group set off towards the Devil Abyss once more. The death of the 7 Hall Masters wasn't a small matter, so it didn't take long for the Black Dragon sect to find out. For a time, the entire Black Dragon sect was shaken, and countless experts gathered to discuss it. Even the 3rd Guardian who was in closed-door cultivation came out ahead of time. What's going on? The 3rd Guardian was a middle-aged man. After he came out, he looked at the 2nd Guardian with a gloomy expression. Don't be in closed-door cultivation. Something big has happened in the Saint sect, and we need you there immediately, the 2nd Guardian said. Something big has happened? What is it? The 3rd Guardian asked. The Hall Masters of the 7 Halls have been killed in the Southern Desolation ancient town. Not only that, none of the martial artists in the Southern Desolation ancient town have escaped. In fact, even that city was turned into an ice crystal palace. And the murderer actually called himself Hua Wufeng, your disciple. What? Hua Wufeng? Hearing this, the 3rd Guardian was shocked. He didn't expect such a big thing to happen. However, he quickly shook his head. What a joke. How could I not know Hua Wufeng's strength? He's only an 8th level honorable, and he's even weaker than the geniuses in the hall. Not to mention killing those hall masters. Don't worry, we think so too. Someone must have impersonated Hua Wufeng, but we still need you to confirm the details. Alright, let's go. The 3rd Guardian nodded, and the 2 of them left quickly. At the same time, the news of the Nether Hall's destruction reached the Black Dragon sect. Instantly, the upper echelons of the Black Dragon sect were shocked again. How was it possible that an entire hall had been wiped out? One should know that the Black Dragon sect had already controlled the entire Tiannan region. They could be considered an overlord, and no one dared to offend them. Even the Martial Alliance could only resort to guerrilla warfare. They didn't dare to fight them head-on. However, now, 8 of their halls had been destroyed, and they were the last to find out. This was too shocking. The other party was only a 20-year-old youth, but his combat strength was terrifying. He was at least at the Guardian's level, or even stronger. Who exactly is he? Why haven't I heard of him before? Could he be from the Martial Alliance? Impossible. If the Martial Alliance is so powerful, they would have retaliated long ago. They wouldn't have waited until now. Moreover, the Martial Alliance hasn't done anything. Could it be that a person who was lucky enough to obtain the subdivine crystal and absorbed the energy inside it to become so powerful? The 3rd Guardian said in a deep voice. He was now sure that the murderer wasn't his disciple, Hua Wufeng, but someone impersonating him. That's possible. Otherwise, there's no way to explain where this powerhouse came from. What should we do? Report it. The sect leader will decide what to do. The group of elders and guardians looked solemn. However, before long, there was another shocking news. There was a mutation in the demon abyss, and a king-level beast appeared. A king-level beast. Everyone was shocked to hear that. However, it didn't take long for another shocking piece of news to spread. The demonic abyss had mutated, and a king-level demonic beast had appeared. A king-level demonic beast. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. One had to know that in the entire Tiannan region, only their leader was a king-level demonic beast. However, another one had appeared. It seemed that something unexpected had happened in the mysterious demonic abyss to cause such an anomaly. Quickly report this to the leader. There's no need. The leader has already set off, and the left and right envoys have also followed. The first protector said. What should we do? Should we go too? The third protector asked. 4 protectors, come with me. The rest of you, activate the defensive formation and guard the sect. We can't let anyone take advantage of this situation. In the past, they didn't care at all. They didn't even care about the martial alliance. However, it was different now. A mysterious youth with extremely strong battle strength had appeared. If they all left at this time and the other party entered, it would definitely be an unimaginable disaster. However, as long as the formation was activated, it would be fine. This formation was personally set up by their leader. No one below the king level could break it. Soon, the 4 protectors moved and flew towards the Xia kingdom. On the other side, Lin Xian was also moving forward at an extremely fast speed. Of course, he still didn't know that the demonic abyss had mutated. However, something had happened during this period of time. The Crimson Dragon's cultivation had recovered to the half-step king level. This was undoubtedly good news for Lin Xian. The Crimson Dragon's breakthrough to the half-step king level was undoubtedly great news for Lin Xian. This way, their chances of entering the demonic abyss were much higher. At this time, the mysterious demonic abyss had already undergone earth-shattering changes. The surrounding 10 miles was completely covered in a layer of thick fog. Above this thick fog stood 3 figures. The figure at the front was extremely tall, more than 3 meters tall. He wore a black robe and had many black scales on his cold face. His eyes were dark green and flickered with a terrifying light. The aura on his body was extremely terrifying. It had reached a peak, causing all the venerables to tremble when they saw him. He was the leader of the Black Dragon sect, and also the only king-level demonic beast in the Tiannan region. However, this was no longer the case because another king-level demonic beast had appeared below. Behind him stood 2 middle-aged men, one in a white robe and the other in a green robe. Although their auras were not comparable to that of the Black Dragon Church's sect master, they were much stronger than pinnacle 9th rank exalted experts. The 2 of them were the left and right envoys of the Black Dragon sect. They were existences second only to the Black Dragon sect's leader. At this moment, the left and right envoys stood respectfully behind him. They looked down with furrowed brows. This was because an extremely shocking aura was coming from below, causing them to feel a sense of trepidation. They knew that this was an aura that only King Tears could emit. When did the King Demonic Beast appear? At this moment, the Black Dragon cult's leader asked in a deep voice. 2 days ago, the Green Flood Dragon left envoy said that because the Nether Hall was destroyed, we received the news late. The carefree envoy of the right also asked, Sect Master, who is it that dares to kill so many of our Hall Masters? The people from the Martial League don't have such strength at all. Could it be that there are also people like the demonic beast below who obtained benefits from this mysterious demonic pit? No matter who it is, I will make them pay a painful price for daring to touch my people. The Black Dragon cult's leader snorted coldly. His words were filled with intense killing intent. As soon as he said this, the left and right envoys trembled. Countless cracks rapidly appeared in the space around them, spreading in all directions. It was too terrifying. This was the strength of a king tier. Just a cold snort was enough to cause the space to explode. If the Black Dragon cult's leader wanted to deal with a 9th rank exalted expert, he did not even need to lift a finger. He could kill them with just a look. There was no time to care about that brat now. He had to figure out the changes in the demonic pit first. Then, the black dragon cult's leader's body swayed and quickly descended. The left and right envoys followed closely behind. However, when they were about 3,000 meters above the ground, a deep roar suddenly came from the demonic pit below. Then, a red figure flew out from the ground quickly. Red light flashed and boundless killing intent surged. An arm that was close to 3,000 meters long rose from the ground and quickly grabbed at the black dragon cult's leader and the left and right envoys. This arm was too terrifying. It was like a blood-red river that instantly pierced through the space. Humph. The black dragon cult's leader coldly snorted and quickly grabbed forward with his hand, fiercely colliding with the red hand flying out from the ground. Immediately, an intense explosion sounded in the sky. Countless energy ripples spread out in all directions, and countless cracks appeared in the space. The ground below also cracked open, forming numerous canyons. The left and right envoys behind him were blown away by this berserk energy. They were blown away for 5,000 meters before they could stop. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? It's actually so terrifying. The two of them were shocked. With their strength as half-step kings, they were actually unable to block the energy ripples. Fortunately, their cult's leader had blocked it. Moreover, it looked like he had blocked it easily. This made them heave a sigh of relief. Their bodies swayed, and the two of them once again arrived behind the black dragon cult's leader. At this time, the red hand also rapidly retreated and confronted the black dragon cult's leader from afar. Not only that, a deep roar came from below from time to time. It seemed to be a warning. The two of you retreat and seal the demonic pit for me. I'll go and teach that bastard a lesson. The black dragon cult's leader said in a deep voice. Then, his body swayed, and he transformed into a huge black dragon and rushed down. The unknown monster below also roared angrily. Once again, it waved its arm that was almost 3,000 meters long and quickly grabbed at the black dragon cult's leader. Immediately, a terrifying explosion sounded. Violent energy rippled out, and a storm quickly swept out in all directions. The left and right envoys looked at each other and quickly retreated. The two of them waved their hands, forming two huge light screens that sealed off the surrounding paths and prevented anyone from entering. Not long after the two of them finished, Lin Xian's spirit boat also arrived nearby. Although they had not reached the demonic pit yet, Lin Xian and the others could feel an extremely terrifying energy ripple from afar. Someone is fighting. Lin Xian frowned. This terrifying aura is far more powerful than ours. Morong Qingqing's expression was also grave. On the other hand, An Hong jumped up and said, D***it, this is a battle between kings. Damn it. Two kings. When did two kings appear? He was too shocked. Wasn't there only one black dragon cult's leader in the Tiannan region? How come there was another one now? What? Two kings. The Crimson Dragon jumped up. D***it, kings are fighting. D***it, two kings. How is this possible? Since when were there two kings? It was too shocked. Wasn't there only one black dragon sect leader in the Tiannan region who was a king? Why was there another one now? What? Two kings. Hearing this, Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and Luo Bingshan were all stunned. They did not expect two kings to be fighting. No wonder there were such terrifying energy waves. What's going on? One of the energy waves is very familiar. It should be the Black Dragon sect leader. But who is fighting him? Could it be the legendary Martial Alliance? It's not human. Judging from the energy, it should be a beast. The Crimson Dragon shook its head. I think it should be a new king, but I'm not sure why. But I think it must be related to the real sub-divinity crystal. Although they guessed the reason, their expressions did not look good. Because there were two kings fighting in front of them, they could not enter at all. With their skills, they were still unable to compete with kings. It was good enough that they could protect themselves. No, the spiritual boat can't go any further. Lin Xian stopped the spiritual boat. Ruzalong, come with me. I'll go too. Morong Qingqing and Rua Bingshan said quickly. All right, Lin Xian did not refuse and nodded. They were only scouting the situation, so it should not be too dangerous. Then, Lin Xian and the rest got off the spiritual boat. He still had the 3 5-star assassins stay on the boat and let them drive away. There was no choice. Kings were too terrifying, and there were 2 of them. If they were found, the Lin family in the spiritual boat would be in danger. Lin Xian did not dare to take this risk. Seeing the spiritual boat fly away, Lin Xian was relieved. Then, his eyes flashed as he looked ahead. "Everyone, hide your auras," Lin Xian said. Then, he used the heaven-changing technique to hide his energy and carefully flew forward. Everyone cautiously flew towards the devil abyss. Not long after, they stopped because they saw a light screen in front of them that blocked their path. It seemed that someone had acted to seal the demonic abyss. The Crimson Dragon took a look and said quickly, "It's okay. It's not a king. We should be able to get through." Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. Right now, he didn't want to fight the 2 kings inside. The Crimson Dragon waved its claws and quickly broke the light curtain in front of it. Then, a red light flew out and wrapped Lin Xian, Luo Bingshan, and Morong Qingqing, and quickly entered the light array. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lin Xian and the others were stunned because an intense battle was taking place in front of them. There was a black-robed man with a domineering figure. There was a black dragon phantom on his body, and there was a thick black fire around him, forming a special domain. The aura he emitted was countless times stronger than that of a venerable one. Lin Xian knew that it was the black fire domain, the so-called king's domain. That black-robed man must be the leader of the Black Dragon religion. The leader of the Black Dragon religion was fighting with 9 blood-red arms that stretched out from the demonic abyss below. Each arm was more than 3,000 meters long, like a river of blood, and they kept waving in the air. The leader of the Black Dragon religion and the 9 blood-red arms fought crazily. The terrifying energy was so vast that it could easily kill a peak stage 9. Lin Xian and the others came back to their senses and carefully floated down. Since the 2 kings were fighting, it would be convenient for them to search the demonic abyss. However, they were discovered as soon as they moved. "Who's there?" The leader of the Black Dragon religion snorted and waved his hand. Countless black dragon flames quickly gathered and formed a black palm that grabbed at Lin Xian and the others. The palm carried the power of a king, and it made one feel despair at a glance. The king demonic beast below also noticed the existence of Lin Xian and the others. It quickly waved an arm and grabbed at them. "Not good, retreat." Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. He did not expect the king demonic beast to be so powerful that it could discover their existence in an instant. Next, he used the red lotus armor and summoned the starry armor. The 2 armor surged out and wrapped around his body. Morong Qingqing was also covered with a layer of starry armor. The 4 of them turned into streaks of light and retreated quickly. However, the king demonic beast was too terrifying. It caught up with them with a casual attack. "Don't hesitate, attack," the Crimson Dragon shouted coldly. Then, it swung its dragon tail and launched a sharp attack. Lin Xian also formed a seal and used the 9 infants transformation. The 9 heads roared ferociously and spat out flames, lightning, hailstones, fog, and countless other attacks in front of them. Luo Bingshan's expression was cold. He held a long saber in his hand and slashed out a shocking saber light. Morong Qingqing took out the true Phoenix Imperial Jade Seal and combined it with his bloodline power to create a purple phoenix. The 4 of them used their ultimate moves and attacked the king demonic beast. Bang! Terrifying energy exploded, and a storm of energy blasted the 4 of them, sending them flying. The Crimson Dragon was still fine. He was already a half-step king. Moreover, his life force was also at the king realm. Therefore, he only cried out in pain and did not suffer any injuries. However, Lin Xian's group was not so lucky. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing both had starry armor that could reduce 70% of the damage. Lin Xian even had the red lotus armor that could reduce 80% of the damage. However, the remaining 20% was not something they could contend with. In an instant, the 2 of them suffered heavy internal injuries. Luo Bingshan was even more miserable. She did not have starry armor, only a half-step earth armor. Therefore, her injuries were the most severe. In fact, she had almost died. Let's go. The Crimson Dragon's body expanded, wrapping around Lin Xian's group and rapidly retreating. Eh? Not dead? Behind them, the Black Dragon Hierarch frowned, clearly surprised by this result. It should be known that although it was just a casual attack, he was still a King Realm expert. Even Venerables could not block such an attack. However, the other party was unharmed. This was indeed beyond his expectations. What made him even more puzzled was that he felt a familiar aura from the other party. However, he could not recall it for the time being. Who the hell are those people? They are clearly only Venerables. How could they dodge my attack? The Black Dragon Hierarch's gaze was like lightning as he looked into the distance. However, he found that his vision was blocked, and he could only see a blur. In the next moment, he coldly snorted and wanted to attack again. However, he was once again entangled by the crimson monster below, and the two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Therefore, he could only send a voice transmission to the nearby left and right messengers to capture the other party. He would ask them when he had the time. When the left and right messengers received the order, their expressions changed drastically. This was because they had not sensed anyone entering at all. However, the other party had actually gone in, which made them extremely surprised. Fortunately, the sect leader was extremely powerful and was able to discover the other party. Otherwise, if the other party had secretly obtained the subdivinity crystal, they would have committed a great sin. Their faces were gloomy as they quickly attacked, trying their best to find the Crimson Dragon and the others. Where are you going? Stay here. Soon, the two discovered Lin Xian and the others and quickly attacked. A beam of green light lit up. Like a green python, it quickly streaked across the sky and charged towards Lin Xian and the others. Rumble, the Crimson Dragon swung its tail and slapped the sky, directly blocking the green Flood Dragon's shadow. However, the right emissary also attacked on the other side. A blade light lit up like cold iron, shining brightly in the void. A terrifying and boundless power quickly enveloped Lin Xian and the others. The two emissaries were both half-step kings. At this moment, they attacked at the same time, and the power was extremely terrifying. In an instant, the entire void exploded. This power was too terrifying. Even a ninth heaven venerable would not be able to resist it. Lin Xian snorted coldly and crazily activated the great dragon sword soul in his body, erupting with unparalleled fighting strength. He pulled out the Lone Star sword and continuously waved it in the air. Suddenly, a huge sword light fell from the sky, as if it was going to cut the sky in half. At the same time, his palms were constantly forming seals. Xianxia, Tianpeng, and Di Jiang, three huge figures appeared in the sky and roared rapidly. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered as he raised his fighting strength to the extreme. Rumble, terrifying energy exploded, but it blocked the attacks of the two half-step kings. What? How is this possible? The left and right emissaries were shocked. One had to know that they were half-step kings, and their strength was extremely terrifying. Venerable realm martial artists could not contend with them at all. Although there was a half-step King Crimson Dragon on the other side, the other youth was only a venerable realm martial artist. However, he was still able to resist their attacks. It was simply too inconceivable. Just as they were stunned, the Crimson Dragon wrapped everyone and turned into a red light, instantly disappearing into the horizon. Damn it! Damn it! When the left and right messengers saw this scene, their faces instantly darkened as they roared continuously. However, they didn't chase after him in the end. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon and the others flew quickly with Lin Xian and finally returned to the spirit boat. Puff, Luo Bingshan spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was abnormally pale. The attacks from the two kings had caused him to suffer heavy injuries. Morong Qingqing's jade-like face was also deathly pale, and her entire person seemed incomparably dispirited. Damn it, I was too careless. I didn't expect two kings to be so terrifying. Lin Xian's face was gloomy as he suppressed the injuries in his body. He quickly took out some spirit pills and fed them to the two of them. Fortunately, he had many spirit pills and miraculous medicines in his possession that were able to suppress their injuries. Otherwise, if it was anyone else, they would probably not be able to leave alive. After feeding Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan a large amount of elixirs, Lin Xian sent them to a secret room to rest. Then, he himself went to a secret room and went into seclusion. This time, they had experienced the terror of a king. Although it was only one attack, it was not something they could withstand. Fortunately, they had the starry sky armor. Otherwise, they would have been in danger this time. No, I have to improve my strength. I have to improve my strength. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Although he was now in the supremacy realm and a peak 9th level supremacy could not contend against him, it was still not enough. Once he encountered a true king, he would not be able to fight back at all. Today was a very good proof. However, he was unwilling. He would not give in. He wanted power, otherwise, he would not be able to obtain the subdivine crystal at all. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Xian swallowed a few spirit pills and quickly recovered from his injuries. Fortunately, he had many spirit pills in his possession. Moreover, the longevity incantation was extremely magical and could greatly increase his recovery speed. Moreover, during this period of time, he had been cultivating the Furious Dragon mantra, causing his qi and blood to be vigorous and his vitality to be extremely strong. Therefore, he recovered very quickly. In just one day, he had recovered from all the injuries on his body. If other supremacies saw this scene, their jaws would definitely drop. One had to know that that was the attack of a king. If it was anyone else, it would probably take them a year and a half to completely recover. As for Lin Xian, it only took him a day to completely recover. After recovering his body, Lin Xian did not immediately come out. Instead, he continued to cultivate and adjusted his state to its peak. Then, he took out the Blood Soul Stone and crazily absorbed it. Not only that, he was also multitasking. While absorbing the power of the Blood Soul Stone, he was also increasing the speed at which he absorbed the Sea God Ice. There was no other way. He had to cultivate with all his might and break through to the 9th level of the Supremacy Realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would not be able to enter the Demon Abyss if he was not strong enough. While Lin Xian was cultivating, the battle in the Demon Abyss was still ongoing. The two kings fought until the sky was dark. But in the end, they realized that neither of them could do anything to the other. The Black Dragon sect leader's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He remembered that half a year ago, there were no such terrifying monsters below. But in just half a year, a king-level monster had appeared, moreover, its strength was not weaker than his at all. This made him so angry that he went crazy. With the king-level monster below, he could not enter the Demon Abyss again, let alone obtain the subdivine crystal. Humph! The Black Dragon sect leader snorted coldly and sat cross-legged above the Demon Abyss. As he cultivated and recovered, he thought about how to enter the Demon Abyss below to snatch the subdivine crystal. The king-level monster below did not attack again. Instead, it withdrew its 9 arms that were more than 3,000 meters long. However, although it did not attack, it still looked around vigilantly, especially the Black Dragon sect leader who was above the Sky Palace. The left and right envoys who were wandering around were even more careful. Not only that, the 4 protectors of the Black Dragon sect had also rushed over. They were also careful in their defense. Last time, the enemy had sneaked in without anyone noticing, which made them extremely alarmed. Therefore, this time, they were especially careful and absolutely did not allow anyone to disturb them. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon returned once again. This time, it also brought the snow-white little monkey. The two of them secretly sneaked nearby. He wanted to use the power of Little White's treasure bowl to see if he could directly steal the subdivine crystal. Wu-ji, the snow-white little monkey hugged the small bowl and kept casting spells. However, it did not succeed this time. This made Little White scratch its ears and cheeks anxiously and stomp its feet. Alas, it really didn't work. The Crimson Dragon also sighed. This result was not too surprising. After all, the Demon Abyss in front of them was covered by a king's domain. Little White had not entered the king realm yet, so it was probably unable to steal anything from the king's domain. Forget it, let's go back. The Crimson Dragon's figure flashed and brought the snow-white little monkey back. For a moment, the Demon Abyss calmed down, but the atmosphere was incomparably heavy. The entire southern heaven region fell into a state of silence. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, an extremely powerful aura suddenly erupted from somewhere high up in the sky of Xia country. It was like a volcanic eruption. However, the aura quickly disappeared. It was emitted by Lin Xian. Over the past 10 days, he had successfully absorbed the energy in the Blood Soul Stone and half of the Sea God's Ice's energy. This allowed his cultivation to break through again and reach the 9th level of the Venerable Realm. After entering the 9th level of the Venerable Realm, Lin Xian's strength had improved greatly in all aspects, especially his combat strength. It was several times stronger than before. Right now, Venerable Realm martial artists were no longer his match. Even half-step kings might not necessarily be his match. Sensing Lin Xian's breakthrough, everyone came out. Among them, Morong Qingqing had already recovered from his injuries after 10 days of recuperation. Luo Bingshan's face was still a little pale, but his life was no longer in danger. "You've broken through?" Morong Qingqing asked. 9th level of the Venerable Realm. Lin Xian nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. He had done his best in the past 10 days. However, the Crimson Dragon sighed, "Although I've broken through and my strength has increased greatly, I still can't defeat a King Realm warrior. It couldn't be helped." The King Realm and the Venerable Realm were two different realms. It could be said that one was in the sky and the other was on the ground. No matter how amazing a genius was, it was impossible for a Venerable Realm warrior to fight a King Realm warrior. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. Ruzalong was right. Once one entered the King Realm, one's life and strength would change. It was not something a Venerable Realm warrior could contend against. Moreover, a King Realm warrior also had a King Realm, which was extremely terrifying. Unless one had the help of a King Realm warrior's remnant soul like last time in the remote Sky Secret Realm, it was possible to contend against a King Realm warrior. It was really impossible under other circumstances. Even if Lin Xian used the 10,000 Beast Ding, he couldn't do it. Although the 10,000 Beast Ding was a complete Earth-rank artifact, with Lin Xian's current strength, he couldn't unleash the true power of the 10,000 Beast Ding. Sigh, I'm so angry. If my strength was still present, then how could I possibly allow those two fellows who'd just entered the King Realm to act arrogantly? I would have sent them flying with a single slap. The Crimson Dragon was very depressed. One had to know that he could beat up the leader of the Black Dragon cult before. You guys should rest on the spirit boat. I'll go out with Ruzalong and see if there's any other way. Lin Xian said to Morong Qingqing. Alright, be careful. Don't ever provoke a king again, Morong Qingqing said with concern. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. Lin Xian smiled and left the spirit boat state with the Crimson Dragon. When the two were far away, the Crimson Dragon asked excitedly, Boy, do you have an idea? I do have an idea, but I don't know if it will work. Lin Xian took a deep breath and his eyes shone brightly. There is an idea, but I don't know if it will work. But we have to try no matter what, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. What is it? Tell me quickly. The Crimson Dragon said anxiously. Because until now, he still hadn't thought of a way to deal with a king. Have you forgotten about the King Slaughter formation? Lin Xian said. What? You want to use the King Slaughter formation? The Crimson Dragon was shocked when he heard Lin Xian. That's a life-saving item. If you use it now, what will you do in the future? We'll talk about the future in the future. At most, we'll leave the Southern Heaven region after we obtain the Sub-God Crystal Scripture. Lin Xian's voice was firm. In any case, he had to obtain the Sub-God Crystal this time. After all, if he missed this opportunity, he probably wouldn't be able to find it again. Indeed, the Sub-God Crystal was extremely precious. Even the Martial Sky continent didn't have it, let alone other places. Perhaps this was his only chance. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't want to give up. Damn, if I knew this would happen, I would have arranged a few more King Slaughter formations. The Crimson Dragon stomped his feet in anger. He didn't think that the current situation would be so troublesome. One King Slaughter formation was clearly not enough. There's no use complaining. Moreover, one King Slaughter formation has already used up the materials we prepared. Even if you want to make a second one, there won't be any materials left. Lin Xian said. What we need to do now is to determine the location of the subgod crystal as much as possible. We have to get it in one strike. After all, the King's Slaughter formation won't be able to last for long. We have to maximize its effectiveness. The two of them conversed as they flew. Finally, they arrived at the vicinity of the Devil Abyss. There's more people? The Crimson Dragon scanned with his soul force and discovered that there were 4 more people. Yes, judging from their auras, they should be the 4 great protectors of the Black Dragon cult. Lin Xian's gaze was piercingly cold. Now that the 8 Great Hall Masters had been killed by him, the auras of the 4 people in front of him were even stronger than the 8 Great Hall Masters. Clearly, they were the 4 great protectors. He didn't expect that other than the left and right emissaries, there would be another 4 great protectors. It seemed that the Black Dragon cult's leader was determined to get the subgod crystal. Ruzalong, think of a way to make the 2 kings fight again. Otherwise, we won't have a chance. Lin Xian observed for a while and quickly said. Indeed, the 2 kings hadn't moved yet. If they made a move now, it would definitely attract the attention of the 2 kings. At that time, it would be difficult for them to escape. Therefore, if they wanted to take advantage of the situation, they had to make the 2 kings fight first. At that time, the 2 kings inside wouldn't have the energy to care about them. The best plan was to use the King's Slaughter formation to enter the Devil Abyss below. That's easy. Leave it to me. The Crimson Dragon quickly waved his dragon claws. Although he hadn't fully recovered his strength, it was still easy for him to make the 2 kings fight. A terrifying divine dragon's aura gushed out and turned into a huge dragon figure that quickly charged into the Devil Abyss below. Although this attack wasn't powerful enough, from the aura, those who didn't know would think that it was an attack from a king. It seemed that the Crimson Dragon had a plan. Indeed, when the king monster below saw the huge dragon figure, he immediately roared in all directions. That roar was filled with anger and he quickly counterattacked. Boom! 9 terrifying arms instantly flew out from below like a blood-red river and grabbed at the sky. The huge dragon figure that the Crimson Dragon used was similar to the Black Dragon cult's leader's aura. They both had dragon's aura. Therefore, the king monster below thought that the Black Dragon cult's leader had attacked again. This made it furious. It naturally knew that the other party had come to steal the subgod crystal. However, it wouldn't let the other party succeed no matter what. Therefore, this time, it launched a fierce counterattack. The 9 arms waved and tore apart the huge dragon figure that the Crimson Dragon had unleashed. Then, it charged at the Black Dragon cult's leader in an extremely violent manner. Wang, the Black Dragon cult's leader suddenly opened his eyes. 2 terrifying rays of light shot out from his green eyes and shattered the void in front of him. Thank you, my dear reader. Please support me. Please subscribe. Buzz, the Black Dragon sect leader suddenly opened his eyes. 2 terrifying beams of light shot out from his emerald eyes, shattering the void in front of him. He had naturally sensed the giant dragon's shadow and knew that someone was trying to sow discord between them. Their goal was to make him fight with the king demonic beast below so that they could reap the benefits. Needless to say, it was the group of people who had escaped earlier. Instantly, he snorted coldly. So what if he fought with the king demonic beast below? Did those people really think that they could enter the demonic abyss below? They're too naive. One had to know that there was a king domain in the demonic abyss below. Even he did not dare to go down there easily, let alone a few supremacies. Thinking of this, he quickly sent a voice transmission to the left and right messengers and the 4 great protectors to quickly find the other party. Meanwhile, he moved quickly and dodged the attack of the 9 arms. Then, he stood in the air, his black robe fluttering. His eyes were as sharp as swords, and his body emitted the terrifying aura of a king. Terrifying energy surged, shaking the surroundings. In the next moment, he raised his palm, and countless black dragon flames gathered to form a black fire dragon. The 2 kings fought again. The left and right messengers and the 4 great protectors received the order to quickly search for the other party. At the same time, they set up a formation to completely cover the surroundings. This time, they absolutely could not allow anyone to enter. Who is it? Who are you hiding there sneakily? Come out. Soon, the left and right messengers shouted coldly. Their voices were like thunder, sweeping through all the rooms. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly and descended from the sky. This time, he did not conceal himself because he wanted to deal with the people in front of him here. Who are you? The left and right messengers and the four great protectors saw the figure in front of them and immediately became alert. The person who wants your lives. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He quickly pulled out the Lone Star sword and strode forward. Go, kill him. The left green dragon envoy shouted coldly. However, he did not attack. Instead, one of the four great protectors behind him smiled maliciously and walked out quickly. He was the fourth great protector, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the ninth heaven realm. Brat, I don't care who you are. Since you dare to come here, then die. The fourth protector grinned maliciously as he raised his palm and slapped out swiftly. Boom, a resplendent light blossomed from his palm. As he waved his hand, the sound of wind and thunder was deafening. This attack was terrifying. Ordinary venerable ones would not be able to resist it at all. However, Lin Xian was different. His battle prowess had already surpassed that of a ninth heaven venerable. Moreover, he had just broken through, and his strength had increased greatly again. It could be said that he was invincible in the venerable realm. Lin Xian didn't even try to dodge his opponent's attack. Instead, he roared and raised his fist to meet the attack. Whoosh, wrapped in a terrifying cold air, this fist ruthlessly collided with the opponent's palm. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying energy burst out, shaking the entire space. Boom, his voice shook the heavens, and waves of energy rolled out. They were like ocean waves, reaching 100 zhang high as they spread out in all directions. However, as soon as these air waves had the courage, a layer of blue ice crystals condensed and froze them in the void like ice sculptures. No! The fourth protector also screamed in agony. His palm exploded, revealing eerie white bones. He roared crazily as his pupils constricted in disbelief. His opponent's cultivation was only at the ninth heaven, which was inferior to his. However, this punch was too terrifying. It directly exploded his palm. D***it, who is he? What kind of power is this? The fourth protector's scalp went numb as he quickly retreated. However, as soon as he moved, countless ice crystals formed on his body as if they were going to freeze him into an ice cube. Get lost. The fourth protector roared angrily as a majestic energy burst out from his body. His entire body was glowing, forming materialized sword and saber radiance that rushed in all directions, trying to shatter the ice on his body. However, no matter how he resisted, it was useless. Soon, his body was frozen by the ice. Even the qi and blood in his body were frozen into ice cubes. His entire body turned into an ice sculpture, and he instantly stopped breathing. What? How is this possible? Behind him, the three protectors and the left and right messengers were shocked when they saw this scene. They couldn't believe it. What kind of technique was this? How could it kill the fourth protector in an instant? Perhaps even the first protector couldn't do it. Only the left and right messengers could do this. However, the left and right messengers could do it because they were half-step kings, surpassing the peak of the ninth heaven. But why did the other party do it? One had to know that the other party's cultivation was only at the early ninth heaven. In their eyes, he was pitifully weak. However, his battle prowess made them shudder. The three of you go together. You must capture this brat. The right messenger said coldly. He was very curious. Why did the other party have such powerful battle prowess? Only by capturing the other party could he find out the secret. Hearing the right messenger's words, the three protectors didn't hesitate and quickly flew out. If the three of them were to deal with a ninth heaven brat at any other time, they would definitely disdain it. This was because they didn't care about such ants. However, they couldn't do it now. The other party's strength was too strong. They had to go all out and take him seriously. The first protector was an old man. He had a pale face and white hair. Although his eyes had seen the vicissitudes of life, they were incomparably sharp. As his eyes moved, there was a boundless murderous aura surrounding him. The second protector was a middle-aged woman. She wore a long white dress and had a pair of hidden swords on her back that flickered with a cold light. The third protector was a middle-aged man. He also wore a black robe. However, under the black robe, one could see that he was wearing a golden armor. Upon receiving the order, the three of them exploded with all their strength in an instant. Terrifying aura spread out in all directions, setting off thousands of waves. Then, the three of them stomped their feet and soared up almost at the same time. They turned into lightning and charged toward Lin Xian. What a waste of time! Lin Xian snorted coldly. He was in a hurry and didn't want to waste time with the other party. Therefore, without any hesitation, he immediately used the void-shattering finger. With a flick of his finger, 3 void-shattering fingers flew out like arrows. Puff! 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 In the next moment, 3 deep sounds rang out. Blood splattered in the air. The 3 protectors' bodies also appeared in the air and stopped in midair. No, the 3 of them were bleeding from between their eyebrows. Their faces were full of shock. They didn't believe that the other party could kill the 3 of them in an instant. This wasn't something that a supremacy could do. Plop. Plop. Plop, the 3 of them fell from the sky. What? They're all dead? The left and right messengers widened their eyes in disbelief. This method was too terrifying. Although the other party's cultivation was only at 9th heaven supremacy, his battle strength was definitely not inferior to the 2 of them. At the thought of this, the 2 messengers' faces became very ugly. This was because the 4 protectors under them were all dead. What? They're all dead? The 2 envoys widened their eyes in disbelief. This method was too terrifying. Although the other party was only a 9th level venerable, his battle prowess was definitely not inferior to them. Thinking of this, the 2 envoys' faces turned ugly because their 4 great protectors were all dead. This was an unimaginable loss for them. Because their black dragon religion did not have many mysterious crystals left, it would be difficult to create another expert like this. Unless their religion master could obtain another piece of sub-god crystal. This matter was originally not difficult, but now that another king-level monster had appeared in the demonic abyss, it would not be easy to obtain another sub-god crystal. Therefore, the 2 of them were incomparably furious. Kill! With a furious roar, the 2 of them rushed toward Lin Xian with murderous intent. Light shone like the sun, and even more so like a powerful god of war. 1 each. Hurry up! Lin Xian said to the Crimson Dragon beside him. Piece of cake. The Crimson Dragon had recovered his half-step king cultivation and was very powerful. Coupled with his experience and cultivation technique, dealing with a half-step king was no different from beating him up. Soon, the Crimson Dragon faced the Green Dragon left envoy. As for Lin Xian, he was up against the right envoy. The battle erupted. The right envoy did not have the mist, but directly raised his fist and waved it. Like an ancient demonic beast awakening, it had the power to tear apart the heavens and earth. That terrifying energy directly enveloped Lin Xian. Puff, a sword light lit up like a peerless divine sword and split apart the opponent's fist aura. Then, the longsword stabbed out like a dragon. Unfettered palm. The right envoy roared and waved his palms, forming a huge white vortex. The white vortex was like a combination of countless heavenly blades, spinning rapidly in the air, wanting to cut Lin Xian in half. Wherever it passed, countless cracks appeared in the void. Lin Xian coldly roared. His expression was solemn as he quickly activated the star armor and covered his entire body. Then, his longsword trembled, and countless sword lights turned into blazing rainbows that quickly swept out in all directions. Bang bang! Lin Xian's swordlight was too terrifying. It contained the power of the great dragon sword soul and was incomparably fierce. It directly forced the right emissary to retreat. The carefree right emissary retreated as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He roared furiously, and his whole person completely entered into a berserk state. That was because he could not tolerate a 9th heaven venerable tier injuring him. Kill! Lin Xian also let out a loud roar as he raised his sword and charged forward. He was like the god of slaughter. His entire body was emitting a terrifying sword radiance. Countless gigantic swords were falling from the sky. This scene was too terrifying. The right emissary of freedom was both shocked and furious. He didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. His combat strength still surpassed his own. Ah, impossible. I don't believe it. I don't believe that you are stronger than me. The carefree right emissary seemed to have gone mad. His entire body was radiating light, and he looked like a peerless ferocious beast. Humph. You're just a piece of trash who used external force to forcefully raise your cultivation. Do you really think that you're invincible? Let me tell you, in front of me, you're just an ant. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous as his battle intent soared. His entire body emitted a powerful battle intent. In the next moment, he waved the Lone Star sword in his hand and continuously slashed at his opponent. Lin Xian's aura was too powerful. He was like the god of slaughter as he continuously waved his sword. It was as if he wanted to destroy the entire sky. The right emissary of freedom spat out blood again as he continued to chase. A trace of shock appeared in his eyes. The other party's aura was too powerful, far surpassing his own. Run, he was terrified. Moreover, the other party was right. He had used external force to raise his cultivation, so his foundation was extremely unstable. Moreover, his combat strength was also lower than a normal half-step king. Normally, this kind of thing was nothing because there were not many people in Tiannan region who had a higher cultivation than him. But now, facing Lin Xian, all of his flaws were exposed. This was like having a powerful strength, but being unable to use it to its fullest extent. This was because this strength was not cultivated by himself. However, Lin Xian was different. Every step of his cultivation was obtained by himself. Moreover, he had experienced hundreds of battles and could be said to be extremely powerful. He also had many kinds of earth-tier martial arts in his hands. Once he used them, his strength would exceed his own by more than 10 times. Therefore, the two sides were not on the same level. Let's end this. Lin Xian's voice was ice-cold. His entire body was surrounded by dazzling sword light. The sword in his hand also erupted with boundless aura. The sword pierced out like a heavenly sword. This sword made the whole world tremble. The right emissary of freedom's expression changed greatly. There was nothing he could do. This sword was too terrifying. It made him tremble incomparably. He knew that with his own strength, he would not be able to dodge this attack. Therefore, at the crucial moment, he quickly patted all the joints in his body 18 times before spitting out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Black Dragon Secret Art. This was a life-saving technique given to them by the Black Dragon sex leader. He originally thought that he would not need to use it, but he did not expect to use it now. After spitting out 3 mouthfuls of blood, the right emissary of freedom became extremely pale. It was as if he would fall at any time. However, he still gritted his teeth and quickly waved his hand. Suddenly, the 3 clouds of blood mist in front of him condensed. Moreover, a black flame was born from within. It enveloped the right emissary of freedom and quickly rushed into the sky. Puff, the sword slashed down and hit the black flame that was about to escape. The right emissary of freedom let out a blood-curdling scream. Then, blood spurted out again. However, the black flame was still quickly disappearing into the sky. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. He was greatly surprised. He did not expect the right emissary of freedom to have such a life-saving technique. Judging from the aura, it seemed to be the aura of the Black Dragon sex leader. It seemed that it would be troublesome to kill the right emissary of freedom. On the other side, the left green dragon emissary was beaten up by the crimson dragon. He was covered in wounds. When he saw the right emissary of freedom escaping, he also used the same method to escape. The crimson dragon snorted coldly. It wanted to chase after the right emissary of freedom, but it was stopped by Lin Xian. Forget it. It's just 2 pieces of trash. Let them run. Let's move quickly. Alright, I'll listen to you. The crimson dragon nodded. Then, the 2 of them quickly flew down. The battle seemed very long, but it was actually very short. The Black Dragon sex leader did not even have time to react. When he did, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon had already descended to an altitude of 500 meters. Lin Xian hovered in midair with an extremely solemn expression. Because at this height, he could clearly sense the terrifying aura of the King domain below. That aura made him have no choice but to use the cosmic armor to protect himself. This is the power of a king domain. It's too terrifying. Lin Xian's eyes flickered and erupted with a resplendent light. He swore that he would definitely enter the king domain and obtain this power. This is the power of a king realm expert. It's too terrifying. Lin Xian's eyes flickered and emitted a resplendent light. He swore that he would definitely enter the king realm and possess this power. At this moment, the king realm expert and black dragon sex leader who were fighting fiercely noticed the existence of Lin Xian and the crimson dragon. However, this time, the two kings didn't attack and instead revealed a trace of disdain. Because in their opinion, it was simply a fantasy for these two to enter the devil abyss below. Humph, reckless idiots. With your strength, you want to enter the devil abyss below? The black dragon sex leader coldly snorted with disdain. Even he had to be careful and use all his strength to deal with the devil abyss. How could the two venerables below enter? He probably didn't even need to make a move, as the two would be mercilessly killed by the energy within the devil abyss. These two fellows actually didn't make a move? Lin Xian and the crimson dragon were stunned for a moment before they became overjoyed. They also understood why the other party didn't make a move. Because in everyone's opinion, the two of them didn't have the qualifications to enter the devil abyss. Indeed, under normal circumstances, the two of them wouldn't be able to enter. Although the crimson dragon was a king realm expert and Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul, the two of them were still too weak to contend against a king realm expert. However, the real situation was different. Lin Xian had a king realm expert's killing formation. Its power wasn't any weaker than a king realm expert's. Therefore, they had the opportunity to enter the devil abyss below. This was something that the black dragon sex leader and the king realm expert didn't know. Therefore, this created an opportunity for Lin Xian and the crimson dragon. Attack! Lin Xian shouted and then used the king realm expert's killing formation. Instantly, he and the crimson dragon each took a corner of the formation and turned into a gust of wind as they quickly charged downwards. You really dare to go down? What an idiot. You're courting death. Seeing this scene, the black dragon sex leader sneered with disdain. The other king realm expert also snorted. However, they were soon stunned because they discovered that the two of them had actually broken through the fog outside the devil abyss. How is this possible? The black dragon sex leader's eyelids twitched and his eyes were filled with disbelief. After all, that was a king domain. Even he had to be careful when dealing with it, and there was no way anyone below king level could break through it. Not to mention breaking it, he probably couldn't even get close to it. Yet now, two kids of the Exalt realm had actually accomplished it? This was too inconceivable. The unknown king demonic beast also roared. Suddenly, 3 blood-red arms shot down from the sky, trying to stop Lin Xian and Yi Shiwen. The black dragon religious leader also coldly snorted. He extended a black dragon-like palm and quickly pressed it downward. However, the two of them were still a step too late. Below, Lin Xian and the crimson dragon wielded the king kill array. Like a heavenly blade, they quickly broke through the surrounding fog and entered the devil abyss. Boom! The attacks of the king beast and the black dragon religious leader collided in the air and exploded with resplendent light. Countless bursts of energy erupted and swept through the world. However, it did not have any effect. Damn it! The black dragon religious leader's expression was incomparably ugly. He did not expect that he would be careless and allow 2 ants to enter below. At the thought of this, he felt like he was going crazy. With a low roar, his body swayed and like a black ghost, he quickly charged downward. However, he was quickly stopped by the other 6 arms. The 6 arms waved like heavenly rivers, forming a powerful defense and blocking the black dragon religious leader. You're courting death. Get lost. The black dragon religious leader roared. His body erupted with terrifying energy as he quickly counterattacked. Then, the 2 kings started fighting again. Below, Lin Xian and the crimson dragon relied on the king kill array to completely enter the devil abyss. The king kill array was created by the crimson dragon using countless heavenly treasures and several months of time. It could be said to be extremely terrifying. It was equivalent to a king domain for a short period of time. As long as the King Killer Ray was present, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon would definitely be safe. However, the only drawback was that the King Killer Ray's energy was limited and could not exist for long. Therefore, there was not much time left for Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. After entering the Devil Abyss, Lin Xian quickly spread out his soul power to explore the surroundings. The Crimson Dragon was also constantly looking around. The periphery of the Devil Abyss was the same as before. Countless stone tablets were inserted, and the fog was emitted from these stone tablets. Lin Xian also discovered that the king monster below was not inside the Devil Abyss, but was only at the periphery. In the depths of the Devil Abyss, the fog was very dense. Soul power could not pass through, so he did not know what was going on inside. However, the two of them controlled the King Killer Ray and cut through the thorns and thorns. They tore through the thick fog and quickly walked inside. However, at this time, Lin Xian's body trembled. He felt as if he was being watched by a huge monster. In the next moment, he suddenly turned around and saw that in the distance, two red dots of light had lit up in the fog. They looked like red flames. It was a pair of eyes. They were very angry, with monstrous anger and a terrifying pressure. Even a venerable one at the peak of venerable one's mind would probably shatter, and his body would explode from the glare. Fortunately, Lin Xian was now in the King Killer Ray. Moreover, he had the Dragon Sword's soul in his body, which could resist a part of the King Killer Ray's pressure. Therefore, he was safe and sound under this gaze. However, this gaze still made his heart jump. On the side, the Crimson Dragon's expression was also dignified. Damn it, this should be the other king monster. Be careful, don't be entangled by it. Our time is limited. Lin Xian nodded and controlled the King Killer Ray with all his strength. The two of them quickly moved forward. Behind them, the fiery red eyes saw this scene and were incomparably angry. In the next moment, a low roar came from all directions, shaking the surrounding void and shattering the fog. A red light, like lightning, with a crystalline aura, quickly rushed toward Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. F***CK. Ben Huang didn't show his power. Do you really think we're easy to bully? The Crimson Dragon was very unhappy. He controlled the King Killer Ray and slashed out a sword chi, which collided with the red light behind them. Suddenly, the energy exploded, and a terrifying wave rushed toward them. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Even though they were in the King Killer Ray, they still felt a huge impact. Ignore it, hurry up and find the subdivine crystal. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and said. The current situation was very bad. Once the King Killer Ray's energy was depleted, they would definitely die here. Therefore, they had to find the subdivine crystal as soon as possible. Just like this, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon gritted their teeth and moved forward while enduring the attacks of the king monster behind them. Finally, they left the periphery and entered the interior. There's something. As soon as they entered, Lin Xian frowned and looked into the distance with a sharp gaze. Finally, they left the outer area and entered the inner area. There's something. As soon as they entered, Lin Xian frowned. His gaze was as sharp as a longsword as he looked into the distance. Sure enough, he saw a sparkling dot of light in front of him. Damn. Substandard divine crystal. The Crimson Dragon screamed when he saw the item. He did not expect to find the substandard divine crystal so quickly. Kid, go over there. Hurry. Hearing the Crimson Dragon's words, Lin Xian was also very excited. He did not expect his luck to be so good. He had just entered the Demon Abyss and found a substandard divine crystal. The two of them controlled the king's killing array and carefully walked forward. On the ground, there was a white crystal the size of a walnut. It was sparkling and translucent. The energy contained in it was many times more powerful than the three mysterious crystals Lin Xian had obtained before. The comparison was like comparing a firefly to the sun. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. No wonder the Crimson Dragon had said that once he became a king, he would not be interested in the mysterious crystals from before. Good stuff. Lin Xian reached out and picked up the substandard divine crystal on the ground. He was about to put it into the white bone ring. At this moment, something strange happened. The white bone ring suddenly made a cracking sound, as if it could not withstand the substandard divine crystal. Damn. Lin Xian's expression changed. He quickly took out the substandard divine crystal. Then, he showed a pained expression. A crack had appeared on the white bone ring. Although it was small, it would not last for long. Fortunately, he still had other storage rings in his possession. Thus, he hurriedly transferred everything from the white bone ring out. Damn, what a waste of a storage ring. Lin Xian was very pained. He had obtained this white bone ring from an ancient expert. The space inside was very large. It could be said that it was the best storage ring that Lin Xian had. However, he did not expect it to be unable to withstand the substandard divine crystal. Stop shouting. Compared to the substandard divine crystal, this white bone ring is nothing. The Crimson Dragon was very dissatisfied. I can guarantee that if you dare to take out the divine crystals this time, you will immediately be able to exchange them for hundreds of storage rings that are better than the white bone ring. Alright, I got it. Lin Xian sighed. But how do we store it? You can't possibly hold it in your hands, right? How about I eat it first? The Crimson Dragon looked at the subdivinity crystal, drooling. Cut the crap. Lin Xian glared at him. Let's talk about this after we get out. Let's see if there are any other subdivinity crystals. Thus, the two of them started searching again. Just at that moment, the king monstrous beast that was fighting against the Black Dragon Hierarch suddenly let out a mournful cry. That cry was filled with endless berserk and fury. At the next moment, the 9 terrifying arms moved away from the sky, no longer fighting with the Black Dragon sect master. Instead, they quickly sank into the thick fog below. Clearly, the Beast King was enraged. In the sky, the Black Dragon sect's leader also had a gloomy expression. His eyes flickered with cold killing intent. This is the aura of the subdivinity crystal. It seems that those two ants actually found the subdivinity crystal. How lucky. However, the subdivinity crystal will definitely be mine. He snorted coldly, turned into a black lightning, and instantly rushed down. Below, in the depths of the demonic abyss, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were quickly searching. Not knowing whether it was due to good luck or something else, they actually found another subdivinity crystal not long after. This made the Crimson Dragon so excited that it almost jumped up. Thus, it ignored everything else and directly hugged the subdivinity crystal, drooling. It's agreed that each of us will get one subdivinity crystal. We'll split it equally. You can't be too greedy. The Crimson Dragon hugged the subdivinity crystal and refused to let go. Alright. I'll give it to you. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly. However, at the next moment, his expression changed drastically, and even revealed a hint of shock. The smile on the Crimson Dragon's face also disappeared, and it became extremely solemn. Damn it, let's go quickly. The two of them did not hesitate and controlled the king killers to increase their speed to the maximum, flying horizontally as if they were flying. Sure enough, at the next moment, the place where they were originally standing suddenly cracked open. A ball of black flames and a red arm appeared, causing the entire void to explode. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, who had already retreated far away, saw this scene and their faces darkened. Fortunately, they had run quickly. If they had been a little slower, they would have been killed. Damn. The two kings are coming down. Damn it. We've been targeted. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and he was very gloomy. Thinking about it, the Black Dragon Hierarch and the king monsters must have felt the power of the subdivinity crystal, so they stopped fighting and directly targeted them. What should they do? The two kings were simply no match for them. Moreover, if the other party blocked the way back, they could only watch helplessly. At that time, if the energy of the king killer array was exhausted, they would really be finished. Sure enough, as Lin Xian expected, the two kings were charging toward them. In the fog ahead, a black figure appeared. It was the Black Dragon Hierarch. His tall body was like a primordial demonic mountain. Standing in front of them, he emitted an aura that made everyone tremble incomparably. In another direction, the thick fog rolled rapidly, and a red figure was faintly discernible. Although he couldn't see clearly, those two cold eyes were clearly visible. They were emitting a biting cold killing intent. Needless to say, this was the king monster. His eyes were like a blade, and it was very terrifying. Accompanied by a low roar, it was like a peerless demon that made people's hearts tremble. These two incomparably terrifying kings, no matter which one it was, could make countless sovereigns kneel down and worship them. However, at this moment, both of them were targeting Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. Ants, hand over the subdivinity crystal, or die. The Black Dragon Hierarch's voice was piercingly cold, emitting an endless amount of killing intent. To be honest, he was incomparably furious. He did not expect that in a moment of carelessness, two ants would take advantage of the loophole and obtain the incomparably precious subdivinity crystal. Fortunately, he had discovered it in time. Otherwise, if he had let these two ants leave, his lungs would have exploded from anger. On the other side, the king monster also let out an angry roar. Clearly, the threat was very obvious. Bah! The two of you still want to snatch the subdivinity crystal from Benhuang? Dream on. The Crimson Dragon was so angry that it stomped its feet. If Benhuang's body wasn't in the right condition, he would have slapped the two of you away long ago. There's no room for you to be arrogant. Lin Xian also snorted coldly, and his expression was extremely solemn. No matter what, he would not hand over the subdivinity crystal. Seeing this reaction, the king monster let out an angry roar, and its voice was earth-shattering. However, its huge body was as still as a mountain, and it did not take a step forward. The Black Dragon Hierarch's face also darkened, and his gaze became extremely cold. The other party's attitude made him very angry. Two ants, how dare they behave so atrociously in front of him? They really did not know what death was. However, although he was angry, there was one thing that made him even more shocked. The Black Dragon Hierarch's face also darkened, and his gaze became extremely cold. The other party's attitude infuriated him. How dare these two ants behave so atrociously in front of him? They really don't know what death is. However, although he was angry, there was one thing that shocked him even more. He couldn't figure out how these two martial venerables entered this place. One had to know that even he didn't dare to enter the demon abyss easily. What's that? A formation? It's so magical. The Black Dragon religious leader frowned when he saw the king formation around Lin Xian. Based on his intuition, he could naturally sense how terrifying that formation was. No wonder. I was wondering how these two ants could enter. So they're relying on a formation. It seems that this formation won't last for long. I really want to know if you two ants will still dare to be so arrogant when the formation is gone. I'm afraid that I won't even need to do anything. You won't be able to withstand the king domain here. The Black Dragon Hierarch sneered. F***CKU. You're just a black dragon, and you dare to be so arrogant in front of Benhuang? It's not like Benhuang hasn't slapped you away before. The Crimson Dragon was instantly enraged when it was looked down upon. What did you say? The Black Dragon Hierarch's face darkened. He felt that the aura of the two people in front of him was somewhat familiar, but he didn't know where he had seen it before. In fact, this was normal. It had been 5 years, and Lin Xian was no longer the young man from back then. At this moment, he was already majestic and handsome. As for the Crimson Dragon, it had changed from a majestic dragon to a dark red snake. How could the other party recognize it? They probably wouldn't have thought of it. No matter how stubborn you are, don't think of leaving here alive today. Roar. On the other side, the king demonic beast also let out an angry roar. The Crimson Dragon was unhappy and was about to control the king formation to barge in when Lin Xian pulled it back. Rizalong, don't be so agitated. I think they won't dare to come in. Otherwise, with their status and strength, they would have attacked us long ago. Lin Xian had already begun to suspect that with the value of the subdivinity crystals and their strength, they wouldn't waste so much time talking to them. For example, the king demonic beast was abnormally furious, but its body was motionless. It didn't dare to move even half an inch. Lin Xian guessed that they wouldn't dare to enter the demon abyss. This was without a doubt. They didn't have to fight the king demonic beast. King demonic beast. Is king demonic beast, dragon hieron demonic beast. Demonic? When the killing array around you is gone, I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. the Black Dragon religious leader's voice was cold. Of course demonic Lin. Of that TT. Of to. Of the of course to him. Of TT. Of course. If you don't want to take it, you can just wait here. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then, he and the dark red godly mountain dragon controlled the king's killing formation and walked deeper into the forest. Brat, you're courting death. Seeing the other party leave, the Black Dragon religious leader's face became terrifyingly gloomy. He was unable to figure out why two ants at the Exalt realm were actually able to enter the Devil Abyss and not be affected. It had to be known that not only was there a king's domain in the Demon Abyss, but there was also a special energy that prevented kings from entering. Otherwise, he would have gone in long ago. Why would he waste his breath on the other party? Not only him, but the other demonic beast kings were also unable to enter. However, the two of them were able to. This made him extremely puzzled. So what if you can get in? In the end, you'll just be making a wedding dress for me. The Black Dragon religious leader coldly snorted, and a terrifying light appeared in his eyes. It was a good opportunity for him to go in and search for the subdivinity crystals. When he came out, he would take him down in one fell swoop. In this way, the two of them would not be able to escape. Thinking of this, the sneer on his face deepened. On the other side, the gigantic demonic beast kings had the same idea. Its mountain-like body directly lay on the ground, and its two fiery red eyes slowly closed. It was actually taking a nap there. However, although it looked like it was sleeping, every movement around it did not escape its soul power's perception. As long as Lin Xian and the Black Dragon religious leader returned, it would definitely launch its fiercest attack. Brat, how do we get out? When the two of them were far away, the Crimson Dragon religious leader asked. Although obtaining the subdivinity crystals was a good thing, their escape route was still sealed. They could not leave at all. Moreover, the worst thing was that the king's killing array around them did not have much energy left. It would not be able to hold on for long. When the time came, there would be no need for the two kings to do anything. The king's domain here would kill them. There's no other way. We can only try our best to find the piercing divinity crystals. Ruzalong, how many subdivinity crystals do you need to become a king? Lin Xian asked. You want me to break through? Hearing this, Ruzalong raised his eyebrows. Brat, let me remind you. Don't have too much hope. Although the subdivinity realm is incomparably miraculous, the energy of the dragon essence I lost is far beyond your imagination. Moreover, stepping into the king realm requires an extremely large amount of energy. If there are too few subdivinity crystals, it won't be able to support me to the king realm at all. The Crimson Dragon religious leader was right. Even kings were divided into different levels. He was not like the Black Dragon religious leader and the demonic beast kings. Those two had just entered the king realm. Although they were stronger than venerable realm experts, they were much weaker than those ancient kings. Ruzalong was one of those powerful kings. Therefore, the dragon essence he lost was extremely abundant. These few subdivinity crystals were really not enough for him. The two of them discussed as they walked quickly in search of other subdivinity crystals. However, the Crimson Dragon religious leader's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. No way, how could there be so many subdivinity crystals in this devil's pit? In a short while, they found another 3. Coupled with the 2 from before, there were already 5. Even the Crimson Dragon religious leader was greatly surprised by this amount. Because it seemed to be too easy to obtain. Alright, we have a total of 5 now. Lin Xian reached into his bosom and wanted to take out the subdivinity crystal from before. However, he was stunned in the next moment. Because he grabbed empty air. There was nothing in his bosom. The subdivinity crystal from before had actually disappeared. What? It disappeared? How is this possible? Lin Xian frowned, and his little face darkened. He realized that since entering this mysterious devil's pit, everything had exceeded his expectations. He originally thought that it would take a lot of effort to find the subdivinity crystal. However, he never expected that such a precious item would be casually thrown around like trash in this devil's pit. They had easily found 5 of them. However, just when he wanted to take out the subdivinity crystal from before, he realized that it had disappeared. Lin Xian reached into his bosom and wanted to take out the subdivine crystal. However, he was stunned the next moment. That was because he had grabbed empty air. There was nothing in his bosom. That subdivine crystal had actually disappeared. What? It disappeared? How is this possible? Lin Xian frowned and his face darkened. He realized that ever since he entered the mysterious demon abyss, everything was out of his expectations. He thought that he would have to spend a lot of effort to find the subdivine crystal. However, he did not expect that such a precious item would be thrown around casually like trash in the demon abyss. They found 5 of them easily. Just as he was about to take out the subdivine crystal, he realized that it was gone. Gone? How could it be gone? The Crimson Dragon jumped up. However, when he realized that the subdivine crystal was still on him, he heaved a sigh of relief. Boy, did you lose it on the way here? The Crimson Dragon said. Are you kidding? With our soul power, how could we not know if something dropped? Lin Xian's face darkened. Indeed, let alone a subdivine crystal, even if a strand of hair was lost, with his soul power, he would be able to sense it. However, he did not sense it at all. How could the subdivine crystal disappear? F***ck, what the hell? How could it be in broad daylight? The Crimson Dragon was frightened. He looked around cautiously and whispered. Don't tell me. When I entered the demon abyss, I felt a gloomy feeling. Could it really be haunted? What kind of ghost is more powerful than us? It should be at least at the challenger level. Lin Xian shook his head and did not believe it. Don't talk nonsense. If a challenger-level ghost really appears, we will be in trouble. The Crimson Dragon quickly interrupted. Hearing this, Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, How about this? You take 2 of the 3 subdivine crystals and give me one of them. Let me try again and see if it will disappear. All right. The Crimson Dragon took 2, while Lin Xian placed the last one in the same position as before. Then, they continued their journey. This time, Lin Xian was fully alert as he carefully observed the subdivine crystal in his bosom. The Crimson Dragon scanned the surroundings, searching quickly. Not long after, Lin Xian stopped in his tracks, his eyes filled with disbelief. The Crimson Dragon turned around abruptly. No way. Don't tell me he disappeared again. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched slightly. He carefully inspected the area and found that it was really gone. F***ck. It's really haunted. The Crimson Dragon looked around vigilantly, as if it was ready to attack at any moment. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was gloomy. Impossible. Even if it's the soul of a king, it's impossible for it to approach us. You should know that we are surrounded by the king's killing formation as well. It's impossible for him to approach us without making a sound. D***it. What's going on? How could the subdivine crystal disappear? The 2 of them searched for a long time but found nothing. In the process, they found 2 more subdivine crystals. This time, Lin Xian took one and was ready to test it again. Kid, don't mess around. This is a treasure. You wasted it in the blink of an eye. The Crimson Dragon was very pained. This time, Lin Xian held it in his hand directly. After walking for a while, he found that there was no change at all. It seemed that he was paying attention to it. The subdivine crystal would not disappear. Therefore, he put it in his bosom again. This time, he did not walk. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the ground and activated the king's killing formation around him. He believed that even if there was a ghost of a king, it would not be able to escape from the king's killing formation. The Crimson Dragon was also waiting anxiously because it was also very suspicious. What had happened? It should be noted that the subdivine crystal had only disappeared in Lin Xian's hand, while the ones on its side were still intact. After about half an hour, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was like a sharp sword that cut across the void. Who is it? Get the hell out here. He swept his gaze around and shouted coldly. However, it was quiet all around. There was not a single ghost. There was only a dense fog drifting around like demons and ghosts. Kid, don't be like this. I'm scared. The Crimson Dragon felt uncomfortable all over. It felt as if a pair of eyes were staring at it in the dark. Although it used to be a king, the current situation was too strange. Someone could evade the king's killing formation and attack them. That was not a good thing. F*ck, Lin Xian's small face was cold. He had never encountered such a strange thing. Therefore, he slammed his palm to one side. Boom! Suddenly, the clouds nearby trembled and even a small hole was torn open. Lin Xian did not care, but the Crimson Dragon was stunned. Its expression was as if it had really seen a ghost. Kid, you. The Crimson Dragon stammered and could not speak. Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly said, "What's wrong? What did you find? Is there really someone attacking us in the middle?" "No. It's your power. Can't you feel it? Your power has increased." The Crimson Dragon finally said the reason. It was too surprised because Lin Xian's palm had actually broken through the fog. Lin Xian's face was also filled with shock as he recalled the incident. When he had just entered, he had no way to deal with the surrounding fog. Previously, he had just casually waved his palm to vent the anger in his heart. He did not expect that it would actually break through a trace of the fog. The change in power was very obvious. However, he had not sensed it before. To be exact, he had not thought about it before. The Crimson Dragon shouted, "Kid, don't tell me you absorbed the divine crystal that time? Don't joke around." Lin Xian was also very nervous. He clearly remembered that if he had absorbed the divine crystal before becoming a king, he would not be able to condense a king's domain for the rest of his life. At the thought of this, he immediately checked his cultivation power. When he saw that his cultivation had not increased, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, things were not as bad as he had imagined. However, when he felt the power again, his face immediately darkened. Strengthened? His power had really increased. And it was obviously strengthened. What? What's going on? Did I really absorb the divine crystal? But it shouldn't be. Lin Xian was very puzzled and could not understand. One had to know that he had carefully preserved the divine crystal and had no intention of absorbing it at all. Therefore, his art of longevity could not be activated. Now that the divine crystal was gone, his power had increased. Obviously, the power of the divine crystal had transformed into the power in his body. But how did it happen? He did not understand. Both of them had ugly expressions on their faces because they hadn't noticed how the subdivine crystal had been absorbed. Moreover, Lin Xian wasn't sure if he had absorbed it or not. What was going on? Would he be able to condense a king's domain in the future? He was completely baffled by all of this. However, a deep dragon roar suddenly came from within his body. There seemed to be a trace of excitement in the roar. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyelids twitched as if he had thought of a possibility. "Ruzalong, do you think it could be the great dragon sword soul?" After being reminded by Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon slapped its head and quickly said, "No, it's the great dragon sword soul. How could I have forgotten about it?" Indeed, the great dragon sword soul situation was special. It was a bit like the Crimson Dragon. It had lost its power, but with external power, it could quickly recover. Lin Xian had known this before. However, he hadn't expected that the subdivine crystal would have an effect on the great dragon sword soul, and it seemed that the effect was not small. After understanding the situation, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He was very excited now. If he could restore the great dragon sword soul to the king realm, then he would have unparalleled power. At that time, even if he faced a king, he wouldn't be afraid. "Let's try again." Lin Xian took out 2 more subdivine crystals for the great dragon sword soul to absorb. Sure enough, this time all the power of the subdivine crystals flowed into the great dragon sword soul. Just these few subdivine crystals allowed the great dragon sword soul to reach the middle of the 9th level. Not enough, still not enough. Lin Xian clenched his fists. He realized that if he wanted the great dragon sword soul to complete a breakthrough in quality, these subdivine crystals were not enough. He needed more subdivine crystals. This time, the Crimson Dragon gritted its teeth and quickly activated the king's killing array. The 2 of them flew deeper into the devil abyss. Along the way, the 2 of them picked up 7 or 8 more subdivine crystals. They left some for the Crimson Dragon and let the Great Dragon Sword Soul absorb the rest. Moreover, they discovered that the deeper they went into the Devil Abyss, the more subdivine crystals there were. Then, the two of them ran inside with all their might. The fog inside was getting thicker and thicker, like a layer of clouds, blocking all senses. Lin Xian and Yi Shiwen had the King's Killing Array. The King's Killing Array was like a sharp knife, directly cutting through the thick fog. Boom, they cut through the thick fog in front of them. Just as they were about to continue forward, it was as if they had bumped into a huge mountain, causing a deep sound to ring out. That terrifying power directly pushed the two of them back. What's going on? Lin Xian was shocked. He carefully looked ahead. Could it be that there was no way out? Damn it, what's that? So hard. Even the King's Killing Array was repelled. The Crimson Dragon was even more shocked. He was very confident in his King's Killing Array. Along the way, he had indeed played a huge role. However, he did not expect that he would be bounced back at this time. He couldn't help but be surprised. The two of them looked at each other, then carefully walked forward. After passing through layers of thick fog, the two of them finally found a huge black shadow in front of them. Standing in front of them was a white wall. Could it be that this is really the end? Lin Xian frowned. The Crimson Dragon also walked along the white wall. He found that after walking for a long distance, he could not see the end. It was as if there was really an endless wall blocking the way. It's not a wall, it's not a wall. However, the Crimson Dragon also made a new discovery because he found that it was not a wall, but something else. It's not a wall? Then what is it? Lin Xian was surprised. The Crimson Dragon pointed ahead and said, "Look, doesn't it look like a door?" A door? Lin Xian looked carefully. Then, he found that there was indeed a door on the white wall. However, the door was tightly closed, and there was thick fog around it, so at first glance, it was impossible to see it. You don't say, this is a house? Lin Xian opened his mouth wide. He found that there were really strange things happening in the Devil's Pit. The Crimson Dragon retreated and used some secret technique. Its dragon eyes emitted a purple light. Then, he shouted in a low voice and looked ahead carefully. Soon, he was shocked. This is not a house. We seem to have found something good. It looks like a spiritual boat. Spiritual boat? Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not expect that there would be a spiritual boat in the Devil's Pit. Are you sure? It should be. It looks like a spiritual boat, but why is it here? Kid, if this is an ancient spiritual boat, then it's full of treasures. The Crimson Dragon was very excited. This was because he found that the number of subdivine crystals near the spiritual boat was the highest. Therefore, he guessed that there was definitely a huge treasure trove inside. Lin Xian was also excited. Originally, the two of them thought that there was no other way because the King's Killing Array could not last for long. However, they did not expect to find the spiritual boat. If they could get in and leave with the spiritual boat, the two kings would never expect it. Then, they would be able to leave the Devil's Pit safely. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and get in. Lin Xian directly activated the King's Killing Array and exploded with a terrifying aura. It quickly blasted toward the white door. Boom, a low sound was heard. Then, a huge force came from the door and quickly blasted the King's Killing Array. Instantly, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were pushed back. No way, it's so strong. Lin Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. The Crimson Dragon also took a deep breath. What the F***ck is this? Even the King's Killing Array could not be broken, one had to know that the King's Killing Array could fight against a king, in other words, even a king could not open this door. Thinking of this possibility, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were stunned. What kind of material could have such a strong hardness? We're rich, we're definitely rich. Just by looking at the quality, it's definitely an Earth-class treasure. The Crimson Dragon was very excited. Indeed, if it was an ordinary material, it would definitely be destroyed. Lin Xian bitterly smiled, what the F***ck, we can only watch. We can't go in at all. He sighed, but did not give up. Instead, he quickly operated his soul power and slowly penetrated the door through the small crack. Lin Xian wanted to explore what was inside. If there was any mechanism, he could use his soul power to open it. However, Lin Xian found that with his soul power, he could not completely enter, which made him even more shocked. Rizalong, hurry up and help me. Lin Xian did not want to give up, so he called Rizalong to help him. The Crimson Dragon's soul power also reached out. The two soul powers combined to form a powerful force and quickly penetrated inside. In the next moment, the two were stunned. Lin Xian was even more shocked when he realized that his soul power was unable to enter completely. Rizalong, hurry up and help me. Lin Xian did not want to give up, so he called out to Rizalong to help him. The Crimson Dragon's soul power also reached out. The two soul powers combined to form a powerful force that quickly penetrated deep into the ship. In the next moment, the two of them were stunned. They were extremely shocked. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon worked together and quickly sensed the situation inside. They had to admit that this spiritual boat was even more terrifying than they had imagined. Even when the two of them worked together, they could only sense about 10 meters into the ship. Even so, they were still stunned. Shocking. Too shocking. Absolutely shocking, because in the passage about 10 meters in front of them, there was a floor full of subdivinity crystals. There were more than 50 subdivinity crystals, which was far more than what Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon had obtained. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon had worked so hard and only obtained a dozen subdivinity crystals. But now, there were more than 50 subdivinity crystals in the passage behind the door. This huge gap greatly stimulated them. Damn. This is intolerable. Ben Huang must go in. The Crimson Dragon was so excited that he jumped up and down. It could not be helped. He was stimulated. Lin Xian's eyes were also burning. He was so excited that he trembled. He wanted to take away all the subdivinity crystals on the floor. Now, he could completely absorb the subdivinity crystals. Moreover, the more he absorbed, the more his dragon sword soul would recover and his strength would become stronger. One day, he would be able to make his dragon sword soul reach the king realm. Then, he would not be afraid of the Black Dragon sect leader and the king demonic beasts outside. But now, the only problem was that the two of them could only watch. They could not take it out. Even if they could use their soul power to wrap around the subdivinity crystals, they could not take them out. I can't accept this. The Crimson Dragon kept searching with its claws, trying to figure out what was behind the door. Later on, Lin Xian also took action personally. He really didn't want to give up this opportunity, but when his hand touched the white door, the entire spirit boat started to shake violently. Boom 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 boom, in front of them, the white door that could withstand the king-killing formation slowly opened, revealing a pitch-black passage. What's the situation? The Crimson Dragon King's eyes widened in shock. Lin Xian was also shocked. Brat, what did you do? Why is the door open? The Crimson Dragon looked at Lin Xian curiously, because he knew that the door only opened after Lin Xian made his move. Could it be that he encountered some kind of trap? That's why the door opened. Lin Xian was also very puzzled because he didn't do anything special. He just touched the white door like the Crimson Dragon. Maybe. The Crimson Dragon also couldn't understand, but he didn't want to think too much about it. His body turned into a red light and he went in with a whoosh. The most important thing now was to take all the subdivinity crystals inside. Lin Xian was also very excited as he strode in. There were a total of 53 subdivinity crystals on the ground. Among them, the Crimson Dragon took 25 and Lin Xian took 28. Because the subdivinity crystals couldn't be placed in the storage ring, the Crimson Dragon used its dragon scales to create a bag on its back and used it to wrap more than 20 subdivinity crystals. Lin Xian also used the starry battle armor to create a bag on his back and put away all 28 subdivinity crystals. Excited, this was really too exciting, they had worked so hard and only found a dozen subdivinity crystals. As for the Black Dragon religious leader and the king demonic beasts outside, they had at most one or two. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so anxious. However, they had more than 50 subdivinity crystals. This was definitely an astronomical number, boom, at this moment, the white door at the back suddenly closed and the entire passageway was sealed. The crimson dragon waved its palm and attacked. After trying for a long time, it realized that it couldn't open the door again. However, this time, it wasn't anxious. Instead, it said excitedly. Just this passageway alone had more than 50 subdivinity crystals. He really didn't know what good things were in this spiritual boat. Kid, why don't we go in and take a look? Okay. Lin Xian nodded. To be honest, he was also very excited. This spiritual boat was really amazing. First, it could withstand the king-killing array. Then, they found so many subdivinity crystals, it could be said that it was very mysterious. He also wanted to know what was in this spiritual boat. Although he couldn't see clearly from outside, how big was the spiritual boat? Just from inside, Lin Xian could sense that this spiritual boat was definitely huge. It was at least twice as big as the one in his hand. In front of them was a straight passageway that was 50 meters long. About 50 meters away, there was a right-angle corner. This passageway was also made of white metal. Lin Xian tried it and found that the king-killing array couldn't break it at all. It couldn't even leave a scratch on it. This made the two of them extremely shocked. The king-killing array was extremely powerful. It could kill a supremacy realm warrior as easily as cutting vegetables. Even if it encountered a king, it could still contend with him. However, such a powerful killing array was actually unable to leave even a scratch on the metal wall. It had to be said that this was too miraculous. Treasure, this was definitely a treasure. It was at least an earth-rank treasure. The crimson dragon was so excited that it was drooling. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. A passageway was so precious. There must be treasures in the spiritual boat. However, when they reached the end of the east passageway, before they could enter the right-angle passageway, the two of them were stunned again. This was because there was a palm print on the white wall in front of them. A palm print was imprinted on the wall. It was so clear that the wall caved in slightly. Previously, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were too excited and didn't notice it at all. Now that they were so close, they naturally noticed the palm print. No way, who is it? To be able to leave a palm print on this white metal. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. One had to know that this was a metal that even the king-killing array couldn't leave a mark on. The Crimson Dragon also took a deep breath because he realized that even if he was in his peak state, he wouldn't be able to leave a mark on this white metal. However, someone had actually done it. One had to admit that the other party's strength was too terrifying. Even if it was a king, it was probably one of the top ones. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that this palm print was 3 times larger than an ordinary person's palm. Ordinary humans didn't seem to have such a large palm. The two of them entered the right-angle passageway with great curiosity. However, they were soon shocked again and even cried out in surprise. To be honest, they were truly stunned this time. They were even more shocked than before. That was because they had discovered a corpse. A perfectly intact corpse. The corpse was extremely tall, even taller than the black dragon leader outside. It was at least 5 or 6 meters tall. Logically speaking, it was impossible for an ordinary human to have such a physique. Only the Yao clan would have such a physique. However, the corpse in front of them had the face of a human. It did not have any characteristics of a Yao clan. It was a middle-aged man. He was tall and had bronze skin. He wore ancient clothes and did not wear any armor. However, judging from the condition of his muscles, he was definitely stronger than Lin Xian's cosmic armor. There were no injuries on his body, but his eyes were wide open. There was even infinite anger and fear in his eyes. Lin Xian took a closer look at the man's palm and realized that the man's palm matched the palm print on the white wall very well. The dark red divine dragon also noticed this. Then, the two men's heads exploded. If they guessed correctly, the palm print on the white wall was left by the middle-aged man in front of them. To be able to leave a palm print on such a wall, there was no doubt that the middle-aged man was a king. Moreover, he was an extremely terrifying king. However, such a terrifying king had died. Moreover, he had an extremely frightened expression before he died, as if he had encountered something terrifying. Thinking of this, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon felt their scalps go numb. Rizalong, do you know what's going on? Lin Xian took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. I don't know. The Crimson Dragon shook his head. To be honest, this middle-aged man's cultivation and strength far surpass mine. Moreover, I'm very surprised. I didn't expect a place like the Tiannan region to have such a secret. The Crimson Dragon was very shocked. He did not expect to encounter such a thing. Lin Xian's expression turned serious. He knew that the Crimson Dragon had always been arrogant and did not put anyone in his eyes. However, this time, he had actually said such a thing. One could imagine that this middle-aged man had definitely been an incredible person when he was alive. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were shocked and curious. They carefully controlled the king formation and circled around the corpse. Truth be told, the middle-aged man had quite a few treasures on him as well. However, the two of them did not dare to take them. Although the middle-aged man was dead, the remnant pressure of his body was too terrifying. They didn't dare to have any ideas. What a terrifying king. Lin Xian was shocked. It wasn't as if he had never seen a king before. Similar to the fragmented soul of Niwa of Gojoseon, the corpses of the emperors in the remote sky secret realm, and the fragmented soul of Taoist Song Song, none of them had such a strong impact. This was because the kings from before were either broken souls or piles of bones. None of them were as intact and lifelike as they were now. In fact, the oppressive might on his body did not dissipate by much. Lin Xian knew that this was a true expert. He had reached the realm where his body would not rot. However, such a powerhouse was actually killed, and there was no trace of injury at all. Just what kind of person could have such strength? To kill such a king, what was the realm above the king? What kind of skills did such a person have? Lin Xian was very curious. He asked the Crimson Dragon, but the Crimson Dragon only shook his head and sighed. The two of them walked forward again. Before long, another round arched door appeared in front of them. This time, it was still Lin Xian who placed his hand on it. The door opened automatically. Lin Xian was already numb to such a strange situation. However, when he opened the door, he was shocked. All the hair on his body stood on end. Fortunately, the great dragon sword soul in his body surged out in time to suppress this fear. Beside him, the Crimson Dragon also screamed and retreated 10 feet. They had no choice. They were frightened by the scene in front of them. That was because they saw a pair of eyes. As soon as they opened the door, they were greeted by a pair of eyes. They were cold and emotionless, like the eyes of a demon god looking down on the world. The eyes did not move. They must have lost their vitality. However, judging from the energy and oppressive might it contained, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon could not breathe at all. One look at it and they would be lost in it. Lin Xian took a deep breath and activated the great dragon sword soul again. Suddenly, a loud sound came from his body. A cold feeling surged out, waking Lin Xian up. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and quickly looked away from the eyes. Then, he heaved a sigh of relief. Terrifying, too terrifying. That pair of eyes was more terrifying than any king that he had ever seen. It was as if everyone was an ant in front of that pair of eyes. They could only crawl on the ground. The Crimson Dragon also took a deep breath. Then, it carefully came to Lin Xian's side. The two of them controlled their emotions and did not look at that pair of eyes. Then, they discovered that there was a huge corpse standing behind the arched gate. The corpse was not much different from a normal person. It was also wearing ancient clothes. Although it had lost its vitality, its flesh and blood were still intact. If one did not know better, they would have thought that it was a living person. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon took a closer look and found that there were no wounds on the corpse. Just like the previous one, it had died mysteriously. Two top king-level kings were extremely terrifying. How could they die in such a strange way? It was very suspicious. What kind of power was it? How could it cause such a terrifying result? Carefully bypassing the corpse at the door, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon came to the hall. Then, the two of them screamed again. That was because there were other corpses in the hall. Previously, they were blocked by the one at the door, so they did not see it. Now that they were inside, the situation inside was clear. There were a total of 3 corpses, all of them perfectly preserved. One of them was lying on the ground, while the other two were still in a state of battle. The two of them were standing in the center of the hall. One of them was a middle-aged man. He had a stalwart figure and a cold face. However, his chest was caved in. Two blood-red arms had pierced through his body and came out from his back. The owner of the arms was a person wearing a blood-red robe. It was an old man with a cold face. Even though he was dead, he still emitted a terrifying murderous aura. However, there was a long sword in between his eyebrows that had directly pierced through his entire head. Obviously, the two of them had perished together. Although the two of them had been killed, they could still feel the tragedy of the battle. There was even a terrifying aura left in the void. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon looked at each other and felt their scalps go numb. Their hearts were beating wildly. These people were too terrifying. Not to mention Lin Xian, even the Crimson Dragon at his peak would not be able to stop them. Damn it, who are these people? Why are they here? Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon looked at each other and felt their scalps go numb and their hearts beat wildly. These people were too terrifying. Not to mention Lin Xian, even if the Crimson Dragon was at his peak, he would not be able to stop them. Damn it, who are these people? Why are they here? The Crimson Dragon was too shocked. It had to be known that even in the Sky Martial continent, there were no such talented experts. But now, in this remote Tiannan region, there were actually so many mysterious experts. Come to think of it, in the distant ancient times, the Tiannan region must have some unknown secrets. Sigh. Suddenly, a deep sigh was heard, echoing in the spacious hall. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon jumped up. Damn it, Ben Huang was scared to death. Who is it? Hurry up and come out. The Crimson Dragon and Lin Xian looked around and felt their hair stand on end. One must know that there were several peerless experts' corpses here. If there was a voice, could it be a corpse that came back to life? If a peerless expert really came back to life, then the two of them were completely finished. Lin Xian was also very nervous. His eyes were like lightning as he looked around and said coldly. Who is it? Don't be sneaky there. Hurry up and come out. Lin Xian, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I didn't expect you to come so late. A leisurely voice sounded again. Damn it. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian was completely frightened. He did not expect that the other party would know his name. Brat, I'm looking for you. It has nothing to do with me. The Crimson Dragon retreated to the side, bewildered. Who are you? How do you know my name? Hurry up and come out, or don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Xian shouted coldly. At the same time, he activated the great dragon sword soul in his body to eliminate the fear in his heart. Whether the other party was a human or a ghost, he would not yield. Good. 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 As expected of the successor of the Way of the Sword, such courage is truly rare. Hearing this, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Listening to the other party's words, it seemed that the other party knew that he possessed the great dragon sword soul. But how was that possible? Only he, the Crimson Dragon, and Lord Alcohol knew about this. No one else knew. However, the voice in front of him seemed to know as well. This made Lin Xian extremely shocked. Even the Crimson Dragon jumped in fright. Don't worry, I don't have any bad intentions. That voice sounded again, and then a broken sword appeared in the void. It was a broken sword. It looked very simple and unadorned. It was only a third of its normal length. Furthermore, the remaining half of the sword was covered in cracks. At that moment, the voice came from the broken sword. You're a sword spirit? Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. This was not the first time he had encountered something like this. The 10,000 beast ding from before also had an artifact spirit. As long as it was not some demon or ghost, everything was fine. I'm not a sword spirit. To be precise, I'm the artifact spirit of the spirit boat. I'm just possessing this broken sword. The voice sounded. This spirit boat is called the Black Earth. You can call me Black Earth. Black Earth? What a lousy name. The Crimson Dragon came to his senses and muttered softly. However, Lin Xian couldn't wait to ask, who are you? Who are the corpses here? Also, how do you know my name? How much do you know about the great dragon sword soul? Indeed, Lin Xian had too many questions, so he had to figure them out. I've said it before. My name is Black Earth. This is the Black Earth. I've been waiting for you for 10,000 years. What? You've been waiting for me for 10,000 years? Lin Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. What nonsense. I'm only 20 years old. How can you wait for me for 10,000 years? Could it be that you knew I was going to be born 10,000 years ago? Lin Xian's face was full of disbelief. 10,000 years was too shocking. One had to know that even a king could only last for 2 to 3,000 years. Who knew if the Tiannan region existed 10,000 years ago? You're wrong. I wasn't waiting for you. I was waiting for the successor of the great dragon sword. After 10,000 years, I've finally waited for the successor of the great dragon sword. Lin Xian, you're the one I've been waiting for. The successor of the great dragon sword. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. If that was the case, then it was possible. The great dragon sword had existed since ancient times, and he wasn't the first to obtain it. How do you know I have the great dragon sword soul? It's normal. I can feel the aura of the great dragon sword soul on you because my master was also the successor of the great dragon sword. Your master too? Lin Xian was even more shocked. He didn't expect to hear this news. Who's your master? Is he still here? What's the situation with the corpses around here? Lin Xian continued to ask. That's my master. The broken sword in the air suddenly emitted a weak light and swept towards the majestic man in the middle. What? He's your master? And he was once the successor of the dragon sword. How did he get killed? What's going on? Lin Xian was also astonished. On the side, the Crimson Dragon also asked, that hey too, what realm are they at? To be honest, the Crimson Dragon was also very shocked. Just the aura emitted by these corpses made his hair stand on end, so he wanted to know what realm these people had reached. Could it be the legendary realm? My master is called Yi Guqing, the fourth-generation successor of the dragon sword. The fourth-generation successor of the dragon sword. Lin Xian was shocked. He had never heard of this news. However, he quickly frowned and said, that's not right. Hasn't the great dragon sword soul existed since ancient times? Why is it only the fourth generation? Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon's eyes flickered, while the broken sword He-Tu said in a deep voice. That's right. The great dragon sword soul has existed since ancient times, but no one knows how many people have it. However, ever since the great Emperor Shiman appeared, swept through the 8 desolations, and ruled thousands of races, he became the first successor of the dragon sword. After that, there was the second generation, the third generation, and the fourth generation. Great Emperor Shiman? Who's that? Lin Xian was puzzled, because from the other party's words, he could tell that this was definitely an incredible person. Great Emperor Shiman, he's definitely a peerless figure who suppressed the ancient times. He's an existence that countless people look up to. The Crimson Dragon also sighed, and his eyes were filled with deep respect. Obviously, he knew about this great Emperor Shiman. Great Emperor Shiman shocked the ancient times, and his life was filled with countless glory. I'm afraid that it would be difficult for his descendants to reach his height. He-Tu said, now you understand. In other words, I'm the 5th generation? Lin Xian's face was solemn. Perhaps, but I'm not too sure. After all, 10,000 years have passed. You might be the 5th generation, or the 6th generation, but no matter which generation you are, you're still the successor of the great dragon sword. Then how did your master die? Why did you wait for me? Lin Xian was puzzled. In other words, I'm the 5th generation? Lin Xian's expression was solemn. Perhaps, but I'm not too sure. After all, 10,000 years have passed. You might be the 5th generation, or the 6th generation. But no matter which generation you are, you're still the successor of the great dragon sword. Then how did your master die? Why did you wait for me? Lin Xian was puzzled. Although he and Yi Guqing both had the great dragon sword soul, they didn't know each other. So why did He-Tu wait for him for 10,000 years? My master, Yi Guqing, was very powerful and brilliant. He could be said to be the most dazzling genius of that era. Genius? Isn't that used to describe the younger generation? Lin Xian looked at Yi Guqing in puzzlement. Yi Guqing looked like a middle-aged man. What do you know? Great emperors can live for 20,000 years, but my master is only 40 years old. He can be said to be very young. He Tu's voice was excited. Did you know that my master became an invincible king when he was 40 years old? He could be said to be the most dazzling person of that era. If he was allowed to grow, he could definitely become another great emperor in the future. What? An invincible king at 40 years old? This time, it was the Crimson Dragon's turn to cry out. To be honest, it was too shocked because it had never seen such a young invincible king. What does invincible king mean? Can you tell me more about it? Lin Xian was puzzled. Although he could guess the meaning behind this, he still didn't know the specifics. Looks like your place is too backward. You don't even know about the martial Dao. He Tu said slowly. Alright, kid. Let me give you some knowledge. Let's talk about cultivation first. The martial Dao is divided into 9 major realms, starting from the Meridian's Condensing Realm, Spirit Sea Realm, Harmonious Spirit Realm, Spirit Transformation Realm, and Spirit Detecting Realm. Above that is the Monarch Realm, King Realm, Saint Realm, and Great Emperor Realm. You're now in the Monarch Realm. I don't need to explain the previous realms. I'm sure you know. After the Monarch Realm is the King Realm. The King Realm is divided into 9 minor realms. Every time one advances, one's strength would undergo a tremendous change. It isn't just that, the domain would grow stronger and stronger as well. It can be said that every single advancement in the King Realm is more difficult than all the previous realms. Invincible King Realm cultivators are invincible in the King Realm. My master, Yi Guqing, is an invincible king. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He already knew that above the Venerable One was the King Realm, but he did not expect there to be another realm above the King Realm. That was the Sage Realm, the Great Emperor, and the Great Emperor Shiman mentioned by He Tu before should be the pinnacle of martial arts. No wonder the Crimson Dragon showed that kind of reverence before. Great Emperor! Lin Xian clenched his fists. He felt as if a new door had opened in front of him. The 9 realms gave Lin Xian a new understanding of martial arts cultivation. At this moment, the Crimson Dragon continued, Kid, the King Realm is even more terrifying than you think. For example, the Black Dragon sect leader and the King Monster outside are only 1-star kings. I'm afraid that even the kings of the Martial Sky Continent are at most 2-star kings. It would be very difficult for them to advance any further. Those old fellows, the most conservative of them are more than 1,000 years old, and some are even more than 2,000 years old. However, in this lifetime, they will probably stay at the 1-star or 2-star king realm. It's impossible for them to advance any further. And invincible kings are existences that even 9-star kings cannot contend against. You can imagine how terrifying such people are. Hearing this, Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He knew that the Crimson Dragon was right. The further one went on the path of martial arts, the more difficult it was to cultivate. He had felt this when he was in the Venerable Realm. Not to mention the more profound King Realm. However, he did not expect that the middle-aged man in front of him was actually an invincible king. To be able to be called invincible, one could imagine how terrifying his strength was. However, this made Lin Xian even more puzzled. Since he's already an invincible king, how could he be killed? Because the enemy is even stronger. He Tu sighed. Although my master is an invincible existence in the King Realm, he is not invincible in the entire path of martial arts. Above the King Realm is the Saint Realm and the legendary Great Emperor. The enemy's strength is even more terrifying. Unfortunately, my master is too young. If he was given time, with his aptitude, he would definitely be able to become a Great Emperor. Great Emperor, when Lin Xian heard this title again, he asked doubtfully, what kind of existence is that? The Great Emperor is the last realm of the 9 realms. Anyone who becomes a Great Emperor is an existence that has shocked the ages. Their combat strength is something that you can't imagine. Let me put it this way. The Tiannan region that you are in can be completely destroyed with a slap from the Great Emperor. What? Destroy the entire Tiannan region with a slap? Lin Xian was shocked as his eyelids twitched. At this moment, the Crimson Dragon continued, not just the Tiannan region, even the Tianwu continent can be completely destroyed with a slap from the Great Emperor, making it disappear from this world. So powerful. Lin Xian was dumbstruck. One had to know that the Tianwu continent was extremely big. Even if the kings fought, they could only destroy some mountains and rivers. The stronger ones could destroy countries. However, he had never heard of a king who could destroy an entire continent with a slap. But now, the legendary Great Emperor was actually able to do it so easily, it had to be said that it was too shocking. The Great Emperor's strength is incomparably terrifying. His strength is beyond your imagination. When your cultivation deepens in the future, you will understand the reason behind it. He too continued, also, don't think that the Tiannan region and the Tianwu continent are that big. On the true map of the world, they are just some islands. What? The Tiannan region and the Tianwu continent are islands? Lin Xian was stunned. He felt that his brain was not enough to comprehend it. Although he knew that there was an even bigger world outside the Tianwu continent, he did not expect that the gap between them would be so big. He knew what an island meant. It is indeed an island. It's just that the people here have never been to places that are further away. So everyone thinks that the Tianwu continent is a continent. However, to the people of the real continent, this place is just an island. Our world is called the True Spirit World. In this world, there are a total of 5 large continents. They are the Eastern Wasteland, Western Desert, Southern Ridge, Northern Plains, and Central Region. Between these continents, some are adjacent, some are separated by the sea. The Tiannan region and the Tianwu continent that you speak of are just 2 small islands near the Eastern Wasteland. That's all. Our world is called the True Spirit World, and there are a total of 5 large continents in this world. They are the Eastern Wasteland, Western Desert, Southern Ridge, Northern Plains, and Central Region. Some of these continents are adjacent to each other, while some are separated by oceans. The Tiannan region and Sky Marshall continent that you speak of are just 2 small islands near the Eastern Wasteland. That's all. If you compare them in terms of size, it's the difference between an ant and a giant dragon. Lin Xian was speechless and shocked. This news was too shocking. He originally thought that the Sky Marshall continent was big enough, and that the kings were very powerful existences. But he didn't expect that compared to the real world, they were like dust. Of course, this is only the simplest summary. As for the real wonders of the world, you need to personally experience it. Lin Xian also knew that just from this description, he couldn't imagine how vast the land was. However, he believed that one day, he would leave this place and step into the real True Spirit World. Then why are you waiting for me? Lin Xian asked again. My master only had one wish in his life, and that was to pursue the supreme martial Tao and become a great emperor. However, the path of martial Tao is very dangerous. My master finally met a great enemy, a person even more terrifying than him. In the end, my master Yiguqin unfortunately died in battle. However, although he died in battle, his will was not extinguished. So, I followed his last wish and found the successor of the great dragon sword, and nurtured him into a true great emperor. What? You want to nurture him into a great emperor? Don't joke around. The Crimson Dragon jumped up. Kid, I'm not trying to discourage you, but you can become a king, or even an invincible king. Maybe you'll be lucky and become a saint. But, to become a great emperor, that's simply impossible. The Crimson Dragon was very excited. Since ancient times, there have only been a few great emperors, and every one of them was a figure that could crush all of eternity. This kind of person, other than being strong, their luck and talent are all the strongest. If one can't reach that, it's impossible to become a great emperor. The Crimson Dragon said quickly. It was clear that the great emperor held an extraordinary position in their hearts. You're right. However, even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, I still have to try. After all, this was Master's wish when he was alive. Is it so difficult to become a great emperor? Lin Xian didn't understand. Although he knew that the great emperor realm was the final realm, he didn't expect it to be so difficult. Judging from the Crimson Dragon's attitude, this was almost an impossible height to reach. Heitu said, "It's right, it is indeed very difficult. Isn't the Great Dragon Sword Spirit powerful?" However, out of the 4 masters of the Great Dragon Sword Spirit, only the first one managed to become the Great Emperor Shiman. As for the 2nd generation, the 3rd generation, and even my master, none of them became Great Emperors. There are even rumors that the successor of the Great Dragon Sword has been cursed. It is impossible for him to become a Great Emperor. My master wanted to become a Great Emperor in order to break this curse. What? Even the 2nd and 3rd generations did not succeed. This time, Lin Xian was truly shocked. One had to know that the Great Dragon Sword Spirit was an extremely powerful offensive saint technique. Although he could only unleash a portion of its power now, the effect was still very shocking. It could be said that Lin Xian knew very well how powerful the Great Dragon Sword Spirit was. In his opinion, as long as he obtained the Great Dragon Sword Spirit, he would definitely become a great emperor. However, he didn't expect that the truth wasn't so. You're saying that even if your master didn't die, it's impossible for him to become a great emperor? Lin Xian asked. 100%? You're thinking too much. According to my estimation, it can only reach about 10%. Heitu shook his head. 10%? You're saying there's only a 1 in 10 chance? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Brat, what's with your expression? Heitu was unhappy. Is 1 in 10 very little? Let me tell you, ordinary people can't even reach 1 in 100 million. Even though saints only have 1 in 10,000 chance. My master only has 1 in 10, and that's already very heaven-defying. What? Even saints who are more powerful than kings only have 1 in 10,000 chance. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. He now knew how terrifying it was to become a great emperor. That's natural. Since ancient times, there have only been a few great emperors. They can all be counted. The Crimson Dragon also shook his head and sighed. I've even read in ancient books that there wasn't a single great emperor in 100,000 years. You can imagine how terrifying that was. Got it. Lin Xian nodded and almost bit his tongue. There were already billions of people in the Sky Martial continent, and the true spirit world was hundreds of times bigger than the Sky Martial continent. The population was also hundreds of times bigger. However, with so many billions of people, there wasn't a single great emperor in hundreds of thousands of years. One could imagine how terrifying it was to become a great emperor. It could be said that to become a great emperor, other than having extremely powerful strength, one also had to have extremely powerful luck. Only then could one become a great emperor. Lin Xian finally understood why Heitu said that he would nurture him to become a great emperor. The Crimson Dragon's performance was like that. Because it was simply impossible. However, Lin Xian clenched his fists after the initial shock. Because now, he finally had an ultimate goal in life, and that was to embark on the path of becoming a great emperor. You're really willing to help me? Lin Xian looked at the broken sword and asked. To be honest, after knowing the difficulty of becoming a great emperor, Lin Xian was very curious about how Heitu would nurture him. Furthermore, there was another problem. He wanted to know if he could take the Black Earth spirit ship away. One had to know that this was an extremely powerful flying tool. Whether it was leaving the Devil Abyss or leaving the Sky Martial continent, he would need this Black Earth spirit ship. I have cultivation techniques, secret manuals, and some experiences left behind by my master. As long as you're willing, I'll do my best to help you. However, I have a condition. Heitu said. Help you take revenge for your master. Lin Xian asked back. You guessed right. That's what I want. Heitu's voice was firm. It was obvious that he had thought of this condition long ago. Then who's the enemy? I won't tell you now so as to avoid giving you pressure. When you have the qualifications to take revenge, I'll naturally tell you. Heitu said slowly. Of course, there's one more thing. You have to swear in front of my master's corpse. Otherwise, I won't help you. All right. Lin Xian didn't hesitate. This matter wasn't too bad for him. Furthermore, having an enemy as motivation to move forward was also very good. Of course, there's one more thing. You have to swear in front of my master's corpse. Otherwise, I won't help you. Alright. Lin Xian didn't hesitate. This matter wasn't too bad for him. Moreover, having an enemy as a motivation to move forward was also very good. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't hesitate much. He immediately walked to Yi Guqing's side and solemnly swore. Don't worry. I'll definitely avenge you. If I go against it, I'll be consigned to eternal damnation. Seeing Lin Xian swear, He Tu heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Great. There's finally hope for revenge. He Tu was very happy. Don't worry. I'll do my best to help you. From now on, you're my new master. After He Tu finished speaking, he controlled half of his sword and lightly tapped the ground. Suddenly, the ground in front of him emitted a gentle light. Then, countless subdivine crystals appeared. The subdivine crystals that you were looking for were all released by me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to find the black earth in this devil abyss. So that's how it is. Lin Xian came to a realization. Everything had been secretly manipulated by He Tu in order to let him in. Damn, so many subdivine crystals. Seeing the subdivine crystals on the ground, the crimson dragon's eyes immediately turned red. He pounced on them. Ha 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 ha, so many subdivine crystals. Mine, it's all mine. The crimson dragon went crazy with excitement. Lin Xian also opened his eyes wide in disbelief. The number of subdivine crystals here was many times more than the 50 subdivine crystals he had obtained before. Then, he excitedly clenched his fist. With so many subdivine crystals, he believed that he could definitely make the great dragon sword soul enter the king realm. At that time, his combat strength would definitely undergo an earth-shattering change. Even if he encountered the Black Dragon sect leader and the king demonic beast outside, he wouldn't have any fear. Oh right, He Tu, I have something to ask you. Lin Xian said. Can the Black Earth still be operated? Although the Black Earth had been stored for a long time, it was not damaged. It was just that it no longer had any energy. Therefore, in the coming days, not only do you have to increase your cultivation, you also have to search for the energy of the Black Earth. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving the Tiannan region and the Sky Martial continent for the rest of your life. Lin Xian was speechless. He didn't think that they would still lack energy. This was indeed a thorny problem. This was because ordinary spirit boats were unable to cross the endless sea and reach the true great world. Only a genuine Earth-rank flying ship like this could pass through the endless sea. That was why so few people were able to leave the Martial Heaven continent. Alright, looks like I can only increase my strength and leave this place. I'll make plans for the raw materials in the future. However, Lin Xian did not forget to send a message to Murong Qingqing and Rua Bingshan, telling them not to worry. Otherwise, if the other party were to rush into the demon abyss and encounter danger, that would be bad. Black Earth was directly responsible for sending messages. Apart from not being able to fly, the Black Earth was still able to operate other things. For example, it wasn't difficult for it to activate a few formations and send messages out. This time, Lin Xian did it in time because Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan, who were far away, were indeed anxious. Not only them, Old Master Lin and the others were even more anxious. That was because they realized that Lin Xian had left for a long time and had not returned. Therefore, Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan wanted to go to the demon abyss to investigate. However, before they could move, they heard Lin Xian's voice transmission. After knowing that Lin Xian was safe, the two of them did not move. Otherwise, if they rashly went, they might really encounter the Black Dragon sex leader or a king demonic beast. If that was the case, the two of them would definitely be in danger. With nothing to worry about, Lin Xian began to cultivate here. At the side, the dark red dragon was also quickly absorbing the subdivine crystal to recover its strength. Even the snow-white monkey came out and hugged a subdivine crystal to absorb it. He didn't know if Little White could absorb the energy inside, but it seemed like it wouldn't be a problem. No matter what, he had to enter the king realm, because according to He Tu, only by entering the king realm would one be able to survive in the large world. Below the king realm, one was an ant-like existence no matter where one went. Moreover, Lin Xian was even more special. If others found out that he possessed an offensive saint technique like the dragon sword soul, it would definitely lead to countless crazy pursuers. Therefore, it was impossible to not have strength. Just like that, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon began to cultivate crazily. On the other hand, the Black Dragon sect's leader and the King Demonic Beast outside were becoming more and more impatient. Because according to their own estimates, the killing formation around them would not be able to last long against two ants. Therefore, in order to save their lives, they would definitely retreat. And they were blocking their path of retreat, so they could wait for them to come. However, after such a long time, they did not see a single person at all, which made them more and more uneasy. Could it be that those two ants died in there because they were too greedy? Thinking of this possibility, the Black Dragon sect's leader's face was terrifyingly gloomy. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, 20 days, 1 month. After a month, the Black Dragon sect's leader was in complete despair. He knew that with the strength of those two ants, it was impossible for them to survive for such a long time. Presumably, they had died in there. Thinking of this, he sighed. It was a pity that he did not obtain a single divine crystal after so many attempts. Moreover, the Devil Abyss was such a dangerous place that he could not take the risk to enter. Moreover, there was a King Demonic Beast beside him that was eyeing him covetously. Therefore, with a cold snort, the Black Dragon sect's leader soared into the sky and left. The King Demonic Beast let out 2 roars of dissatisfaction and quickly retreated. The entire Devil Abyss fell into silence once again, and only the thick clouds and mist drifted here. Lin Xian was still cultivating, and Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan were waiting patiently outside because they had received Lin Xian's voice transmission and knew that he was safe now. The only thing they could do was wait for Lin Xian to return. During this time, in the Heavenly South region, although the Black Dragon sect had suffered heavy losses, as long as the Black Dragon sect's leader was around, the Martial Alliance and others could not overthrow the Black Dragon sect. Therefore, the entire Heavenly South region was still under the Black Dragon sect's rule. As for the distant Tianwu continent, there was also a storm brewing. The palace master of the Palace of Gods of War, Lin Zhan, was still in seclusion and had not come out. After the Duan family suffered a heavy blow, they also became quiet. However, it was obvious that they were waiting. They were waiting for the Duan family's patriarch to come out of seclusion. When that time came, it would be time for them to counterattack. In a primitive forest far away from the cities in the Tianwu continent, there was a huge canyon that was very deep, at least 10,000 meters. At the bottom of the canyon, there was a huge figure. It was a strange bird that was completely black. There were even countless black flames burning on its feathers. These flames were several times stronger than the Black Dragon sect's leader's flames. Tianwu continent, in a primeval forest far away from the cities. There was a huge canyon here. It was very deep, at least 10,000 meters. At the bottom of the canyon, there was a huge body. It was a strange bird. Its body was pure black, and there were countless black flames burning on its feathers. These flames were many times stronger than the flames of the Black Dragon leader. If Lin Xian was here, he would definitely recognize it. This strange bird was naturally the Heavenly Netherbird. Previously, after the remote sky secret realm ended, the Heavenly Netherbird had followed everyone out and caused a ruckus. However, due to the astral chains on its body, its strength was limited. Coupled with the joint attack of the kings, the Heavenly Netherbird had suffered a great loss. Therefore, the Heavenly Netherbird did not appear after that. Furthermore, Lin Xian and the others did not find any traces of it. They did not expect it to be in this uninhabited canyon. At this moment, the Heavenly Netherbird was sitting there. The 9 underworld black flames were burning on its body. There were still 4 astral chains on its body. However, one of them was very dim, as if it would break at any moment. Pung, sure enough, under the burning of the 9 nether black flames, one of the chains of stars cracked and broke into 2. The blue chains fell from the Heavenly Netherbbird's body. Feeling this change, the Heavenly Netherbird suddenly opened its eyes. Its gaze was like a black divine spear that pierced through the void. A human-like smile appeared on the bird's face. Ha 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 ha, I've finally succeeded. No matter how strong these astral chains are, they can't stop my 9 underworld black flames. Just you wait. When I burn all 4 astral chains, it will be your doomsday. Damn brat, I won't forgive you. And this entire continent will become hell under my flames. The heavenly netherbird laughed crazily like a demon. Then, it closed its eyes again and burned the other 3 astral chains with all its might. No one knew about the heavenly netherbird, but one could imagine that once it broke free from the shackles of the astral chains, it would definitely be a demon. Perhaps the entire Tianwu continent would be plunged into a catastrophe. However, Lin Xian did not know any of this. He had not woken up since the last time he went into seclusion. The great dragon sword soul in his body was like a bottomless pit, crazily absorbing the power of the subgod crystal. During this time, the crimson dragon and the snow-white monkey woke up several times, but Lin Xian still sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, silently cultivating. This one building lasted for a year. A year's time was neither long nor short. However, this year, Morong Qingqing and Rua Bingshan were extremely anxious. Although the 2 of them had received Lin Xian's voice transmission earlier, they knew that the other party was safe. However, they didn't expect that Lin Xian would stay for so long. At first, it was 1 month, then 2 months. By the 3rd month, Morong Qingqing could no longer sit still. This was because she felt that Lin Xian couldn't possibly be in seclusion for such a long time and leave him here. Perhaps something had happened to Lin Xian, so he used the teleportation formation on the spirit boat to send a voice transmission to Lin Xian. However, he never received a response. This made Morong Qingqing extremely anxious because she knew that if Lin Xian heard her voice transmission, he would definitely respond. However, there was no response now, which confirmed her suspicions. However, Morong Qingqing didn't believe that something had happened to Lin Xian, so she waited for another month. However, this time, she finally couldn't wait any longer and had to set off for the demon abyss. However, although she was also a young prodigy, the demon abyss was a king's domain after all. If she didn't become a king, she couldn't enter at all. Unless she was like Lin Xian and had a king's killing formation. However, there was only one king's killing formation, so Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan couldn't enter at all. They could only wait outside anxiously. In the following days, Morong Qingqing sent a voice transmission to Lin Xian every 10 days, but she never received a response. Not only that, she insisted on going outside the demon abyss every other month to take a look, but there was still no response. Just like that, it was the 9th month. This time, she was finally discovered by someone from the Black Dragon sect. Fortunately, it wasn't the sect leader of the Black Dragon sect, but other martial artists of the sect. These people were nothing to Morong Qingqing, so she left easily. However, this incident attracted the attention of the Black Dragon sect. Later, more and more Black Dragon sect experts came to patrol the vicinity of the demon abyss. They even wanted to capture Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan. In the following days, the 2 of them didn't dare to go out casually. After all, if they encountered the sect leader of the Black Dragon sect, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. In the spirit boat, the 2 women weren't the only ones who were anxious. The Lin family members were even more anxious. In particular, Old Master Lin and second Uncle Lin were extremely anxious. Even Old Master Lin wanted to go out to search for them, but he was stopped by Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan. If they went out now, it would be tantamount to suicide. However, although they were extremely careful, they were still discovered by the Black Dragon sect's frantic search. Later on, the left and right envoys personally led countless experts to hunt them down. Everyone, listen up. Seal that spirit boat. There's no need to do anything. Wait for the sect leader to come and deal with them. Hee, little beauty, just you wait. When the time comes, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. The left and right envoys' expressions were ferocious. Humph. Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan snorted coldly, but the Lin family members were extremely nervous. Don't worry, they're just a bunch of ants. As long as the sect leader of the Black Dragon sect doesn't come personally, we won't be in danger. Rong Qingqing comforted Old Master Lin and the rest. Luo Bingshan's figure flashed as he rushed out of the spirit boat. Trying to run? Stop her. The right envoy shouted coldly. With a wave of his hand, dozens of figures rushed forward. These people's expressions were ferocious, and their auras were powerful. They were all 9th-level honored realm experts. It seemed like they were also experts of the Black Dragon sect. At this moment, more than 10 of them moved together. Even a half-step king would have a headache. Therefore, to these people, it was more than enough to deal with a little beauty. Hee, little beauty, hurry up and surrender. Ha 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 ha. I'll take good care of you. The group of people laughed maniacally, completely unconcerned. Humph. Luo Bingshan snorted coldly. In this 1 year, her injuries had already healed, and her strength had already reached its peak. Facing these 9th-level honored realm experts, her gaze was cold as she quickly pulled out the long saber at her waist. Wang, a saber light slashed out like water, and it was abnormally cold. This saber was like a heavenly river, and it emitted a powerful killing intent as if it wanted to tear the sky apart. What? Impossible. Not good, retreat. The Black Dragon sect martial artists' expressions changed instantly. They were horrified. They had never imagined that a little beauty would be so terrifying. In fact, the killing intent made them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. These people were too terrified. They did not expect a young girl to have such a terrifying blade light. Therefore, they could only retreat as fast as they could. At the same time, they activated their battle armors in an attempt to escape. However, this blade was too terrifying. They had no chance of resisting at all. Therefore, in the next moment, dozens of heads flew into the air as blood gushed out like a river. What? They're all dead. The surrounding Black Dragon cult martial artists were shocked. They could not believe it. Even the left and right envoys were shocked. They did not expect the opponent's strength to be so terrifying. She did not seem any weaker than them. Damn it. How is this possible? Who are they? The left and right envoys' faces were gloomy. The strength of the woman and snake that appeared before was already beyond their imagination. They did not expect another woman to appear now. Her strength was not any weaker than theirs. Where did these people come from? It should be known that in the South Heaven region, other than the 2 of them who were half-step kings, no one else could fight against them. But now, several of them had appeared at once. They could not accept this. Luo Bingshan killed dozens of 9th-level sovereigns with a single blade. Then, his eyes flashed like lightning as his entire body emitted a terrifying aura. Holding the long blade in his hand, he quickly slashed out several blade lights toward the left envoys. The surrounding Black Dragon cult disciples were scared and did not dare to stop him. However, the left envoys roared as his hair stood on end. He was too angry. Although the opponent had the cultivation of half-step king, she was not a true half-step king. However, the opponent still dared to charge at him. It was as if she did not put him in her eyes at all. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared and exploded with an unparalleled strength. He decided to kill the woman in front of him personally to intimidate the others on the spirit boat. Immediately, a terrifying wave of energy gushed out of the left envoy's body and spread out in all directions. This left envoy was not human. His true form was a green dragon. At this moment, he used his full strength. His dark green hair danced in the wind like countless small green snakes spiraling in the air. His eyes were dark green and emitted a cold and gloomy light. This aura made all the surrounding Black Dragon cult disciples tremble as they involuntarily retreated. At the same time, they cheered excitedly. With the left envoy's help, they would definitely win. Little girl, go to hell. The green dragon left emissary shouted and emitted a green light all over his body. He stretched out his hand and it turned into a huge green python that covered the sky and rushed forward. Rumble, the terrifying green python tore through the void, creating a terrifying crack in the air. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, it rapidly bombarded the surroundings. That momentum was exceptionally terrifying. However, Luo Bingshan coldly snorted and disappeared like a ghost. Boom, in the next moment, the void where she was originally standing was shattered. Countless cracks and black holes appeared, but Luo Bingshan's figure had long since disappeared. What? He dodged it. The surrounding Black Dragon cult cultivators were shocked. As for the left Azure Dragon envoy, his expression was gloomy. He had not expected the other party's speed to be so fast, to be able to dodge his attack. So what if he managed to unleash one more attack? I don't believe that you can dodge all my attacks, the left green dragon envoy sneered. He wanted to crush his opponent with his powerful aura. Just as this thought arose in his mind, suddenly, his expression changed drastically, and even became ferocious. There was also a tinge of fear in his eyes. This was because an extremely sharp aura suddenly came from behind him, as if it was going to split him in half. Damn it, get out of my way. The left green dragon envoy roared and an unparalleled power exploded from his body. At the same time, countless green lights surrounded his body and formed a green snake armor. He was too shocked. He had not expected the other party to appear behind him in an instant and launch a fatal attack. Is the other party an assassin? His heart pounded wildly because he had not sensed the other party's aura at all. He also did not know that the other party had appeared behind him. It was too late to run now because the slash was too fast. It was like a bolt of lightning that enveloped him in an instant. Therefore, he could only use all his strength to take the slash head-on. Boom, an earth-shattering sound was heard as the slash viciously landed on the left green dragon envoy's body, emitting a dazzling light. Unparalleled power spread out in all directions. Block it. The left green dragon envoy's face was ferocious and even python scales appeared on his body. Countless green snakes circled around his body, and his armor shone with an unparalleled light, like a green sun. However, the slash was too terrifying. It was like a heavenly blade that tore through all obstacles and even broke the left green dragon envoy's armor. In the next moment, the terrifying slash viciously landed on the left green dragon envoy's body. Immediately, blood spurted out and his bones were broken. A miserable cry was heard. Ah, the left green dragon envoy screamed in a hideous voice. Hearing this voice, the surrounding martial artists felt their scalps go numb. They had not expected the powerful and terrifying left green dragon envoy to be defeated. Moreover, he was defeated in one move. Who was this woman? How could she be so terrifying? Everyone looked at Luo Bingshan with fear in their eyes. The left green dragon envoy used all his strength and quickly retreated. Blood splattered everywhere. In the end, he retreated a few hundred feet and stopped. Drip. Drip, blood was still flowing. He was in a terrible state. His entire body was almost split in half and he had suffered extremely serious injuries. Seeing this scene, everyone swallowed their saliva and could not believe their eyes. That was the left green dragon envoy. A high and mighty existence in the Black Dragon sect, in the entire Tiannan region, no one could suppress him except for the Black Dragon sect leader. But now, the left green dragon envoy had suffered such serious injuries. Moreover, it was only a young woman who had attacked. She had only used one slash to cause such injuries. This was too terrifying. On the other side, the left green dragon envoy's face was also very gloomy. He had not expected his companion to be defeated in an instant and suffer such serious injuries. Damn it! He roared angrily. His body also exploded with a dazzling white light. He was like a god of war. He was extremely powerful. He had to take action now and suppress his opponent. Otherwise, with her ghostly speed, if she tried to assassinate him, he would be in danger. Look, the left green dragon envoy is attacking. The surrounding Black Dragon sect martial artists were extremely nervous. They had placed all their hopes on the left green dragon envoy. If the left green dragon envoy was defeated, the Black Dragon sect would be completely finished. Left green dragon palm. The left green dragon envoy took the initiative to attack. His entire body was supporting a powerful force. Strong wind swept around him and he would not give his opponent a chance to launch a sneak attack. At the same time, he stretched out his palm and slapped forward. Free and unfettered palm. The right emissary made the first move. His entire body was filled with a powerful force, and a gale swept through the surroundings. He would not give his opponent a chance to launch a sneak attack. At the same time, he stretched out his palm and slapped forward. A huge light palm flew out from his palm and quickly pressed forward. The resplendent light illuminated the surroundings. That palm of light contained an incomparable amount of energy. This palm was like a white mountain that pushed across the sky. The entire sky shook as if it was about to collapse. Humph! Luo Bingshan snorted coldly. Although the opponent was a half-step king, she did not care about him at all. 8 blades of the ocean abyss. This time, Luo Bingshan did not dodge. Instead, she faced it head-on. The 8 blades of the ocean abyss was an earth-class cultivation technique. It had been used by the Duan clan's disciple in the remote sky secret realm. Now, it had reappeared in the hands of the Luo Bingshan. This earth-class cultivation technique in the hands of Luo Bingshan was several times more powerful than in the hands of Yan Feng. That terrifying saber light transformed into one after another surging Milky Way, constantly roaring in the air. As the blade slashed out, a resplendent light bloomed in the void. The terrifying blade light illuminated the surroundings as it slashed forward. Both of them were using their ultimate techniques. It could be said that their momentum was terrifying. However, Luo Bingshan was using a true earth-class cultivation technique. As for the right emissary, no matter how powerful he was, he only had a half-step earth-class cultivation technique. The two of them could not be compared at all. Therefore, as soon as they clashed, the right emissary's huge light palm was sliced apart and turned into countless spiritual chi that dissipated in the air. Impossible. Seeing his ultimate technique being sliced apart so easily, the right emissary screamed. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Impossible. How is this possible? He clenched his teeth. At the same time, his palms changed rapidly. He clenched both hands into fists and punched out. Divine Azure Fist. The terrifying fist bloomed with blood-red light. The right emissary's eyes shone with a terrifying light. Boundless killing intent soared from his body. At this moment, he used another ultimate technique, the Divine Azure Fist. Apart from being terrifying, this fist technique also carried a dense baleful aura. It dyed the entire sky red. Those fist shadows transformed into red flood dragons, rushing out at high speed. For a time, the sky once again fell into chaos. The eyes of the surrounding black dragon cult disciples were also bloodshot. Each and every one of them looked ferocious and wanted nothing more than to pounce forward and fight. However, they were simply unable to approach. Merely the aftermath of the energy was enough to blow them away. Luo Bingshan, on the other hand, had an ice-cold expression. With a light snort, the long saber in his hand slashed out again. 8 blades of the ocean abyss, the second blade, white shark slash. The long saber slashed out, and countless saber lights gathered to form a huge white shark. This great white shark's entire body was radiating light. Its entire body was formed from saber radiance. It was extremely terrifying. It carried with it an astonishingly sharp aura as it flew quickly in the air. Instantly, the countless baleful auras in the sky were sliced into countless pieces by the saber light and fell rapidly. The 2 blood-colored divine fists were also swallowed by the white shark formed by the saber light. What? It broke again. This is impossible. The carefree right emissary felt his scalp go numb in disbelief. Although he knew that his opponent was powerful and had the strength of a half-step king, it was still impossible for him to break through his attack so easily. It should be known that he was also a half-step king. No matter what, both sides would have to exchange several hundred moves before the outcome would be decided. However, his opponent's strength was too powerful. Moreover, his attack power was extremely sharp. Victory and defeat were often decided in one move. How was this a battle between 2 people of the same realm? This was simply a one-sided battle. The carefree right emissary seemed to have gone mad and wanted to attack again. However, opposite him, Luo Bingshan coldly said, "You don't have the chance." 8 blades of the ocean abyss, the third blade. The long saber flickered, and this time, it transformed into a huge whale that roared in the air. That huge body completely filled the entire sky. The terrifying power made everyone's heart tremble. Even some of the weaker ones directly knelt down. No! The carefree right emissary frantically shouted. However, that huge blue whale directly floated down and swallowed him. Terrifying energy exploded, completely submerging the entire void. Bang! Bang! The carefree right emissary screamed again and again as he was blasted away by this energy. Many places on his body were pierced, and terrifying bloody holes appeared one after another. Blood flowed out continuously, and his bones were broken. It could be said that he had suffered severe injuries. It seemed that he would not live for long. What? The carefree right emissary was also defeated? How is this possible? Everyone was extremely shocked and did not dare to believe it. The left and right emissaries were existences that were second only to the sect leader in the Black Dragon sect. They were experts that were second only to the sect leader. However, at this moment, they were actually defeated by someone, and it was an easy defeat. Moreover, the opponent was only a young and beautiful woman. They probably did not even dream of such a scene. Luo Bingshan coldly snorted and glanced around. Immediately, the disciples of the Black Dragon sect were so frightened that they all sat on the ground, not daring to resist. Luo Bingshan snorted again and put away his long saber. He turned around and walked towards the spirit boat. She had no interest in the surrounding disciples because they were not worthy of her attack. Seeing that she was about to leave, the disciples of the Black Dragon sect did not dare to stop her. They only hoped that this murderous star in front of them would leave quickly so that they could live. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A black light suddenly lit up the sky. It was like a black lightning bolt that instantly rushed towards Luo Bingshan. Wherever it passed, the entire sky seemed to be split in half. Terrifying airwaves rolled out in all directions. The speed was so fast that it produced a muffled sound that made one's scalp numb. "You're courting death." Luo Bingshan glared with anger. She did not expect that the other party would dare to attack. She snorted coldly and turned around to slash with her saber. Boom, the air exploded, producing a huge amount of energy that swept out in all directions. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. Previously, Luo Bingshan was extremely powerful and defeated the left and right envoys with a few simple moves. But now, she was actually blasted away. That's right, it was Luo Bingshan who was sent flying in this collision. Everyone was shocked and in disbelief. Boom boom boom, Luo Bingshan only stopped after retreating for a few thousand meters. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock because she did not expect that someone could send her flying. In the next moment, Luo Bingshan's face was cold as she looked ahead. Then, she was stunned and a trace of shock appeared on her face. The person who sent her flying was the left green dragon envoy. It was the person who was almost split in half by her saber. What? How is this possible? With such a serious injury, he can't even exert much combat strength? But now, the other party was full of energy and the aura on his body was much stronger than before. What's going on? Not only was Luo Bingshan puzzled, but everyone was also confused. Luo Bingshan's jade-like face was cold as she looked ahead. Then, she was stunned, and a trace of shock appeared on her face. Because the one who sent her flying was actually the left green dragon envoy. It was the person who was almost split in half by her. What? How is this possible? He can't even fight with such a heavy injury? But now, the other party was full of energy, and his aura was even stronger than before. What's going on? Not only was Luo Bingshan confused, but everyone was also confused. They knew that something unexpected must have happened because the left green dragon envoy had already changed his appearance. His body, which had been split into two, had begun to heal at this moment. Countless black flames danced between his wounds. Not only that, but there were also black lines that appeared on his body. They were densely packed and looked very mysterious. In his eye sockets, there were two balls of black flames dancing. Every time they jumped, they released an extremely powerful aura. Luo Bingshan observed carefully and said coldly, "You're not the person from before." She realized that although this person's body was the same as before, his aura and soul were different. "Humph, I didn't expect you to have some knowledge. You can actually see that I'm a clone." A cold voice came from the left green dragon envoy. Hearing this voice, the surrounding Black Dragon sect martial artists were all shocked. What? That's the sect leader's voice. Sect leader, it's the sect leader. The sect leader has made his move. Everyone was extremely excited as they looked at the left green dragon envoy in front of them. Because they knew that the sect leader was a true king, he could kill everyone as long as he made his move. The sect leader of the Black Dragon sect? This is impossible. How can a king's aura be so weak? Luo Bingshan frowned. Humph, what do you know? This is just a clone of mine. Although it's just a clone, it's not something you can fight against. I advise you to kneel down obediently and surrender. Maybe I can let you go and take you as a slave. Otherwise, you'll all die without a burial place. It's just a clone? Luo Bingshan frowned. She didn't expect a king to be so powerful. Just a clone was enough to send her flying. But then, she gritted her teeth and snorted coldly, "Don't be so arrogant. If your real body came, I naturally wouldn't be able to resist. But it's just a clone. Do you really think you can subdue me?" Luo Bingshan snorted coldly. Then, he clenched his long saber and attacked quickly. Humph, it seems like you still don't understand the strength of a king. Alright, I'll let you experience it today. The left green dragon envoy sneered. The black light in his eyes suddenly bloomed, and the black lines on his body also shone with a jet black light. She looked extremely ferocious. Then, she let out a roar and charged forward. For a moment, the two of them were locked in battle. Terrifying energy surged as everyone watched nervously. At this moment, the carefree right emissary, who had been severely injured, suddenly screamed. A ferocious look appeared on his face. Black veins began to appear all over his body, starting from the back of his neck and spreading all over his body. Sect leader, spare my life. Spare me. The carefree right emissary knelt in the air and shouted with great difficulty. However, no one paid any attention to him. Not only did the black veins on his body not weaken, they spread even faster and covered his entire body in an instant. In the end, the carefree right emissary screamed. His eyes lost their light, and he froze in the air like a statue. But soon, 2 balls of black flames appeared in his eyes. Then, he stood up again. Black veins appeared all over his body, shining with a jet black light. 2 balls of black flames danced in his eyes, and he looked extremely cold. Humph, trash. It's your honor to have my clone here. A low and cold voice came from the carefree right emissary. Obviously, this was the other clone of the Black Dragon sect leader. The 2 clones attacked together, determined to take down the spiritual boat in front. The carefree right emissary looked around coldly. Then, he stared at Luo Bingshan in front of him. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, he turned into a bolt of black lightning and charged forward. The battle ahead was extremely intense. Luo Bingshan held his long saber and looked like a killing god. His saber radiance was like water. It was extremely cold and released a terrifying aura. Every saber gleam was like a Milky Way as it swept through the surroundings. On the other side, the green dragon left emissary was even more berserk. He was no longer the green dragon from before. Instead, he was the clone of the Black Dragon sect leader. Boundless black flames spread all over his body, releasing a scorching aura. Every strike of his terrifying black palm could pierce through the void. I admit that you're very strong and can defeat the majority of half-step kings. But against me, you have no chance of victory. Black Dragon Palm, die for me. The green dragon left emissary laughed nastily. The black veins on his palm shone brightly. He waved his palm. Immediately, a black dragon flew out of his palm and roared as it charged forward. Soon, it turned into a dragon-shaped palm. The palm directly shattered all the saber radiances in front of him. The terrifying palm was like a black demonic mountain as it pressed down on Luo Bingshan. The palm hadn't yet arrived, but that scorching and berserk aura was still blowing against Luo Bingshan's black robe. Luo Bingshan even felt an extremely hot aura, as if it was going to melt her. With a delicate shout, Luo Bingshan released all her spiritual power and struck out with the 4th move of the 8 blades of the ocean abyss. A shocking saber radiance tore through the void, releasing a terrifying aura. However, at this moment, another cold aura rushed over from behind her left. It was the right emissary. He took advantage of Luo Bingshan's moment to launch a sneak attack. Not good. Feeling this killing intent, Luo Bingshan's heart beat wildly. The Lin family clansmen on the spirit boat cried out in alarm. However, the right and right emissaries revealed a sinister smile. In their eyes, the other party was dead for sure. The surrounding Black Dragon sect martial artists cheered wildly. This was great. The demoness before them was finally going to be killed. The two clones of the Black Dragon sect leader charged toward Luo Bingshan together. However, at this moment, a purple radiance descended from the sky and blocked the right emissary's path. This radiance was like a purple aura coming from the east. It carried boundless energy and blocked the right emissary, resolving Luo Bingshan's crisis. Damn it! The right emissary roared crazily. He didn't expect such a good opportunity to kill to be blocked. This made him extremely furious. Luo Bingshan breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that Morong Qingqing had made her move. Sure enough, the purple cloud in the sky quickly transformed into a beautiful woman. This woman wore a purple dress and had an extremely beautiful face. She was like a fairy that didn't belong to the mortal world. She was Morong Qingqing. When Luo Binson was in danger, she acted in time and blocked the right emissary. Another woman? The right emissary was shocked. He didn't expect it to be another young woman. This woman was dressed in a long purple dress. Her face was extremely beautiful, like a fairy, untainted by the mortal world. She was Morong Qingqing. When Luo Bingshan was in danger, she intervened in time and stopped the right emissary. Another woman? The right emissary was shocked. He did not expect another young woman to intervene. He thought for a long time, but he could not figure out who the woman in purple was. However, when he saw her beautiful face, a sinister smile appeared on his face. I did not expect such a beauty to exist in this world. It just so happens that I am lacking a wife. Be a good girl and follow me back. Don't worry, as long as you obey me, I will let your companions go. Otherwise, I will chop them into pieces. Humph. Wishful thinking. Morong Qingqing snorted coldly. Her beautiful face was filled with coldness. In the next moment, purple light gushed out from her body. In an instant, it became vast and mighty, forming a purple auspicious cloud. Between heaven and earth, countless purple lights surrounded it. It was as if a fairy had descended from the east. As soon as the purple aura appeared, the scorching aura in the void weakened significantly. I did not expect that you are not only beautiful, but also powerful. But this is good. You are even more suitable to be my wife. So, be a good girl and obey me. The right emissary laughed sinisterly. Then, he quickly rushed toward Morong Qingqing. On the other side, Green Dragon's Wushi and Luo Bingshan were fighting fiercely again. Morong Qingqing snorted coldly. Without hesitation, she quickly took out the true Phoenix Imperial Jade Seal. Then, she infused the power of her bloodline into it. Buzz, behind her, a purple phoenix projection appeared. In the end, it formed two purple phoenix wings and wrapped Morong Qingqing's delicate body. The terrifying phoenix shadow hovered around her. She waved her hand and a purple phoenix rushed out. It roared in the air and attacked the right emissary. What? What a pure phoenix bloodline! The right emissary's pupils shrank. He was shocked. Then, he became ecstatic again. Good, good, good. I did not expect you to have such a pure bloodline power. All the more I cannot let you go. Roar. In the next moment, the carefree right emissary let out a long howl. Suddenly, a clap of thunder resounded through the heavens and earth. Around him, 8 black lightning companions appeared, descending along with him. Every single black lightning bolt could kill a half-step king, and that terrifying aura made everyone despair. 8 black thunderbolts surrounded the carefree right emissary and bombarded in all directions. This scene was too terrifying. Every single bolt of lightning could kill a half-step king. The surrounding Black Dragon sect martial practitioners, as well as the Lin family clansmen on the spirit boat in the distance, all revealed terrified expressions. In the face of this black lightning, they had no power to resist at all. Old Master Lin, Second Uncle Lin, and the others were especially worried about the safety of Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan. Boom, a black thunderbolt shot out at a high speed towards Morong Qingqing, exploding right next to her. The terrifying lightning illuminated the surroundings, making it impossible for anyone to open their eyes. Morong Qingqing's expression also changed. She let out a shout and quickly used the cosmic battle armor to cover her body. At the same time, she madly pushed the Phoenix Phantom behind her. Suddenly, the blue cosmic battle armor appeared and completely covered her body, leaving only her beautiful eyes exposed. Not only that, the huge phoenix behind her spread its wings and enveloped Murong Qingqing. Boom! Murong Qingqing took the attack of the black lightning head-on and was immediately forced back. However, with the cosmic battle armor reducing the damage by 70% and the protection of the Phoenix Phantom, she did not suffer any injuries this time. Only the chi and blood in her body continued to churn. What? She blocked it. The carefree right emissary was shocked. He did not expect his opponent to be able to block his black lightning attack. One had to know that this was a black lightning that could kill a half-step king. His opponent was only a 9th celestial layer girl. How could she block it? No, that blue armor is very strange. It seems to be able to reduce the power by more than half. The carefree right emissary's eyes were like lightning as he stared at the cosmic battle armor. Then, a fiery light burst out from his eyes. Even I don't have such a battle armor. Where did this girl get it? I don't care. This treasure must be mine. The flames of greed appeared in his eyes. He had no choice. Even if he was the Black Dragon sect leader, he did not have such a thing. Even in the Tianwu continent, there were not many of them. Moreover, in the remote Tiannan region, it was even more impossible to have one. Girl, hurry up and surrender. You can't resist at all. The carefree right emissary sneered again. Then, he waved his hand. Suddenly, the few black lightning bolts around him rushed forward like black dragons. Then, a series of thunderous sounds rang out in the sky. The terrifying thunder shook heaven and earth, causing the surrounding martial artists to tremble. Many people's minds went blank, and they fell from the sky. In the distance, the spirit boat shone with incomparable light. The array on it was fully activated to resist the surging power. Inside the spirit boat, Old Master Lin and the other Lin family members were pale. They were shocked to see this apocalyptic scene. Fortunately, the spirit boat's defense was very strong. It did not break through in a short time. Therefore, they were not hurt at all. Thunderous sounds rang out in the sky. Flashing with incomparable energy, Murong Qingqing was forced to retreat. Then, 7 black lightning bolts connected the sky and the earth. They flew quickly toward Murong Qingqing and locked her in the sky. The 7 black lightning bolts shot into the sky and formed a 7-pointed star cage, trapping Murong Qingqing in it. Sealed? That's great. The Black Dragon sect martial artists in the distance cheered when they saw this scene. The carefree right emissary sneered. He even crossed his arms and looked like he was watching a show. How is it, girl? I told you, you're no match for me. You'd better go back with me and be my sect leader's wife. On the other side, Luo Bingshan saw the scene and shouted. She turned around to save Murong Qingqing. However, she was blocked by the green dragon left emissary. Hee, you'd better worry about yourself first. The green dragon left emissary sneered. His eyes were blazing. Countless black flames surged on his palm and formed a black dragon claw. He clawed forward. Boom, the black dragon claw was extremely terrifying. It carried a monstrous force and tore the void apart. 5 bull-sized black holes appeared. Black light flashed. Luo Bingshan did not dare to take it head-on. She could only dodge quickly. However, the opponent was very fast. Therefore, Luo Bingshan was at a disadvantage. She could not spare any time to save Murong Qingqing. The carefree right emissary sneered. He stepped into the air and walked toward Murong Qingqing. Boom, the black dragon claw was extremely terrifying. It instantly tore through the void and even created 5 bull-sized black holes. It flickered with a dark light. Luo Bingshan did not dare to take it head-on. He could only dodge quickly. However, his opponent was also very fast. Therefore, Luo Bingshan was at a disadvantage and could not spare any time to rescue him. The carefree envoy of the right had a sinister smile on his face. He stepped into the air and walked toward Murong Qingqing. Little girl, come with me obediently. He laughed sinisterly and reached out a huge palm to grab Murong Qingqing. This time, Murong Qingqing shouted. A purple phoenix rushed out of her body and roared in all directions. An extremely powerful energy surged out and blasted the carefree envoy of the right's hand, instantly pushing him back. His palm even cracked, revealing the bones on the balcony. You. Die. The carefree envoy of the right felt a stab of pain and was furious. His face immediately became ferocious. He did not expect his opponent to still have the strength to resist after being trapped by his 7 lightning bolts. Moreover, the power was so terrifying that it even pierced through his hand. This was too great. It was hard to believe. I don't believe you can hold on for long. The carefree envoy of the right snorted with a sinister expression. Suddenly, several lightning bolts in the sky continuously bombarded. Morong Qingqing's face was cold. She supported the purple phoenix and resisted with difficulty. Although she was not in danger for now, it would not be long before she was injured by the black lightning bolts. On the other side, Green Dragon Xianxia also used his great magic power to create countless black flames. They formed a black flame cage and directly trapped Luo Bingshan inside. Ha 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 ha. Green Dragon Xianxia laughed loudly when he saw that Luo Bingshan was trapped and could not escape. The surrounding Black Dragon sect martial artists laughed wildly. Their expressions were full of excitement. Subdued. We finally subdued 2 troublesome enemies. As expected of the sect leader's clone. He's too powerful. The left and right envoys also sneered. Then, they ignored Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan. In their opinion, the other party could not hold on for long. It was better to trap and suppress them first. Therefore, the 2 of them turned around and stared at the spirit boat in the distance. The left and right messengers sneered before they slowly walked towards the spirit boat. The demonic abyss below was surrounded by clouds and mist. It was extremely mysterious. And in this demon abyss, there was an extremely large spirit ship called the Black Earth. The Black Earth had existed in the demon abyss for countless years, but no one had ever known about it. This was because no one had ever been able to enter the demon abyss. Of course, there was one exception, and that was Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian had been training on the Black Earth for a year. His entire body was surrounded by resplendent light and surging energy, making him look like a holy war god. On the side, the Crimson Dragon and the Snow White Monkey had already woken up. Among them, the Crimson Dragon had absorbed a large amount of energy from the demigod realm and had successfully recovered to the king realm 2 months ago. He had become a 1-star king tier. This caused the Crimson Dragon to be extremely excited during these 2 months. It roared non-stop, causing the entire demon abyss to be filled with ghostly wails and howls. Fortunately, there weren't any cultivators nearby. Otherwise, they would definitely be scared to death. However, after being excited for 2 months, the Crimson Dragon was also tired. Therefore, it was lying on the side listlessly. On the side, the Snow White Monkey was also hugging a spirit fruit and eating happily. It had also absorbed a lot of demigod crystals. Although it hadn't entered the king's scripture, the Crimson Dragon had tested it. With its current strength, it was still unable to completely subdue the monkey. This meant that the monkey was at least a king realm expert. This monkey is too strange. What kind of species is it? Even I couldn't tell. The Crimson Dragon held its chin and was extremely displeased. On the side, the black soil was still attached to the broken sword. It floated in the sky and circled around the Snow White Monkey. To be honest, even he was slightly suspicious and couldn't be sure. I say, hey too, when will this brat wake up? It's already been a year. It's really boring to be cooped up in the spirit ship. The Crimson Dragon asked. During this year, it had become familiar with the black soil. The black soil was just a slightly more powerful artifact spirit. It wasn't strange to the Crimson Dragon. The black soil shook the broken sword and said, not necessarily. The great dragon sword soul is extremely mysterious. No one knows how much strength he needs to enter the king realm. But I think it's about time. Perhaps he'll wake up in a month or 2. The black soil said slowly. In the end, it looked at the Crimson Dragon. Oh right, you should go out for a while. Your companions outside are in danger. You're saying that those 2 girls and the people on the spirit ship are in danger? The Crimson Dragon jumped up. It should be the Black Dragon sect that attacked them. Moreover, the situation is very bad. Damn, why didn't you say such an important thing earlier? The Crimson Dragon was anxious. He knew that the people on the spirit ship were extremely important to Lin Xian. If anything happened, Lin Xian would definitely go berserk. At that time, he didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Sure enough, before he could move, Lin Xian, who had been cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, causing the entire space to tremble violently. Next time something like this happens, say it earlier. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He quickly stood up, then his figure flashed and instantly disappeared. Only the Crimson Dragon and the black soil floating in the air were left behind. Fortunately, you said it. Otherwise, he would definitely tear your black soil apart. The Crimson Dragon sighed. He knew Lin Xian's temper very well, and the importance of the people on the ship to Lin Xian. The black soil shook his sword. He didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a temper. However, after half a day, he came back to his senses. Yes, not bad. You're indeed a loyal person. Looks like I didn't choose the wrong person. In the end, the black soil became happy again. Alright, I'll go take a look. The Crimson Dragon ignored the black soil and left. Wooji the Snow-White Monkey also jumped on the Crimson Dragon's back and hugged the spirit fruit, unwilling to let go. In the outside world, in the sky of the state of Xia, Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan were resisting with difficulty. A purple phoenix circled around Morong Qingqing's body, resisting the 7 black lightning bolts around her. The 7 black lightning bolts kept shrinking and were now less than 50 feet away from her. Luo Bingshan was in even more danger. The black flame cage was less than 30 feet away from her. Soon, it would burn her. If she was burned by the black flames, even if she had the strength of a half-step king, she wouldn't be able to resist. However, this wasn't the most worrying thing. The most worrying thing was the spirit ship behind them. Luo Bingshan was in even more danger. The black flame cage was less than 10 meters away from her. Soon, it would burn her. If she was burned by the black flame, even if she had the strength of a half-step king, it would be difficult for her to resist. However, this was not the most worrying thing. The most worrying thing was the spirit boat behind them. Everyone on it was the Lin family members. Not a single venerable was present. If the formation on the spirit boat was broken, the people on it would be in danger. No. Luo Bingshan's eyes were filled with despair. Don't you dare. Morong Qingqing's face was cold as she trembled with anger. She activated her bloodline power and bombarded the black lightning around her. However, no matter what she did, she could not shake it at all. This made her feel powerless. She even bit her lip until it bled. Those were Lin Xian's family members. Before Lin Xian left, he had told her to protect these people. But now, she had to watch the Lin family members suffer. How was she going to explain this to Lin Xian in the future? The left and right envoys sneered and slowly approached the spirit boat. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect this spirit boat to be of such a high grade. It's actually a half-Earth rank artifact. And it's even a half-Earth rank artifact. The left and right envoys looked at the spirit boat and nodded. It seemed that they were very satisfied with this spirit boat. The formation on it is also very exquisite. Ordinary half-step kings can't break it at all. But now, that might not be the case, the two of them sneered. They were not ordinary half-step kings, but the clones of the Black Dragon hierarch. Their strength was above that of half-step kings. Therefore, as long as they attacked with all their strength, it would not be a problem to break the formation. As for the Lin family members on it, they naturally did not care. In their eyes, they were just a bunch of ants. They just wanted to kill them. What they wanted was the spirit boat. Boom, the left envoys sneered and pressed forward with their palms. Suddenly, a black palm surged out and slammed into the spirit boat. Buzz, the formation on the spirit boat spun and flickered with a dazzling light. It quickly resisted the attack. There was a violent explosion in the air, and the entire spirit boat shook violently. The Lin family clansmen inside were thrown to the side. Clan leader, what should we do? The members of the Lin family were terrified. They could only look at Old Master Lin. Old Master Lin's face was also gloomy. He didn't expect to fall into danger again after just escaping from the ice. If these people were killed, then the Lin family's bloodline would be cut off. However, as the head of the family, he could not afford to panic. Why are you panicking? This spirit boat is very magical, and the array formation on it is also very huge. They might not be able to break it. Furthermore, I believe that little Xian will definitely return. Hearing Old Master Lin's words, the surrounding Lin family members calmed down. Then, they clenched their fists and looked outside angrily through the array. Outside, Green Dragon's Xianxia was surprised after he struck out with his palm. He didn't expect the formation to be so powerful that it could withstand his attack. This array is so mysterious. I'm afraid it's not from the Tiannan region. Where did it come from? Could it be something from the Tianwu continent? Green Dragon's Xianxia's eyes flashed. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that it was possible. Because only that place could create such an exquisite thing. Stop fooling around. Hurry up and take back the spirit boat. Carefree envoy Yu said in a low voice. Then, a bolt of black lightning appeared in his palm again and quickly blasted forward. Rumble, the black lightning carried a monstrous force and struck the spirit boat, causing countless explosions. Boom, boom. Boom, the two of them kept attacking the array formation on the spirit boat. Both of them were king's avatars and were extremely powerful. Now that they were attacking together, the array formation trembled non-stop. The light screen shook violently and looked like it would break at any time. At the back, Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan's faces were pale. They fought back frantically, trying to escape from the cage. However, they couldn't break through the black dragon flame and the black lightning. They could only watch as the left and right envoys attacked. Crack! Crack, crack! Finally, under the intense attacks, the light screen on the spirit boat cracked like a mirror. Terrifying cracks crawled all over it. Oh no! Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan's faces changed. They knew that things were going to get worse. Without the defense of the array formation, the Lin family members couldn't withstand a casual attack from the left and right envoys. On the spirit boat, the Lin family members' faces changed drastically. They didn't expect the array formation to break. Even Old Master Lin's face darkened. However, as the head of the Lin family, he still roared. The Lin family members aren't cowards. Even if we have to die, we will die in battle. Everyone, listen up. Pick up your weapons. Yes. The Lin family members behind him roared. At this moment, the wildness in their hearts rose. They took out their swords and sabers, ready to fight to the death. You want to fight to the death with us? The left and right envoys sneered. A bunch of ants. Do you really think you can defeat a giant dragon? You're overestimating yourselves. To be honest, they couldn't care less. To them, the people in front of them were no different from ants. With a single finger, they could easily wipe out the entire Lin family. The left and right envoys looked down at the Lin family members as though they were looking at ants. As long as they used their strength, they could kill all of them. In the next moment, Green Dragon's Xianxia sneered and slowly raised his arm. Just as the arm was about to land, he suddenly frowned and turned his head to the left. You're courting death. With a roar, Green Dragon's Xianxia didn't attack again. Instead, he quickly slashed his palm to the left. Buzz, in the next moment, the void vibrated and a figure appeared. It was a middle-aged man in black. He had an ordinary face and held a long sword in his hand that emitted a cold light. However, at this moment, the middle-aged assassin's face was pale and there was a tinge of fear in his eyes. His body swayed and he quickly retreated to the back. However, Green Dragon's Xianxia's palm was faster. Like a black dragon claw, it grabbed the assassin and crushed his head. Boom, like a watermelon being split open, blood splattered and the headless corpse fell to the ground. Trying to sneak an attack on me? You're courting death. Green Dragon's Xianxia sneered and his face was full of disdain. On the spiritual boat in front, the Lin family martial artists were in despair. This was because they knew that the martial artist who had attacked them was one of the 3 5-star assassins who had been protecting them. This person was powerful and could even assassinate a peak rank 9 martial artist. However, he couldn't even dodge a single attack from Green Dragon's Xianxia. He was killed directly. This was too terrifying. Looking at the scene before them, the Lin family martial artists on the spiritual boat in front were in despair. This was because they knew that the martial artist who had attacked them was one of the 3 5-star assassins who had been protecting them. This person was so powerful that he could even assassinate a peak rank 9 martial artist. However, he could not even dodge a single attack from the left Green Dragon envoy. He was killed directly. This was too terrifying. Behind them, Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan looked solemn. Green Dragon's Xianxia sneered and attacked again. In the next moment, 2 figures emerged from the void and charged toward the left Green Dragon emissary and right Carefree emissary respectively. Their appearance was very sudden, as if they were ghosts. The aura on their bodies was even sharper. They seemed to have become one with the long swords in their hands, forming a killing sword that exuded a terrifying murderous aura. This murderous aura was so strong that it materialized into rays of light that surrounded their bodies. Those who were proficient in assassination knew that this murderous aura was too terrifying. It was formed from countless battles and blood. It had a terrifying aura. An ordinary martial artist would not be able to resist this aura at all. Just this murderous aura alone could destroy the opponent's will and soul. In the next moment, the 2 of them turned into shocking rays of light and stabbed the left and right envoys. However, the left and right envoys sneered. They already knew that there was someone beside them. When they saw the other party attack, they snorted in disdain. Buzz! 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 The 2 long swords turned into cold rays of light and stabbed respectively. However, they stopped 3 meters away from them. It was as if they were grabbed by a pair of invisible hands and could not move forward at all. Ants will always be ants. Even if it's an assassination, you won't stand a chance. Carefree envoy sneered in disdain. He then pointed his finger. Poof! Poof! The bodies of the 2 5-star assassins split open and turned into a bloody mist that filled the air. In the face of 2 king avatars, they had no power to resist at all. Ah? They're all dead. On the spiritual boat, the Lin family members were shocked and in despair when they saw this. They did not expect that the 3 5-star assassins who had been protecting them would be killed so easily. Were they really at the end of their rope? Alright, the game is over. You have no more tricks up your sleeves. Now, I'll send you on your way. The Carefree right emissary grinned as countless lightning bolts surged out of his palm and circled around his fingertips. In the next moment, he stretched out his palm and grabbed forward. No. Luo Bingshan frantically shook his head. Everyone, listen up. Kill. Old Master Lin shouted angrily as he gripped the long sword in his hand tightly. The Lin clansmen behind him also had resolute expressions on their faces. Even if they were to die in battle, they would not tarnish the reputation of the Lin family. Lin Xian, come quickly. Morong Qingqing screamed. Tears streamed down her face. Ha 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 ha. No matter how you struggle, you won't be able to escape death. This is the fate of an ant. The Carefree right emissary laughed arrogantly, then quickly pressed his palm down. Boom, an earth-shattering collision sounded, and a terrifying energy exploded in the air. Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan had already closed their eyes. They simply didn't dare to continue watching. As for the Lin family members behind them, they were all prepared to fight to the death, determined to fight to the death. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared and landed in front of the Lin clansman. Then, he threw a punch. Boom, in the next moment, a scream was heard in the air. The scream was extremely miserable, and it did not even sound like it came from a human. What? The Lin clansmen were all stunned because they realized that the scream did not come from them. Then, they looked forward and froze on the spot. Some of them even trembled quickly, and their eyes were filled with ecstasy. The Green Dragon left emissary was shocked and could not believe his eyes. In the distance, Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan's eyebrows trembled slightly, and their tightly shut eyes quickly opened. This was because they knew that the situation seemed to have changed. Indeed, in the next moment, they looked into the distance and were all stunned. Even Morong Qingqing stopped crying and smiled, revealing her beautiful face. In front of the spirit ship in the air, a figure stood. It was a very young man, who looked to be in his 20s. However, at this moment, he was standing in the air, emitting a cold aura, like a god of death. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were like lightning, like two peerless swords, sweeping across the area. It was him who had sent the right emissary flying with a punch. "Who are you?" Beside him, the green dragon left emissary looked at the young man with a gloomy gaze. "I don't care who you are. Since you dared to hurt me, I'll kill you." In the distance, the right emissary flew over quickly. His expression was extremely ferocious, and his body emitted a terrifying killing intent. The blow just now had caused him serious injuries, and his entire right arm was completely shattered. At this moment, he held his weak right arm and rushed over quickly. His gaze was like a sword, and the killing intent on his body was undisguised. "Lin Xian! Master! Xiaoxian!" Exclamations sounded, and those voices were filled with endless shock and joy. That's right, the young man who looked like a god of swords was Lin Xian. When he learned that the Lin family and Murong Qingqing were in danger, he immediately rushed out of the Black Earth, and finally arrived in time at the last moment. "Grandpa, second uncle, and the rest of the family. Don't worry. With me around, they won't hurt you." Lin Xian waved his hand and immediately set up another array on the spirit ship, completely protecting the Lin family. At this moment, the Crimson Dragon appeared in front of them. It waved its dragon claws, and in an instant, Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan were rescued. Then, the three of them swayed and came to Lin Xian's side. "You're injured. Hurry up and take these." Lin Xian took out a few elixirs and distributed them to Luo Bingshan and Murong Qingqing. Then, he looked at Murong Qingqing again, gently wiped the tears on her face, and said softly, "I've made you worry. You really scared me to death." Murong Qingqing grumbled through her tears and smiled. Lin Xian also felt guilty, so he reached out and gently pulled Murong Qingqing into his arms, quickly comforting her. At the side, Luo Bingshan and the Lin family members behind him were all smiles, but the left and right emissaries in front of them had dark expressions. This was because they realized that the people in front of them had completely ignored them. That's right, ignored them. The other party didn't care about them at all. The two of them didn't even look at them. This kind of neglect was even worse than contempt. The left and right emissaries, who had always been arrogant, couldn't tolerate it at all. Moreover, they were the clones of the Black Dragon sex leader, who in the world dared to ignore them, and now, the young man in front of them dared to treat them like this. Therefore, they swore that they would definitely kill the other party to relieve the hatred in their hearts. "Brat, no matter who you are, you'll die for injuring me." The carefree right emissary's voice was unusually ferocious. Beside him, the left emissary of the Green Dragon didn't say anything, but his cold eyes were also fixed on Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned, looked at the two of them, and said in a deep voice, "Left and right emissaries? Brat, I don't care who you are. Since you dared to injure me, you must die." Carefree right emissary's voice was exceptionally sinister. On the side, Green Dragon left emissary did not speak, but his ice-cold gaze was also firmly fixed on Lin Xian. Lin Xian's brows creased as he looked at the two and said in a deep voice, "Left and right emissaries?" In truth, he was somewhat surprised, because the left and right emissaries he knew were not like this. Moreover, the other party's aura was too strange, far beyond that of a half-step king. No wonder Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan could not beat him. Because no half-step king could beat this kind of aura. They are not the left and right emissaries, but the doppelgangers of the Black Dragon hierarch. Murong Qingqing explained. The real left and right emissaries were already dead. Their bodies had been snatched, and their doppelgangers had been sent down. Therefore, their strength had greatly increased. "Lin Xian, you must be careful. King's doppelgangers? No wonder." Lin Xian came to a realization as he stared ahead with a piercingly cold gaze. "I don't care if you two are doppelgangers or something else. Since you've touched my bottom line, both of you must die today." "What? You want both of us to die? What a joke." The left and right emissaries sneered. "Brat, do you know who you're talking to? What an idiot. We're not half-step kings, but true kings' doppelgangers. Kneel down obediently and offer me the treasures and beauties." Then, I can spare your puny life. Otherwise, all of you will die. Humph. Just two doppelgangers. What's there to be arrogant about? The Crimson Dragon snorted disdainfully. Back then, even your true bodies were sent flying, not to mention you too. What? You sent our true bodies flying? Hearing these words, the left and right emissaries were shocked. Everyone else was stunned. Morong Qingqing, Luo Bingshan, and the Lin family members were all stunned. These two's true bodies were the Black Dragon Hierarch, they were true kings, and this Crimson Dragon in front of them had actually sent them flying. What was going on? They simply did not know that Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon had already met the Black Dragon Hierarchs. Therefore, these people were extremely shocked, while the left and right emissaries. Who are you? The left Green Dragon envoy coldly snorted. Although it was only a clone, his soul was connected to the Black Dragon religious leader. Of course, red and right emissary of TTSST. STS, T? Humph, the little black flood dragon, don't you remember? Back then, of TTS USA TTS? T? The TES? ST suddenly, their pupils constricted as if they had thought of something. They pointed at Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon and trembled S. It seems like you've remembered? Lin Xian looked ahead and smirked. Gods, that's great. Ha 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 ha. I thought the great dragon sword spirit had gone far away and was not fated with me in this life. I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door. Since that's the case, I'll take it. The left and right emissaries were too excited. They had already remembered what had happened. The young man and the crimson snake in front of them were the ones who had fought with them for the great dragon sword spirit. In other words, these two people had the great dragon sword spirit. If they could capture these two people, they would definitely be able to obtain the great dragon sword spirit. Thinking of this, the left and right emissaries' eyes lit up. Not only that, but the Black Dragon Hierarch, who was far away in the horizon, had also made a move and was flying towards them like a madman. He had already missed the great dragon sword spirit once, so this time, he would not miss it again. On the other side, the left and right emissaries unleashed their powerful auras and rushed towards Lin Xian. At this moment, their eyes were filled with madness. They had already received orders from the Black Dragon Hierarch. No matter what, they had to capture Lin Xian. Even if they could not, they had to delay until the Black Dragon Hierarch arrived. Lin Xian, be careful. Morong Qingqing shouted anxiously when he saw the two rushing over. Lin Xian patted Morong Qingqing's back and comforted him. Don't worry, leave it to me. Then, he took a step forward and an extremely powerful aura surged from his body. This year of cultivation had greatly increased his strength. Although he had not reached the true king realm, he had already surpassed the half-step king realm. Even if he was facing two king realm clones, he was still not afraid. In the next moment, Lin Xian was like a sword god. His body was surrounded by terrifying sword qi. Countless sword qi surged in the surroundings, causing the entire void to distort. Humph. With a cold snort, Lin Xian raised his arm and pointed a finger. Suddenly, a ray of light shot out like an angry dragon. This was an earth-rank martial art, void-shattering finger. At this moment, when Lin Xian executed it, it was even more terrifying. The dazzling ray of light streaked across the sky with endless sounds of wind and thunder. It even pierced through the void. Boom, a terrifying collision sound was heard. The void-shattering finger fiercely collided with the right emissary's shoulder and instantly pierced through it. Ah! The right emissary immediately stopped and roared into the sky. His expression was extremely ferocious. His entire body was trembling. Previously, Lin Xian had shattered his entire right arm, and now, his left shoulder was pierced through. In other words, his entire left arm was crippled. Now that both his arms were crippled, his combat strength had greatly decreased. Not only that, his bright red blood flowed rapidly along his arm and dripped into the sky, dyeing the entire sky red. What? How is this possible? Everyone was shocked because they all knew the right emissary's strength. He had already surpassed the half-step king realm, however, such a terrifying existence had been severely injured by Lin Xian with a single finger. This was simply unbelievable. Especially the left emissary of Xianxia, his eyelids were twitching. Damn it, what level has this kid reached? How is his strength so powerful? To be honest, he was simply too shocked. It should be known that even a half-step king would be powerless before them. But now, the opponent's finger had caused such a terrifying commotion. This meant that the opponent's strength was definitely above the half-step king realm. Kid, I'm going to kill you. The right emissary roared, his expression incomparably ferocious. He no longer cared about his shoulder that had been pierced through. His entire body turned into a flood of black light and rapidly charged toward Lin Xian. Not only that, a terrifying black flame soared from his body, burning fiercely. The entire void was distorted and melted. Although he had lost both his arms, the right emissary had become even more terrifying. In an instant, he had arrived in front of Lin Xian. His right leg was like a dragon as it quickly kicked out. Immediately, the void in front of him exploded. The power of this kick was too violent. It was like an ancient demonic mountain that swept toward Lin Xian. If he was hit, he would definitely be cut in half. Lin Xian coldly snorted as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Since the other party dared to make a move on his family, then he would have to face his boundless rage. His palms quickly formed a seal, and immediately, a sky rock shadow appeared in his palm. Then, Lin Xian fiercely pressed forward. Sky Rock Dragon. Lin Xian used the Sky Rock Dragon technique, and directly transformed into an ancient demonic beast that quickly charged forward. Boom! In the next moment, the two collided, and a powerful energy wave burst forth. Like a raging sea, it continuously slammed in all directions. In an instant, Lin Xian's body was covered by the starry sky battle armor. As for the rest, they were handed over to the Crimson Dragon. The other party was now a true king, and this bit of power was nothing to him. Therefore, with a wave of his dragon claw, he protected everyone. In the next moment, a blood-curdling scream suddenly came from the void, and there was also the sound of bones shattering. Obviously, the outcome of the battle had been decided after one blow. The right emissary was extremely ferocious. His entire right leg was completely broken, and his face was extremely twisted. "Ah, kid, you dare to hurt me? I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you." The black flames on his body became even more vigorous, and in the end, he turned into a monstrous black flame that rushed toward Lin Xian. "Die." A ferocious voice came from the black flame. Lin Xian coldly snorted and clenched his fist. Suddenly, a sharp sword light slashed forward. Puff, the sword slashed out with incomparable sharpness. In the next moment, the black flame was instantly cut in half. Even the aura of the great dragon sword spirit that was contained within it directly extinguished the remaining black flame. This scene shocked everyone. They did not expect Lin Xian to kill the carefree right emissary in front of them in just an instant. Such means were simply too terrifying. One had to know that the right emissary was an existence that surpassed the half-step king realm, and was even the clone of a king. He was extremely terrifying, but he was killed by this young man in front of them with a single slash. This ending was probably something that they had never dreamed of. On the other side, the left green dragon emissary's eyelids twitched wildly. He did not expect the young man in front of him to be so powerful, and his strength had already surpassed them. This made him feel a sense of despair. However, the Black Dragon sect master had ordered them to delay the person before them no matter what. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and transformed into a black flood dragon, covering the entire sky. "Brat, so what if you're strong? Against a true king, you'll definitely die. Just you wait. My main body will be here soon. Then, it will be the time of your death." The black flood dragon roared in all directions. Then, the huge black dragon in the sky suddenly exploded, turning into countless black flames that instantly enveloped Lin Xian and the others. There were black flames everywhere in the sky and on the ground. It could be said that the entire space had been sealed. Even a half-step king would not be able to escape. Only a true king would be able to break through the void. This method was too terrifying. If an ordinary person was trapped here, they probably wouldn't be able to get out. However, this time, the Black Dragon Hierarch was wrong. He had absolutely underestimated Lin Xian. Lin Xian's current strength had already surpassed half-step kings. Moreover, he had many methods at his disposal. Breaking this seal could be said to be a piece of cake. Moreover, they had the Crimson Dragon behind them, which had already reached the true king realm. Therefore, Lin Xian did not care about this seal in the slightest. Let's go back to the spirit boat. Lin Xian brought Morong Qingqing and the others back to the spirit boat. Then, he raised his hand and set up several arrays. Ruzalong, it's up to you. The next moment, the dark red divine dragon roared, and a red dragon's shadow rushed out, instantly breaking through the black flame cage that was set up around them. Not only that, the dragon waved its claw, and hundreds of rays of light flew out, instantly killing the remaining black dragon sect martial artists. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with a bright red mist of blood. The Crimson Dragon led the way in front, leading Lin Xian and the others into the demonic abyss. On the other side, the Black Dragon Hierarch was like a bolt of black lightning, rapidly flying through the air. He was extremely anxious because the Great Dragon Sword Spirit was such a good opportunity that he absolutely could not miss it. Moreover, according to the news from his doppelganger, he had already set up the omnidirectional sealing array, completely sealing Lin Xian and the others. This made him inwardly heave a sigh of relief. One had to know that the array was formed by his Black Dragon flames. No one below the king realm could break it. No matter how strong the other party was, as long as they were not true kings, they would not be able to break out. This gave him time and opportunity. Just you wait, the Great Dragon Sword Spirit will definitely be mine. When I obtain the Great Dragon Sword Spirit, not to mention the South Heaven region, even the Sky Martial continent will not be my match. The entire world will be mine. Ha 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 ha. The Black Dragon Hierarch's black robe fluttered as he let out a sinister laugh and quickly disappeared into the air. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon led the spirit boat into the mysterious demonic abyss. This is the demonic abyss? The mysterious demonic abyss? Old Master Lin, Second Uncle Lin, and the others were shocked. They could not believe that they had actually entered the demonic abyss. During this period of time, they naturally knew that the demonic abyss was the reason for such earth-shattering changes in the Xia country. It was said that the demonic abyss was incomparably mysterious. Only the Black Dragon Hierarch could enter. Once others entered, they would not be able to leave alive. Who would have thought that they would actually enter safely? On the side, Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan were even more shocked. As Ninth Heaven Venerables, their strength was not inferior to half-step kings. Naturally, they knew what the previous battle meant. It meant that Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's strength had definitely surpassed half-step kings. This was especially true for the Black Dragon God, who even had an aura that made their hearts tremble. Morong Qingqing was even more shocked because this aura could only be felt from the patriarch of the Morong family. This was the aura of a king. Ruzalong, you've entered the king realm and become a king? Morong Qingqing's eyes widened. She could not believe it. Of course. How is it, little girl? Are you scared? The Crimson Dragon laughed wildly and was extremely proud. It could be said that recovering to the king realm was the proudest thing he had done during this period of time. Morong Qingqing was speechless, while Lin Xian was speechless and pulled him to the side. Ignore this guy. This guy just entered the king realm and wants nothing more than for the whole world to know. Of course. Ben Huang has recovered to the king realm and his strength has greatly increased. In the future, he can beat up anyone he dislikes. Kid, if you're rude to me again, believe it or not, I'll hang you up and beat you up too. You can try. If you really do it, don't even think about the subcrystal in the future. Lin Xian shrugged and did not care. Damn, kid, you win. Ben Huang will endure it. The Crimson Dragon instantly lost his temper. He still had to rely on subdivine crystals to recover, so it was naturally impossible for him to beat up Lin Xian. On the other hand, Morong Qingqing was speechless. Why does it sound like entering the king realm is an extremely easy thing? Heavens, I am not dreaming, am I? Morong Qingqing pinched her cheeks. The sky was dark, blood-red, and had a pungent smell. This was the battlefield from before. At this moment, there were still remnants of violent energy and inextinguishable sword intent in the air. The entire scene was like an azure hell. Whoosh, however, at this moment, a black light flew over at an extremely fast speed from afar. Behind him were large amounts of air waves and boundless black flames. Whoosh, in the next instant, the black light figure arrived near the sky. This figure was tall, at least 3 meters tall. He wore a black robe with a fierce black dragon drawn on it. This was the Black Dragon Hierarch. His expression was cold, and his cold eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. When he saw the scene in front of him, his face immediately turned gloomy, and the black flames on his body burned rapidly. Where are they? The Black Dragon Hierarch did not care about the dead Black Dragon Hierarch. Instead, he quickly searched for Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. However, after searching around, he did not find them. Impossible. Didn't they say that those people were trapped by the omnidirectional ceiling formation? How could they be gone? The Black Dragon Hierarch frowned, but in the next moment, he noticed something strange in front of him. This is omnidirectional ceiling formation. It was actually broken. How is this possible? His eyes were like lightning as he carefully looked ahead. There were traces of the formation being broken, but the entire formation had long disappeared. The Black Dragon Hierarch naturally knew what this meant. It meant that the other party had broken the formation. But this shouldn't be. This formation was formed by his Black Dragon Flame. Those below the king level could not break it. How did the other party do it? Could it be because of the Great Dragon Sword Soul? Thinking of this, the Black Dragon Hierarch's expression changed. He was very angry that the other party had escaped, but there was also a trace of joy in his heart. This time, he had finally seen the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Even such a powerful formation could be broken by the Great Dragon Sword Soul. If he obtained it, his strength would definitely undergo an earth-shattering change. As expected of an offensive Saint Art, its combat power was indeed shocking. Kid, you're just a small mortal. You don't deserve to have the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Only I can unleash the true strength of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The Black Dragon Hierarch snorted, then turned around and left quickly. Looking at the direction he was heading, he should be heading to the Demon Abyss. He knew that the last time he saw Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon was in the Demon Abyss. This person had entered the Demon Abyss and yet was able to come out alive. This meant that this person must have grasped some secret that he didn't know about. That was why he was sure that the other party had gone to the Devil Abyss this time. That was because the Devil Abyss contained subdivine crystals that could even tempt kings. That's good too. When I kill you all, not only will I obtain the Great Dragon Sword Soul, but I will also obtain the Subdivinity Crystal. This is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Brat, wash your neck and wait for me. The Black Dragon religious leader laughed nastily and instantly disappeared. On the other side, Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and the other members of the Lin family entered the Black Earth. When they saw the corpses of the invincible kings and the substandard divine crystals on the ground, their jaws dropped and they were stunned. Heavens, who are these people? Their auras are too terrifying. Old Master Lin's beard curled up. Yeah. Second Uncle Lin also sighed. The auras of these people far surpassed that of the Black Dragon sex leader. It could be said that these were the true peerless experts. However, such a powerful person had actually been killed. This was simply too mystical and strange. Morong Qingqing was especially shocked. One had to know that he had seen many kings, but none of them could compare to the corpses of the kings here. Not to mention the Black Dragon religious leader, even all the kings in the Tianwu continent combined couldn't compare to this aura. Just who are these people? Are they still kings? Morong Qingqing's heart trembled. They are invincible kings. Lin Xian gave a simple introduction. Then, everyone learned about invincible kings, the 9 realms, and the true spirit world. After that, they were extremely shocked. To be honest, they had never heard of this information before. Old Master Lin and the others had always thought that the Tiannan region was the entire world. However, they didn't expect that the Tianwu continent would appear, and now, the true spirit world would appear. That was the real big world, and the Tiannan region and the Tianwu continent that they were in were just 2 islands. One had to admit that the impact was too great. Morong Qingqing's beautiful eyes blinked. She knew more than Old Master Lin and the others. She knew that there was an even bigger world outside the Tianwu continent. However, she didn't expect that world to be so mysterious, and their continent to be so small. Moreover, the legend of the great emperor had shocked her even more. Moreover, when she saw the subdivine crystals on the ground, she was even more shocked. Originally, she thought that if she obtained a subdivine crystal and used it when she entered the King realm, it would be very heaven-defying. However, she didn't expect that there would be so many of them here. Everyone felt that their heads were about to explode. Although the subdivine crystal is magical, it's better not to use it unless it's a king crystal, Lin Xian said solemnly. However, he was different from the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon was originally a king, and this time, it was just recovering its strength. However, Lin Xian absorbed the energy of the subdivine crystal and gave it to the great dragon sword spirit. His body didn't absorb it. Therefore, it didn't affect him from becoming a king. However, others couldn't use it easily. Fortunately, He Tu didn't only have the subdivine crystal, he also had other heavenly treasures. Although there weren't many, they were all top-notch. After making arrangements for Old Master Lin and the others, Lin Xian started to think about what to do next. The first was martial arts. Since he already knew the 9 realms, he would continue to walk on the path of martial arts. His goal was to become a great emperor, the second was to solve the problem in the Tiannan region. As long as he got rid of the Black Dragon sect leader and uprooted the Black Dragon sect, the Tiannan region would regain its peace. However, Lin Xian had already decided that even if he got rid of the Black Dragon sect, he wouldn't immediately bring the Lin family members to the Tianwu continent. Because there was still a powerful enemy in the Tianwu continent, the Duan family, therefore, he would wait until he got rid of the Duan family before bringing Old Master Lin and the others to the Tianwu continent. At that time, his father would probably come out of seclusion and the family would be reunited. After that, he would leave the Tianwu continent and go to the real Great World. However, he still lacked the energy to activate the Black Earth. This was also one of the things that gave him a headache. Forget it, the most important thing now is to increase my strength and get rid of the Black Dragon sect leader first. Lin Xian slowly closed his eyes and started to absorb the subdivine crystal once again. In his body, the great dragon sword spirit quickly swam around and crazily absorbed the energy of the subdivine crystal in order to awaken. This absorption took another half a year. During this period, the subdivine crystal on the ground decreased rapidly. The Crimson Dragon had a pained expression, F***ck, damn brat, it's almost used up. The situation is indeed unexpected. I didn't expect the great dragon sword spirit to have so much energy after entering the king realm. He Tu floated in the air and said in a deep voice. Lin Xian slowly closed his eyes and absorbed the subdivine crystals once more. The great dragon sword soul quickly swam within his body and absorbed the energy of the subdivine crystals in order to awaken. This absorption process took another half a year. During this time, the amount of subdivine crystals on the ground decreased rapidly. The Crimson Dragon had a pained expression. F***ck, that damned brat, it's almost all used up. The situation is truly unexpected. I didn't expect the great dragon sword soul to have so much energy after entering the king realm. He Tu said in a deep voice as he floated in the air. To be honest, this scene was also beyond He Tu's expectations. Originally, the Black Earth had enough subdivine crystals, but after Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon had absorbed them, there wasn't much left. Now, Lin Xian had absorbed a large portion of the subdivine crystals, so there wasn't much left. But even so, there was still no sign of Lin Xian waking up. Moreover, there was no king realm aura coming from his body. Forget it, we can't help at all. We can only wait patiently, He Tu said slowly. Then, everyone waited patiently for the result. After another 10 days, a deep dragon roar finally came from Lin Xian's body. This dragon roar was very majestic, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Even the Crimson Dragon was shocked, and the blood in his body boiled rapidly. This was too inconceivable. After all, the Crimson Dragon was a member of the Dragon Clan, and a member of the Divine Dragon Clan. The bloodline in his body was extremely high, and very few could rival him. But now, this dragon's roar made it tremble with fear. He Tu shouted excitedly, the great dragon sword soul has awakened. It's finally awakened. Only after entering the king realm would the great dragon sword soul be truly awakened. He was too excited because he had once followed a successor of the great dragon sword, so he naturally knew the true power of the great dragon sword soul. At this moment, the great dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body had finally entered the king realm. This caused He Tu to feel boundless hope. Fortunately, he had broken through. Otherwise, the remaining subdivine crystals wouldn't be able to support him for long. In the next moment, Lin Xian opened his eyes as well. Boundless sword light flashed in his eyes. Wang, a green dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in front of him. Back off. Everyone, follow me. Seeing this, He Tu cried out loudly. Fortunately, the members of the Lin family were all cultivating elsewhere. Only Morong Qingqing, Luo Bingshan, the Crimson Dragon, and the Snow White Monkey were in the hall. These people were all experts. When they heard He Tu's call, they immediately retreated. Then, He Tu controlled the remaining half of the sword and waved it in the air, forming a light formation that completely enveloped them. In front of him, Lin Xian's dragon sword shadow started to tremble rapidly. Then, countless green lights surged in and formed a green dragon sword domain. This domain wasn't too big. It only had a radius of 10 feet. However, the aura it emitted was enough to make one's heart tremble. Even the Crimson Dragon cried out, "Holy shit, no way, how can he be so strong?" He Tu cried out excitedly, "That's right, the dragon sword soul. It's finally formed the dragon sword domain." The dragon sword soul was one of the 5 swords in the world. It was an offensive saint art that could simplify and simulate everything. Its combat power could be said to be incomparably strong. The first successor of the dragon sword became the great emperor of the West Gate. He swept through the world and ruled over thousands of races. He could be said to be a figure that could crush eternity. After him, the second and third successors of the dragon sword did not become great emperors. However, they were also sword saints whose names shook the world. According to the ancient records, the successor of the dragon sword who had reached greater mastery was extremely powerful and could even stand shoulder to shoulder with great emperors. This was too terrifying. One had to know that He Tu was an ancient hero. He was invincible in the world. He was a true overlord. However, the successor of the dragon sword who had reached greater mastery was actually able to stand shoulder to shoulder with great emperors. This was shocking news. This kind of combat power was heaven-defying. It was no wonder that the dragon sword was called an offensive saint art. And now, Lin Xian was this generation's successor of the dragon sword. Moreover, he had already awakened the dragon sword to the king realm. In front of him, Lin Xian also slowly stood up. Looking at the dragon sword domain around him, he revealed a smile. This is the king domain? It's really magical. So powerful. With a thought, the surrounding domain quickly revolved. Countless green sword shadows flew out and instantly turned into a long green dragon that circled around him. With a light wave of his palm, the green dragon's body trembled and turned into a huge phoenix. The phoenix flew high and then turned into a white tiger. It pounced and swooped down. Finally, it turned into a black turtle that suppressed the surroundings. These were not real ancient divine beasts. Instead, they were all evolved from the dragon sword soul, which was the current dragon sword domain. Each of them had to be lifelike as if they were real. Their power was even more powerful. This kind of method could be said to be heaven-defying. Not only that, Lin Xian used the dragon sword domain to evolve all kinds of things. The attack power of each of them was extremely powerful. It could be said that Lin Xian was now like a god of war, sharp and unstoppable. With a thought, Lin Xian recalled the dragon sword domain. Then, the dragon sword soul turned into a ray of light and entered his body. Middle stage 9th heaven venerable realm. Lin Xian looked and found that his cultivation had also risen by a small level. He had reached the mid-stage of the 9th heaven venerable realm. He was very satisfied with this result. At least now, he could fight against a 1-star king. As for a 2-star king, he didn't know. Because he was very clear that after reaching the king realm, the gap between each level was even greater. Compared to the gap between the venerable realm, the gap was more than 10 times, or even 100 times greater. It was impossible for ordinary people in the king realm to challenge those of a higher level, However, Lin Xian wasn't certain because the attack power of the dragon sword soul was too powerful, causing everyone to tremble. Seeing Lin Xian withdraw the dragon sword domain, the Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingqing, and the others quickly rushed over. "Kid, you finally succeeded!" The Crimson Dragon shouted excitedly. At the side, Morong Qingqing asked, "Lin Xian, are you a king now?" "I can't be considered a king. I just have a king domain." Lin Xian explained, "My current cultivation is still at the mid-stage of the 9th Heaven Venerable Realm. However, my battle power has already reached the level of a 1-star king." Hearing this, the corners of Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan's mouths twitched. Lin Xian was probably the first such powerful venerable realm since ancient times. He Tu checked and found that there were only 108 subdivinity crystals left. Lin Xian didn't use these subdivinity crystals. Instead, he carefully sealed them up and left them for Morong Qingqing and the Lin clan to use in the future. Now, it's time to deal with the Black Dragon sect. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and there was an icy coldness in his eyes. "Are we going to beat up that Black Flood Dragon? Count me in." The Crimson Dragon was extremely excited. Now that it had reached the King realm, it naturally wanted to find someone to spar with. The Black Dragon sect's leader just happened to be a very good prey. "Alright, let's go together." Lin Xian nodded, then left the Black Earth with the Crimson Dragon. This time only the two of them went, and they didn't bring anyone else. After all, the Black Dragon sect's leader was a king, and this was a battle between kings. It would be very dangerous for anyone below the king level to go. Morong Qingqing naturally knew this, so she nodded obediently and stayed on the Black Earth to cultivate. Her main goal now was to enter the king level as soon as possible so that she could catch up to Lin Xian. To be honest, Morong Qingqing's talent was extraordinary, especially her bloodline power. Even He Tu was shocked for a long time when he saw it. In fact, when He Tu saw Morong Qingqing for the first time, he even screamed. There probably weren't many people with such pure phoenix bloodline in the entire true spirit world. He Tu had been following the 4th-generation successor of the Dragon Sword, so his experience was very unique. Although he didn't have the cultivation method of the phoenix bloodline, with his experience, he could give Morong Qingqing some good suggestions. Therefore, in this half a year, Morong Qingqing's cultivation base had also been increasing rapidly. It could be said that she was making rapid progress. In addition, Luo Bingshan and the people of the Lin family had also improved greatly. Compared to half a year ago, they couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Above the Devil Abyss, a black figure sat cross-legged. He emitted a powerful aura. He was the Black Dragon sect's leader. This time, the Black Dragon sect's leader was exceptionally patient. Even after waiting for half a year, he still didn't leave. This was because the Great Sword Soul was too tempting. It was the most powerful offensive saint art in the world, and no one wouldn't be tempted. Inside the Devil Abyss, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon had also left the Black Earth and were flying towards the outside world. That guy was outside. As soon as they left the Black Earth, the Crimson Dragon felt a powerful aura above them. This aura was very powerful, and even Lin Xian should know it. He knew that in the entire Southern Heaven region, only the Black Dragon sect's leader could emit this aura. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon transformed into 2 streaks of light and flew up into the sky. Soon, they arrived at the top of the sky. The Black Dragon religious leader suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 terrifying rays of light appeared in his eyes. "You're finally out." He was really too excited because he didn't expect that the other party would actually take the initiative to appear. To him, this was undoubtedly great news. If he could capture the other party, then the Great Dragon Sword Spirit would be his. "Obediently hand over the Great Dragon Sword Soul, and I can spare your life." The Black Dragon religious leader's voice was cold. "You want the Great Dragon Sword Soul? What wishful thinking. Today, I'm here to deal with you." Lin Xian snorted coldly. His gaze was as sharp as a divine sword. "Deal with me? Ha 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 ha." The Black Dragon sect's leader seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He laughed coldly in disdain. "Brat, you're just a puny venerable one. To think that you dare to boast so shamelessly. Do you know what level I am at? I'm a king." the incomparably powerful king of the heavens and the earth. How dare you say you want to kill me? What a joke. Ignorant. The Black Dragon sex leader sneered in disdain. What's there to be arrogant about? Aren't you just a one-star king? Back then, I could slap you away. Now, I can still beat you up. The Crimson Dragon snorted coldly. You're just a flood dragon. How dare you call yourself a dragon? You're courting death. What did you say? Hearing this, the Black Dragon sex leader's face darkened. His black robe and long hair fluttered in the wind. Countless black flames jumped on his body, distorting the surrounding void. It's you. You're that dragon. When the Black Dragon sex leader saw the Crimson Dragon, his pupils constricted, and his expression became extremely ugly. Previously, he was slapped away by the Crimson Dragon. Now that he thought about it, his heart burned with anger. However, when he sensed the other party's cultivation, he immediately laughed maniacally. One-star king. You're just a one-star prince. Ha 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 ha, the heavens are really helping me. If I catch you and eat your dragon essence and dragon blood, then I'll evolve into a true dragon. Even the heavens are helping me. Not only did they give me the great dragon sword soul, but they also gave me a divine dragon. From now on, I am a true member of the divine dragon clan. The Black Dragon sex leader was too excited. He looked at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon as if he was looking at the most precious treasure. His eyes shone with a terrifying light. Humph, you're courting death. Let me deal with it. The Crimson Dragon snorted coldly and instantly charged out. Like a blood-red longsword, it quickly streaked across the void and charged toward the Black Dragon sex leader. Humph. Go to hell. The Black Dragon sex leader roared into the sky. Instantly, countless black dragon flames surged from his body and formed two huge palms that slapped forward. Not only that, but a sea of fire formed in the space around him, emitting a terrifying aura. King's Domain. This was the Black Dragon sex leader's domain, the Black Flame Domain. The Black Flame Domain emitted a blazing black light that dyed the entire void into boundless darkness. If other warriors were here, they would definitely kneel on the ground and tremble in fear. The aura emitted by the Black Flame Domain was too terrifying. No one below the King Realm could withstand it. The two huge black flame palms glided in the air. Countless black lightning bolts surged rapidly in the palms like huge black dragons. The black lightning bolts and the two huge black palms quickly blasted toward the Crimson Dragon as if they were going to smash it into pieces. The Crimson Dragon snorted coldly and let out a shocking dragon roar. Immediately, a red light soared around him. These rays of light enveloped his body, making him look like a bolt of red lightning. He was extremely sharp. Boom! Boom, boom! Dozens of black lightning bolts descended and blasted on the red light, emitting deafening thunder sounds. However, none of the black lightning bolts could break through the red light. In other words, the black lightning bolts did not hurt the Crimson Dragon at all. In an instant, the Crimson Dragon arrived beside the Black Dragon sex leader. Boom, a red dragon claw stretched out. It was extremely sharp and instantly shattered the two huge black palms. Moreover, it charged toward the Black Dragon sex leader in an even more violent manner. You're courting death. The Black Dragon sex leader was furious. He had never been threatened like this before and immediately roared. His body emitted a sharp black light as countless black flames danced. Combined with the Black Flame Domain, an extremely terrifying power erupted. Black Dragon Soaring Sky. With a cold roar, countless black flames in the Black Flame Domain formed a huge black wave that quickly rushed toward the Crimson Dragon. Countless black lightning bolts intertwined within the wave as if they were going to tear the entire sky apart. Boom, in the next moment, the two of them collided with an extremely terrifying sound. The Flood Dragon and Dragon began to fight. Damn it. Impossible. How can you be so strong? Not long after, the Black Dragon Patriarch roared furiously. Because he noticed that his Black Flame Domain was being suppressed. His opponent was like a crimson sword that was constantly attacking him, making it impossible for him to use his full strength. Moreover, what infuriated him even more was that his opponent was just a one-star king like him. However, the strength he displayed was much stronger than his own. It could be said that he was being completely beaten up. Humph. You're just a flood dragon that has just entered the king realm. How can you use your full strength? You're the ant before me. Let's see how Ben Huang beats you up. The crimson dragon snorted in disdain and then quickly waved its claws. One fierce attack after another slammed into the black flame domain, causing it to be pushed back and tremble violently. Damn it. Die for me. The black dragon patriarch roared furiously and used all his strength to counterattack, but he was still completely suppressed. This caused a ball of fury to burn in his heart. It seemed that his opponent was indeed stronger than him. It would probably be very difficult for him to obtain dragon essence and dragon blood. However, in the next moment, he looked behind him and saw Lin Xian standing there. Immediately, the black dragon patriarch laughed wildly in his heart. Yes, this crimson dragon was strong, but that kid was only a human, and he was only at the Exalt realm. This kind of cultivation was like an ant before him. Up until now, the crimson dragon had not used the power of the dragon sword soul. This meant that it was very likely that the dragon sword soul was with that kid. Thinking of this, the black dragon patriarch's heart thumped wildly. The black dragon patriarch resisted the crimson dragon's attacks while looking at Lin Xian in the distance with a savage smile on his face. Soon, he had a plan in his heart. He would give up on the crimson dragon's dragon essence and dragon blood and only take the dragon sword soul. Black flame domain, netherworld transformation. The black dragon religious leader furiously roared. Immediately, the surrounding black flame domain began to churn. Countless terrifying auras dyed the entire sky black. Countless black dragon shadows rushed out and instantly surrounded the crimson dragon. Within the black flame domain, the black dragon religious leader sneered. After which, his figure flashed as he quickly retreated and charged towards Lin Xian. His plan was simple. He only needed to use the black flame domain to trap the crimson dragon for a period of time while he charged towards Lin Xian. One move. He only needed one move to capture Lin Xian. At that time, he would immediately retreat and fly far away. He would only come out after he had grasped the great dragon sword soul. At that time, no one in the world would be his match. This idea was indeed very simple, and that was what he did. Therefore, when the black flame domain erupted and enveloped the crimson dragon, the black dragon hierarch took the initiative. He turned into a bolt of black lightning and instantly charged towards Lin Xian. Kid, go to hell. In an instant, the black dragon religious leader arrived in front of Lin Xian. His terrifying palm was like a dragon's claw as he quickly grabbed towards Lin Xian's head, wanting to crush it. Humph. Lin Xian coldly snorted as a shocking light burst out from his eyes. Then, the sword aura on his body surged and condensed into a huge sword light shield in front of him. Clang! In the next moment, the black dragon religious leader's palm fiercely slammed onto the shield, producing an earth-shattering sound. At this moment, a green sword shadow appeared in Lin Xian's right hand. It was a dragon-shaped sword shadow. It was very mighty and emitted a terrifying aura. As soon as the dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared, the black dragon religious leader's expression changed. This aura? Impossible, his face was filled with shock and disbelief. This aura was too terrifying, causing him to feel a sense of trepidation. This was the instinct of a martial artist to be able to predict danger. Therefore, the black dragon religious leader did not hesitate and quickly retreated. He did not know what was going on with this kid in front of him. Why was he emitting such a dangerous aura? However, he knew that if he did not dodge, he would definitely be in danger. You want to leave? It's too late. Lin Xian sneered. Do you really think that I'm someone who can be trampled on? In the next moment, the terrifying dragon-shaped sword shadow quickly slashed out. As a king, the black dragon religious leader's speed was very fast. He retreated far away in an instant. However, the power of this sword was too great. The terrifying sword light directly pierced through space and chased after the black dragon religious leader as if it wanted to cut him in half. Roar! A loud dragon roar resounded in the sky as the terrifying sword aura slashed down, bringing with it endless air waves as if the entire sky was cut in half. In the next moment, the terrifying sword light enveloped the black dragon religious leader. Ah! The black dragon religious leader let out a shrill scream. Then, a large amount of blood splattered in the air. Impossible, this is impossible. You're just a venerable. How can you hurt me? The black dragon religious leader's hair was disheveled as he roared crazily. His eyes shone with a terrifying light as if he had gone mad. He's crazy, he's really crazy. Because this had already exceeded his understanding. After all, as a king, his strength was extremely terrifying. Apart from king realm experts who could cause him harm, venerable ones below the king realm could not hurt him at all. They could not even break through his defense. However, a mere venerable one in front of him had actually injured him. This was simply too unbelievable. No, it's impossible for you to be so powerful. The Great Dragon Sword Soul. This is the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The black dragon religious leader understood. His eyes flickered as he stared at the dragon-shaped sword shadow in Lin Xian's hand. A sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Good. 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 As expected of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. It can actually allow a venerable realm brat to possess such powerful strength. If I get it, I can definitely dominate the world. The black dragon religious leader revealed a sinister smile. He yearned to obtain the Great Dragon Sword Soul because it was too powerful. However, right at this moment, the crimson dragon snorted coldly. It waved its dragon claw and broke open the black flame domain. Little flood dragon, you want the Great Dragon Sword Soul? Go play somewhere else. Brat, this flood dragon is too boring. I'll give it to you. The crimson dragon retreated to the side and prepared to watch the show. He knew Lin Xian's strength, so he wasn't worried. Don't be arrogant. Isn't it just the Great Dragon Sword Soul? Humph, with your cultivation, you can't unleash the true strength of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Next, I'll let you know the true strength of a King Realm expert. The black dragon religious leader snorted coldly. Since the crimson dragon wasn't going to make a move, things would be easier. He just had to use the black flame domain to kill the young man in front of him and seize the Great Dragon Sword Soul. So, in the next moment, he waved his hand, and the black flame domain returned to his side. It flickered with a pitch-black light. Brat, die. The black dragon religious leader shouted coldly as his body turned into a ray of light and instantly charged towards Lin Xian. Beside him, the black flame domain burned fiercely, carrying an extremely terrifying energy. No one below the king realm could resist this kind of energy. Just as the black flame domain was about to envelop Lin Xian finally moved. His expression was cold as he waved his hand. Instantly, a dragon-shaped sword shadow dodged, forming an incomparable sword light. Then, a green dragon sword domain quickly formed. Boom, the two domains collided, creating an earth-shattering sound. Cracks formed in the surrounding space. King domain? This is impossible. The black dragon religious leader was forced back, his expression extremely shocked. He looked at the dragon sword domain in front of him and exclaimed. There was no other way. He didn't dare to believe that the other party also had a king domain. One had to know that a king domain was an ability unique to kings. It was impossible for anyone below the king realm to have it, but now, a ninth heaven venerable had actually unleashed a king's domain. This was really hard for him to believe. Even though he saw it with his own eyes, he still didn't dare to believe it. Illusion, damn it. This must be an illusion. The black dragon religious leader roared crazily. With the black flame domain, his entire body was like a monstrous god fiend, emitting a powerful aura. He waved his hand, and a black spear appeared in the black flame domain. He held it in his hand. I don't believe that you can condense a king domain. All of this is fake. Don't try to lie to me. Now, go to hell. The black dragon religious leader held the spear in his hand, and a terrifying power shook heaven and earth. A black spear shadow rushed forward like a huge dragon, covering the sky and covering the earth. The energy contained within it was simply too terrifying. It directly pierced through the entire void. Today, I will let you experience the true power of the Dragon Sword Soul. Lin Xian held the Dragon Sword Soul in his hand, and the Dragon Sword domain surrounded his body. His entire body was like a sword saint, incomparably sharp. Then, he slashed out with his sword. A terrifying sword light spread out in all directions, and a loud dragon roar reverberated for thousands of miles. The Black Dragon religious leader's expression finally changed when the sword light rushed over. Only now did he know how terrifying the dragon sword's soul was. Although Lin Xian was only a ninth heaven venerate, the might of this sword strike was really too terrifying. The power contained within it made the Black Dragon religious leader feel the threat of death. It did not seem to be a sword light, but an incomparably terrifying huge dragon. The violent energy it carried suppressed the Black Dragon religious leader to the point that he could not move. How is that possible? This is impossible. The Black Dragon religious leader's body trembled slightly. He actually couldn't control this kind of terror. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Fear, yes, that's right, it's the feeling of fear. How many years had it been since he felt this way? But today, he felt it again in the hands of a 20-year-old youth. No. I don't believe it. The Black Dragon religious leader roared crazily. Before the sword light descended, his body was finally able to move. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly activated his black flame domain and formed 3 terrifying black palms that slapped towards the sky. As for himself, he quickly retreated. Boundless heat waves surged as the 3 terrifying black palms slapped towards the sky, colliding with the dragon-shaped sword light in the sky. This was the Black Dragon religious leader's all-out attack. It contained terrifying energy as it ruthlessly slapped the sky. Instantly, black holes appeared one after another. However, such terrifying energy was unable to shake the dragon-shaped sword light. The sword light flickered, and the terrifying sword light instantly sliced apart the 3 black palms. Although the light on them dimmed a little, they still carried boundless energy as they continued to attack the Black Dragon religious leader. Damn it, how is that possible? The Black Dragon religious leader's expression turned ugly when he saw this scene. At this moment, he finally experienced the taste of fear. This feeling made his entire body tremble, and even his black robes were drenched. Demon Dragon Spear of Annihilation. Facing the dragon-shaped sword light that was charging towards him, he roared again. Instantly, a black demonic spear flew out of his black flame domain. This long spear was pitch black and emitted terrifying demonic energy that spread out for 3,000 miles. On the surface of the spear, there were black runes engraved on it, emitting a terrifying aura of death. The Black Dragon religious leader held the long spear in his hand and quickly swept it out. A terrifying spear light that carried the aura of death surged towards the sky. Not only that, his left hand pulled out a long black saber from his black flame domain. The long black saber was 90 feet long and completely black. It was like a demonic saber that emitted a cold aura. Infernal demonic saber, destroy. He slashed out 32 times in a row, and the terrifying black saber light covered the entire sky. The Black Dragon religious leader's face turned pale. These 32 attacks contained all of his energy, and he even felt exhausted. The sky exploded as though it was the end of the world. A huge black vortex appeared and rapidly spread out in all directions. At this moment, all the martial artists in Xia country raised their heads and looked towards the sky. They could feel a terrifying energy exploding from the sky. It was like a giant beast in the abyss that wanted to devour the entire world. In fact, the entire Xia country was trembling violently. This was the Black Dragon religious leader's all-out attack, and it was extremely terrifying. Fortunately, it exploded in the sky. Otherwise, if it hit the ground, the entire Xia country would probably be reduced to ashes. However, the Black Dragon religious leader didn't relax. There was even a trace of despair in his eyes. Because such a terrifying attack had only destroyed the dragon-shaped sword chi in the sky. As for Lin Xian, who was far away, he couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. What? How is this possible? Damn it, I don't believe it. The Black Dragon religious leader roared madly with an extremely unsightly expression. At this moment, he no longer had his high and mighty attitude. Instead, he was roaring madly like a madman. However, in the next moment, his expression became extremely unsightly again. He noticed that the dragon-shaped sword in Lin Xian's hand was shining brightly again. Another dragon-shaped sword chi was circling around the sword. As the religious leader of a religious leader who had reached the King realm, he could be said to be a peerless expert. There was no one in the southern heaven region who could subdue him. But now, his opponent, a young man in his 20s, made him feel extremely threatened. In particular, the sword in his opponent's hand caused him to be extremely shocked. If his opponent's sword chi could be slashed out without restraint, he didn't dare to imagine the consequences. After all, he had used all his strength to barely block the sword chi from before. But now, he was about to face the second attack. Damn it, impossible. How can this kid be so powerful? The Black Dragon religious leader shook his head madly in disbelief. It was even to the extent that his martial heart was shaken. No, I can't let him use the second attack. The Black Dragon religious leader's face was gloomy. He decided to strike first. In the next moment, he held a black demonic spear and charged forward quickly with the black flame domain. As for Lin Xian, he also summoned the dragon sword domain and charged forward. Rumble rumble rumble, the two domains collided and emitted a resplendent light. Kid, go to hell. This time, the Black Dragon hierarch went all out. The black robe on his body trembled and black scales grew on his limbs and body. He turned into a black dragon. His body grew from 3 meters to 7 to 8 meters tall. He was like a tyrannosaurus that was filled with power. He took a step forward and countless black holes appeared in the sky. Lin Xian also let out a long roar. The dragon-shaped sword in his hand emitted a resplendent light as he shouted coldly, "Let's end this." In the next moment, a blazing sword gleam surged out and covered the entire sky. The void turned green and there were dragon shadows and sword gleams everywhere. The entire sky seemed to have turned into a dragon-shaped sword diagram that emitted terrifying energy. Boom, with a slash of the sword, a huge dragon-shaped sword gleam surged out and flew toward the Black Dragon hierarch. Wherever it passed, the void collapsed rapidly. In the next moment, the resplendent sword gleam enveloped the Black Dragon hierarch. Ah! A miserable shriek rang out as the Black Dragon hierarch let out a miserable cry. The terrifying dragon-shaped sword gleamed even more brightly. Streaks of green sword gleam soared into the sky, followed by a terrifying dragon roar. The dragon roar was so clear that all the martial artists in Xia country heard it. At this moment, all the martial artists in Xia country raised their heads and looked at the sky with a horrified expression. The sky was filled with countless sword gleams and there was a huge dragon shadow hovering above, crushing the entire void into countless pieces. After a long time, the green sword gleams that filled the sky gradually disappeared and the pungent smell of blood came from the sky. Above the demon abyss, battlefield. The Black Dragon hierarch was sent flying over 10,000 meters and floated in the sky. The black robe on his body was torn and there was a huge crack on his body. His internal organs and bones were all exposed. There were sword scars all over his body. It could be said that there was not a single part of his body that was intact except for his head. However, he looked extremely ferocious at this moment. Impossible, I don't believe it. You can't be so strong. The Black Dragon hierarch was horrified. That sword gleam had almost taken his life. That sword strike from before was simply too terrifying. It almost split the Black Dragon religious leader in half. Even now, there were countless green sword chi circling around the wound, madly destroying his body. At this moment, he finally felt fear. He knew that even though the young man before him was only a 9th level venerate, his battle prowess still surpassed his own. Now, how could he still dare to snatch the great dragon sword soul? He only wanted to escape, otherwise, he would definitely be killed here. But now, the path was still sealed. In front of him was Lin Xian, and behind him was the Crimson Dragon. Even if he was at his peak, he wouldn't be able to escape, let alone now that he was seriously injured. In this moment of despair, he suddenly thought of a way. He remembered that there was still a king monster at the bottom of the demon abyss. If he called that guy out and worked together with him, he might be able to escape with his life. Therefore, in the next moment, the Black Dragon religious leader shouted crazily. "The guy down there, stop hiding. These two obviously won't let you go. When I die, they will definitely make a move on you." That voice turned into a solid wave that spread to the bottom of the tide. Sure enough, in the next moment, a low roar suddenly came from below. Then, 9 red arms that were 3,000 meters long quickly stretched out from below like red pillars that connected the sky and the earth. "It's finally out. Seeing this scene, the black dragon religious leader heaved a sigh of relief. Great, as long as the other king monster attacked, he would definitely have a chance to survive. Lin Xian furrowed his brows as he looked down. At the side, the crimson dragon also looked down with interest. In the demon abyss below, there were clouds and mist surrounding it, and behind the clouds, a huge black shadow appeared. The black shadow quickly walked over and appeared in front of everyone. Looking at this king-level monster, Lin Xian was astonished. He knew that there was a monster below and that it had reached the king monster level. However, he didn't expect it to be a fox, and a nine-tailed fox. The 9 arms that were 3,000 meters long were actually the 9 tails of the nine-tailed fox. The nine-tailed fox's body was fiery red, and its body was like a small mountain. His eyes were incomparably cold, and there were 9 tails behind him. At that moment, they had transformed into 9 terrifying arms. As soon as the 9-tailed fox appeared, it brought with it a monstrous murderous aura that dyed the entire sky red. It's a fox. Lin Xian was surprised. I didn't expect it to be a 9-tailed fox. It must have eaten a sub-divinity crystal to grow to the king monster level. The crimson dragon also narrowed its eyes and looked curiously. Suddenly, the 9-tailed fox let out a low roar with a trace of uneasiness in its expression. For some reason, the 2-meter-long red snake in front of it, which was like an ant in its eyes, was emitting a terrifying aura at this moment. Even the aura made it feel a sense of fear. Damn worm, hand over the sub-divinity crystal and I'll spare your life. The huge 9-tailed fox spoke in human language with a cold voice. Boom, the crimson dragon quickly attacked. Its huge dragon claw turned into a red fist and blasted towards the 9-tailed fox. In the next moment, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The 9-tailed fox's huge body was smashed away. Boom, a mountain peak in the distance was smashed into pieces. Who are you calling a worm? If you talk nonsense again, Ben Huang will knock out all your teeth. The crimson dragon snorted coldly. Roar, in the distance, the 9-tailed fox got up and quickly rushed over. Its huge eyes stared fiercely at the crimson dragon, and its eyes were full of murderous aura. It was furious. It was too furious. As a king monster beast, it looked down on everyone. When had it ever suffered such humiliation, but now, it was sent flying by a red snake in front of it. It was so angry that its lungs were about to explode, but soon, it was terrified again. The opponent's strength was too terrifying. It was so fast that it was sent flying before it could even see clearly. It knew that the opponent's strength was definitely not weak. It was also a king monster beast. At the side, the black dragon leader stopped his wound with difficulty and said in a low voice. Stupid fox, don't hesitate. Attack with me and fight against them together. Otherwise, if I die, you won't have a hard time either. Cunning fellow. Aren't you just trying to use my strength to escape? You make it sound so righteous. The 9-tailed fox snorted coldly. It seemed that it was not a fool. Lin Xian said coldly, since it's out, let's get rid of it together. He had long planned to get rid of this monster beast. If the 9-tailed fox was allowed to live, it would definitely be a huge disaster after they left. So, just in case, it was better to get rid of the trouble before they left. Brat, you're courting death. The 9-tailed fox was furious. She did not intend to interfere in this matter, but she did not expect the little human in front of her to be so arrogant and claim that he would kill her too. That was intolerable to her. Therefore, in the next moment, she launched a fierce attack. Her 9 tails transformed into huge palms that quickly grabbed at Lin Xian. Each of them was extremely terrifying and could shatter the void. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his hand and countless green sword chi rushed out from the dragon sword realm. They moved in all directions and bombarded the 9 tails. Roar, in the next moment, the 9-tailed fox screamed. Fresh blood floated down from the sky because the sword chi had all slashed at the 9 tails. Instantly, huge wounds were cut open and blood spurted out. The 9-tailed fox's expression changed. She quickly retracted her 9 tails with a bewildered expression. She did not expect the little human in front of her to be so terrifying. Although his cultivation was only at 9th heaven supremacy, the sword chi that he unleashed was so powerful that it could even injure her. Ruzalong, I'll leave this fox to you. I'll go deal with the Black Dragon Hierarch, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Then, his figure flashed and he charged at the Black Dragon Hierarch with the Dragon Sword Realm. Don't worry, I'll play with her, the Crimson Dragon said casually. Then, he reached out his dragon claws and grabbed at the nine-tailed fox. Suddenly, the two of them started fighting. On the other side, the Black Dragon Hierarch was ferocious. Brat, don't go too far. At most, we'll fight to the death. To be honest, he was furious. He thought that he could escape with his life if he called out the nine-tailed fox. However, he did not expect the young man in front of him to be so powerful that he wanted to deal with both of them together. That was something he did not expect. Now, the young man was going to attack again. This made it impossible for him to fight back. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and decided to fight to the death. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well drag the other party down with him. Brat, even if I die, I won't let you go. The Black Dragon Hierarch's voice was ferocious. In the next moment, he began to burn the spiritual power in his body. Not only that, but the black flame realm around him also burned rapidly, forming an extremely terrifying energy. Upon sensing this aura, Lin Xian's expression changed. This was because this was the counterattack of a king before his death. It was extremely terrifying, and he didn't dare to be careless at all. Therefore, he quickly grasped the great dragon sword soul. At the same time, he activated the dragon sword domain with all his might. Suddenly, countless dragon roars burst forth, and the dazzling sword light illuminated the sky. Let's end this. Lin Xian slashed down with his sword. On the other side, the Black Dragon religious leader also let out a furious roar, preparing to ignite the black flame domain and perish together. But in the next moment, his body froze, and a trace of disbelief appeared in his eyes. What a fast sword! Boom, the Black Dragon religious leader's body was completely split into two halves. Not only him, but the black flame domain around him was also split apart by the sword. Quick! It was too fast, the speed of this sword exceeded the Black Dragon religious leader's expectations. He was killed before he could even react. After killing the Black Dragon religious leader, Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. His face was somewhat pale. After all, he was only a 9th-level Venerable Realm cultivator and could not use the Dragon Sword domain for a long period of time. But fortunately, he had not reached his limit yet. So in the next moment, he turned around and stared at the nine-tailed fox in the distance again. Being stared at by Lin Xian, the nine-tailed fox's body froze. This was because it had seen the scene of Lin Xian killing the Black Dragon religious leader earlier. That sword strike had made its heart tremble. Even if it were in Lin Xian's place, it would not have the ability to resist. So now, being stared at by Lin Xian, it was very scared. If the other party attacked it, it would not be able to resist at all. So in the next moment, it hurriedly shook its head. Stop. I don't want to fight anymore, I don't want to fight anymore. It did not dare to fight anymore because it was being beaten up by the Crimson Dragon. And this was because the other party was deliberately teasing it and did not kill it. Otherwise, it would have been killed long ago. Now that Lin Xian was here, it was even more impossible to win. So it could only beg for mercy. If someone was here and saw this scene, their eyes would definitely pop out. A dignified king demonic beast was actually begging for mercy. This was something that they did not dare to imagine. However, at this moment, it was really happening. Hearing this, Lin Xian did not make a move. Instead, he turned to look at the Crimson Dragon. Ruzalong, can you subdue it? No problem. It's just a one-star king demonic beast. It's completely subdued. The Crimson Dragon was quite confident. Now that it was also a king demonic beast, it could use some magical methods. It was no longer like before when it only had thoughts and no power. Alright then, seal it and bring it back. Bring it back? Do you want to keep it as a pet? The Crimson Dragon asked. It really did not understand what Lin Xian wanted to do. Keep it as a pet. Hearing this, the nine-tailed fox's mouth twitched. It was arrogant and unruly. As a king demonic beast, it looked down on the world. Now, it was being kept as a pet. This huge contrast made it so angry that it almost vomited blood. However, in order to save its life, it did not dare to resist at all. Otherwise, Lin Xian would definitely kill it. It could only grind its sharp teeth and snort madly in its heart. Brat, just you wait. One day, I'll eat you with my own mouth. In the next moment, the crimson dragon waved its dragon claws and created a powerful seal that directly sealed the nine-tailed fox. The nine-tailed fox was terrified because it realized that its body was rapidly shrinking. Not only that, but the power in its body was also rapidly weakening. In the end, it could not even mobilize it. What kind of technique is this? How can it be so powerful? As a king demonic beast, it naturally knew how terrifying this technique was. It did not expect Lin Xian to have such a technique. The nine-tailed fox's mountain-like body was rapidly shrinking until it was only the size of a house cat. After shrinking, the nine-tailed fox was still struggling in the air. The nine tails behind it were constantly swaying. Its originally ferocious little face looked very cute at this moment. The crimson dragon waved its dragon claws and caught the nine-tailed fox in its hand. Little fox, follow us well. When we have meat to eat, there will be soup for you. Woo woo, the nine-tailed fox snorted twice. It was unknown whether it was crying or agreeing. Let's go back. Lin Xian waved his hand. Then, he and the crimson dragon turned into two streaks of lightning and instantly rushed down to the demon abyss. Inside the demon abyss, black earth. Morong Qingqing waited anxiously. She kept pacing back and forth inside the black earth. She was too worried. After all, Lin Xian wanted to kill the black dragon sex leader, a true king. Although she knew Lin Xian's strength, the black dragon sex leader was not to be trifled with. Therefore, she was very worried. He Tu was spinning in the air. He complained, "Alright, stop spinning. I'm going dizzy." Morong Qingqing quickly asked, "He Tu, do you think he's in danger? After all, he's a true king." Inside the devil abyss, the black earth. Morong Qingqing was anxiously waiting as she paced back and forth inside the black earth. She was too worried. After all, Lin Xian was going to kill the black dragon sex leader, a true king. Although she knew Lin Xian's strength, the black dragon sex leader was not to be trifled with. Therefore, she was very worried. He Tu was spinning in the air as he complained, "Alright, stop spinning. I'm getting dizzy." Morong Qingqing quickly asked, "He Tu, do you think he's in danger? After all, he's a true king." "Miss, you've asked this question 800 times. He Tu was helpless. That kid has the great dragon sword soul. He's very powerful. Moreover, there's a king-level divine dragon beside him. What are you worried about?" He Tu was speechless. One had to know that the great dragon sword soul was very powerful. Being invincible among those of the same level was the most basic standard. Moreover, it wasn't difficult to fight those of a higher level because the great dragon sword soul was an offensive saint technique. Every generation's successor of the dragon sword was an extremely dazzling genius. He had high hopes for Lin Xian. He planned to nurture Lin Xian into a great emperor. If Lin Xian couldn't kill the black dragon sex leader, he would be disappointed. Just as he was thinking, the black earth's door suddenly opened. Following that, two figures flashed in. "Lin Xian, you're back." Morong Qingqing cheered when she saw the figure. Luo Bingshan also quickly walked over and shouted respectfully, "Master, you're back." Lin Xian nodded. At this moment, He Tu said softly, "You've been fighting for a long time. Is it that difficult to kill a black dragon sex leader?" There seemed to be a trace of dissatisfaction in his tone. Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan were already familiar with this kind of language. However, if it were anyone else, even a king-level expert, who heard this sentence, they would vomit blood. What did he mean by, "Is it that difficult to kill a black dragon sex leader?" He was a true king. Were they going to be killed like vegetables? If the black dragon religious leader was still alive, he would definitely burst into tears upon hearing this. However, Lin Xian shrugged. It's been done for a long time. It's just that something else happened along the way. Look, I brought back something good. As he spoke, Lin Xian took out a furry object from his bosom. Eh? What's this? Aya, fox, so cute. Morong Qingqing was stunned at first, then cheered and quickly snatched the red fur ball from Lin Xian's hands. It's actually a nine-tailed fox. Lin Xian, where did you get such a cute animal? Morong Qingqing asked as he rubbed the nine-tailed fox's head. Cute animals? When the nine-tailed fox heard this, her face darkened. She even had the thought of dying. On the other hand, Lin Xian said with a smile, it's nothing. It's just a little fox. It's too cute, Morong Qingqing said. Lin Xian, give it to me. Give it to you? Lin Xian was stunned and looked at Morong Qingqing. You like this guy? Yes, it's too cute. It's not bad to keep it as a pet. You already have Little White, so give it to me. Hearing this, the little white monkey jumped out and gestured for a while. What it meant was that how could this smelly fox in front of it be compared to it? I originally planned to use it for something else, but since you like it, I'll give it to you. Lin Xian said with a smile, this guy is female. If you like foxes, you can ask her to give birth to a few more in the future. When the nine-tailed fox heard that these people wanted to distribute her, she was speechless. She lay on Morong Qingqing's body and pretended to be dead. However, when she heard Lin Xian's words, she jumped up and spat out a mouthful of blood. What do you mean by female? That's a female, okay? The nine-tailed fox's face darkened and she spoke in human language. Ah, it can speak human language? Morong Qingqing was shocked, then her face was full of joy. Not bad, it's intelligent. Looks like it's better than Little White. It's even on the same level as this Roussillon. Pfft, little girl Morong, what's wrong with your eyes? How dare you compare Benhuang to a fox? I can't stand it. The Crimson Dragon was not happy. Little White Monkey was also grumbling with a look of displeasure. On the side, He Tu was also flying around the crowd, interrupting from time to time. Miss, this fox is a one-star king. If you want to be a pet, you have to raise your strength to the king realm first. You're saying that this little fox is a king realm? This time, Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan were shocked. They did not expect such a cute little fox to be a king realm monster. But then, Morong Qingqing was even happier. Such a cute little fox, and it was so strong. All the more she wanted to adopt it so that she would not have to fight by herself in the future. Seeing how happy Morong Qingqing was, Lin Xian asked, Roussillon, is your seal safe? Don't release this guy's power, or Qingqing will be in danger. Don't worry, with Benhuang here, it's absolutely safe. The Crimson Dragon said confidently. Lin Xian was still worried. After all, this matter concerned Morong Qingqing's safety. So, he asked again, Hey Tu, do you have anything good that can make this safer? In fact, Lin Xian could use 10,000 beast ding to directly plant a beast slave seal. However, to use 10,000 beast ding, he would have to pay a price. Moreover, if he planted a beast slave seal, this nine-tailed fox would be loyal, but it would not be as cute. This was not what Lin Xian wanted, so he asked Hey Tuesday yes, of course. Hey Tu tried his best to satisfy Lin Xian's request. He quickly flew away and soon flew back. This time, he brought back a scroll. What's this? Lin Xian asked. It was a contract scroll. As long as two people dripped their blood on it, it would form a master-servant contract. However, this nine-tailed fox's talent was not very good, and its growth was limited. It was a pity to use this scroll. Hearing this, the nine-tailed fox's ears drooped, and it looked defeated. As a king demonic beast, it had never suffered such a blow before. Now that Boudin's pet was taken back, it was even despised by others. However, Morong Qingqing did not care much, because in her opinion, a king realm monster was already very terrifying. So, she quickly established a master-servant contract with the nine-tailed fox. Suddenly, the scroll emitted a soft light, enveloping Morong Qingqing and the nine-tailed fox. In the next moment, Morong Qingqing felt a connection. It was the nine-tailed fox's. The ferocious look in the nine-tailed fox's eyes disappeared and was replaced by a touch of wisdom. It even rubbed its furry little head against Morong Qingqing's face. What should I call you? Morong Qingqing smiled and tilted her head. The scroll emitted a soft light that enveloped Morong Qingqing and nine-tailed fox. In the next moment, Morong Qingqing felt a connection with Nine-Tailed Fox. The ferocious look in Nine-Tailed Fox's eyes disappeared and was replaced by a touch of wisdom. She even rubbed her furry little head against Morong Qingqing's face. What should I call you? Morong Qingqing smiled and tilted his head. Just call her Little Red, the Crimson Dragon said. Lin Xian nodded. That's a good name. Hearing this, Nine-Tailed Fox bared her teeth at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon and waved her little claws. I have a name. I'm called Nine-Tailed, Nine-Tailed Fox said fiercely. Nine-Tailed, that's a bad name. Morong Qingqing rubbed Nine-Tailed Fox's head and thought carefully. How about Little Nine? Okay, Little Nine. Nine-Tailed Fox nodded and then rubbed her little head against Morong Qingqing's hand. At this moment, the Crimson Dragon asked curiously, Oh right, kid, what were you planning to do with this fox when you caught it? He was curious because this fox was not meant to be a pet. Lin Xian must have had other uses for it. Oh, isn't the Black Earth lacking energy? I thought this fox was a keen demonic beast and should have powerful energy. I wanted to use it as an energy source, but since Qingqing likes it, I'll let it be a pet. This time even the Crimson Dragon's mouth was agape. Nine-Tailed Fox rolled her eyes and almost fainted. Be an energy source? What was this guy thinking? Fortunately, it was now a pet. Otherwise, its future would be miserable. Thinking of this, Nine-Tailed Fox glared at Lin Xian with her black gem-like eyes. Upon hearing Lin Xian's suggestion, He Tu kept nodding his head. That's a good idea, but this Nine-Tailed Fox is still too weak. If we want to use it as motivation, we need to at least catch a few of them. Forget it. We'll think of a way in the future. We'll find a source of energy eventually, Lin Xian said in a low voice. Because he believed that there would be a way. Kid, what are you planning to do next? The Crimson Dragon asked. The Black Dragon sect's leader is already dead. The Black Dragon sect lives up to its name. However, we still have to clean up the mess. After we eliminate the Black Dragon cult, we will return to the Sky Martial continent. I think it's time to put an end to the Duan family. The Duan clan, huh? The Crimson Dragon also snorted coldly. These people were too arrogant. In the past, Ben Huang didn't care about them. Now that he had become a king, he could kill them with one slap. After settling the matter of the Duan family, are we going to the True Spirit continent? The Crimson Dragon was very excited. It was obvious that he was tired of staying here. Yes, after everything here is settled and we find a source of energy, we will set off for the real big world. Next, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon went out again. This time, they also brought along Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan. The group of people boarded the spirit boat from before and quickly left the Devil Abyss. The spirit boat flew up into the sky and quickly flew into the distance. This time, their target was the Black Dragon cult's headquarters. The Black Dragon cult's headquarters was located in the center of the Tiannan region. It occupied a very vast mountain range. This mountain range was the best spirit vein in the entire Tiannan region. The spirit qi was very rich. In the mountain range, there were countless palaces and pavilions. In the center, there was a very large black palace. It stood in front of them, like a black dragon sitting there. At this moment, the entire Black Dragon cult had set up a layer of defensive array. Not far from the Black Dragon cult's mountain range, there was also a group of people gathered. Most of them were old men, but there were also some young people. They were looking at the mountain range in the distance with solemn expressions. These people were not weak. They were all in the Venerable Realm. There were even one or two old men who had reached the 9th heaven of the Venerable Realm. Their clothes had the word martial written on them. Obviously, they were from the Martial Alliance. If Lin Xian was here, he would definitely recognize these people. This was because a few of these old men were the judges of the Azure Dragon Gathering. Even among the younger generation, there were a few that he recognized. One of them was wearing a flaming robe. He was extremely handsome and had an arrogant look on his face. He was the Heavenly Fire Prince of the Heavenly Fire sect. The other person was even more powerful. He was burly and looked like a demon king. He was the overlord who ranked first on the Azure Dragon leaderboard, Overlord Wuji. These two people's auras were powerful. They were not weaker than those old men at all. Obviously, the Martial Alliance had also obtained some sub-divinity crystals. That was why they had so many experts to fight against the Black Dragon cult. However, the Martial Alliance did not have a king, so they had always been suppressed by the Black Dragon cult. This time, they received news that the Black Dragon cult's 8 great hall masters and 4 great protectors had been annihilated. When they heard about this, they were extremely shocked. They could not believe it and thought it was fake news released by the Black Dragon cult. Their goal was to bait them. However, after many investigations, they finally found out that the news was true. Then, these people were stunned. They could not believe it. 8 great hall masters and 4 great protectors. They were all extremely powerful people. Putting everything else aside, any one of the great protectors could defeat all of them. Such powerful people were annihilated? Who did it? They could not figure it out. Anyway, it was not the Martial Alliance who did it. It's very likely that a martial artist that we don't know about obtained the sub-divinity crystals from the demon abyss and absorbed the energy inside. That's why he became so powerful. Overlord Wuji said in a deep voice. Hearing that, everyone nodded. They all felt that it made sense. At this moment, among the group of old men, a person called Venerable Qinglian said, "There's another possibility. It's someone from the Tianwu continent." However, the Tianwu continent has always looked down on the Tiannan region. It's impossible that they won't come to our aid. Everyone was talking about the mysterious expert. At this moment, another old man said, "This is a good opportunity for us. I heard that the Black Dragon cult's leader and the left and right emissaries brought a large number of experts and left the Black Dragon cult. If we can take over their headquarters and seize the treasures inside, our Martial Alliance might be able to grow stronger again. I hope so. However, the Black Dragon cult's mountain protection formation is not easy to break. Let's hurry up and take action. Who knows what the Black Dragon cult's leader is doing with so many experts? If they enter the demon abyss again and obtain the sub-divinity crystals to create a large number of experts, we'll be completely finished. By then, the entire Tiannan region will belong to the Black Dragon cult." Hearing that, everyone's hearts sank. They took a deep breath and prepared to take action. However, at this moment, a young disciple exclaimed, "Look, what's that? Look! What's that?" A young man exclaimed. "What are you shouting for? We'll be discovered if you continue like this. Can you bear the responsibility for disrupting our plan?" An old man snorted with a gloomy face. "Yes, elder. I was wrong." The young man lowered his head and admitted his mistake. However, he insisted, "There's really something. Something really flew across the sky like lightning." "Something flew across the sky? Are you sure?" The other old men frowned. Could it be that the people from the Black Dragon sect had returned? This time, they were planning to launch a sneak attack while the Black Dragon sect's leader and other experts were away. If the experts from the Black Dragon sect returned, their plan would fail. Hence, everyone's face turned solemn. Zhao Ping cultivates eye techniques. Although his cultivation isn't the best, he should be able to see things correctly. This time, Venerable Green Lotus also spoke. He was the leader of this operation. Hence, when Venerable Green Lotus spoke, the others fell silent. "Zhao Ping, tell me, what exactly did you see? Was it from the Black Dragon sect?" "Elder, I didn't see it clearly. I only saw a flash of light. However, from the aura, it didn't seem like it was from the Black Dragon sect." "Oh? Even you didn't see it clearly?" Venerable Green Lotus was surprised. He knew that Zhao Ping cultivated an eye technique. His eyesight was extremely accurate. In this aspect, he was not inferior to the old men. In fact, he was even stronger. However, at this moment, even he did not see it clearly. It was unbelievable. Where did that thing go? Venerable Green Lotus thought of a possibility and asked quickly. "It's the Black Dragon sect's headquarters." Venerable Green Lotus gasped when he heard that. His expression was uncertain as if he was thinking about something. At this moment, Crown Prince Heavenly Flame asked in a deep voice, "Elder, is there something wrong? Other than the Martial Alliance, only the Black Dragon sect has such means." However, that thing doesn't belong to the Martial Alliance. I'm afraid it doesn't belong to the Black Dragon sect either. However, there should be another expert from the Tiannan region. You're talking about the mysterious expert who killed the 8 Hall Masters and the 4 Great Protectors. Infinite Tyrant said coldly. Yes, that's right. It's him. Venerable Green Lotus nodded. In the next moment, everyone was shocked and their eyes widened. What? Could it really be that mysterious expert? Is he going to attack the headquarters of the Black Dragon cult? Everyone was extremely shocked. Originally, with the number of people they had, even if they wanted to break through the defensive formation outside the Black Dragon sect, it would still take a very long time. But now, if a mysterious expert came, their efficiency would be greatly increased. Let's go and take a look. Venerable Green Lotus pondered for a moment and finally said in a deep voice. Then, he waved his hand and led the group carefully toward the mountain range in front of him. On the other side, Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingqing, and Luo Bingshan were riding on a spirit boat and flying quickly ahead. Master, up ahead is the headquarters of the Black Dragon cult. Luo Bingshan looked down at the mountain range and quickly reported. Have we arrived? Hearing this, Lin Xian woke up from his cultivation and opened his eyes to look below. The Black Dragon cult is ruthless and cruel. In the past few years of their rise, they have caused great suffering in the Tiannan region. It's time to get rid of this evil cult. Lin Xian said coldly. That's easy. Watch me. The Crimson Dragon also looked down. Is this the nest of the dragon? How extravagant. The Crimson Dragon rolled his eyes and then shouted down. Listen up, your Black Dragon cult leader is dead. Hurry up and open the gate. Kneel down and wait for your punishment. Otherwise, when we attack, you'll be dead. This voice was like a clap of thunder that quickly spread to the people below. Instantly, everyone within a radius of 10,000 miles heard it. The formation of the Black Dragon cult below trembled and produced a rumbling sound. Search! 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 In an instant, countless martial artists in black robes rushed out of the countless palaces and pavilions in the mountain range in front of them. They all looked up at the sky with cold expressions. Who is it? How dare you cause trouble in our Black Dragon cult? You're courting death. Hurry up and come here to die. I can leave your corpses intact. Otherwise, if you anger the Black Dragon cult, we'll kill all of you. Countless Black Dragon cult martial artists looked up at the sky and shouted coldly. To be honest, in their opinion, the other party was too arrogant. How dare he cause trouble above the Black Dragon cult? This was something that had never happened before. Even the Martial Alliance did not dare to be so arrogant. The people of the Martial Alliance below also stopped and looked up at the sky. It's really that mysterious expert. Elder, should we attack? Someone asked. Venerable Green Lotus shook his head. No need. Let's wait and see. Humph, a bunch of ants. Your cult leader is dead and you still dare to be so arrogant? Do you believe that Ben Huang will kill you with a slap? At this moment, the Crimson Dragon snorted coldly again. What? The Black Dragon cult leader is dead? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The people of the Martial Alliance were also shocked. They widened their eyes and could not believe it. The disciples of the Black Dragon cult were stunned at first, then they laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, idiot. Do you know what you're saying? Our cult leader is a king. No one can compare to him in this world. How dare you say he's dead? What a joke. How dare you curse our cult leader? Kneel down and accept your death. The group of people shouted arrogantly. They did not believe that their cult leader would be killed. Even Venerable Blue Lotus and the Crown Prince were frowning. What did he say? The Black Dragon cult leader is dead? How is that possible? The group of people shook their heads. The Black Dragon cult leader was a king. They could only look up to him. How could such a person be killed? Crown Prince Heavenly Flame sneered. Humph, what expert. I think he's just a braggart. How dare he say that the Black Dragon cult leader is dead? Does he know what the Black Dragon cult leader's cultivation is? Not to mention the disciples of the Black Dragon cult, even the people of the Martial Alliance could not believe it. Perhaps no one in the entire Tiannan region would believe that the Black Dragon cult leader was killed. Sigh, what a bunch of ignorant people. On the spiritual vessel, the Crimson Dragon shook his head and sighed. Lin Xian also frowned. Since they're so stubborn, let's just do it. Nine-tailed, blast open the defensive formation below. Nine-tailed Fox was sleeping in Morong Qingqing's arms. When she heard Lin Xian's words, she opened her eyes reluctantly. Ever since Tian recognized him as his master, his cultivation had returned to the King realm. At this moment, he shook his tails gently. On one of his tails, a red arm appeared and quickly reached down. An arm that was thousands of meters long fell from the sky like the palm of a demon. Boom! In the next moment, the red arm slammed into the defensive array below, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The entire mountain range, within a radius of 1,000 miles, began to tremble violently. Rumble, 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 the earth trembled, and countless cracks spread out in all directions like the mouth of an abyss. At this moment, everyone was terrified. Block it. You must block it. Countless experts in the Black Dragon sect shouted angrily. More people quickly activated the array to defend. Their scalps went numb and they were shocked. They did not expect the other party to be so powerful that a slap could almost break through the defensive array. In the distant mountain range, Venerable Green Lotus, Prince Heavenly Flame, and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. What kind of technique was that? How could it be so terrifying? What was going on with that 1,000-meter-long arm? It was as if a god had stretched out his arm from the sky. It was too terrifying. Rumble, rumble, crack. Crack, crack. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the arm smashed through the defensive array and headed towards the Black Dragon sect. Suddenly, several mountains were shattered and gravel flew everywhere. The earth sank as if there was an earthquake. Retreat, retreat quickly. Venerable Green Lotus, Prince Heavenly Flame, and Ba Wuji quickly retreated. This was because the place where they were originally standing had suddenly cracked open. The entire ground was overturned and ruptured, forming a ruin. This was only the periphery. In the center of the mountain range, the entire Black Dragon sect was completely destroyed. Hundreds of mountains were razed to the ground and the Black Dragon Hall in the center was penetrated by a slap. The ground caved in for 10,000 meters. The disciples of the demonic sect were even more miserable. They did not have the chance to escape from the slap. In an instant, their bodies exploded and turned into blood mist. The earth caved in and huge rocks flew everywhere. The blood mist filled the air and the pungent smell of blood instantly spread. When the blood-red palm disappeared, the entire Black Dragon sect was razed to the ground. Not only that, but there was a bottomless abyss on the ground. It was as if it was connected to the 9 nether hell and emitted a cold aura. Most of the Black Dragon cult martial artists had been killed by that palm strike. However, a small portion of them had managed to escape this calamity. However, at this moment, he was also lying on the ground. His body was constantly twitching, and his face was abnormally pale. Fear, deep fear, that palm just now was too terrifying. It was like a palm that could destroy the world. In an instant, the entire Black Dragon cult was completely destroyed. This kind of technique was too terrifying. They had never seen it before. Perhaps even the left and right messengers would not be able to use it. Only their Black Dragon religious leader was capable of such a feat. However, the other party was also able to do so. This meant that the other party's strength was definitely extremely powerful. At the very least, it exceeded their understanding. It was very likely that he was the legendary king. Could it be that the hierarch is really dead? Seeing this scene, everyone felt despair. They now believed that the Black Dragon leader had really been killed. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have dared to directly attack their headquarters. In the distance, Reverend Green Lotus, Prince Heavenly Flame, Infinite Tyrant, and the others were shocked and their scalps went numb. They looked at the ruins in front of them with terrified expressions. What kind of technique was this? With just a slap, the Black Dragon sect and the entire mountain range were destroyed. This technique was too terrifying. A king. The other party must be a king. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to have such a technique. The group of elders had terrified looks on their faces. Venerable Green Lotus also took a deep breath. From the looks of it, the Black Dragon religious leader might really have been killed. Thinking of this, they gasped and their scalps went numb. They could not believe it. That was a peerless, ferocious person who had shaken the entire southern heaven region. But he had been killed. This was a shocking event. Look, someone is coming down. At this moment, the disciple called Zhao Ping pointed to the sky and exclaimed. That's right, it's that thing. Just now, it streaked across the sky. Hearing this, Reverend Green Lotus, Prince Heavenly Flame, and the others looked forward with rapt attention. In the next moment, they saw a huge spiritual boat descending rapidly from the Sky Palace. However, the spiritual boat did not land. Instead, it stopped when it was 100 meters above the ground. Then, several figures came down from the spiritual boat like lightning and instantly appeared on the ground. These people were also floating in the air because there was no ground in front of them. It was a bottomless abyss. These people were naturally Lin Xian and the others. Luo Bingshan frowned and looked into the distance coldly. Who is it? Come out. In fact, it was not only him. Lin Xian, Mu Qingqing, and the others also felt that there was a strong aura in the distance and there were quite a few of them. They did not know who it was, but if it was the Black Dragon religious leader, they would not let it go. Oh no, we've been discovered. Reverend Green Lotus, Prince Heavenly Flame, and the others turned pale. This was because the cold snort in front of them had exploded in their ears. Obviously, they had been discovered. Get out. Since they had destroyed the Black Dragon religious leader, they should not be evil people. Reverend Green Lotus took a deep breath and quickly flew out. He shouted, Don't do anything. We are not from the Black Dragon religious leader. Seeing Reverend Green Lotus appear, the others also took a deep breath and quickly followed behind. Then, nearly 50 to 60 martial artists all rose into the air and appeared in the sky. Master? Luo Bingshan looked at Lin Xian with a questioning look in her eyes. However, her hand was still holding the long saber at her waist. As long as Lin Xian gave the order, she would definitely take action. However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He looked at the people in the distance and revealed a surprised look. Don't do anything. They are not from the Black Dragon religious leader. In front, Reverend Green Lotus, Ba Wuji, Prince Heavenly Flame, and the others were flying carefully. Soon, they saw the scene in front of them. In the void, there were 4 figures floating. The one in front was a young man in his 20s. He was tall and handsome. He wore a green shirt and there was a snow-white monkey on his shoulder. Beside the young man was a red snake. It stood in the void and bared its fangs and claws. It was a strange sight. On the other side of the young man was a lady in purple. She was beautiful like a fairy. In her arms was a furry little fox. It had 9 tails. Beside her was a mysterious lady in a black robe. She wore a golden mask on her face that shone coldly under the sun. The man and the 2 ladies were all in their 20s. They were very young. What? Reverend Green Lotus and the others were shocked. They did not expect the other party to be so young. That's not right. Why are they so young? Could it be that they were not the ones who attacked? Not only Venerable Green Lotus, but everyone in the Martial Alliance was also suspicious. They did not believe that such a young man could be a challenger. One had to know that this was something that was simply impossible. However, when they looked at the cultivation of the other party, they were shocked. Their faces turned pale and many of them even trembled. Terrifying, extremely terrifying, everyone's aura was as deep as the abyss, unfathomable. Especially the red snake at the side, it had an aura that made their hearts palpitate. Who are these people? They felt numb and did not dare to act rashly. We're not from the Black Dragon sect. We're from the Martial Alliance. We're here to ambush the Black Dragon sect. Venerable Green Lotus took a deep breath and explained quickly. He did not want to be misunderstood. If the other party attacked, they would have no chance of survival. I know. Don't worry. Venerable Green Lotus, Prince Heavenly Flame, Infinite Tyrant, long time no see. Where's Zhou Jianying? Why don't I see her? Xian said calmly. Venerable Green Lotus, Prince Heavenly Flame, and Infinite Tyrant were shocked. They could not believe it. They did not expect the other party to know him. In the next moment, the three of them raised their heads and looked ahead carefully. Then, their heads exploded. You are? It's you. Everyone was shocked. They were too frightened previously and did not notice the other party's appearance. Now that they took a closer look, the young man in front of them was looking at them with a smile. It's you, Lin Xian. It's you. Prince Heavenly Flame screamed in shock. As for the people behind him, they all looked at each other in dismay. Many of them even revealed puzzled expressions. What's going on? Does Prince Heavenly Flame know the person in front? Ba Wuji sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes widened in disbelief. Venerable Green Lotus's body began to tremble. Lin Xian? Who is he? Elder, do you know him? The others asked. Venerable Green Lotus sighed. He's Lin Xian. He's from the Tiannan region. What? He's from the Tiannan region? Everyone was shocked. They could not believe it. Since when did such a powerful figure appear in their Tiannan region? At this moment, Venerable Green Lotus continued, he was the champion of the previous Azure Dragon Association, but after that, he left the Heavenly South region. I didn't expect it to appear again. What? He was the champion of the previous Azure Dragon Society. Everyone cried out in surprise. Soon after, many people recalled something. Right, that's right, it's him, it's really him. I saw him at the Azure Dragon Society last time, but I didn't think it would really be him. Among these Martial League members, a small portion of them had survived back then, while most of them had risen in recent years. Therefore, although most people did not recognize Lin Xian, a small number of people recognized him after being reminded by Elder Green Lotus. Immediately, these people cried out in surprise. Soon, they learned of Lin Xian's experience. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they stared ahead in disbelief. Lin Xian, is the Black Dragon Hierarch really dead? At this moment, Elder Green Lotus asked again. To be honest, he could not believe this news. After all, the Black Dragon Hierarch was an extremely terrifying existence. He had to be sure. Yes, he's dead. I killed him. Lin Xian nodded. What? You killed him? Everyone's jaws dropped. They were all shocked by this news. This was 2F** King shocking. A 20-year-old young man had actually killed the overlord of the Tiannan region. Everyone swallowed their saliva. Even Overlord Wuji asked in a trembling voice, Lin Xian, are you already a king? Lin Xian shook his head, not yet, but killing a king is not difficult. Everyone's mind went blank. They only wanted to vomit blood. Killing a king was not difficult? Why did it sound like a dream? Forget it, I won't ask anymore. I don't want my heart to be unable to take it. Everyone shook their heads. On the other hand, Lin Xian ordered Luo Bingshan to cripple all the surviving Black Dragon Hierarch martial artists' cultivation. Luo Bingshan nodded. Then, she waved her arm. Countless rays of saber light flew out from her fingertips. They quickly spread out in all directions and sank into the bodies of the Black Dragon Hierarch martial artists. Instantly, screams of agony rang out. In an instant, those who were still alive had their cultivation crippled. Lin Xian did not kill them. However, crippling their cultivation could prevent them from doing evil in the future. The Black Dragon Hierarch's base camp has been destroyed. I guess there are still some remaining forces in other places. I'll leave the rest to the Martial Alliance. Lin Xian turned around again and looked at Venerable Green Lotus. Don't worry. We'll definitely take care of the rest. Venerable Green Lotus nodded quickly. They were already at odds with the Black Dragon Hierarch. Even if Lin Xian did not say anything, they would do their best to gather people and eliminate the Black Dragon Hierarch in other places. Now that they had Lin Xian's help, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Lin Xian pondered for a moment before speaking again in a deep voice. The Tiannan region has been plunged into misery and suffering for a long time. I don't want anything similar to happen again. As he spoke, Lin Xian exuded a terrifying aura. It was as though a divine sword had been unsheathed. It was extremely sharp. Furthermore, the Xia country is my hometown. I don't want anything to happen to it in the future. As for the demonic abyss, there are no more subdivine gems in it. There's no need to waste time looking for them. I hope that the Martial Alliance can lead the Tiannan region and build a prosperous world. However, I don't want you to become another Black Dragon hierarch. Although Lin Xian did not have any obvious intention of threatening them, Venerable Green Lotus and the rest were still trembling in fear. That was because the aura was too terrifying. It was as though a god was looking down on them. Don't worry. We won't become the second Black Dragon hierarch. Venerable Green Lotus shook his head immediately. Lin Xian nodded and retracted his aura. He did not stay there any longer. Instead, he turned around and flew away with Murong Qingqing and the rest onto the spiritual boat in the sky. Then, the spiritual boat shone and turned into a bolt of lightning, leaving the place in an instant. Venerable Green Lotus and the rest only heaved a sigh of relief after Lin Xian and the rest had left for a long time. Then, they slumped onto the ground. Terrifying. It's too terrifying, the group of seniors turned pale. Has he become so powerful? Crown Prince Heavenly Flame's body was also trembling slightly. He did not expect that someone whose strength was similar to his back then would grow to such a level in just a few years. He could only look up to him. Overlord Wuji sighed as well. His heart was filled with helplessness. Venerable Green Lotus took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Remember what I said today. Don't become the second Black Dragon hierarch. Otherwise, our doomsday will come." Everyone nodded heavily and did not dare to act rashly. They had no choice. The scene of the Black Dragon hierarch being annihilated was too terrifying. They would probably never forget it for the rest of their lives. Don't go to the Devil Abyss. According to what we know now, those who haven't reached the King Realm will only be courting death. Instead of angering Lin Xian, why don't we withdraw all of our people from the Xia country? Got it. I'll do it as soon as I return. Also, immediately mobilize all of our forces and launch a counterattack. We must eliminate the remaining forces of the Black Dragon hierarch. It's time for the Black Dragon hierarch to become history. Lin Xian and the rest easily annihilated the Black Dragon sect's headquarters and quickly returned. The Black Dragon sect leader had been killed. Not only that, the entire Black Dragon sect's left and right envoys, 4 great protectors, and 8 great hall masters had all been killed. It could be said that the Black Dragon sect's elites were all gone. There was no need for him to worry about the rest. With the Martial Alliance's strength, they could definitely eliminate them. Therefore, Lin Xian's thoughts were no longer on the Tiannan region. He was prepared to return to the Tianwu continent. Firstly, he wanted to see if his father had come out of seclusion. Secondly, he wanted to get rid of the Duan clan. Otherwise, he would not be at ease moving the Lin clan's clansmen to the Tianwu continent. Soon, Lin Xian and the rest returned to the Black Earth. This time, Lin Xian's main purpose was to instruct He Tu to take good care of Old Master Lin and the rest of the Lin clan. Little Xian, don't worry. We're very safe here. Moreover, this place is very suitable for cultivation, Old Master Lin said with a smile. Yes, we'll wait for your safe return, Second Uncle Lin said with a smile. Next, Lin Xian left behind some natural treasures. He even took out a lot of old-time tea for Old Master Lin and the rest to consume. After everything was arranged properly, he brought Murong Qingqing, Falling Ice Mountain, and the Crimson Dragon onto the spirit boat and quickly left the Xia country. This time, his departure was similar to when he came. However, his cultivation had undergone a drastic change. Other than that, there were some additional things. There was a 9-tailed fox and he took 30 subdivine crystals with him. As for the rest, he left them all on the Black Earth. According to his calculations, to return to the Tianwu continent, they would have to cross the endless ocean. This would take more than half a year. Therefore, Lin Xian and the rest began to cultivate as soon as they arrived. Although Lin Xian now had the King Realm, he did not relax. After all, his cultivation was not at the King Realm. He had to raise his cultivation to the King Realm as soon as possible. Only then would his strength increase. Lin Xian didn't need subdivinity crystals to improve his cultivation base. Therefore, Lin Xian quickly circulated the longevity incantation to cultivate. At the same time, he was also multitasking, cultivating the Furious Dragon Mantra and the Heavenly Divination Visualization Chart. Of these two techniques, one cultivated the body while the other cultivated the soul. They could turn him into an all-round expert. Not only that, but Lin Xian also spent a lot of time and effort researching the king's domain. After all, this was his main source of energy in the future. Now, his horizons were much broader than before, and he knew that there were 9 great realms. Above the king realm, there were still saints and the legendary great emperor. The king realm cultivated domains, whereas, at the saint realm, one cultivated a world, and one was able to establish a minor world that was independent of a large world. Lin Xian knew that the small world was evolved from the domain. Therefore, Lin Xian tried to throw his various martial spirits into the dragon sword domain to evolve. Just like that, time passed little by little. At the same time, the situation in the Tianwu continent was also changing. Primeval forest, deep in the canyon. The heavenly netherbird laughed wildly again. There were only 2 astral chains left on its body. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before the restrictions on the astral chains were completely broken. At that time, it would become a peerless beast once again. Ha 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 ha. There are only 2 left. Brat Lin, just you wait. One day, I'll tear you apart with my own hands. A ferocious voice rang out from the depths of the canyon, as if a demon was roaring. No one knew about the heavenly netherbird's change, because it had hidden it too well. However, another gust of wind blew across the Tianwu continent. The good situation that Lin Xian had built up earlier had collapsed in an instant. The alliance that had been built with the longevity pill and old-time tea had collapsed in an instant. Many people had left Lin Xian's side and joined the Duan family. It could be said that the situation in the Palace of Gods of War had become extremely tense and dangerous. Fortunately, Wang Li, Yu Fei, Dongfang Xiong and the others had already left. They had long since retreated to the Immortal Martial Academy and weren't in any danger. However, their businesses had suffered a serious blow. There was only one reason for this change: the Duan family's patriarch had come out of seclusion. Not only that, but he had also successfully entered the king realm and became a king. A king realm was an extremely powerful existence. There weren't many of them in the Tianwu continent. Every one of them was a powerhouse who stood at the pinnacle of the continent. Now, there was another king realm expert. This was something that hadn't happened in the Tianwu continent for thousands of years. Because the Duan family's patriarch had become a king realm expert, the situation in the Tianwu continent had changed dramatically. No matter how magical the longevity pill was, it couldn't compare to the threat of a king realm expert. Now, who would dare to ally with Lin Xian's side? That would be courting death. Lin Xian hadn't appeared in the Tianwu continent for a long time. No one knew where he had gone. There were even rumors that he had left the Tianwu continent. On the Palace of Gods of War's side, Lin Zhan was still in seclusion. Therefore, the entire Palace of Gods of War had lost its backbone. The rest of the people couldn't withstand the fury of a king realm expert. Especially when the Duan family's patriarch found out that his grandson, Prince Ling Feng, had been killed. He was extremely furious. Therefore, the first thing he did after coming out of seclusion was to issue a kill order. He swore that he would capture Lin Xian and tear him into pieces. For a time, the world was in an uproar. Because this was the fury of a king realm expert. Millions of corpses would fall and blood would flow for thousands of miles. Immediately, many people started to worry for Lin Xian. However, the Duan family's allies sneered. They had long found Lin Xian an eyesore. Now that they saw him being hunted, they were naturally happy. On the other hand, the Palace of Gods of War and Senma College were worried. Fortunately, they were slightly relieved that Lin Xian wasn't in the Tianwu continent at the moment. Therefore, the kill order was useless for the time being. However, the matter of the Duan family's patriarch becoming a king realm expert was more troublesome. Because the current Duan family could no longer be compared to before. It was a true house of kings. Therefore, in just 3 days, the Palace of Gods of War changed owners again. Those people from before were directly beaten out, and the Duan family directly moved in and became the new owners. This time, the Duan family's patriarch personally took action, so the Palace of Gods of War suffered heavy losses. Many elders and experts died. Fortunately, Senma College acted in time and saved most of them. Otherwise, the Palace of Gods of War's losses would have been even more tragic. Damn it, really damn it. The remaining forces of the Palace of Gods of War all retreated to Senma College. Among them, the 9th Elder and the 10th Elder were so angry that they vomited blood. They had no choice. They really didn't expect the Duan family's patriarch to break through and become a true King Realm expert. They had no power to fight back at all. Now, even if Senma College starts a war with him, I'm afraid we won't be able to do anything to him. Dean Xian shook his head slightly. After all, the strength of a true king was too terrifying. Unless Lin Zhan comes out of seclusion. But now, I don't know when he will come out of seclusion. The group of people shook their heads and sighed. The elders of War God Red were even more worried. This was because the current situation was simply too terrible. We are not worried about the palace master. That array is very terrifying. Even a king can't break it. However, we are very worried about the young master. Those people from the Duan family have given the kill order. Now, many experts are frantically looking for the young master. Although they can't find him now, if the young master doesn't know the situation when he comes back, he will definitely be discovered. If the young master is in any danger, then we are really finished. The 9th Elder and the others were anxious. They decided to secretly look for Lin Xian. At least, they had to send the news out. The rise of the Duan family's patriarch caused a change in the Tianwu continent. Not only that, he first gave the kill order and went all out to hunt down Lin Xian. Not long after, he released another piece of news. It was naturally a celebration. The Duan family's patriarch had become a king. This was a major event that shook the world. Naturally, everyone would be gathered. Firstly, it was to display the Duan family's strength. Secondly, it was to redistribute the benefits. Although there were many factions and countries in the Tianwu continent, behind them stood the powerful families. In other words, the House of Kings was the overlord of the Tianwu continent. In the past, the structure of the Tianwu continent had already been formed. It had not changed for thousands of years. However, it was different now. A new king had appeared, and the Duan family naturally became the House of Kings. Naturally, they wanted a share of the pie. In fact, the Duan family's thinking was very simple. They wanted to replace the Palace of Gods of War and become the true overlord. As for the resources of the Palace of Gods of War, they naturally wanted to replace them. However, in recent years, the Palace of Gods of War had consumed a lot of resources due to internal strife. Therefore, this time, they wanted to take back everything that they had lost in the past. This banquet could be said to be the most prestigious one in the past 1,000 years. This banquet did not just invite the elders of the 6th-rank sections. He was a true king. At that time, the Murong family, the Shen family, Senma College, and the Merry Forest House of Kings would all come. It could be said that being able to attend the Duan clan's banquet represented a certain level of strength. Of course, the Duan clan's patriarch had another idea, and that was to form an alliance. It didn't mean that one wouldn't have enemies after becoming a king. Furthermore, he was a new king. His strength was naturally weaker than those old king-level kings. More importantly, Lin Zhan was still alive. This was his greatest enemy. If the other party came out of seclusion, then he would be his greatest enemy. Therefore, he had to form an alliance in advance and find good helpers to deal with future changes. It would be best if they could join forces during the banquet and directly destroy the place where the other party was in seclusion. Kill Lin Zhan. This news swept through the entire Sky Martial continent like a hurricane. For a time, all the major forces quickly took action. Not only that, the action of the Duan clan did not end. Firstly, they were wantonly hunting down Lin Xian's tracks. As long as they found him, they would immediately kill him. Secondly, those forces that had a good relationship with Lin Xian in the past were all suppressed. Even the deity Sword Villa was suppressed. This was because in front of a king, the powerful deity Sword Villa and Sword Supremacy were unable to resist. Senma College's forces were also affected to a certain extent. Fortunately, Senma College was a king's force after all. With a king suppressing them, the Duan clan did not dare to go too far. However, their small actions were continuous. However, just as the situation was changing, a spirit boat flew over from the sea. This spirit boat was very fast and had been flying at an extremely high altitude. Therefore, when it entered the Sky Martial continent, no one noticed it. This spirit boat was naturally Lin Xian's. When they entered the Sky Martial continent, everyone opened their eyes. We're finally back. Morong Qingqing looked at the familiar mountains and rivers below and smiled. Even the nine-tailed fox in her arms looked down curiously. So powerful. I can feel several powerful forces here. Are they all kings? It shrank its head. It did not expect that there would be such experts on the Sky Martial continent. Their aura surpassed it. Not only that, the spiritual chi on this continent was even denser, which surprised it. One had to know that it could cultivate now, so the spiritual chi here was very important to it. Yes, we're back. I wonder what changes have happened here. Lin Xian also looked down at the mountains and rivers below, his eyes shining. Kid, where are we going first? The Crimson Dragon asked. Let's go back to Senma College first. Lin Xian thought for a moment, then said slowly. Then, the group accelerated and flew in the direction of Senma College. The Sky Martial continent was very vast. It was several times larger than the Tiannan region, so the journey was very long. It would probably take more than a month. Therefore, Lin Xian went into seclusion again. However, the Crimson Dragon, the Nine-Tailed Fox, and the Snow-White Monkey did not go into seclusion. Among them, the Crimson Dragon was sleeping on one side, while the Nine-Tailed Fox was curiously looking down. After all, this place was a new world for it. But soon, it frowned and kept grinding its teeth. Because with its king's soul power, it could naturally hear the discussions below. Therefore, along the way, it found many people looking around with cold expressions, as if they were looking for something. And from those people's words, it kept hearing the name Lin Xian. Lin Xian? Could it be someone with the same name? The Nine-Tailed Fox did not understand why these people were looking for Lin Xian. So, it went to ask the Crimson Dragon and the Snow-White Monkey. After hearing that, the Crimson Dragon said lazily, there must be someone with the same name. But if you want to talk about the famous Lin Xian in the continent, you can only use the one in front of you. Why are you asking this? Now that they were familiar with each other, there was no longer the hostility from before. I saw a lot of people down there, trying to capture Lin Xian. The Nine-Tailed Fox spread its little paws. Is he some kind of fugitive? Why are there so many people trying to capture him? What? There's such a thing? Let me see. The Crimson Dragon jumped up and looked down. To be honest, it did not believe that such a thing would happen. After all, Lin Xian was the young master of the Palace of Aries. How could he be wanted, unless something unexpected had happened here? Sure enough, the Crimson Dragon found the same thing. On the mountains and rivers below, countless warriors were asking for Lin Xian's whereabouts. Damn. What's going on? To be honest, the Crimson Dragon could not believe that something like this would happen. One must know that Lin Xian was the young master of the Palace of Aries. His status was very high. How could he be wanted by someone, unless something unexpected had happened here? As expected, the Crimson Dragon found the same situation. Below the mountains and rivers, countless warriors were asking for Lin Xian's whereabouts. Damn. What's going on? The Crimson Dragon knew that something had happened. He quickly knocked on Lin Xian's door and told him the situation. After hearing this, Lin Xian also looked around. His face immediately darkened. Kid, what's going on? It wasn't like this when we left. It's only been 2 or 3 years. How could there be such a huge change? The Crimson Dragon asked. The Duan clan. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He did not need to think to know that it was the Duan clan's doing, because in the Tianwu continent, only the Duan clan dared to go against him. But before he left, the Duan clan had already suffered heavy losses. The entire clan even went into seclusion. But he did not expect that the other party would be so high-profile and pursue him. Something unexpected must have happened. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. Since the other party dares to be so arrogant, it means that they are not afraid of our alliance. Damn it, could it be that the Duan clan's patriarch, Lin Xian, suddenly thought of a possibility? His face darkened. Once this thought came to mind, Lin Xian could not sit still. Because if this was true, it would be terrible. His alliance would definitely collapse in an instant. Not only that, the palace of Ares would also be in danger. Rusalong, quickly go down and catch a few people for me. Lin Xian's voice was urgent. Even Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan came out to ask. When they learned of the situation, their expressions were grave. You mean to say that the Duan clan's patriarch succeeded? That's right. There's probably only one possibility as to why the Duan clan dares to be so arrogant. Other than that, I can't think of any other possibilities. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. It can't be, right? If the Duan family's old ancestor really succeeds, then this will be the most shocking event in the Tianwu continent in the past few thousand years. Morong Qingqing's expression was also grave. She naturally knew the serious consequences of this matter. Perhaps the entire martial heaven continent situation would change. Soon, the dark red divine dragon returned and brought 2 warriors with him. These 2 martial artists were the ones who had been searching below, but they had been suddenly beaten senseless and brought to the surface. Now that they were woken up by the dark red dragon, they immediately shouted arrogantly. You're courting death. How dare you kidnap us? Do you know who we are? We're from the Duan clan. If you offend us, you'll have to bear the consequences. Aya, this attitude is very arrogant. It's almost the same as the Black Dragon sect. Didn't your Duan clan hole up a few years ago? Why are you running out and being so arrogant now? The Crimson Dragon asked coldly. The 2 people still did not understand their situation and looked at the Crimson Dragon as if he was an idiot. You must be new here, right? You don't even know our Duan clan? Listen up, our Duan clan is the new house of kings. We're the overlords of this continent. Hurry up and let us go, kneel down and kowtow. Otherwise, if you anger our Duan clan, you'll definitely regret it for the rest of your life. What, the new house of kings? Hearing this, Lin Xian's face darkened. Morong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan were also greatly shocked. They knew that things were as they had guessed. The Duan clan's old ancestor had really become a house of kings. You're saying that the Duan clan's old ancestor has become a house of kings? When did this happen? Lin Xian asked coldly. How dare you? How dare you say the name of our old ancestor? The man shouted coldly. But in the next moment, he was stunned. Soon, a look of shock appeared in his eyes. He pointed at Lin Xian and trembled all over. It's you. You're that Lin Xian. They had portraits in their hands, and Lin Xian was the person they wanted to capture, so they knew him very well. But they did not expect him to appear at this time. It's really you? Haha. Kid, you're dead meat. How dare you provoke our Duan clan? This time, no one can save you. Hurry up and kneel down and come back with us obediently. Maybe we can keep your corpse intact. Otherwise, everyone related to you will be killed. The 2 people roared crazily with arrogant expressions. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then, with a wave of his hand, the 2 people's legs were immediately broken with a crack. In the next moment, the 2 people knelt on the ground. Large beads of sweat flowed from their heads. You're courting death. How dare you hurt us? You're dead meat. The 2 people were still roaring crazily, but in the next moment, a strong hand grabbed their heads. Very soon, the 2 people felt a piercing pain in their souls. Their eyes rolled back and they lost consciousness. Lin Xian used the soul-searching skill and directly collected their souls. Then, he snorted coldly. 2 balls of black fire floated out from his body and burned the 2 people to ashes. Since they were enemies, Lin Xian would not show mercy. How is it? Morong Qingqing asked from the side. The Duan clan's patriarch really became a challenger. And he just became a challenger a few months ago. At this point, Lin Xian's expression became extremely cold. Damn it, how dare you massacre the people of the Palace of Ares? He found out everything that had happened in the past few months from the two people's souls. When he found out that the Duan clan's patriarch had ordered to kill him and everyone related to him, Lin Xian's expression became extremely cold. Especially when he found out that the palace of Ares was once again heavily damaged and had no choice but to retreat, Lin Xian exuded an extremely terrifying killing intent. He did not expect that the Duan clan's patriarch would dare to attack the palace of Ares. This made him extremely angry. "Old dog of the Duan clan, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish." Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then, he quickly controlled the spirit boat and flew towards the palace of Ares. Instantly, the entire spirit boat exploded with an extremely bright light. It turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly streaked across the sky. It was as if a sharp sword had sliced through the void. In the Tianwu continent, the Duan clan's banquet was getting closer and closer. The entire Tianwu continent was bustling with activity. Not only that, the Duan clan had also gained a lot recently. As they were frantically searching for Lin Xian, the ninth elder and the rest were very worried. Hence, they secretly came out to search for Lin Xian. Unexpectedly, they were discovered by the Duan clan and immediately arrested and sent back to the palace of Ares. When the Duan clan's patriarch and the martial supremacy found out, they sneered sinisterly. They decided that they would kill the ninth elder and the people of the palace of Ares on the spot during the meeting. He wanted everyone to know the consequences of going against the Duan clan. Duan family, Palace of War Gods. Ever since the news of the Duan family's ancestor becoming a king spread, the various forces in Tianwu continent began to take action. Today, it was still very close to the Duan family's banquet, and many people had already arrived. It had to be said that the banquet this time was of a very high level. It was absolutely terrifying. The entire Palace of War Gods was filled with martial experts. These people walked like dragons and tigers, and their auras were dense. They could be said to be the elites of Tianwu continent. Those forces that had been relying on the Duan family were extremely happy because this time, they could also rise in status and obtain great benefits. Those forces that had been neutral also wanted to join the Duan family, this new house of kings. They might even be put in an important position. Of course, when the Duan family was mentioned, the Palace of War Gods and Lin Xian had to be mentioned. Because just a few years ago, Lin Xian had personally killed Prince Ling Feng, who was the future hope of the Duan family. This could be said to be an irreconcilable hatred. Furthermore, when the Duan family's ancestor came out of seclusion, he issued a kill order and swore to kill Lin Xian. However, after such a long time, there was still no trace of Lin Xian. This shocked everyone. Some people even guessed that Lin Xian was no longer in Tianwu continent. Otherwise, with the Duan family's current strength and prestige, it was impossible for them to not find him. Hehe, don't worry. As long as that kid is here, he will definitely come. Because at this Duan family's banquet, they will publicly kill many elders of the Palace of War Gods. Yeah, I heard about it too. I'm afraid the Duan family's goal is to lure Lin Xian out. Hehe, no matter what the outcome is, that Lin Xian is finished. He will definitely be killed if he shows up. However, if he doesn't show up, he will definitely become a coward and be despised by everyone. Yeah, this Lin Xian can be considered unlucky. 2 or 3 years ago, his name shook Tianwu continent and could be said to be one of the top geniuses of the younger generation. With his strength alone, the entire Duan family couldn't raise their heads. But who would have thought that in a short 2 or 3 years, the situation would change so drastically? That's because the Duan clan's old ancestor is so powerful that he was able to break through and become a king. This is something that has never happened in the Sky Martial continent for thousands of years. In the cities near the Palace of Ares, there were warriors discussing similar topics everywhere. Now, everyone respected the Duan clan. No one cared about Lin Xian and the remaining forces of the Palace of Ares. The Palace of Gods of War was majestic and domineering. Countless palaces covered the mountains. It was surrounded by spiritual mountains and immortal grass. Between the towering mountains and precipitous ridges, countless pavilions were arranged like stars. Although the internal strife over the years had caused the Palace of Ares to expend quite a bit of its strength, there was still no one who could shake this colossus. And the region it occupied was one of the most fertile regions in the Sky Martial continent. At this moment, all the experts of the martial heaven continent were gathering to war god art. Whether it was the older generation's experts or the younger generation's geniuses, they were all gathered. In fact, the kings of the various king clans would also appear at the final banquet. It could be said that this was a scene that made countless people excited. After all, it was rare to see a king tier in ordinary times, but this time, there would be 5 king tiers. Looking at this grand scene, the Duan clan's ancestor was very happy. He did not appear, but sent out martial honors and the younger generation's disciples to welcome them. They had to use the highest standards to invite everyone in. He waited quietly for the arrival of the other 4 kings. And outside, in the mountains, it was even more lively. Countless young warriors were walking, exchanging pointers, chatting and laughing, drinking wine. The atmosphere was very jubilant. At this moment, a cry of surprise was heard. "Look, young Master Anil is here." It was unknown who shouted, but immediately everyone stopped in their tracks and raised their heads to look forward. The 4 young masters of the martial heaven continent, Prince Ling Feng, young Master Anil, young Master Qilin, and young Master Treading Moon. These were the top 4 of the younger generation. However, Prince Ling Feng had already been killed by Lin Xian. So now, in the Sky Martial continent, there were only 3 young masters left. And this merry forest's young Master Anil was one of them. Sure enough, in the next moment, the crowd dispersed, and a youth in white slowly walked over. He held a folding fan in his hand, and his expression was very confident. Around him, there were a few elders. Their auras were very powerful, and when their gazes moved, even the void trembled slightly. Young Master Anil's arrival immediately caused a group of warriors to be excited, and they all surrounded young Master Anil. That scene was very spectacular. Indeed, these people were originally the heroes of the younger generation, but ever since young Master Anil arrived, it was as if everyone's radiance had disappeared. And young Master Anil became the only one in everyone's eyes. Hee, everyone, no need to be so reserved. Just act as usual. Young Master Anil gently waved his folding fan and said with a smile. Different from Prince Ling Feng's arrogance, young Master Anil's face always had a smile, and his mood was very confident. He did not seem to have any arrogance. This also allowed everyone to let out a slight sigh of relief. At least the other party did not put on an overbearing appearance. But at this moment, someone exclaimed, "Look, it's young Master Qilin." Everyone was shocked again, and they all turned their heads. At the back, another group of people walked over. The person in front was tall and straight, with a handsome face and a powerful aura. He was not any weaker than young Master Anil. He was the Shen family's young Master Qilin. This young Master Qilin's temper was not as good as young Master Anil's. His face was always incomparably cold, with a trace of arrogance. He did not put the surrounding people in his eyes. Looking at him, his character was somewhat similar to that of the deceased Prince Ling Feng. "Brother Shen, long time no see." Young Master Anil waved his folding fan, looked at young Master Qilin, and said with a smile. "Humph, don't play dumb with me. Last time, you snatched 3 of my spirit veins. How do you want to settle this debt?" Young Master Qilin showed an overbearing aura the moment he came up. Even when facing young Master Anil, he did not back down. "Brother Shen's words are wrong. Those 3 spirit veins were originally discovered by my merry woods. How can it be said that I snatched them from your hands?" Young Master Anil said with a smile. "Stop talking nonsense. No matter what you say, this matter will not end like this. After this banquet, I want to ask you for advice. I want to see what kind of breakthrough your cultivation has recently. You actually dare to touch the things that I want. Alright, if you want to exchange pointers, then I will naturally accompany you." Young Master Anil was still smiling, but his eyes had a trace of sharpness. Seeing 2 young masters whose names shook the continent competing, the other martial artists did not dare to speak and could only listen quietly. They were very clear about this kind of matter. Although both of them were top prodigies, the family forces that they represented were not the same. It was normal for there to be friction between them. However, they did not expect that young Master Qilin would actually want to fight with young Master Anil. Needless to say, this would be another fierce battle. Brother Morong, you also came?" Seeing the 2 famous young masters fighting, the other warriors did not dare to speak. They could only listen quietly. They understood the situation very well. Although the two of them were top prodigies, they represented different families. It was normal for there to be friction between them. However, they did not expect young Master Qilin to want to fight with young Master Anil. Needless to say, it would be another fierce battle. Brother Morong, you're here too? Young Master Anil ignored young Master Qilin and looked behind him again. Brother Morong, everyone's hearts trembled, and a trace of shock appeared in their eyes. To be addressed by young Master Anil like that, he must not be an ordinary person. Moreover, they had already guessed who he was. Young Master Moonwalker. That's right, young Master Moonwalker of the Morong family was also one of the 4 young masters of Tianwu. Young Master Moonwalker wore a black robe. His face was calm. He was neither arrogant nor smiling. It was as if nothing in the world could move him. He slowly walked over and greeted young Master Anil and young Master Qilin. Suddenly, the surrounding atmosphere changed. Although the 3 young masters did not speak, the surrounding air seemed to have condensed. It became abnormally heavy. As for the surrounding warriors, their expressions changed drastically as they quietly retreated. They had no choice. Although the 3 of them did not deliberately release their aura, that kind of terror was not something the surrounding warriors could withstand. I didn't expect the 3 of you to come so quickly. Please forgive me for not being a good host. At this moment, a laugh broke the heavy atmosphere. Everyone turned their heads and saw a young man walking over. The man was handsome and wore a golden battle suit. He looked mighty and extraordinary. It's him, Duan Yu. Someone exclaimed. Duan Yu? Who is he? What a powerful aura. Is he also a disciple of the Duan family? Everyone was shocked. He's Prince Ling Feng's younger brother. Some of them knew the inside story, so they quickly said it. Hearing this, everyone gasped. Prince Ling Feng's younger brother. No wonder he was so powerful. Thinking about it, he should also be a top prodigy. The Duan family is really something. First, there's Prince Ling Feng in the younger generation. Now, there's such a peerless genius. Could it be that the Duan clan is really going to rise? Hearing this, young Master Anil, young Master Treading Moon, and young Master Qilin all turned to look at the golden-armored man and nodded slightly. Indeed, as the disciple of Prince Ling Feng, the other party was not weak. Although he was not as strong as them, he was not far off. It could be said that he was qualified to talk to them. Seeing that the 3 of them nodded, Duan Yu was overjoyed. She then said in a clear voice, "This way please." He was indeed happy because these 3 people represented an extraordinary position in the younger generation. His brother used to be such a person, but now his brother was dead. If he wanted to replace his brother and regain the position of young Master Tianwu, he would have to gain the recognition of these 3 people. This was also the reason why the Duan clan had sent him out to receive young Master Anil and the other 2. This was because the Duan clan needed to support another young Master Tianwu. Very soon, young Master Anil and the other 2 were asked to leave. The entire scene quieted down for a moment. Everyone looked at the backs of the 3 of them as they left, feeling envious. But very quickly, they cried out again because more and more important figures arrived at the Palace of Gods of War. The first elder of the Merry Woods has arrived. The Palace Master of the Divine Bird Palace has arrived. The guardian elder of the Shin family has come to visit. One after another, great figures descended from the sky while riding on clouds and mist. They either rode on rare and precious beasts or rode on peerless flying treasures. They were like powerful gods that made people look up to them. Following the arrival of these important figures, the Duan clan also sent out elders to invite them in. Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. This was because other than the kings of the House of Kings, almost all the powerful figures had arrived. Such a grand event could be said to be rare in 1,000 years. The Palace of Gods of War was filled with immortal mountains, spiritual springs, and all kinds of rare beasts. The entire place was like a paradise on earth. Among them, there were also countless experts. All kinds of spiritual wine, spiritual fruits, and precious spiritual tea were all placed on the table. It was obvious that the real banquet was about to begin. They knew that it would not begin yet because the kings had not arrived. Not long after, another loud and clear voice sounded. Ancestor Morong has arrived. Instantly, everyone exclaimed and looked up at the sky. In the sky, a purple cloud flew over. It was like a purple aura that came from the east. It had a mysterious color. On top of the cloud, a figure was sitting cross-legged. This was a middle-aged man in purple. He was expressionless, but he had a powerful aura that made everyone's heart beat faster. They could not help but want to kneel down and worship him. Everyone swallowed their saliva. They knew that the real peerless expert had arrived. This was the ancestor of the Morong family, the real king. Greetings, Ancestor Morong. Instantly, everyone cheered at the sky. And this time, from the distant immortal palace, an old figure also flew over. Haha, Cultivator Morong, please come in. It was an old man who flew over from the palace of gods. He was tall and had white hair, but his eyes were as sharp as lightning. This was the ancestor of the Duan clan, the new king. The appearance of the two kings pushed the atmosphere of the entire venue to its peak. Instantly, everyone looked up at the sky with excitement. It could not be helped. Kings were the top existences in the continent. Under normal circumstances, they would not be able to see them. But now, they saw two of them at the same time. This was definitely the most unforgettable thing in their lives. Cultivator Duan, congratulations. Ancestor Morong opened his eyes and smiled at Ancestor Duan. Then, he was invited to the main hall of the Palace of Gods of War by Ancestor Duan. But not long after, another voice sounded. The merry forest, the merry king has arrived. The ancestor of the Shen family has arrived. Dean Xian of Senma College is here. Soon, all the kings of the Tianwu continent had arrived. Hearing the voices, Ancestor Duan and Ancestor Morong, who had entered the Palace of Gods of War, came out. In the sky, a divine chariot flashed past like a bolt of lightning. Pulling the chariot were 9 white lions. Each of them was as big as a small mountain. They were mighty and had an aura that made people's hearts tremble. This was an ancient species, the ice snow demon lion. Each of them was extremely precious and could not be bought with money. Moreover, the aura of these ice snow demon lions was very strong. They had even reached the level of a 9-star demon general. They were extremely terrifying, but at this moment, they could only pull the chariot. This was shocking. Sitting in the chariot was naturally the merry king. These ice snow demonic lions' auras were extremely powerful. They had even reached the level of a 9-star demon general. It could be said that they were extremely terrifying. However, at this moment, they could only pull the carriage. This was extremely shocking. The one sitting in the carriage was naturally the happy king. 8 beautiful women dressed in colorful clothes accompanied the divine palanquin as it walked. They were like fairies floating in the sky. Soon, the entire carriage was suspended in the sky. 2 of the beautiful women half knelt in the sky and gently pulled open the jade curtains. Then, a figure walked out of the carriage. Seeing this figure, everyone was stunned. This was because the person who walked out of the carriage was a young man of about 16 or 17 years old. His figure was thin, his face was handsome, and his eyes were extremely clear. His entire body carried an ethereal aura, as if he was a fairy child. Who is this? Everyone was puzzled. No way, could he be the happy king? Everyone's eyes widened. They could not believe it. Because in their opinion, since he was a king, he should be a senior figure. However, the figure in the sky was too young. It was obviously a young man. Even Merry Forest's young master Anil looked older than him. For a moment, everyone was bewildered and stunned. As for the 16 or 17-year-old youth in the sky, he lightly snorted and stood with his hands behind his back. Fellowan, it's an honor to meet you. The Duan family's patriarch cupped his fists. On the side, Patriarch Morong shook his head slightly. Old man, you're obviously more than 1,000 years old, but you always like to pretend to be young. Seeing the reactions of the Duan family's patriarch and Patriarch Morong, everyone knew that the young man in front of them should be the happy king. However, they were still extremely shocked because this image was too different from the king they had imagined. The happy king snorted coldly. What do you know? I'm cultivating so that I can stay young forever. You want to look like this? You can't do it. Hearing the happy king's words, Patriarch Morong smiled and shook his head. At this moment, another laugh came from the sky. What? According to what you're saying, this old man's cultivation has reached the Tao. Another old voice came. This voice contained powerful energy, so much so that everyone's scalp went numb. There was no need to think too much about it. Just by looking at the energy and the tone, one could tell that this person's identity wasn't any weaker than the happy king. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky again. Sure enough, another old man appeared in the sky. The old man sat on a huge golden chariot. The golden chariot radiated light like a sun. The ones pulling the carriage were similarly astonishing, 9 flood dragons. Every single one of them was extremely ferocious and carried a powerful aura. They were all 9-star demon generals. As for the old man, he had the demeanor of a transcendent being, as if he had descended from the heavens. The patriarch of the Shin family. That's right, the old man sitting on the golden chariot was none other than the old ancestor of the Shin family. The merry monarch glanced at the patriarch of the Shin family and snorted, "Old man Shin, in my opinion, your Shin family's Heavenfall Tai Ching secret art is really not that good. Why don't you cultivate my Merry Forest's Lotus Treasure identification technique? I can guarantee that your strength will increase greatly in a short period of time. You with the surname in, don't give me that. Every time we meet, you always say that my Shin family's Heavenfall Tai Ching secret art is weak. Whether it's powerful or not, we'll only know after we compete." After saying that, the patriarch of the Shin family snorted and a powerful aura gushed out from his body. This aura was like the abyss of the sea. Once it appeared, the entire void trembled. The martial artists below felt their scalps go numb. Many of them even knelt on the ground and shivered. This was the aura of a king. They could not resist at all. At this moment, the patriarch of the Duan family hurriedly advised, "Both of you, give me some face. Why don't we all go in together and have tea and talk about cultivation?" On the side, Patriarch Morong waved his hand. Suddenly, the martial artists below trembled. They felt that the terrifying aura had disappeared. Immediately, they heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly bowed to the sky. "Thank you, Senior Morong." Patriarch Morong nodded slightly and said, "Old man Shin, don't be like this every time. If you two want to fight, find a place where there's no one. Even if you two turn the world upside down, I won't care. But don't do it here. You'll scare the kids below." Humph. Hearing that, the patriarch of the Shin family snorted coldly and retracted his aura. Seeing that, the patriarch of the Duan family heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, he frowned slightly. That was because someone was flying in the sky from afar. It was a spirit boat. It was entirely blue and emitted streams of light. It shone brightly like the stars. A middle-aged man stood on the spirit boat. His face was fair and clean, and his eyes were as deep as the stars. His aura was like the abyss of the sea. It was unfathomable. Behind him stood a dozen old men and a few young disciples. This group of people was the martial artists from Senma College. The middle-aged man in front was Dean Xian. The patriarch of the Duan family frowned because Senma College had a very good relationship with the Palace of Aries. They were not on good terms with the Duan family. Although they did not directly attack, they were still on opposite sides. However, this time, he still invited Senma College. After all, they were a king faction and should not be underestimated. However, he did not expect them to really come. This made him a little suspicious, because he knew that they were definitely not here to congratulate him. It was very likely that they were here for the elders of the Palace of Aries that he had captured. However, when he saw that there were only a dozen elders and a few young disciples behind Dean Xian, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Because with just these few people, they would not be able to do anything. One must know that he was now a true king. He would definitely not be afraid of Dean Xian. As for the rest, they were no match for the Duan family. It could be said that if they dared to attack, he would definitely retaliate mercilessly. Thinking of this, his lips curled into a smile. "Cultivator Xian, I've heard a lot about you." The patriarch of the Duan family narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. No matter how one looked at it, there was a hint of provocation in his expression. At this moment, Patriarch Murong, the happy monarch, and the patriarch of the Shen family also greeted Ding Xian. Ding Xian responded to them one by one. She did not say anything, but her eyes were incomparably deep. Then, the patriarch of the Duan family invited the kings to the main hall of the Palace of Aries. After the kings left, everyone finally heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they all sat on the ground, paralyzed. It could not be helped. It was too terrifying. Even a trace of his aura was not something that they could fight against. This was the power of a king. It was completely above them. This was also why the situation of the Duan family changed drastically when the patriarch of the Duan family became a king. The last one to arrive is Senma College's Ding Xian, right? I didn't expect him to come, someone asked. Yeah, I heard that Ding Xian has always supported the Lin family. I didn't expect him to come to the Duan family's banquet. That's nothing. The Duan family captured many elders from the Palace of Aries. Ding Xian is probably here to plead on their behalf. Moreover, Lin Xian might appear this time. With Ding Xian here, Lin Xian might be able to keep his life. Everyone was discussing and guessing what was going to happen next. Not long after, a low drumming sound could be heard. The sound was long and distant, accompanied by the sound of thunder. Everyone knew that the banquet was about to begin. So in the next moment, everyone rose into the air and flew towards the mountain range in the center. In the mountain range ahead, there was a vast valley. The valley was ethereal and beautiful, with dense spirit qi. Because there were hundreds of precious spirit herbs growing in it, it was called the 100 Herb Valley. The banquet this time was held in the 100 Herb Valley. At this moment, the 100 Herb Valley was already prepared and waiting for everyone to arrive. The valley was huge and could easily accommodate tens of thousands of people. Many warriors entered the 100 Herb Valley and found their seats. If one was careful, they would realize that the furnishings were very particular. It was roughly divided into 5 sections according to the House of Kings. The 5 most dazzling seats were reserved for the 5 kings. Below the throne were the core elders of the House of Kings. They were arranged according to seniority and strength. And among the younger generation, the 4 princes of Tianwu were the most respected. Prince Anil, Prince Qilin, and Prince Moonwalker sat in their respective sections, showing their superior status. From the Duan family's side, although Prince Ling Feng had been killed, they sent out Duan Yu, who was wearing golden armor. He sat in the same position as the other 3 princes of Tianwu. Obviously, the Duan family wanted to turn Duan Yu into another prince of Tianwu. Duan Yu sat there with a confident smile on his face. He was too excited. Previously, with his elder brother, Prince Ling Feng, there was no way he could stand out. But now, Prince Ling Feng had been killed. This was something that he couldn't believe even in his dreams. However, this was also the greatest benefit to him because he would become the next young noble Tianwu. Seeing Duan Yu sitting in the same position as young noble Anil and the others, everyone was shocked. Naturally, they knew what this meant. However, they did not expect that Prince Ling Feng had only been in Hong Kong for a few years, and the Duan family could not wait to create another Prince Tianwu. Young noble Anil, young noble Qilin, and young noble Moonwalker didn't say anything. Even though Duan Yu was weaker than them, there wasn't much of a difference between them. Furthermore, other than Duan Yu, it was unlikely that anyone else could become young Master Tianwu. Furthermore, the ancestor of the Duan clan had just become a king, and the Duan clan had just become a house of kings. There was nothing wrong with letting his disciple become one of the Tianwu young masters. At this time, an elder of the Divine Bird Palace said with a smile. Young Master Duan Yu may be young, but his talent and strength have already surpassed everyone else. It seems like the next young Master Duan Yu will definitely be the Tianwu prince. With someone taking the lead, the others naturally began to congratulate him. After Duan Yu heard this, the smile on his face became even wider. His eyes were filled with confidence. He believed that as long as he was given time, he would definitely be able to surpass the previous Prince Ling Feng. However, at this time, a cold snort was heard. Humph, just because young noble Ling Feng is dead, can someone else become young Master Tianwu? Since when did young Master Tianwu become so worthless? Hearing this voice, everyone's expression changed. Many of them even frowned. They wanted to see who it was that dared to speak so arrogantly. However, in the next moment, the voice continued. If it were up to me, if anyone were to choose young Master Qianwu, it would be Lin Xian. Because he killed Prince Ling Feng, his strength is naturally above Prince Ling Feng's. Other than him, I can't think of anyone else who can become the new young Master Qianwu. Boom, when these words were said, everyone was in an uproar. Their heads exploded with a bang. Arrogant, this was too arrogant, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. To say such words in such a situation, wasn't this a provocation to the Duan family? Just who was it that was so daring? To actually humiliate the Duan family in public, wasn't this courting death? They were indeed shocked. One had to know that the Duan family was no longer the Duan family of the past. It was the real House of Kings. Now, everyone could not wait to be more careful. Yet, someone dared to humiliate the Duan family in such a place. How audacious! Duan Yu's expression immediately darkened. He was like an enraged lion. His gaze was like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. He wasn't the only one. Everyone in the Duan family had gloomy expressions. Especially the patriarch of the Duan family. His gaze froze as a terrifying aura emanated from his body. However, when everyone saw the person who had spoken, they were all stunned. This was because the person who had spoken was none other than a disciple of the Shen family. Xianxia, shut up. Young noble Qilin snorted coldly. That's right, the person who had spoken was Xianxia. One had to know that he was very grateful to Lin Xian because Lin Xian had previously cured his sister, Xin Jingqiu. It could be said that Lin Xian was their family's great benefactor. Now, he naturally had to step forward and fight for justice for Lin Xian. Hearing young noble Qilin snort, Xin Jingqiu also raised her small face and said seriously, Xiaoqi is right. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on the Shen family. Most of them fell on Xiaoqi and Xin Jingqiu. They naturally knew that Lin Xian had once saved Xin Jingqiu. That was why he was behaving in such a manner. However, this was the Duan family's banquet after all. The patriarch of the Duan family had just become a king. No matter what reason he had, he could not say such things here. Seeing that it was a disciple of the Shen family and Shen Lingchuan's child, the patriarch of the Duan family did not speak. Instead, he narrowed his eyes. This was because he knew that Shen Lingchuan's status in the Duan family was extraordinary. Moreover, this was a matter between the younger generation. As a king, it was not appropriate for him to intervene. However, Duan Yu did not have such misgivings. He snorted coldly. What right does a piece of trash like Lin Xian have to come to the Tianwu young noble? Humph, if he doesn't have the right, then you do? You have to know that he killed Prince Ling Feng. If it were you, would you be able to do it? Xianxia did not hold back and continued to slap his face. Hearing this, the faces of the Duan family disciples darkened. This could be said to be a sore spot for them. One of the Tianwu young nobles, Prince Ling Feng, led almost half of the Duan family's experts to hunt down Lin Xian. In the end, they were killed instead. Not only that, not a single person left alive. Countless experts, including Prince Ling Feng, were all annihilated. This was simply unbelievable. Therefore, this matter became a sore spot for the Duan family. No one dared to mention it again. But he didn't expect that it would be brought up again in front of so many people. This was exposing their Duan family's sore spot. Humph. That Lin fellow used despicable means to harm my brother. If it was a real battle, he wouldn't be able to win. Duan Yu said through gritted teeth. He didn't want to linger on this topic, so he glared at Xianxia fiercely. Since you're not convinced, why don't you come down and spar with me? Let's see if I'm qualified to become young Master Tianwu. With that, a terrifying aura rose from Duan Yu's body. Feeling this aura, everyone's heart raced and their faces were filled with shock. This aura was too powerful. It had already surpassed many older martial artists and was not much weaker than young Master Anil and the other two. So powerful. No wonder the Duan family wants Duan Yu and young Master Tianwu. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Yeah, this Duan Yu is younger than Prince Ling Feng by a few years, but his cultivation is infinitely close. I'm afraid in a few years, he will surpass Prince Ling Feng. Many people were praising him. At this moment, Xianxia curled his lips. Humph, how old are you? You're in your 20s, right? How old am I? I'm only 15. You want to spar with me? You're shameless. Someone like you wants to become young Master Qianwu? Have you seen any young Master Qianwu spar with a 15-year-old kid? Xianxia asked a series of questions with a look of disdain. You. Duan Yu was so angry that he vomited blood. He was so angry that he didn't notice the other party's age. Looking at it now, the other party was indeed only 15 or 16 years old. Indeed, with his status and cultivation, he couldn't possibly spar with such a young man. Especially in front of so many people. However, the other party was acting arrogant and provoking. This angered him to the point of puking blood. Since you know you can't challenge me, then shut your mouth, Duan Yu said coldly. Shut my mouth? Why should I shut my mouth? I won't spar, I won't shut my mouth. What can you do to me? Xianxia rolled his eyes. If you're really capable, then spar with big brother Lin Xian. Let's see if he can slash you in half. Everyone was speechless. Although what Xianxia said might be true, his attitude was too arrogant. Compete with Lin Xian? How could this be? Didn't they see that the Duan family had been searching for him for so many days and still couldn't find him? Who the hell knew where he had gone? Moreover, no one believed that Lin Xian would come here. One had to know that the Duan family's patriarch was here. Lin Xian was definitely courting death by coming here. Most likely, the other party wouldn't be so foolish. Therefore, it was impossible to find Lin Xian to compete with him. Duan Yu naturally knew this as well, so he sneered. Humph. That Lin guy is just lucky that he didn't meet me. Otherwise, if he dares to come over, I can crush him with one finger. Ha ha ha. At the end of his speech, he laughed proudly. Is that so? I'm here. Can you crush me to death with one finger? However, at this moment, a cold voice rang out. Like a sharp sword, it instantly cut through the entire valley. What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Who was this? How dare he provoke the Duan family? Duan Yu's laughter also stopped abruptly. His face was flushed red, and his gaze was gloomy as he quickly scanned the surroundings. Who is it? Get out here. At this moment, even young Master Anil, young Master Qilin, and young Master Moonwalker frowned because they didn't realize where the voice came from. However, the Duan family's patriarch's face darkened. His gaze flickered with a cold light. On the side, the martial honorable's expression was even more ferocious because he naturally knew who the voice belonged to. Din Xian was also stunned. His expression changed rapidly, and even his hands and his sleeves were clenched tightly. He didn't expect the other party to come. Oh no, I didn't expect things to come to this. Din Xian sighed in his heart and quickly looked up at the sky. At the same time, the other kings also looked up at the sky. As kings, they were extremely powerful, far surpassing the warriors around them. Therefore, they could naturally tell that the voice came from the sky. When the surrounding warriors saw the kings raise their heads to look at the sky, they also raised their heads and looked over in confusion. In the next moment, their mouths were wide open. That was because a shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. It was like a dark cloud that covered the sky. Following that, a figure that was like a mountain descended from the sky quickly. Boom, soon, the figure landed on the ground. Immediately, the entire valley shook violently as if there was an earthquake. In the center of the valley, countless dust clouds were stirred up, forming a shockwave that slapped the surroundings. Fortunately, the valley was protected by a formation. Otherwise, the entire valley would have collapsed. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They didn't expect the person to be so powerful, who was so bold as to cause trouble at the Duan family's banquet. For a moment, everyone stretched their necks and looked forward. As for the Duan family warriors, their expressions were even more ferocious as they looked toward the center. When the morning fog dissipated, a figure appeared in front of everyone. What? It's him. No way, am I seeing things? It's actually him. He really came. How dare he come? Everyone's mouths were wide open in disbelief. That was because they saw a young figure standing in the center of the valley. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his gaze was like lightning. His entire body carried a sharp aura, as if he was an unstoppable sword god. Lin Xian, it's actually Lin Xian. In the next moment, countless people screamed. One had to know that Lin Xian was on the kill order of the Duan family's patriarch. It could be said that the situation was very dangerous. However, the other party had appeared so openly. Was he not courting death? Everyone's minds were blank. They couldn't understand what the other party wanted to do. At that moment, countless warriors looked at Lin Xian with puzzled expressions. When Dean Xian and the other Senma College warriors saw Lin Xian, their hearts sank. Oh no, he still came. Dean, what should we do? Should we attack? Many elders asked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to really come. That was probably the worst outcome. That was because the Duan family would not let Lin Xian go. Dean Xian also said in a low voice, "Don't worry, I'm here. He'll be fine." Hearing that, the Senma College warriors breathed a sigh of relief, but their faces were still filled with worry. The Duan family warriors laughed sinisterly. They didn't expect the other party to be so stupid as to walk right into their trap. Ha 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 ha. What an idiot. He actually dared to come. This kid is too arrogant, but he's dead meat this time. How dare he come to the Duan family? This time, he won't be able to leave. That's for sure. The Duan family has long become the House of Kings, and our strength has increased greatly. He dared to kill our warrior. This time, we'll tear him to pieces. The Duan family disciples' expressions were ferocious, and their voices were cold. Wu Zun suddenly stood up and pointed at Lin Xian. He said coldly, "Kid, you dared to kill my Chen. I'll make you wish you were dead." On the side, Duan Yu also snorted. "Kid, kneel down and accept your death. This kid is too arrogant, but he's dead meat this time. How dare he come to my Duan family? This time he won't be able to leave. That's for sure, my Duan family has long become the House of Kings, and our strength has greatly increased. He dared to kill my Duan family's warrior, this time we'll tear him to pieces." The Duan family's disciples looked ferocious, and their voices were cold. Wu Zun suddenly stood up, pointed at Lin Xian, and said coldly, "Kid, you dared to kill my Chen. I'll make you wish you were dead." On the side, Duan Yu also snorted coldly, "Kid, kneel down and accept your death." Lin Xian's appearance caused a sensation among the crowd. It couldn't be helped, it was too shocking. If Lin Xian appeared at this scene, he would definitely die, but even so, the other party still came. How dare you? This is King Duan's banquet, it's incomparably sacred. How dare you cause trouble here? Back off. An elder from Divine Bird Palace stood up and suddenly shouted. Everyone in the world knew the relationship between Lin Xian and the Duan family, and it was irreconcilable. Now, Lin Xian dared to come to the Duan family's banquet, he was undoubtedly here to cause trouble. Divine Bird Palace's intention to stand up at this time was obvious, and that was to curry favor with the Duan family. Who do you think you are? How dare you point fingers in front of me? Get lost. Lin Xian glanced at the elder of Divine Bird Palace, and then unceremoniously shouted coldly. You. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the elder of Divine Bird Palace trembled with anger. Junior, you're too presumptuous, how dare you disrespect your elders? Being scolded by a young man in his 20s in front of so many people, the elder of Divine Bird Palace was too ashamed to step down, and his face was livid with anger. Whose elder are you? How dare you flaunt your seniority in front of me? You're courting death. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and his voice was like thunder with terrifying power. Suddenly, the elder of Divine Bird Palace trembled and almost fell down. Not only that, but his ears were bleeding, and his whole person became extremely weak. It was obvious that the sound from earlier had caused him to suffer internal injuries. Not only the elder of the Divine Bird Palace, but everyone felt their hearts tremble. The reason for that was because the energy and killing intent contained within that voice was simply too terrifying. It caused their hearts to palpitate in fear. It was just that Lin Xian deliberately targeted the elder of the Divine Bird Palace, so the other party was seriously injured. However, the others felt their scalps go numb. What kind of method was this? This was too terrifying, a single sound was enough to seriously injure an elder of the Divine Bird Palace. Heavens, this Lin Xian really lives up to his name. No wonder he was able to kill Prince Ling Feng. Yeah, isn't he a little too strong? Everyone was discussing animatedly. They were extremely shocked. On the other side, the Duan clan's ancestor's face became increasingly gloomy. He was naturally able to sense that this young man before him was extraordinary. If he was allowed to continue growing, then he would definitely become the #1 enemy of their Duan clan. He would not allow such a danger to continue growing. Thinking of this, a hint of coldness appeared in the Duan clan's ancestor's eyes. He originally wanted to hunt down Lin Xian, but he could not find him. However, he did not expect that Lin Xian would take the initiative to come knocking on his door today. God was really helping him. For a moment, all eyes were on Lin Xian. However, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the sky again. Following that, several figures quickly descended. There's someone else. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to have helpers. The warriors of the Duan clan became even more nervous. If the other party brought any experts, they must counterattack immediately. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. The people who came were not what they had imagined. 3 figures appeared. One of them was a peerless woman dressed in purple. In her arms was a red little fox with 9 tails. Morong Qingqing, seeing this woman in purple, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Naturally, they recognized her. This was the goddess whose name shook the continent. Her fame was no less than that of the 4 young masters of the Tianwu continent. The other person was a woman in a black robe and a golden mask. She was as cold as a knife. Her eyes were as sharp as a knife, carrying a biting cold murderous aura. She was Luo Bingshan. Not many people knew her, but no one doubted her strength. The other person was the Crimson Dragon. At this moment, it had already retracted its kingly aura. Furthermore, it did not transform into its divine dragon form. Therefore, it looked like a 1-meter-long snake. The appearance of these 3 caused quite a stir. In particular, the people of the Morong family heaved a sigh of relief. Naturally, they knew that Morong Qingqing had left for 2 to 3 years. However, they did not know where she had gone. Now that they saw her return safely, they could finally put down the stone in their hearts. Patriarch Morong also smiled and nodded in satisfaction. Kid, this is my patriarch's banquet. Are you really going to ruin it? At this moment, an old man from the Duan clan stood up and shouted coldly. His voice was incomparably cold. Kid, this is not a place where you can behave atrociously. The guests this time are the 5 great kings. They are supreme existences. Hurry up and kneel on the ground and admit your sins. Otherwise, the Duan clan will not be polite. It was obvious that the Duan clan was using the great kings to suppress them. Hee, the Duan clan is so mighty. Lin Xian sneered. However, since this is a banquet in Tianwu continent, how can the Palace of Aries be absent? As the young master of the Palace of Aries, I brought a few friends to this banquet. Don't tell me the Duan clan doesn't welcome us? Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing looked around disdainfully. Palace of Aries? Hearing this, everyone had a strange expression. Did the Palace of Aries still exist? However, although everyone thought so, no one said it out loud. Guests from afar. Men, give them a seat. At this moment, the patriarch of the Duan clan suddenly spoke. Although the Duan clan martial artists below were unwilling, they did not dare to go against the patriarch's words. Hence, they quickly arranged some seats for Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing to sit. Qingqing, you guys go sit there first. Lin Xian turned around and said softly. After that, Morong Qingqing, Luo Bing, and the Crimson Dragon went to the seats that had just been vacated. However, Lin Xian did not move and remained standing there. The cultivators of the Duan clan immediately frowned when they saw this scene. Kid, the seats have already been vacated for you. Why aren't you leaving? Are you trying to cause trouble? The patriarch of the Duan clan shouted again. His voice was like thunder that exploded in all directions, carrying a terrifying killing intent. Those are the seats for the guests. It's not a problem for my friends to sit there. However, I'm different. I'm the young master of the Palace of Ares, and this is the territory of the Palace of Ares. You want me to sit in the guest seat? Are you out of your mind? Lin Xian shouted coldly and did not back down. His voice was as cold as a sharp sword. At the end of his sentence, a terrifying aura surged from his body. I'm from the Palace of Ares. Naturally, I have to sit in the main seat. Old dog of the Duan clan, get down here. A loud shout startled everyone. Old dog of the Duan family, get down here. His loud roar shook the entire area. As soon as this voice came out, everyone was dumbfounded. They felt their minds go blank, and they immediately exploded. They couldn't believe that a young man in his 20s dared to scold the Duan family's patriarch. Yes, Lin Xian was right. He was the young master of the Palace of Ares, and this was the Palace of Ares. He should have been sitting on the main seat as the owner. But so what, the Palace of Ares no longer belonged to the Lin family. It belonged to the Duan family, and the Duan family's patriarch had broken through and become an overlord. He had become the pinnacle of existence. Who cared if the Palace of Ares belonged to the Lin family or not, and now, Lin Xian dared to scold the overlord. Was he not afraid of death? Therefore, Lin Xian's actions shocked everyone. In their opinion, he was simply courting death. In an instant, the entire valley fell into an extremely tense atmosphere. It was as if a bomb would explode at any time. How dare you? How dare you? Kid, you're courting death. Kneel down and accept your death. A group of people shouted angrily. These people were all martial artists of the Duan family. They were filled with murderous intent as they glared at Lin Xian. The other party actually dared to insult their clan's patriarch. He truly deserved to die 1,000 times over. The Duan family's patriarch's face darkened as he locked his cold gaze on Lin Xian. He could kill Lin Xian with just a flick of his finger. Because he was an overlord. However, right at that moment, he felt another aura firmly locking onto him. That aura seemed to be even stronger than his. The Duan family's patriarch raised his eyebrows and glanced over. Din Xian. He snorted in his heart. That's right. The person staring at him was Senma College's Din Xian. The Duan family's patriarch didn't doubt that Din Xian would do the same if he made a move. Therefore, he only stared coldly at Lin Xian without saying a word. However, that didn't mean that the people below wouldn't do the same. In the Duan family's patriarch's opinion, no matter how powerful Lin Xian was, he was just a young man. He didn't even need to do anything to such a person. The Duan clan's powerhouses had 100 ways to make him suffer a fate worse than death. Sure enough, in the next moment, the martial sovereign also stood up. His cold gaze landed on Lin Xian as he said in an icy voice, "You're that Lin Xian." After a few years, this martial honorable had become even more powerful. He was like a giant beast in the deep abyss, and no one could see through him. However, the aura it emitted had long since surpassed that of a half-step king. It was the most terrifying existence beneath the kings. Which one are you? Lin Xian asked coldly when he saw the other party's aggressive aura. You killed my son. Today, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. I will use your head as a sacrifice to my Chen. Wu Zun's voice was cold. Duan Chen? I don't know them. I've killed too many people. Do I have to remember the names of every Tom, Dick, and Harry? Hearing this, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Lin Xian didn't know who Duan Chen was, but everyone else did. Duan Chen was Prince Ling Feng's real name. Now, the martial sovereign was going to stand up for his son, Prince Ling Feng. In fact, how could Lin Xian not know? Ever since the martial sovereign stood up, he knew that the other party was going to stand up for Prince Ling Feng. However, he was intentionally using words to attack the other party. When two parties were fighting, they naturally had to attack the other party's aura first. Winning without a fight was the best result. Little bastard, no matter how eloquent you are, today is the day you die. That's right. You killed my brother. Today, you will die kneeling. On the other side, Duan Yu also shouted coldly. He was wearing a golden battle armor, and his entire body was shining brightly under the sun. He looked like a god of war. Which one are you again? Lin Xian glanced at him and said indifferently, I'm talking to your Duan family's elders. Is there a place for you to interrupt? Quickly slap him. Arrogant, he was too arrogant, everyone's scalps went numb. They couldn't believe it. After all, Duan Yu was very powerful. He was even qualified to be called Tianwu Prince. However, he was being taught a lesson by Lin Xian. It was like an elder teaching a junior a lesson. Wasn't this a slap to the Duan family's face? You. Die. Brat, I'll kill you. As expected, when he heard that, Duan Yu immediately flew into a rage. He strode forward like a mad lion, with every step he took, the entire ground shook. A terrifying golden aura surged out from his body. He was like a god of death. In an instant, he was beside Lin Xian. What? You want to fight? Lin Xian sneered with his hands behind his back. He didn't care at all. Seeing this scene, everyone became nervous. They didn't expect something like this to happen just as the banquet started. If they didn't kill Lin Xian, the Duan family's banquet wouldn't be able to continue. As expected, the Duan family had the same idea, so they didn't stop him. At Senma College, Dean Xian didn't make a move either. Dean Xian's main goal was to keep an eye on the Duan family's patriarch. Moreover, he believed that with Lin Xian's strength, he should be able to handle this situation. As for Morong Qingqing and the others, they were even more relieved. One had to know that Lin Xian had killed the leader of the Black Dragon sect in the Tiannan region. That was a true legend, not to mention Duan Yu in front of him. Therefore, Morong Qingqing, Falling Ice Mountain, and Crimson Dragon were all carefully sipping their spiritual tea. They looked like they were going to watch a good show. Brat, you're too arrogant. I don't know what tricks you used to harm my brother, but with your strength, I can kill you with one slap. Duan Yu's voice was ferocious. If you kneel down and apologize to the Duan family now, I'll leave you with an intact corpse. You talk too much. If you want to fight, let's fight. Lin Xian snorted. Suddenly, a fierce aura rose from his body like a peerless divine sword. Even in the sky, countless gusts of wind danced wildly. There were faint sounds of thunder all around. This aura was too terrifying. It was far beyond the others. It had reached the peak of the younger generation, even young Master Anil and the others were watching with rapt attention. They also wanted to know how strong Lin Xian was to be able to kill Prince Ling Feng. Was it true strength or was it a trick? Among them, young Master Anil waved his folding fan and nodded slightly. Not bad, not bad. Judging from this aura, he's not weaker than us. Young Master Moonwalker did not speak. He only nodded slightly. On the other hand, young Master Qilin snorted disdainfully. Comparable to us? Him? What a joke. I don't know what tricks this brat used to harm Prince Ling Feng. How can he be compared to us? What a joke. Just watch. We don't even need to do anything. Duan Yu alone can kill this brat. In the Shen family, Shen Jingqiu and Shen Shachi clenched their fists nervously. This was especially true for Shen Jingqiu, who stared at Lin Xian without blinking. She was too happy. She did not expect Lin Xian to really come. However, she was also very nervous. She was worried about Lin Xian's safety. You want to fight? Alright, brat. I'll fulfill your wish. However, our battle is not that simple. Duan Yu sneered and looked at Wu Zun. You want to fight? Alright, kid, I'll grant you your wish. However, our battle won't be that simple. Duan Yu sneered and looked at Wu Zun. Wu Zun sat down again and nodded. Sure. Thank you, father. Duan Yu was elated. He waved his hand and a light flashed on the other side of the valley. An array quickly formed. Then, 7 to 8 old figures appeared. They were all old men. They were injured all over and looked dispirited. Their bodies were covered in blood. They were tied up by countless divine ropes and hung in midair. Everyone was shocked when they saw these figures. Those elders of the Immortal Martial Academy all stood up, their eyes fixed on the scene before them. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression instantly turned ice cold. His eyes were filled with blood-red murderous intent. The old figures in front of him were the 9th Elder, 10th Elder, and a few other elders of the God of War Palace. They were worried about Lin Xian and secretly came out to search for him. They did not expect to be discovered and captured by the Duan family. Then, they were brought here and tortured. Now, they were taken out in front of everyone and prepared to be slaughtered. The ninth elder and the rest also saw Lin Xian and trembled. "Young master, leave quickly, leave quickly. The Duan family patriarch has already become a challenger. Leave quickly." "Yes, young master. Don't worry about us. Leave quickly. Din Xian will take you away." The 10th elder and the rest shouted frantically. They did not expect Lin Xian to come. This was definitely the worst news. The Duan family was an inescapable net. Once they came, they would not be able to leave. Lin Xian clenched his fists and his body trembled. He took a deep breath and tried to control his murderous intent. "Ninth elder, 10th elder, seniors of the God of War Palace, don't worry. I will definitely let you leave safely. Not only that, I will make those who hurt you pay back 100 times over." With that, Lin Xian's cold gaze swept across the Duan family. Instantly, the warriors of the Duan family trembled and felt a chill in their hearts. Because the other party's gaze was too terrifying, as if he was a god of death. However, the ancestor of the Duan clan, the martial sovereign, Duan Yu and the others were all sneering. Among them, Duan Yu even coldly said, "Brat, do you want to save them? Sure, compete with me. However, I have something to tell you. Every 3 moves, I will kill 1 person. There are a total of 7 people here. In other words, we only have 21 exchanges. If you win in 3 moves, I will release all of them. And if you are unable to defeat me within 21 moves, then all of them will die. Remember, you're the one who killed them." Duan Yu stared at Lin Xian and laughed maniacally. As for the surrounding martial artists, they felt a chill in their hearts. Killing 1 person every 3 moves, this Duan clan was too ruthless. One had to know that Duan Yu was on the same level as young Master Qianwu. No matter how strong this Lin Xian was, how could he defeat his opponent in 20 moves? As for winning in 3 moves, that was even more impossible. In other words, all the elders of the Palace of War Gods had to die. Killing 1 person in 3 moves was indeed ruthless. It looked like the Duan clan was determined to kill all the elders of the Palace of War Gods. Not only that, but Lin Xian would also not be able to escape in the end. Patriarch Moron remained silent on his high seat. His fingers tapped lightly in the air as a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The martial supremacy also nodded slightly. Indeed, in his opinion, with Duan Yu's strength, the outcome of the battle would not be decided without at least 100 moves. By then, all the people from the Palace of War Gods would have been killed. However, the people from Senma College could no longer sit still. One of their goals this time was to rescue the 9th elder and the others. Now that they saw those people being dragged out in front of everyone, they were furious. Din Xian's eyes were also dark. He had already decided to find a suitable time to strike. At that moment, Lin Xian said in a low voice, "All right, I agree to your request. Hurry up and die." Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, and there was no trace of fear in it. At that moment, he was like a god of war. The aura he exuded made everyone's hearts tremble. He agreed? How is that possible? Does he think that he can finish off Duan Yu in less than 20 moves? He's crazy. Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. However, when they saw the confident expression on Lin Xian's face, their hearts trembled. What was with that confident smile of hers? Did he have some secret technique? Everyone was confused. However, Duan Yu sneered, "Kid, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." In the distance, the martial artists from the Duan family also shouted coldly, "Brother Yu, kill him. Kill this kid. Avenge our Duan family. Idiot kid, he dares to attack Duan Yu. He doesn't know what's good for him. Just you wait. Today will be his burial ground." Everyone sneered. Duan Yu also took a step forward. The golden armor on his body emitted a dazzling light. He was like a golden god of war, exuding an unparalleled power. At that moment, Duan Yu's gaze was piercingly cold. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his entire body carried a surging aura. He raised his arrogant head and looked ahead. "Kid, I'll let you know my true strength. Universe-suppressing fist. In the next moment, Duan Yu roared. The golden armor on his body flickered with incomparable light. Then, he punched out. The terrifying fist directly shattered the void. This punch was simply too terrifying. It carried an unparalleled amount of power. Countless golden lights flickered. There were a total of 49 golden lights, and each of them transformed into a sharp sword. The 49 sharp swords accompanied the fist and quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart beat wildly. Many people revealed shocked expressions. This power is too terrifying. He's already reached the half-step king realm. No way? Is this Duan Yu so powerful? It seems like we've underestimated him before. This is the universe-suppressing fist. In Duan Yu's hands, it's even more terrifying. Why do I feel that he's already surpassed Prince Ling Feng? No wonder the Duan family wants him to be the new Prince Tianwu. One after another, cries of surprise sounded. It could be said that Duan Yu's power had indeed shocked everyone. Even Prince Anil and the other two frowned. In truth, this power was not weaker than theirs. It's over. Lin Xian definitely won't be able to take down his opponent in a short period of time. He might even lose. It seemed that the elders of the Palace of Gods of War were dead for sure. At this moment, everyone had the same thought. This is the first move. Die for me. At the front, Duan Yu coldly snorted. Carrying an incomparably resplendent light and the 49 golden swords, he quickly blasted forward. Lin Xian was as unmoving as a mountain. His gaze was cold like a killing god, but he had no intention of making a move. That's the first move. Die. In front of him, Duan Yu snorted coldly. With a bright light and the 49 golden swords, he charged forward quickly. Lin Xian was as still as a mountain. His eyes were cold like the god of death. He had no intention of making a move. What? He didn't make a move? What is he doing? Humph. This Lin guy must be scared out of his wits. Sure enough, he was a piece of trash. He must have used despicable means to kill Prince Ling Feng. Now that they were in public, he was no match for Duan Yu. Go, kill him, kill this kid. The Duan family disciples roared crazily. A cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Yu's mouth when she saw the scene. Humph, he is indeed a piece of trash. Just as he had guessed, Duan Yu did not have any real skills. Thinking of this, he was even more pleased. The power in his hand increased by 30%, turning into a golden dragon that charged forward quickly. However, facing such a terrifying fist and the 49 golden swords, Lin Xian only stretched out his palm and grabbed forward. Look, he made a move. What? He wants to grab the golden swords with his bare hands? Oh my god, what is he doing? He must be crazy. It's over. That kid must be crazy. He dares to take the Qianquan fist head-on. Doesn't he know how powerful the Qianquan fist is? At this moment, everyone exclaimed. Many people shook their heads and sighed, thinking that Lin Xian was too blind. Among them, Mr. Anil and Mr. Moonwalker frowned. Mr. Qilin sneered disdainfully, he is indeed a piece of trash. When Duan Yu saw Duan Yu grabbing his fist with his bare hands, his lips curled into a mocking smile. What an idiot. My Qianquan ring is extremely terrifying. My body is no weaker than an earth-rank martial art. How dare you grab it with your bare hands? Today, I will break your palm. Boom, in the next moment, a low sound came from the front. It was like a muffled thunder, shaking everyone's body. However, the earth-shattering explosion that was expected did not happen. There was no blood, no screams, only a low sound. Then, there was nothing else. What happened? Everyone was puzzled and stretched their necks to look ahead. Then, their jaws dropped as if they had seen a ghost. Because in front of him, Lin Xian was still as immovable as a mountain, standing with his hands behind his back. At this moment, he stretched out a hand and firmly grasped the golden fist. The surrounding 49 sharp swords seemed to have been nailed into the void, unable to slash down at all. Caught? How is this possible? Everyone widened their eyes and rubbed their eyes. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Duan Yu's face was also filled with shock, and his mind went blank. He couldn't believe it. How could his opponent catch his Qianquan fist? No, that's impossible. This isn't real. Damn it, how did you do it? He roared crazily and wanted to withdraw his fist, but he found that his opponent's palm was like a cage, tightly holding his fist. He couldn't move it at all. Lin Xian's eyes were as cold as the sword of a god. He stared at Duan Yu and coldly said, "First move." What? Duan Yu was stunned, and so was everyone else. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be checking the moves. Could it be that he really wanted to save the palace of gods of war elders? However, before anyone could react, Duan Yu let out a blood-curdling scream. Lin Xian clenched his fist and instantly, the 49 golden swords surrounding him were broken in half. As if they were sliced apart by a divine weapon, they shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. Not only that, Duan Yu's entire arm was broken, revealing the white bone underneath. Duan Yu's miserable scream was heard, and his entire face became distorted. Horrifying sweat dripped down his face. However, it wasn't over yet. In the next moment, Lin Xian lifted his leg and kicked Duan Yu's stomach, causing him to kneel on the ground and vomit blood. Second move. Lin Xian continued to speak coldly. Everyone's mind went blank as they stood rooted to the ground. What's going on? What's going on? 2 moves, only 2 moves. The powerful Duan Yu was defeated, 2 moves, that was Duan Yu. He was a genius who was about to become young Master Qianwu. How could he be defeated so easily, at this moment? Everyone couldn't believe it. That's impossible. Could it be an illusion? Damn it, why is Lin Xian so powerful? Is he really defeated? Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. At this moment, young Master Anil, young Master Moonwalker, and Prince Ling Feng couldn't remain calm. They stood up abruptly and stared at the voice in front of them with sharp eyes. One had to know that Duan Yu was about to become young Master Qianwu. His strength wasn't much weaker than theirs. Even if they were to attack, they wouldn't be able to defeat him within 20 moves. But now, Duan Yu was defeated in 2 moves. How was that possible? Didn't this mean that Lin Xian's strength was even greater than theirs? Impossible, that's impossible. I don't believe it. Young Master Qilin shook his head frantically. Damn it, this kid must have used some secret technique or consumed some elixir. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to be so powerful. He was extremely shocked. Previously, he was disdainful and thought that Lin Xian couldn't defeat Duan Yu. But now, in just 2 moves, Duan Yu was defeated and even lost an arm. The scene was too shocking. It was like a sudden clap of thunder that stunned him. The Duan family was even more shocked. Even Wu Zun and the old ancestor of the Duan family were stunned. That was because they knew Duan Yu's strength. He wasn't much weaker than young Master Anil and the rest. That was why they had the confidence to promote Duan Yu as the new young Master Qianwu. And this time, the competition between Duan Yu and Lin Xian was approved by them. They wanted to use this competition to clear Duan Yu's name, but who knew that such a change would happen? In an instant, everyone in the valley was stunned. In the center of the valley, Duan Yu knelt on the ground and vomited blood. He was extremely shocked and his mind was blank. He couldn't understand why his opponent was so powerful. It was completely beyond his expectations. Impossible. This is impossible. He wouldn't believe it even if he died because in his expectations, the one who knelt down and begged for mercy should be Lin Xian, but now, why was it him? He shouted crazily and the golden armor on his body flickered. He exploded with a powerful force and wanted to counterattack. But in the next moment, he was welcomed by a long leg. Bang, a low sound echoed in the valley. Lin Xian raised his leg and stomped Duan Yu's head into the mud. You've lost in the 3rd move. A cold voice sounded. Lin Xian's body emitted a terrifying aura like a giant abyss beast that wanted to devour people. From the beginning to the end, he didn't display any dazzling martial skills and his body didn't emit any radiant light. Even his feet didn't move from the original spot. However, even with that being the case, he still managed to easily defeat Duan Yu. In fact, he had even stomped his opponent's head into the ground. From the beginning to the end, Lin Xian did not display any dazzling martial skills, nor did his body emit any resplendent light. In fact, he did not even move his feet from the spot. Even so, he still defeated Duan Yu with ease. Now, he had even stepped on Duan Yu's head into the ground. This scene truly shocked everyone. It took a long time for the Duan clan's warriors to react. Immediately, they roared crazily. Each and every one of them looked incomparably ferocious, as if they were demons. They roared and charged forward. "Kid, you're courting death. Hurry up and let go of Duan Yu, or I'll make you wish you were dead. Kneel down and accept your death." After a series of cold shouts, the 5 elders quickly rushed out like lightning and charged towards Lin Xian. They were mad, they were really mad. Duan Yu was the hope of the younger generation of the Duan clan, and they had planned to push him to the position of young Master Tianwu. However, they did not expect Duan Yu to be defeated so thoroughly at such an important time. Not only that, even his head had been stomped into the ground. This was no longer a slap to the Duan clan's face, but a kick to their face. Therefore, the 5 elders could not stand it at all. They roared and charged forward quickly. The 5 of them had extremely powerful auras and had reached the peak of the 9th heaven of the martial highness realm. At this moment, the 5 of them were like gods when they joined forces, and their powerful auras shook the surroundings. Everyone cried out in alarm, because when these 5 elders joined hands, they were really too powerful. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on everyone's hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe. Boom boom boom, the void trembled as 5 giant palms probed and quickly grabbed at Lin Xian as if they were going to crush him. The 5 palms covered the sky and emitted a resplendent light that completely covered the sky. However, Lin Xian still stood with his hands behind his back and his foot on Duan Yu's head as he looked around disdainfully. At the next moment, he suddenly turned his head and looked behind him as he shouted coldly. "Get lost." This voice was like a clap of thunder, turning into countless solid light waves that blasted upwards. Bam bam bam, at the next moment, the 5 giant palms in the sky exploded, turning into countless streams of qi that scattered in all directions. What? It broke? How is that possible? Everyone was shocked, not daring to believe it. Those were 5 elders at the peak of the 9th rank. If they joined forces, even young Master Tianwu would have to take them seriously. However, at this moment, his attack was actually shattered so easily. This Lin Xian was just too strong. At this moment, everyone was extremely shocked. They realized that Lin Xian's strength was truly unfathomable. As for the 5 elders, their expressions changed enormously. They did not expect the other party to be so powerful. With just a voice, he was able to shatter their attacks. Damn it, this kid is too strange. His strength is beyond our expectations. Hurry up and kill him with all your might. The 5 of them looked at each other and roared. The spiritual energy in their bodies burned rapidly, forming countless rays of light that shone in all directions like the sun. Lin Xian coldly snorted, his gaze like lightning. Stubborn fools. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. In the next moment, he punched out. The raging dragon will in his body circulated, and boundless qi and blood surged, letting out the roar of a dragon. With a punch, heaven and earth shook, as if a huge dragon was roaring and rushing out. Explode, this punch was like the Buddha's divine fist, carrying an incomparably terrifying power as it blasted forward. In the next moment, the bodies of the 5 Duan family elders exploded, turning into 5 clouds of blood mist that floated in the air. What? They died just like that? How is this possible? At this moment, everyone stood up, unable to believe it. Those were 5 at the peak of the 9th rank. When they joined forces, their strength was extremely powerful. However, they were easily killed just like that. Young Master Anil, young Master Moonwalker, and young Master Qilan's expressions also changed, their expressions extremely solemn. Killing 5 at the peak of the 9th rank with one punch was probably something they could not do. Damn it, just what cultivation level has this kid reached? How can he be so terrifying? Could it be that he has surpassed the half-step king realm? At this moment, the 3 of them no longer had their previous calmness. Especially young Master Qilan, his face was terrifyingly gloomy. Thinking back to his previous attitude, he did not take Lin Xian seriously at all. But now, it seemed that the other party's strength had completely surpassed his. This was unacceptable to him, who had always been arrogant. The Duan family's patriarch's face was gloomy, his eyes cold, because the strength of the young man below was indeed beyond his expectations. However, he had already made up his mind that no matter what happened today, he would completely eradicate the other party to prevent future troubles. Marshal Revered stood up all of a sudden, a black wind fluttering, and a murderous aura surged. He took a deep breath, like a god of war, looking down at the front, and said coldly, "Kid, take your foot off and let Duan Yu go." He was indeed shocked that the other party could kill 5 at the peak of the 9th rank with one punch, which showed that his strength was extremely powerful. It was even possible that he had surpassed the half-step king realm. This made his heart overflow with killing intent, but the other party was still stepping on Duan Yu, so he could only endure. Only by freeing Duan Yu could he kill the other party. At this moment, several elders of the Divine Bird Palace also shouted coldly, "Kid, quickly let go of young Master Duan Yu, or there will be no way for you to live. Young man, I hope you don't make a mistake." On the other side, several elders of the Shen family also stood up and shouted coldly. In addition, a few 6th-rank sects and families also shouted coldly. The reason was simple. Although Lin Xian had shown great strength, so what, he was not a king after all. And the Duan family patriarch was a real king. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, he could not defeat him. So in the end, the Duan family was the winner. Now, they naturally had to stand on the Duan family's side. Lin Xian stepped on Duan Yu's head and sneered, "What? Until now, you still have a high and mighty attitude? Do you really think you can control everything? I will let you know that the strength you are so proud of is laughable in my eyes. Kid, quickly let go of you or I will kill all the elders of the Palace of War. You won't be able to save any of them. Are you threatening me?" Lin Xian's eyes darkened, then a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I hate it when people threaten me." The next moment, he exerted force on the sole of his foot and stomped down. Poochie, suddenly, Duan Yu's head split apart like a watermelon. What? He made a move? He actually made a move. How dare he make a move? The crowd could not believe it. The elders of the Shen family and Divine Bird Palace also opened their mouths wide and froze on the spot. They did not expect that the other party would really dare to make a move. Wu Zun roared with a ferocious expression. The other elders of the Duan family also roared crazily. "Ah! Kid! I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Do it. Kill those old fellows from the Palace of War Gods for me. Leave none alive. I will tear them into pieces." Wu Zun roared crazily. "Attack. Kill those old fellows from the Palace of War Gods for me. Don't leave a single one alive. I'm going to tear them into pieces." Wu Zun roared crazily. Suddenly, the formation in the valley ahead flickered, and countless rays of light enveloped the 9th elder and the others. The 9th elder and the others looked up to the sky and laughed, looking very excited. At this moment, they were not afraid at all because the scene that Lin Xian had displayed had deeply shocked them. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. He could instantly kill a top genius like Duan Yu. Their young master was so powerful, so what if they died? Moreover, they believed that Din Xian would definitely protect Lin Xian. Therefore, they could die without regrets. Seeing the formation flickering in front of them, forming countless killing sword chi and slashing toward the 9th elder and the others, many people sighed. As for the Senmu College elders, they clenched their fists and were about to attack. However, Lin Xian said indifferently, "Ruzalong, save them all." "What? Save them, how?" That was an extremely terrifying killing formation. Even a half-step king might not be able to survive inside. Many people shook their heads and sneered. However, in the next moment, a light flashed, and the 9th elder and the others appeared beside the Crimson Dragon. Although they were injured, their lives were not in danger. What? They were saved? How is this possible? Everyone was stunned. That was a super killing formation. How did the other party do it? And it succeeded in the blink of an eye. They did not even see how the other party did it. This time, not only were the innocents shocked, but young Master Anil and the others were also extremely shocked. They also did not see it clearly. The Duan family was even more stunned. They stood rooted to the ground, unable to believe it. Even the 5 great kings could not remain calm this time. This was because this method was extremely shocking to them. With their experience and strength, they could naturally see the power of that killing formation. Even a half-step king might not be able to escape. Unless they made a move, they would not be able to save them instantly. But now, a 4-legged snake had actually done it. How was this possible? Therefore, in an instant, countless gazes were fixed on the crimson dragon. Among them, 5 gazes belonged to kings. They were extremely bright, like torches. I can't sense its cultivation base? Ancestor Moron was surprised. The patriarch of the Shin family also frowned. Could he be a super array master? Interesting indeed. The happy king stared at the crimson dragon with a fiery gaze. Din Xian was also shocked. He naturally knew about the crimson dragon, but now it seemed that the crimson dragon had recovered. This made him heave a sigh of relief in his heart. If the other party had really recovered, it would definitely be a great thing for him. This way, Lin Xian and the people from the Palace of Aries would definitely be safe. Although he was a challenger and could restrain the patriarch of the Duan family, there was still the patriarch of the Shin family beside him. With the relationship between the Shin family and the Duan family, they would definitely make a move when the time came. As a mere king tier, he wouldn't be able to resist so many of them. But now, with the Crimson Dragon, even if the Shin family's patriarch made a move, he would be able to handle it. Thinking of this, Din Xian revealed a smile. Then, he picked up the spirit tea in front of him with a relaxed expression and slowly sipped it. On the other hand, the patriarch of the Duan family's face was gloomy. He stared coldly at the Crimson Dragon, not hiding the killing intent in his eyes. Unexpected, this was too unexpected. He had arranged everything, but he didn't expect that it would be destroyed by a long snake. He couldn't accept this. However, what shocked him even more was that the other party didn't fear his suppression at all. This was because this gaze contained the powerful suppression of a challenger. Any martial artist below the challenger level, even a half-step challenger, wouldn't be able to withstand it. He wanted to use this method to kill the other party, but he didn't expect it to have no effect at all. The Crimson Dragon didn't care about these gazes, especially the killing intent of the patriarch of the Duan family. Now that he had recovered to the challenger level, he didn't fear these people anymore. Although he hadn't recovered to his peak state, with his current cultivation and strength, he could use many secret techniques of the dragon race. He didn't fear these challengers at all. In the next moment, he waved his dragon claws and shot out several streams of spirit energy into the bodies of the 9th Elder and the other elders of the Palace of Gods of War, helping them stabilize their injuries. Lin Xian also took out some pills for them to consume. It took a long time for everyone to regain their senses. Then, they burst out shouting in shock. The martial artists of the Duan family were even more enraged. At this moment, they finally couldn't take it anymore. The other party had actually killed one of their geniuses right under their noses. This was something they could not accept, therefore, in the next moment, dozens of figures rose from the ground and charged towards Lin Xian. This time, there were a total of 10 peak 9th Heaven Elders and 30 supremacies of the 9th Heaven. When these people joined forces, they formed a terrifying aura. It was as if countless demons had appeared out of nowhere. The powerful aura caused a strong wind to blow in the entire valley. When these people joined forces, even a half-step challenger wouldn't be able to deal with them. Moreover, these people weren't fighting alone. Instead, they quickly formed a formation. Among them, 10 peak 9th Heaven supremacies formed the myriad transformation sword formation. Instantly, countless sword chi rushed out from these elders, forming a terrifying sword formation that enveloped Lin Xian. The other 39th Heaven supremacies formed the universe demon subduing formation. Countless lightning bolts, strong winds, and flames surged out from these martial artists, forming a killing formation that also charged towards Lin Xian. When the two formations exploded, their energy was 10 times stronger than these martial artists. In an instant, they enveloped the entire valley. Haha, kid, go to hell. I'll use your blood to pay tribute to the heroic spirits of my Duan family. Angry roars rang out as terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Seeing this scene, everyone retreated in horror and raised their defenses to protect themselves. There was no choice. These two formations were too terrifying. The energy that they emitted made these martial artists feel despair. This was a joint attack formation that was specially used to kill enemies. In this formation, one could definitely erupt with 10 times more power than one's own. Moreover, it could be combined perfectly. It could be said to be an extremely powerful killing formation. Within the myriad transformation sword formation, hundreds of sword chi soared into the sky. Like divine light, they flickered with an incomparably sharp aura. They covered the sky and instantly engulfed Lin Xian. On the other side, the universe demon subduing formation exploded with unparalleled power. Countless bolts of lightning danced like wild dragons, directly shattering the void. Behind them, there were flames that filled the sky, countless wind blades, and terrifying ice. All sorts of powerful energy gathered at this moment, forming an inescapable net. In an instant, the two killing formations completely enveloped Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, everyone's mouths were wide open, and their scalps went numb. It's over, it's over. This time, Lin Xian is dead for sure. I'm afraid no one can withstand such a horrifying killing array. Yeah, no matter how strong he is, he's only one person. The Duan family has countless experts and such a magical killing array. When combined, they can unleash 10 times the power. No matter how strong that kid is, he can't resist. Everyone discussed while the martial honorable's lips curled into a cold smile. The Duan family's old ancestors' eyes flickered. Not only that, but the other 4 kings were also paying attention. Lin Xian's previous performance was too dazzling and completely exceeded their expectations. He had even surpassed young Master Anil and the others. Rumble, crack. Crack, sword chi and lightning danced wildly. Horrifying energy exploded, causing the void in front of them to completely crack, forming terrifying black holes. Seeing this scene, those experts of the Duan clan finally looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, die, kid. So what if you're strong? Aren't you just a vengeful spirit now? This is what you get for going against the Duan family. Humph, not only are we going to kill you, but we're also going to kill everyone in the Palace of Ares. Let's see how you're going to stop us. Vicious voices rang out one after another, causing everyone's scalp to tingle and their hearts to palpitate. As for the 9th elder and the others, they had just recovered from their injuries. Seeing this scene, their faces instantly turned pale. They even gritted their teeth and charged forward again, wanting to risk their lives. The Crimson Dragon waved its claws and as if it had cast a spell, it firmly restrained the 9th elder and the others. Then, it said lazily, "Don't worry. That kid won't die. His strength is far beyond your imagination. This attack is nothing to him." Although the Crimson Dragon's voice wasn't loud, it spread clearly in all directions. It could even be heard clearly under the thunderous roar. This attack? Nothing to him. Everyone felt a headache coming. This was an extremely horrifying attack. No one below the King realm could withstand it. It was only because this valley had a super array that it wasn't destroyed. Even the void was blasted into black holes. They really couldn't think of anyone who could survive under such power. Terrifying energy exploded, blasting the void into one black hole after another, flickering indeterminately as if it was the entrance to the abyss of hell. Seeing this scene, the Duan clan's martial artists laughed wildly. In their opinion, the other party was dead for sure. This was because no one below the King realm could block such an attack. This is your strength? Do you have the right to be arrogant? How pitifully weak. However, at that moment, an ice-cold voice sounded from the berserk energy. What? This is impossible. Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned. The Duan clan's martial artists widened their eyes in disbelief. They could naturally tell that the voice belonged to Lin Xian, but how was that possible? How could he still be alive? Shouldn't he have been blown to smithereens by this violent energy? It must be an illusion. Maybe the spiritual energy just now was too strong, so it's an illusion. Many people comforted themselves. However, in the next moment, their eyelids twitched violently as they froze on the spot. That was because the terrifying energy vortex in front of him had suddenly split open, as if it had been split in half by a sword. And from that huge crack, a figure slowly walked out. What? It's Lin Xian. It was Lin Xian. His clothes were neat and tidy, without a trace of dust. How is this possible? This can't be real. I don't believe it. Seeing this, the Duan clan's martial artists roared wildly. How could the other party be unscathed after such a terrifying attack? How was that possible? They could not believe it. They were not the only ones. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Even the kings frowned as their eyes flickered. That was because the outcome was indeed beyond their expectations. At that moment, the martial venerable also reacted and roared wildly, "Retreat, retreat quickly." The Duan clan's martial artists felt their scalps go numb as they retreated madly. The other party was too strange. That was their full-powered attack, and no one below the king realm could withstand it. However, not only was the other party alive, but he was also safe and sound. He was not injured at all. That was too unbelievable. All of you, stay here. Lin Xian looked at the scene and snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, a golden heavenly rock flew out from his palm and quickly filled the entire sky. 108,000 swords. The golden heavenly rock flapped its wings and golden feathers turned into countless divine swords that flew in all directions. No. The Duan clan's martial artists felt their scalps go numb as they roared wildly and resisted with all their might. However, it was useless. In front of those golden swords, they were as weak as ants. The martial venerable roared furiously and attacked wildly. Beside him, a black tiger quickly appeared. Then, he waved his hand and the black tiger quickly pounced forward. All right, I'll get rid of you today. Lin Xian roared and stomped his foot. His entire body turned into a sharp sword radiance and instantly charged forward. At the same time, the golden heavenly rock in the sky was still shining brightly. 108,000 golden swords swept across the entire valley. Puff! Puff! In an instant, the Duan clan's martial artists were all pierced by the golden swords and nailed to the ground. The ground was instantly dyed red. Blood flowed and a pungent smell of blood filled the air. Everyone went crazy and couldn't believe it. They could only retreat quickly for fear of being affected. Ah! Kid, I'll kill you. Seeing this, the martial venerable was furious. He stepped on the black tiger and charged out quickly. At the same time, a black pagoda appeared in his hand. It shone with a black light and was like a black mountain that crushed the void. At this moment, the martial venerable displayed his powerful combat strength and looked down on everyone. He was like a god of war as he charged towards Lin Xian. So strong. Everyone was shocked. The martial venerable's aura was too terrifying. It had long surpassed the half-step king realm. It was even more terrifying than the joint attack of the Duan clan's martial artists. It was too terrifying. He was probably not far from the king realm. Everyone exclaimed. In an instant, the martial venerable had already arrived beside Lin Xian. His gaze was like lightning and carried a sharp light as it opened and closed. The black pagoda in his hand spun quickly and shot out rays of black light. The black tiger beneath his feet roared at the sky and opened its bloody mouth, easily tearing the void apart. In an instant, all kinds of attacks blasted towards Lin Xian. Martial venerable, right? I'll start with you today. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His expression was extremely cold. A green dragon's shadow appeared above his hand. It was like a real dragon and was extremely ferocious. Then, he punched out. Boom! In the next moment, the terrifying palm collided with the black pagoda and the black tiger beneath his feet. An earth-shaking sound resounded. The terrifying sound resounded in all directions. Many martial artists in the surroundings had blood flowing out of their ears and kept retreating. Boom! In the next moment, the terrifying palm collided with the black pagoda and the black tiger, creating an earth-shattering sound. The terrifying sound reverberated in all directions. Many martial artists in the surroundings were bleeding from their ears and kept retreating. Terrifying, it was too terrifying. The array of the entire valley shook violently. It could not withstand the impact at all, and cracks began to appear in many places. However, there were 5 kings here, so there would not be any accidents. Immediately, Ancestor Morong and the other kings made their moves. Countless rays of light shot out and stabilized the entire valley. However, in the blink of an eye, the outcome of the battle had been decided. A blood-curdling scream was heard, followed by countless shattering sounds. What? The outcome has been decided? So fast? Everyone was shocked and looked over. The martial honorable was covered in blood and looked horrified as he quickly retreated. The pagoda in his hand was split in half, and the black tiger under his feet was killed by a single punch. At that moment, the martial honorable was in a sorry state. He was like a stray dog, retreating quickly. What? How is this possible? Everyone saw this scene. They could not believe it. They had originally thought that Lin Xian would be the one to lose, but they had not expected the martial honorable to lose. Not only had he lost, but he had lost so miserably. One punch, just one punch, and the martial honorable was severely injured. Even the Dharma treasure in his hand was destroyed. His speed was even faster than Duan Yu's. Impossible, how can this kid be so powerful? At that moment, everyone's scalps went numb. They now realized that Lin Xian was too terrifying. His combat strength did not seem to be up to par. As the enemy's strength increased, Lin Xian's combat strength became even more powerful. This made everyone incomparably shocked. At that moment, even Ancestor Murong, the happy monarch, and the Shen family's patriarch frowned. Din Xian was also shocked. To be honest, Lin Xian's combat strength had far exceeded his expectations. You want to leave? Don't you think it's too late? Since the Duan family dared to attack the God of War Palace, you should be prepared to be killed. Lin Xian shouted coldly. A green killing sword quickly formed in his hand and slashed forward. Kid, you're courting death. Seeing Wu Zun retreat with injuries while Lin Xian continued to attack, the Duan clan's patriarch could no longer hold back. He snorted coldly and stretched out his palm. Instantly, it formed a 5-finger mountain and enveloped Wu Zun. In an instant, the heavenly hand wrapped around Wu Zun and brought him back to the Duan clan's ancestors' side. All of this happened very quickly, in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. By the time everyone regained their senses, the battle was already over. Only the heavily injured and bleeding martial honorable had a ferocious expression on his face. Impossible, how is this possible? I don't believe it. The martial revered clutched his wound, his expression extremely sinister. He did not expect this at all, because even if you beat him to death, he did not believe that the other party could hurt him. It should be known that his strength had long since surpassed the half-step king realm and reached an inconceivable level. He might even become another king in the future. It could be said that there was practically no one below the king level who could go against him. But now, he had been defeated, one punch, just one punch, and his opponent had severely injured him. Don't speak first, consume the indestructible golden pill, the Duan clan's patriarch said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Wu Zun quickly consumed an indestructible golden pill, and the injuries on his body instantly healed. Then, he glared fiercely at Lin Xian again. In fact, Duan Yu and a few other top experts had a chance to survive. As long as they consumed the indestructible golden pill, they could recover no matter how serious their injuries were. However, Lin Xian's methods were too fierce. In one move, everyone was killed, not giving them a chance to consume the indestructible golden pill. This time, it was the Duan clan's patriarch's intervention that saved the lives of the martial artists. Otherwise, the martial artists' fate would have been the same as those people, killed in one move. Kid, I won't let you go. Wu Zun stared at Lin Xian and said in a sinister voice. Won't let me go? Think about yourself first. Do you really think that with this old dog helping you, you can escape safely? Lin Xian looked into the distance and sneered disdainfully. He did not intend to let the martial artists of the Duan clan escape. Humph, kid, don't be so arrogant. I didn't kill you because I don't want to fight with you. But you provoked me time and time again and killed countless experts of the Duan clan. No matter what, I won't let you go this time. The Duan clan's patriarch's voice was cold and carried the pressure of a king. Suddenly, the surrounding martial artists' hearts beat wildly, and their blood boiled. Some of the weaker martial artists even knelt on the ground. This was the pressure of a king. No one below the king level could resist it. Patriarch, please kill this thief and avenge the Duan clan. At this moment, countless disciples of the Duan clan knelt and shouted loudly. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. If the Duan clan's patriarch attacked, Lin Xian would definitely die. On the side of Senma College, many of the elders were also nervous. Din Xian's eyes flickered, and she was ready to attack at any time to stop the Duan clan's patriarch. Lin Xian, on the other hand, sneered at the sky. Kill me? Humph. Today, none of you from the Duan clan will leave. After saying that, Lin Xian's body swayed, and he charged forward. Once again, a green sword shadow formed in his hand, and he charged toward Wu Zun. Kid, you're courting death. Wu Zun roared crazily when he saw that. On the side, the Duan clan's patriarch's face darkened. He did not expect that the other party would dare to attack. That was too arrogant, therefore, at this moment, he no longer cared about his status as a king. He decided to attack decisively and kill the thief in front of him. The surrounding people's eyelids twitched in disbelief. They did not expect that Lin Xian would take the initiative to kill Wu Zun. Was he not courting death? After all, the Duan clan's patriarch was standing next to Wu Zun. That was a true king. Could it be that Lin Xian wanted to fight against a king? Everyone felt like they were dreaming. Even the other kings were stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so bold as to provoke a king. Interesting. The happy monarch smiled. Patriarch Morong's eyes flickered, but he did not say anything. On the other hand, the Shin clan's patriarch snorted coldly. Obviously, he was not happy with Lin Xian's provocation of a king. Din Xian was the most worried. He did not expect that Lin Xian would take the initiative to attack. That was too bold. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that Lin Xian's speed was too fast. By the time he reacted, Lin Xian was already in front of him. Even if he wanted to attack now, it would be too late. However, he gritted his teeth and decided to attack. In an instant, Din Xian flew forward as well. Seeing that, the Shin clan's patriarch snorted coldly and disappeared on the spot as well. On the other side, Lin Xian had already arrived in front of Wu Zun. The dragon-shaped sword shadow in his hand slashed down quickly. On the other side, Lin Xian had already arrived in front of the martial honorable. The dragon-shaped sword in his hand slashed down quickly. As the sword energy slashed down, a black crack that was more than 100 feet long appeared in the void, emitting a terrifying aura. You're courting death. This time, the patriarch of the Duan family was finally enraged. He took a step forward and stood in front of the martial honorable. Instantly, a terrifying king's aura rose from his body. Terrifying energy exploded in all directions like a flash flood. The entire valley trembled violently. Even with the array defense, a large crack appeared at this moment. Countless mountains collapsed, and huge rocks rolled down. It was a terrifying scene. This was the aura of a king. It was too terrifying. Kid, die. The patriarch of the Duan family slapped out with the king's aura and quickly blasted towards Lin Xian. Behind him, the martial honorable revealed a sinister smile. Humph, idiot kid, how dare you challenge a king? You're courting death. Although I can't kill you personally, I'll watch you die with my own eyes. Don't worry, after you die, I'll cut off your head and offer it to my 2 children. The martial honorable's expression was as ferocious as a demon. The surrounding people were even more shocked. With a king attacking, Lin Xian would definitely not be able to resist. Din Xian was anxious and couldn't help but speed up. However, in the next moment, an old figure appeared in front of him and stopped him. Din Xian, where are you going? This is a matter of the Duan family. You'd better not interfere. At this critical moment, the patriarch of the Shin family appeared and stopped Din Xian, preventing him from saving Lin Xian. Scram! Din Xian was furious and unleashed a terrifying aura. The king's aura appeared again, pressing down on everyone on the ground. Humph, do you think I'm afraid of you? The patriarch of the Shin family roared and attacked as well. The 2 kings exchanged blows in the air. The terrifying thing was that a huge black crack appeared in the sky instantly. At the moment when the 2 of them exchanged blows, the patriarch of the Duan family's palm slammed heavily on Lin Xian's body. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying explosion of energy directly turned the void into nothingness. One black hole after another quickly appeared and swallowed everything around it. No. When the ninth elder and the other elders from the palace of Ares saw this scene, they let out heart-wrenching screams. Din Xian's face darkened as she shouted, "Get lost." His entire body erupted with unparalleled power. He was like a peerless divine sword that was instantly unsheathed. The terrifying aura caused the entire sky to rapidly collapse. However, on the other side, the patriarch of the Shin clan sneered. Similarly, a violent energy gushed out from his body, resisting the Dean of Hingshuan. "Hee, I won't let you pass," the patriarch of the Shin family said coldly. On the other side, the happy monarch and ancestor Murong's eyes flickered. They had no intention of joining the fight. Just when everyone thought that Lin Xian was finished, another change occurred. Two more miserable screams came from the terrifying black hole in front of them. Then, a figure flew out. Boom, the figure was like a cannonball, crashing into the mountain. Instantly, countless mountains collapsed, boulders rolled down, and the ground cracked open. Because the speed was too fast, no one could see clearly who was sent flying. However, they guessed that it should be Lin Xian. However, very soon, these people were stunned. Because another figure fell from the sky. This person had dozens of sword chi on his body. They were extremely sharp and blood was flowing. He looked extremely ferocious. Boom, the figure landed and was nailed to the ground by the sword chi. What? Wu Zun. How is this possible? When the people saw the figure, their minds instantly exploded. They did not expect that the person nailed to the ground was Wu Zun. Wasn't he protected by the patriarch of the Duan family? How could he be killed? Everyone's mind went blank. They could not believe it. Wu Zun was the top expert below the challenger level. He was also known as the person who was most likely to become the next challenger. It could be said that he was very dazzling. He was the future hope of the Duan family. However, at this moment, he was nailed to the ground by countless sword chi. He could not be more dead. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that the last scene they saw was the patriarch of the Duan family protecting Wu Zun. Logically speaking, if a challenger took action, there would be no danger. However, the current situation was beyond everyone's expectations. Could it be that the person who was sent flying was the patriarch of the Duan family? At this moment, this thought suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. However, when this thought appeared, countless people immediately shook their heads. They could not believe it. No, it can't be. How is this possible? Wu Zun was a real challenger. How could a young man in his 20s defeat a challenger? Everyone could not believe it. Even Patriarch Murong and the happy monarch frowned. In the sky, Din Xian and the patriarch of the Shin family stopped their attacks at the same time. They looked at the ruins in shock. To be honest, both of them were very nervous. Din Xian was worried about Lin Xian. However, the patriarch of the Shin family was even more afraid that the patriarch of the Duan family was the one who was sent flying. If that was really the case, then the situation was very strange. A challenger was sent flying by a young man in his 20s. In the history of the Tianwu continent, this had never happened before. Very quickly, they knew the result. Because the ruins in front of them had exploded and turned into dust. An old figure walked out of the ruins. He was tall and had a head of white hair. He wore a red robe and emitted a terrifying aura. Everyone could only look up to him. What? The patriarch of the Duan family. Everyone opened their eyes wide in disbelief. They had never imagined that the person who was sent flying would actually be the patriarch of the Duan family. This was truly too shocking. After all, the patriarch of the Duan family was a true challenger. He was the existence at the peak of the entire continent. How could he be sent flying by someone? However, it had really happened. Everyone felt that their brains were not enough to comprehend it. Even the other four challengers had solemn expressions. Their eyes were filled with dense doubt. To be honest, even though the patriarch of the Duan family had just entered the king realm and his strength was slightly inferior to theirs, he was still a challenger. Advancing from the Exalt realm to the king realm was like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Once one reached the gazing realm, one's strength would undergo a tremendous change. It could be said that the gap between the king realm and the Exalt realm was like the gap between heaven and earth. It was impossible to cross. However, now, an Exalt Realm kid had actually sent a King Realm expert flying. This was truly too shocking. Wait, an Exalt Realm expert is absolutely unable to go against a King Realm expert. Ancestor Morong had a solemn expression as he swiftly shook his head. There's something wrong with that kid. He really didn't believe that an Exalt Realm expert could defeat a King Realm expert because the gap between their strengths was more than 100 times. What did you say? Could it be that kid has entered the King Realm? How could that be possible? The patriarch of the Shen family shook his head madly and had an expression of disbelief. This was too shocking. After all, Xianxia was only around the age of 20, and there had probably never been someone who had entered the King Realm at such an age. Not to mention the Shen clan's ancestor, even the Mary King and Dean Xian gasped. All of them had entered the King Realm after the age of 500, and the better ones were around 600 or 700 years old. Almost all of them had only succeeded when they were over 1,000 years old. Just this obviously showed how difficult it was to enter the King Realm. But now, someone told them that a 20-year-old young man had entered the King Realm, and they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Where's that kid? At this moment, the Mary King had restrained his smile, and his handsome face was covered in a solemn expression. His clear eyes were like thunderbolts as they swept through the surroundings. In next to no time, he locked onto the area ahead. There was an enormous black hole there that was slowly vanishing, and it was the damage caused by the Duan clan's ancestor's palm strike. The Duan clan's ancestor's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Truthfully speaking, he didn't believe that such a situation would occur at all. After all, he was a King Realm expert, and no one in the world could compare to him. Besides the 4 people that had entered the King Realm before him, he didn't take the others seriously at all. As for someone like Lin Xian, he was confident that he could crush Lin Xian with a single finger. However, he'd never imagined that he would actually be blasted flying, and this caused him to be on the verge of exploding with rage. Impossible. This is absolutely not his strength. Damn it. Could it be that this kid brought help? The Duan clan's ancestor's face was livid, and his entire body trembled with rage. Being blasted flying by a 20-year-old young man caused him to feel ashamed, and he would probably become a laughingstock on the continent in the future. So, in the next moment, he roared furiously while light erupted from his eyes, and it formed into a ray of divine light that swept through the surroundings. Kid. I'll kill you. No matter what help you have, you won't be able to escape death today. The Duan clan's ancestor had a savage expression, and his aura was terrifying. His entire body was covered in monstrous baleful qi, and he was like a peerless devil king that was terrifying to the extreme. Humph. A cold grunt resounded from the black hole ahead, and then countless rays of sword light instantly lit up. The terrifying rays of sword light carried a piercingly cold aura as they shot into the 9 heavens, and they instantly slashed apart all the black holes in the surroundings. Old dog of the Duan clan, today is the day you die. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered with the wind as he stood in midair like a god of war. What's that? At the next moment, everyone looked up at the sky and cried out in shock. They discovered that there was a green domain within 30 meters of Lin Xian. Countless sword chi surged within it, and it was terrifying to the extreme. As for Ancestor Morong, the Happy King, and the other 4 people, their pupils contracted and their faces were filled with shock. King Domain. How is this possible? Damn it, is he a king tier? It can't be, right? He's already broken through? Cries of surprise rang out one after another. These voices all came from the 5 king tiers. Hearing the king's exclamation, the surrounding martial artists were even more shocked and stunned. What? That Cyan Sword Light domain is a king domain. King's domain? Isn't that something that only kings can possess? How could Lin Xian have it? Could it be that he's already a king? Everyone was shocked once again. As for young Master Anil, young Master Moonwalker, and young Master Qilin, their faces turned pale and their bodies began to tremble. King's domain. His opponent actually had a king's domain. How could this be? Especially young Master Qilin, a deep sense of fear appeared in his eyes. As a genius of the House of Kings, he naturally knew what a king's domain meant. However, he did not dare to believe it at all. A young man in his 20s, who was even younger than him, could actually become a king tier. This completely overturned his understanding. It was laughable that he had been dismissive of this before. Thinking of this, cold sweat flowed down his entire body. The other two young masters also twitched the corners of their mouths. They could not believe it. As for the Duan family martial artists, they were even more horrified and frightened. King's domain? This is impossible. The Duan family's ancestor's pupils contracted as if he had seen a ghost. He screamed loudly. He had just broken through to become a king tier, so he naturally knew how difficult it was to break through. One had to know that he was now more than 1,000 years old and had just become a king tier. He knew very well how difficult it was to break through. However, how could a young man in his 20s become a king tier? This was no longer a genius. This was definitely a demon, no way. This kind of person. He could not be allowed to live. Otherwise, he would be a nightmare for the Duan family in the future. The Duan family's ancestor felt a chill in his heart and his expression was ferocious. That was because he realized that the young man in front of him had completely exceeded his expectations. He was too terrifying, he had to get rid of him to prevent future troubles. Brat, I want you dead. The Duan family's ancestor's expression was terrifying as he roared crazily. In the next moment, countless golden mists rushed out of his body and formed a special golden domain around him. Now, his heart was overflowing with killing intent, so he immediately used his strongest domain and decided to kill Lin Xian. Golden domain. Ancestor Morong and the others also narrowed their eyes. To be honest, it was their first time seeing the Duan family's ancestor's domain. Humph. Let me see if that brat really has a king's domain. The Shen family's ancestor's voice was cold. To be honest, he still did not believe it and thought that it was Lin Xian's trick. However, in the next moment, his eyelids twitched wildly, and his expression became abnormally ugly. That was because Lin Xian and the Duan family's ancestor had already begun to fight in front of him. The Duan family's ancestor used his golden domain and emitted a terrifying aura. He roared angrily, and a pair of golden wings appeared on his back, carrying him over quickly. Boom, in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lin Xian and grabbed forward with his large hand. Suddenly, the surrounding golden domain vibrated, and a large golden hand flew out and grabbed at Lin Xian. This large golden hand was extremely terrifying. There were countless golden patterns on it, and it emitted a mysterious aura. Those below the king level could not resist this large golden hand at all. On the other hand, Lin Xian let out a cold laugh as he pointed his finger forward like a sword. Suddenly, the dragon sword domain around him hummed, and countless sword chi quickly condensed and swung out along with his arm. The dragon-shaped sword chi was as heavy as a mountain and as cold as the cold wind. It was extremely terrifying and instantly slashed forward. Poof, the entire void was instantly cut in half. It was a terrifying scene. Everyone only saw a green dragon fly out from Lin Xian's fingertip and charge into the sky. Then, it roared and attacked the Duan family's ancestor. The sword chi was like a real dragon, and it made people's hearts palpitate. Clang, in the next moment, the dragon-shaped sword chi collided with the large golden hand, and an earth-shattering sound was heard. The entire valley completely exploded at this moment. The ground cracked and the valley was split in half. Dozens of black cracks appeared in the sky. These were spatial cracks that were extremely terrifying and contained extremely powerful energy. At this moment, they were all around Lin Xian and the Duan family's ancestor. What? He blocked it. Seeing this scene, the king's hearts beat wildly. The Duan family's ancestor's expression also became extremely ugly. He knew that Lin Xian's dragon sword domain was not illusory, nor was it a trick. It was a true king's domain. Otherwise, it would be impossible to block his attack. Ah, I don't believe it. Go to hell. The Duan family's patriarch's face turned ugly. He knew that Lin Xian's dragon sword realm was not illusory, nor was it a trick. It was a true king's realm. Otherwise, it would not have been able to block his attack. Ah, I don't believe it. Go to hell. The Duan family's patriarch went crazy. He stood in the golden realm and his entire body was wrapped in golden mist, forming a golden armor. His originally gray pupils turned golden and emitted two golden rays of light that pierced through the void. He waved his golden fist again and smashed it towards Lin Xian. The fist grew bigger with the wind and eventually became like a golden mountain, pushing through the void. Waves of air rolled and the air exploded. The golden waves were like a real sea, surging in all directions. Humph! Lin Xian snorted again and directly used the great dragon sword soul to create all things. Suddenly, a black figure appeared in the dragon sword realm and sat there cross-legged. Its entire body was formed by black flames. It was Lin Xian's black flame martial soul. The black flame martial soul burned and turned into a black phoenix that rushed out. The huge figure rampaged in the air and a terrifying heat wave spread in all directions. Suddenly, the entire valley burned violently. The sky and the ground were filled with black flames in all directions. Ah! The Duan family's warriors below were wrapped in the flames and screamed. Under such black flames, they had no power to resist. However, these were only the flames that fell from the black phoenix. One could imagine how terrifying the black phoenix was. "Kid, you're courting death." The Duan family's patriarch roared crazily. He naturally realized that hundreds of his Duan family's disciples had died in an instant. His heart was bleeding, however, he had no time to spare because the black phoenix was still rushing over. It carried monstrous black flames and quickly blasted towards him. Boom boom, the intense collision shook heaven and earth. Endless waves of black flames surged out and the terrifying black flames seemed to ignite the golden realm. "Get lost!" The Duan family's patriarch roared and crazily pushed the golden realm. Immediately, dozens of large golden hands appeared in the sky and quickly slapped in all directions, extinguishing the black flames. Before the Duan clan's patriarch could heave a sigh of relief, another terrifying attack came at him. Within Lin Xian's dragon sword domain, another lightning figure appeared and sat cross-legged. This was Lin Xian's lightning martial soul. In the next moment, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning, forming a gigantic Xianxia that stood tall in the sky and cracked the void. A roar reverberated for thousands of miles. The clouds in the sky split apart, and the surrounding mountains exploded. It was terrifying to the extreme. "Retreat!" The surrounding martial artists screamed as if they had gone mad. This was because they discovered that the battle was too terrifying. Everywhere was filled with berserk energy. They could only quickly retreat to a safe place. However, no one left. They hid in the distance and watched the battle again. Because this was too shocking and too exciting. They might not be able to witness a battle between two kings in their lifetime. If they missed this opportunity, they might not have another chance in the future. In the sky, Xianxi's gigantic body was completely formed by purple and white lightning. As he walked, countless lightning bolts spread across the sky. "Kill!" The gigantic Xianxia stood in the void and let out a terrifying roar. Then, he lifted his gigantic lightning foot and stomped on the Duan family's patriarch. "You've gone too far. I'm going to kill you." The Duan family's patriarch went mad. His eyes emitted a golden light that was like a sharp knife that cut through the void. His golden realm was also operating rapidly. Then, a golden giant rose from the ground and fought against Xianxia. Boom! Boom, boom! The two gigantic creatures exchanged blows in the sky. The terrifying energy caused the sky to explode. The Duan family's patriarch went completely mad. He realized that his opponent was too powerful and he could not suppress him. He could not believe it. One had to know that his opponent was only in his 20s. He was more than 1,000 years old, yet, his opponent's strength far exceeded his. He could not accept it. Lin Xian became more courageous as the battle went on. "You've gone too far. When you stole the God of War palace and killed my martial artists, did you think of going too far? You only have yourself to blame for everything that happened today." Lin Xian snorted. Then, he waved his arm. Countless green sword chi surrounded him and formed a gigantic green sword. Xianxia held it in his hand and slashed down. Boom, a beam of cyan sword light, thousands of meters long, swept across like a long cyan river. Suddenly, countless green sword chi surrounded the sky. It was as if the entire sky had turned into a green ocean, in the next moment, the terrifying green sword light swept across the golden giant and split it in half. Boom! As for the Duan family's patriarch, he was sent flying again as if he had been struck by lightning. What? He was sent flying again. Everyone was shocked. They could not believe it. Even Patriarch Morong and the other king's mouths twitched. One had to know that being sent flying this time was different from the previous time. The previous time, the Duan family's patriarch was careless. It was equivalent to being ambushed. That was why he was sent flying. But now, the Duan family's patriarch had used his king's domain and attacked with all his strength. Yet, he was still sent flying. This was too shocking. This meant that not only did his opponent have a king's domain, but his strength had also surpassed the Duan family's patriarch. Thinking of this, everyone's scalps went numb. They could not believe it. Patriarch Morong, Dean Xian, and the others looked solemn. That's not right. Did you notice that this kid doesn't have a king's aura? The happy monarch said with a frown. Yes, that's true. Patriarch Morong nodded. He had also noticed this abnormality. Logically speaking, all kings had an aura called king's aura. However, Lin Xian did not have such an aura. It was indeed strange. What? You mean that kid isn't a king? The Shin family's patriarch frowned. If he isn't a king, where did his king's domain come from? Dean Xian was also deep in thought. He could not understand. This was too strange. Someone who was not a king could condense a king's domain. This was something that was impossible. However, the other party had done it. It was extremely strange. Should we attack and capture this kid? The Shin family's patriarch said with a cold expression. This kid is too strange. Maybe he has some shocking secret on him. If we capture him and study him, we might be able to have a few more kings for our family. As he finished speaking, a hint of passion appeared in his eyes. He could not help but be tempted. If the other party really had a way to condense a king's domain, then their family would definitely be able to have a few more kings. This way, their family's strength would be greatly increased. Humph, you can try. Dean Xian snorted coldly. Her cold gaze fell on the Shin family's patriarch. Humph. You can try. Dean Xian snorted coldly as her cold gaze fell upon the patriarch of the Shin family. She would not allow the Shin family's patriarch to attack. The Shin family's patriarch waved his sleeve and ignored Dean Xian. Instead, he turned around and spoke to Patriarch Morong and the happy king. The two of you shouldn't hesitate. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't you want to know what secrets that brat has? That's the secret to condensing a king domain. If we come, we might be able to break through again. Break through again, the happy king and Patriarch Morong's eyelids twitched when they heard that. If the previous reason had made them hesitate, they could not help but be tempted by this reason. After all, they had been in the king realm for a long time, but they had not been able to break through and had reached a bottleneck. Perhaps they would not be able to break through in their lifetime. But now, they had a glimmer of hope. They could not help but be tempted. After all, breaking through to a higher realm would not only increase one's strength, but also increase one's lifespan. That was the most tempting. Thus, at that moment, Ancestor Morong and the happy king both revealed tempted expressions. Dean Xian's face fell, and her heart thumped. Oh no! He could see that the happy king and Patriarch Morong were tempted. If the three of them joined forces, he would not be able to resist them. Are you two really willing to do such a despicable thing? Dean Xian asked coldly. Despicable? How is this despicable? Don't you want to extend your lifespan? Gain strength? The Shin family's patriarch snorted coldly. Dean Xian and the Shin family's patriarch started to argue. At the same time, the situation of the battle changed again. After the Duan family's patriarch was sent flying, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He could not believe that a 20-year-old youth could injure him. Moreover, it was under the circumstances that he had used his full strength. Ah! Kid, you forced me to do this. I want you dead. The Duan family's patriarch roared madly, and a trace of ferocity appeared in his eyes. Obviously, he was going to use a secret technique and attack at all costs. Sure enough, in the next moment, the Duan family's patriarch waved his hand and formed a strange seal. Then, the golden domain around him started to burn. The golden mist transformed into streaks of golden flames that burned fiercely, releasing unparalleled power. The Duan clan's patriarch's aura suddenly skyrocketed, and it was twice as powerful as before. What? Burning domain. The four king tiers stopped their debate, and their pupils abruptly contracted. Was this fellow crazy? The domain was the foundation of a king. However, the Duan family's old ancestor was actually burning his domain. This was destroying his own foundation. Even if he won, he would probably suffer heavy injuries, and he might even fall back to the king realm. This was definitely a method of harming the enemy at the cost of 800 of his own men. The Duan family's patriarch knew this as well, but there was nothing he could do. Previously, he had used his full strength, but he was still not a match for the other party. If this continued, he would be killed sooner or later. He might as well ignite the burning domain and risk his life. Perhaps he might still have a sliver of hope. At this moment, the old master of the Duan family burned his domain and his entire body became stronger. In the next moment, he attacked Lin Xian fiercely. His messy hair fluttered in the wind, and flames surrounded him, making it impossible to look at him directly. Terrifying energy fluctuations were everywhere, causing the entire void to shake violently. Not only that, but the Duan family's patriarch was also wearing a golden armor. He pulled out a golden longsword from his golden domain and slashed in all directions. This was the power of the burning domain. It was extremely terrifying, and even ordinary one-star king tiers could not contend against it. A golden sword light flashed, accompanied by countless golden flames, and rushed towards Lin Xian. Wherever it passed, the entire void was quickly annihilated. With a thought, Lin Xian's starry battle armor quickly appeared on his body. This time, he did not take the attack head-on because the power of the burning domain was too terrifying. He did not dare to take it head-on. However, this did not mean that he was afraid of the other party. This was because although his body had not reached the king realm, his combat strength had already surpassed the Duan family's patriarch. Moreover, ever since he killed the Black Dragon sex leader, he had not stopped cultivating. Therefore, his strength was much stronger than when he was in the Tiannan region. Lightning runes flickered under his feet, and Lin Xian moved quickly, dodging the terrifying golden sword light. "Kid, are you afraid? Go to hell." Seeing that his opponent had dodged, the Duan family's patriarch revealed a trace of malevolence. He knew that he had succeeded because when he fought with Lin Xian before, the other party had never dodged and had always taken it head-on. Now that he had dodged, it meant that the other party was afraid of this power. While the power was still there, he would kill him in one fell swoop. The Duan family's patriarch smiled sinisterly, and then the golden flames on his body became even more monstrous. Rays of golden sword chi surged like divine rainbows and quickly enveloped Lin Xian. "Kid, I don't know how you obtained the king realm, but you can't compare to a real king. Now, die." Hundreds of golden sword lights arrived above Lin Xian and were about to slash down. If he was hit, his flesh and blood would definitely splatter everywhere. Even a god would not be able to save him. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a green dragon-shaped sword shadow quickly appeared beside him. In the next moment, he grabbed it. Roar! A loud dragon roar sounded, and a huge green dragon instantly rushed out of the dragon sword realm, looking disdainfully in all directions. This dragon roar was too loud, and it directly reverberated through thousands of miles. Countless thunderclaps sounded in the void, descending in all directions. As for the azure dragon, it soared into the sky and blasted away all of the golden sword chi above. "What? This is impossible." The Duan family's patriarch was shocked and could not believe it. His opponent's strength had become stronger again? How was this possible? Could it be that he had been hiding his strength before? Thinking of this, his heart thumped wildly. He really could not believe it. His current strength was obtained by burning his king realm, but his opponent's strength had suddenly skyrocketed. What was going on? His opponent did not burn his king realm. The only explanation was that his opponent had not used his full strength before. Thinking of this, despair appeared in the Duan family's patriarch's eyes. His opponent was too powerful. Even if he burned his king realm, he still could not do anything to his opponent. This was an outcome that he had never imagined in his life. On the other hand, Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind, and his entire body exuded an extremely terrifying battle intent. He was like a god of war. The dragon pattern under his feet rose, and a green dragon quickly appeared. Within the dragon sword realm, tens of thousands of swords roared. In his hand, there was a dragon-shaped sword shadow, and his entire person could be said to be extremely powerful. At this moment, the great dragon sword soul was displayed to the extreme by Lin Xian. Brilliant heavenly might, a sword chi like a divine sword slashed into the sky, instantly enveloping the Duan family's patriarch. At this moment, not only was the Duan family's patriarch in despair, but even the Murong family's patriarch, the Happy King, the Shen family's patriarch, and Din Xian were shocked. This was because this aura was too terrifying, and even they felt a sense of fear. Poof, in the next moment, the Duan family's patriarch was struck by the shocking sword chi and was sent flying. Blood splattered across the sky as the void cracked open. The terrifying crack extended for thousands of miles. A bottomless abyss appeared on the ground. The Duan family's patriarch was blasted into the ground. No one knew if he was dead or alive. After a long time, the terrifying vibrations gradually disappeared. The Duan family's patriarch's body was trembling. He was severely injured. Beside him, the golden domain was very dim as if it would shatter at any time. The Duan family's patriarch lay on the ground with a face full of despair. His lips trembled and he could not speak. Despair, it was too much despair, he could not resist this power at all. It was not only despair in terms of strength but also despair in terms of spirit. Originally, he had just broken through to become an overlord and was in high spirits, thinking that he could dominate the entire continent. However, he did not expect that he would be severely injured and almost die. The feeling of falling from the clouds into the abyss was too unbearable. He could not bear it at all. Thinking of this, the Duan family's patriarch vomited blood again. Meanwhile, Lin Xian's face was cold. He held the killing sword in his hand and stepped into the air, walking toward the Duan family's patriarch step by step. What are you trying to do? Seeing this, everyone's scalps went numb and they were dumbfounded. The Duan family's elders quickly flew over to stop Lin Xian. Our patriarch has already lost. Why are you still attacking? That's right. The competition is over. Don't push your luck. Although the Duan family's martial artists were terrified, they could only bite the bullet and come forward now that their patriarch's safety was at stake. The competition is over? Lin Xian sneered. Who told you that this was a competition? This matter will not end until the Duan family's old dog dies. Lin Xian snorted. 2 balls of black flames appeared in his eyes and instantly enveloped the people in front of him. With a scream, the Duan family's elders were burned to ashes. Seeing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The remaining Duan family members did not dare to step forward again. In the sky, the Shen family's patriarch snorted. This is your last chance. If the 2 of you don't attack now, I'm afraid you won't be able to catch that kid again. After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared in the air. How dare you? Headmaster Xian snorted and quickly chased after him. Ancestor Murong and the Happy King looked at each other and quickly attacked as well. Whoosh! Whoosh! The next moment, 4 figures appeared in midair, blocking the path again. What? Someone else is attacking? Seeing this scene, no one dared to believe it. Who would dare to stop Lin Xian now? However, when they saw the 4 figures in the sky, they were all stunned. Because these 4 figures were none other than the 4 patriarchs of the Shen family. 4 king tiers, the appearance of the 4 shocked everyone. Lin Xian furrowed his brows when he saw this. Brat, you're too arrogant. The patriarch of the Shen family stared at Lin Xian with a gloomy gaze. His voice was piercingly cold. At the side, Ancestor Murong and the Happy King's figures also appeared. As for Headmaster Xian, she appeared beside Lin Xian. Be careful. They might attack you, Headmaster Xian quickly said. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned and looked ahead. Get lost. This is between me and the Duan family. Lin Xian stared at the patriarch of the Shen family and scolded him coldly. What? Hearing this voice, everyone's scalp went numb. They could not believe it. Lin Xian dared to scold the patriarch of the Shen family? He was truly audacious. The patriarch of the Shen family was trembling with anger. Brat, you're too arrogant. I'm not a new king tier like Duan Wang. If you offend me, you won't have a good ending. Indeed, the patriarch of the Shen family was not like the patriarch of the Duan family. He had become a king tier a few hundred years ago. Until now, his strength was unfathomable. At the side, the happy king shook his head slightly. Young man, you should know when to stop. The patriarch of the Morong family also sighed. Enough is enough. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They could not believe it. They did not expect the three kings to attack Lin Xian at the same time. Could it be that they wanted to protect the patriarch of the Duan family? Seeing this, the martial artists of the Duan family were excited. The patriarch of the Duan family, who was in the ruins below, also heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly took out an indestructible golden elixir and swallowed it. Then, the injuries on his body healed. However, the golden territory was still very dim. It could not be helped. Although the indestructible golden elixir was magical, it could not restore the king territory. Seeing that the three kings had attacked, Xianxia was very nervous. Her small hands clutched the corner of her clothes tightly. On the other side, Morong Qingqing exclaimed, Patriarch. She did not expect the patriarch of the Morong family to attack. At the side, the elders of the Morong family shook their heads and sighed. Qingqing, this is the patriarch's decision. We can't change it. Morong Qingqing, on the other hand, sighed. To be honest, she was not worried about Lin Xian's safety. Instead, she was worried about the safety of the patriarch of the Morong family. This was because she had followed Lin Xian all this time. She knew about Lin Xian's strength and background. The three kings in the sky could not stop Lin Xian at all. Indeed, in the next moment, Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. Looking at the three kings of the Shen family in front of him, he said coldly, Are you really going to stop me? Kid, I admit that you are very powerful. However, you have no right to behave so atrociously in front of us. The patriarch of the Shen family snorted disdainfully. His expression was unusually cold. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. This aura was much more terrifying than the patriarch of the Duan family who was burning his territory. From this, it could be seen that the patriarch of the Shen family was extremely powerful. Kid, let's not talk about the fact that you are no match for me. Just the number of kings on your side is not enough. Including Old Man Xian, you only have 2 people. However, we have 3. There is even the patriarch of the Duan family. 4 kings. Do you think you have a chance of winning? Young man, stop. The Morong family patriarch shook his head and sighed. The happy monarch also said coldly, If you continue fighting, you have no chance of winning. The patriarch of the Shen family looked ferocious. Kid, let go of the patriarch of the Duan family and come back with me obediently. Otherwise, you will end up in a miserable state. Go back with you? Let go of the patriarch of the Duan family? Who do you think you are? How dare you order me around? Hearing the words of the patriarch of the Shen family, Lin Xian snorted disdainfully. What? You dare to resist? The patriarch of the Shen family was stunned. He could not believe his ears. He did not expect that Su Xiaoxiao would dare to resist. One had to know that they had an absolute advantage over Su Xiaoxiao. Regardless of whether it was a one-on-one battle or the number of kings, they could easily crush Lin Xian. However, Su Xiaoxiao still dared to scold him? Was he not afraid of death? The martial artists around them were also shocked. They understood the current situation. However, they did not expect Lin Xian to be so arrogant. He did not take the patriarch of the Shen family and the others seriously. It's over, it's over. Lin Xian is too arrogant. First, he defeated the Duan family's patriarch, and now he's fighting the Shen family's patriarch. Yeah, he's too arrogant. The Shen family's patriarch became a king a few hundred years ago. His strength is terrifying. How can that brat defeat him? Other than the Shen family's patriarch, there's also Patriarch Morong and the Happy King. That's 3 kings. Together with the Duan family's patriarch on the ground, that's 4 kings. Lin Xian, that brat, how dare he speak so arrogantly? Everyone was shocked. They all thought that Lin Xian was crazy, they didn't know where Lin Xian's confidence came from. In everyone's opinion, Lin Xian was really crazy. How dare he fight 3 kings? Wasn't he courting death? The Duan family's patriarch smiled sinisterly. Lin Xian still wanted to kill him. He deserved to die, however, Lin Xian had no chance. With the help of the Shen family's patriarch, he was absolutely safe. In the sky, the Shen family's patriarch smiled cruelly. Brat, since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite. As he spoke, he took a step forward. His aura suddenly exploded, and the entire sky surged. A huge beam of light gushed out from the Shen family's patriarch and pierced through the sky. A terrifying energy storm swept out in all directions. Opposite him, Din Xian's expression was solemn. He quickly said, Lin Xian, now's not the time to be stubborn. Leave with me quickly. If you're caught by them, you'll be in danger. The Shen family's patriarch is too sinister. He wants to know your secrets. Hearing that, Lin Xian frowned. He looked at the Shen family's patriarch with a murderous look in his eyes. How dare the Shen family's patriarch target him? He was really courting death, however, he didn't run away. Instead, he shook his head slightly. Don't worry, Din Xian. I have a way to deal with it. Din Xian wanted to say something, but Lin Xian waved his hand and said, Rizalong, Nine-Tailed, you two come here. Ha ha ha, after waiting for so long, Ben Huang is finally here. The Crimson Dragon laughed strangely. Nine-Tails jumped out of Morong Qingqing's arms and flew into the sky reluctantly. Everyone was stunned. They didn't understand what a fox and a 4-legged snake could do. Din Xian was also confused, but seeing Lin Xian's confident look, he didn't say anything. The patriarch of the Shen family sneered disdainfully. Brat, you really are an idiot. Do you really think that you can scare us with a fox and a 4-legged snake? There was a look of disdain on his face as he said, unless these two are king tiers, how are you going to defeat me? Hearing this, the Duan clan's ancestor coldly snorted in disdain. The surrounding Duan clan's cultivators all sneered. The fox and the snake were kings? How was that possible? Did he think that king tiers were cabbages that would appear whenever he wanted? However, the Crimson Dragon was displeased. Old man, I'll remember you. Ben Huang will teach you a lesson later. With that, he let out a long roar. Suddenly, a loud dragon roar resounded in all directions. Then, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the Crimson Dragon's body burst out with a bright light. The 1-meter-long body quickly expanded and became a divine dragon that was hundreds of feet long. A red divine dragon appeared in the sky, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It coiled around the clouds and spat out fog. Its expression was extremely ferocious. A terrifying aura was emitted from its body. Its aura was not any weaker than the patriarch of the Shen family. What? A divine dragon? A king? At this moment, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that an unassuming 4-legged snake would be a legendary divine dragon, and a king tier at that. This was too shocking. One had to know that this was a new king tier. How many kings were there in the Tianwu continent? Every time one of them appeared, it was an earth-shattering event. However, they never knew that another king tier divine dragon had appeared. And it was a divine dragon. It was even more mysterious. That was a legendary creature. On this continent, there were only flood dragons. A real dragon had never appeared before. But now, one had appeared. Everyone was in an uproar. They exclaimed in disbelief. Looking at the huge figure in the sky, they were extremely shocked. What? How is this possible? Below, the smile on the patriarch of the Duan family's face disappeared. His expression became abnormally ferocious. He didn't expect that the other party had really summoned another king tier, and it was a divine dragon. This wasn't good news for him. 3 against 3, their side didn't have much of an advantage. Din Xian was also shocked. As expected, the other party had recovered. As for the patriarch of the Shen family, Patriarch Morong, and the Happy King, they were extremely shocked. They didn't expect another king tier to appear, and it was a divine dragon, especially the patriarch of the Shin family. His expression was extremely ugly. He had just mocked the other party, thinking that the other party was dead for sure and would definitely not be able to escape from their hands. But he didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, a king tier would appear on the other party's side. Now, the strength of both parties was almost the same. After all, the patriarch of the Duan family didn't have much combat strength now. But the patriarch of the Shin family was too naive. This was not the end. After the Crimson Dragon transformed, the nine-tailed fox snorted coldly and then roared. Roar, the terrifying roar resounded through heaven and earth, bringing with it a strong murderous aura. In the next moment, the cute body suddenly expanded and turned into a red mountain-like giant beast. The nine tails waved in the wind like a blood river, bringing with it a monstrous murderous aura. At this moment, the nine-tailed fox no longer looked cute. Instead, it was replaced by a ferocious look. What? Another king tier? Everyone's faces were pale and on the verge of collapse. This time, Din Xian, the patriarch of the Duan family, and the patriarch of the Shin family. Patriarch Morong and the Happy King were all stunned. They didn't expect that another king tier would appear. That was too heaven-defying. When did so many kings appear in the Tianwu continent? Why didn't they know about it, especially the patriarch of the Shin family and the patriarch of the Duan family? Their faces were terrifyingly gloomy. The patriarch of the Duan family was in despair. It was over. He had just grasped the straw of hope, but now he had fallen into the endless abyss again. There were 4 kings on the other side, and they had already surpassed them. With the strength of the patriarch of the Shin family and the others, they might not be able to stop them. Now that he was seriously injured, he couldn't defeat the kings. He didn't expect that he would die in the end. Patriarch Morong and the Happy King were shocked. They didn't expect that the other side had really found 2 kings. As for the patriarch of the Shin family, his body was trembling, and his teeth were about to shatter. It was a slap in the face, a ruthless slap in the face, and it was swollen. Thinking of what he had said before, the patriarch of the Shin family wished he could kill himself. Lin Xian looked at the patriarch of the Shin family with a mocking expression. He stared coldly at the patriarch of the Shin family and said, "Why? Do you still want to fight now?" The other side dared to compete with him in terms of the number of kings? They were courting death. Below, the 9th elder and the others were stunned. They did not expect that their young master had 2 other kings by his side. As for Morong Qingqing, she sighed. Sure enough, what she did not want to see had happened. But fortunately, from the looks of it, there shouldn't be a fight. Sure enough, Ancestor Morong and the Happy King quickly shook their heads. Young friend Lin, you misunderstood. We have no intention of fighting. Since this is a matter between you and the Duan family, we will not interfere. After saying that, the 2 of them turned into rainbows and flew toward the ground. You 2 old men. Damn you. Seeing that Ancestor Morong and the Happy King had retreated, the Shin family's ancestor stomped his feet in anger. His expression was ugly. He was alone now. Even with the Duan family's ancestor on the ground, they were not a match for the other party. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and say, "Young man, you win. I admit defeat this time." The Shin family's ancestor could only swallow his anger and leave with his tail between his legs. Humph. Lin Xian snorted. To be honest, when he knew that the other party was targeting him, he really wanted to attack the Shin family's ancestor. However, he also knew that this was something that was not very likely. After all, the Shin family's ancestor was different from the Duan family's ancestor. He had been a king for hundreds of years, and he had the House of Kings behind him. In addition to the situation in the Tianwu continent, if he attacked the Shin family's ancestor, Ancestor Morong and the Happy King would definitely come to help. At that time, there would be a great battle between kings, and the Tianwu continent would be plunged into misery and suffering. This was not the result he wanted. However, the current situation was just right. He had displayed his powerful strength and intimidated the Shin family's ancestor and the others. They would definitely not dare to attack him again. After doing all this, Lin Xian turned his gaze and looked down again. He stared at the Duan family's ancestor. The change in the sky was beyond everyone's expectations. No one had expected Lin Xian to summon 2 king tiers in an instant, which gave him an absolute advantage. Even the 3 kings of the Shen family had no choice but to retreat. This was simply too shocking. It should be known that the patriarch of the Shen family, Patriarch Murong, and the Happy King were all kings who had been famous for a long time. Their strength far surpassed the patriarch of the Duan family. Even so, they still retreated in front of Lin Xian. It could be said that in an instant, Lin Xian's prestige had reached its peak. When the Duan clan's patriarch was enveloped by Lin Xian's gaze, his body suddenly trembled as a hint of despair appeared in his eyes. He knew that it was hopeless. Even the 3 patriarchs of the Shen family had retreated. No one would stand up for him. Furthermore, what made him feel even more despair was that Lin Xian had 3 kings by his side. No one in the martial heaven continent could resist such a powerful force. The Duan family was probably finished. When he thought of this, a trace of viciousness appeared in the eyes of the Duan clan's patriarch. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well drag the enemy down with him. In the next moment, the Duan clan's patriarch raised his head to the sky and laughed. His voice was abnormally sinister. "Brat, I didn't expect you to have such strength. However, it's impossible for me to surrender just like that. If I can't have it, you can forget about it." Soon, the golden domain around the Duan clan's patriarch started burning again. The originally dim golden mist instantly exploded with a resplendent radiance. Not only that, but the Duan clan's patriarch's body was also burning with golden flames. His entire body was emitting an extremely terrifying aura. Not good, he's going to self-destruct. Seeing this scene, Din Xian's expression changed drastically. What? Self-destruct? Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists' eyes were filled with despair. The self-destruction of a king was definitely enough to destroy the entire palace of gods of war. And they would not be able to escape at all. Damn it, how could this be? Lunatic, the Duan clan's patriarch is a lunatic. No. Patriarch, don't self-destruct. At this moment, everyone was shouting crazily. If the Duan clan's patriarch self-destructed, they would not be able to escape at all. They would only be buried with him. As for the Shen family's patriarch, Patriarch Murong, and the Happy Monarch, their faces darkened. They did not expect the Duan clan's patriarch to really go crazy and want to self-destruct. If the Duan clan's patriarch self-destructed, even if they were afraid, they would only be able to protect a small portion of their people. Damn that lunatic Duan. This time, even the Shen family's patriarch gritted his teeth. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed, and a powerful aura exploded from his body. He let out a long roar and instantly raised his combat strength to the maximum. The great dragon sword soul instantly appeared in his hand. Not only that, but a ball of blue aura appeared on the dragon-shaped sword shadow. This was the power of the divine sea weapon. In the next moment, Lin Xian waved his arm and slashed forward. Suddenly, a shocking dragon-shaped sword chi flew out. This dragon-shaped sword chi was extremely terrifying. It was hundreds of feet long, and there were blue patterns on its surface. It emitted an extremely terrifying icy aura. Everywhere it passed, the entire sky was frozen. What kind of icy aura is this? It's so terrifying. At this moment, even Patriarch Murong, the Happy Monarch, and Din Xian were shocked. Because this cold chi was really too terrifying, even they felt a sense of trepidation. Not only that, but the sharp sword light also made their eyelids twitch. This was because they realized that Lin Xian's current strength was even more terrifying than before. D***, how powerful is this kid's combat strength? Why does it feel like there's no upper limit? The kings gasped in shock. The Duan clan's patriarch's heart also skipped a beat. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and his body suddenly expanded like a rubber ball. In an instant, he became the size of a house. That terrifying power spread out, causing terrifying cracks to appear in the void around him. Haha, die. The Duan clan's patriarch went crazy and was about to self-destruct. However, in the next moment, a sword light instantly slashed across his body. What? This is impossible. This was the last thought in the Duan clan's patriarch's mind. Then, his body froze in the air. A line of blood appeared on his body. Then, the Golden Domain, including the Duan clan's patriarch's body, was split in half from the middle. Otherwise, the dancing golden flames on the Golden Domain would have frozen in an instant. The entire Golden Domain, including the Duan clan's patriarch's body, was completely covered in blue ice, turning into an ice sculpture. Everyone was stunned. After a long time, they finally let out a cry of surprise. This sword was too terrifying. It directly killed the Duan clan's patriarch. Not only that, but it also split the Golden Domain and completely froze the burning golden flames. It successfully stopped the Duan clan's patriarch from exploding. Patriarch Murong and the others were also shocked. This was because they might not have been able to control the Duan clan's patriarch so quickly. However, what they could not do was easily done by a young man in his 20s. This made their scalps tingle. Even Ancestor Murong and the rest were shocked. Because even if they took action, they might not be able to control the Duan family's ancestor so quickly. However, what they could not do was easily done by a young man in his 20s. This made their scalps tingle. Following the formation of the blue ice sculpture, it also indicated that the Duan family's ancestor was completely dead. Everyone was stunned and could not believe it. This was the first king they knew had fallen in battle. Indeed, other than the ancient times, there had not been a king who had fallen in battle in the past few thousand years. And this Duan family's ancestor was the first. Dead, the ancestor is dead. How is this possible? The Duan family's warriors were in despair as they all knelt on the ground. They could not believe that their ancestor would die. He was a king. He was the pillar of their family, but now, he had been killed. The others also had complicated expressions. A few months ago, the Duan family had risen like a shooting star and became the new House of Kings. It could be said that a storm had been stirred up in the Tianwu continent. At that time, countless factions, families, and sects had all submitted to the Duan family, but who would have thought that in less than half a year, the Duan family's ancestor would be killed, and the Duan family's experts had suffered countless casualties. Now, it could be said that they had fallen. I'm not dreaming, am I? A king died in front of my eyes? Heavens, this Duan family had just become the House of Kings not long ago, right? And they were beaten down. I'm afraid they won't be able to recover in this lifetime. This Lin Xian is too powerful. Everyone was shocked. And Lin Xian stood in the air, his voice cold. The Duan family killed my Palace of War's warriors and seized the Palace of War's residents. Unforgivable. I really can't think of any reason to spare you. At the end, his voice gradually became sharp. With a wave of his hand, countless black flames surged out and covered the sky and earth. Immediately, the Duan family's warriors were all burned to ashes. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked again and sucked in a breath of cold air. It's over, it's really over. This time, the Duan family's experts were all killed. Everyone looked at the young figure in the sky and their bodies trembled. There was no other way, this method was too fierce. At this moment, everyone swore in their hearts that from now on, even if they were beaten to death, they would not provoke Lin Xian. Below, Elder Jiao and the rest of the Palace of War cheered. Excited, they were too excited. During this period of time, they had been suppressed by the Duan family. Many of their friends and fellow disciples had even been killed by the Duan family. It could be said that they fell into despair, and now, they had finally turned the tables. The Duan clan's patriarch had been killed, and the Duan clan had become history. It was impossible for them to contend against them. And the one who had created this miracle was their young master, Lin Xian. Lin Xian had destroyed the Duan family's patriarch and the entire Duan family in an extremely valiant manner. This scene Duan families of Murong. For a moment, the entire valley was silent. No one dared to speak. Even the kings were silent. Tu's to the families. Tu's kings, its Lin Xian also descended from the sky and landed on the ground. The crimson dragon's body swayed and shrunk again. On the other side, Nine-tailed also turned into her cute form and jumped back into Murong Qingqing's arms. Although the crimson dragon and Nine-tailed shrunk again, no one dared to underestimate them this time. These were two kings. They were the strongest overlords of the continent, including Lin Xian. There were three kings. The Palace of War was going to defy the heavens. However, the Murong family was also overjoyed. This nine-tailed fox seemed to be Murong Qingqing's. In other words, it was equivalent to the Murong clan gaining another ruler. Thinking of this, the Murong family's warriors were excited. Even Ancestor Murong was astonished. After Lin Xian landed, he scanned the surroundings. Soon, he stared at the Divine Bird Palace's people. Immediately, the Divine Bird Palace's warriors trembled. Especially the palace master of the Divine Bird Palace, his face became ugly. This was the god of death. Even the Duan family's ancestor was killed, let alone their Divine Bird Palace. I remember that it was your Divine Bird Palace and the Duan family who joined forces to suppress me? Right? How do you plan to settle this account? Lin Xian asked coldly. Hearing this, the elders of the Divine Bird Palace were so scared that they peed their pants. The palace master of the Divine Bird Palace was also worried and was about to cry. He was very annoyed. He kicked those elders to death. Why did he have to show off? Now, he provoked this god of death. The palace master of the Divine Bird Palace was a decisive person. He knew that the whole Divine Bird Palace together could not defeat Lin Xian. Therefore, he decisively threw out the few elders who had provoked him earlier. Young Master Lin, the previous matter was just these guys who acted on their own. Our Divine Bird Palace has nothing to do with the Duan family. The palace master of the Divine Bird Palace quickly explained, afraid that Lin Xian would be angry. Nothing to do with them. Hearing this, the corners of everyone's mouth twitched. Everyone knew the relationship between the Divine Bird Palace and the Duan family, but the Divine Bird Palace still dared to say so. Lin Xian also sneered, but his main enemy was the Duan family. The other forces were mainly deterred. Therefore, Lin Xian did not do anything to the Divine Bird Palace. However, the few elders who had spoken out to provoke him were all slapped into a bloody mist by him. Bang 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 bang, 5 or 6 elders instantly split open and turned into clouds of bloody mist. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned again. The elders of the Shen family trembled all over and almost knelt on the ground. One must know that they were also involved in suppressing Lin Xian earlier. However, they still resisted the urge to make a sound. Because they still had hope in their hearts. In their view, they were different from the Divine Bird Palace. They were the elders of the Shen family and had a king behind them. Moreover, the ancestor of the Shen family was here. No matter how strong the other party was, he would not dare to touch them in front of Landlord Xianxia. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian turned his head and looked at the warriors of the Shen family. You guys, get over here and die. What? The elders of the Shen family were stunned. How dare the other party attack them? How dare he? Was he not afraid of angering the ancestor of the Shen family? Sure enough, in the next moment, the ancestor of the Shen family looked gloomy. Boy, don't go too far. Too far? You don't see it. Lin Xian sneered. If someone scolded you in public, would you be indifferent? I didn't chase after your entire Shen family. I only targeted those who spoke arrogantly. That's already giving you face. If you stop me, don't blame me for starting a war with the entire Shen family. Lin Xian snorted. You. Hearing this, the ancestor of the Shen family trembled with anger. His face was terrifyingly dark. This was too hateful. A little brat actually dared to contradict him in public? How reckless. The patriarch of the Shen family trembled in anger. His face was terrifyingly dark. This was too hateful. A little brat actually dared to contradict him in public? He was courting death. If it were any other time, he would have slapped him to death. But now, he didn't dare to do anything. Because there were 3 challenger-level cultivators on the other side. Din Xian was not included. He gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. However, he couldn't agree to let Su Ke kill the patriarch of the Shen family in public. Therefore, the patriarch of the Shen family took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "You guys, go out and apologize to him." Hearing this, everyone was extremely shocked. It seemed that the patriarch of the Shen family had given in. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful that even the patriarch of the Shen family didn't dare to go against him. One was a challenger who had been famous for a long time, and the other was a prodigy of the younger generation. This was a clash between the new generation and the old generation. It was very intense, the patriarch of the Shin family's words made the patriarch of the Shin family bitter. However, they quickly walked out and prepared to apologize to Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian sneered. Apologize? Do you think it's that simple? The prestige of a challenger-level cultivator is inviolable. Today, they will die without a doubt. After saying that, Lin Xian punched out. The terrifying fist instantly enveloped the Shin family patriarchs. What? He attacked. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. They couldn't believe it. The patriarch of the Shin family patriarchs had already made a big concession by apologizing. It could be said that Lin Xian had earned a lot of reputation today. However, they didn't expect that Suke would still attack. He didn't take the Shin family seriously at all. No. The patriarchs of the Shin family patriarchs were terrified. They didn't expect that Suke would dare to attack them. Patriarch, save me. Suddenly, these people trembled and screamed in fear. Brat, you're courting death. The patriarch of the Shin family was furious. He had already made a concession, something that had never happened in hundreds of years. However, the other party was actually unwilling to let him off, and even dared to attack the elders in front of him. This made him furious. If he were to lose to the other party today, then he would lose all his face. Therefore, in the next moment, the patriarch of the Shin family did not hesitate and also quickly attacked. A gigantic palm blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it grabbed at the few elders, wanting to protect them. The terrifying palm emitted a dazzling light that was as vast as the Milky Way. It quickly enveloped the few elders of the Shin family. However, Lin Xian's fist was incomparably terrifying. It contained a powerful force, and it was as if an angry dragon had come out, bringing with it an incomparably terrifying aura. Boom! In the next moment, he slammed into the giant palm, and a terrifying energy fluctuation erupted, causing the entire world to shake violently. All kinds of light shot into the sky, flickering with an incomparable aura. However, the patriarch of the Shin family was definitely a king tier who had been famous for a long time. His strength was incomparably powerful, far surpassing that of the patriarch of the Duan family. Therefore, Lin Xian's punch did not manage to blow away the giant hand. He blocked it. Seeing this scene, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the patriarch of the Shin family was incomparably powerful. Although Lin Xian was powerful, he was not at the level of defying the natural order of things. However, in the next moment, everyone's expression changed. Because in the giant palm, several screams could be heard one after another. In fact, everyone could even smell the pungent smell of blood that quickly spread out from the giant palm. What? How is this possible? What happened? Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. The patriarch of the Shin family's expression also changed. When he saw that the other party did not blow away his palm, he had a smug look on his face. Because he realized that the other party was not that powerful. At most, the other party could kill the patriarch of the Duan family. However, compared to him, the other party was far from enough. However, he did not expect that there would be an unexpected change. The few elders of the Shin family that he was protecting actually screamed in pain. This was something that he did not expect. Did something happen? The patriarch of the Shin family was surprised and bewildered. In the next moment, he released his palm. The elders that he was protecting had been pierced by the sword chi. There was a bloody hole between their eyebrows, and scarlet blood was trickling out. What? They were all killed. Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. The patriarch of the Shin family's expression also became extremely cold. He was furious. He was too furious. He did not expect that the other party would have such means to kill people even under his protection. This was a slap in the face in front of everyone, and it was a successful slap in the face. The patriarch of the Shin family was trembling with anger. His cold eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, on the other hand, did not care at all. A king has the dignity of a king. He is not someone that anyone can offend. You know that better than I do. Since the few of them have done something wrong, they will naturally be punished accordingly. I did nothing wrong. If you are unhappy or dissatisfied, you can come and find me. I don't mind going to war with you. Of course, I hope you can think about the consequences. Lin Xian's voice was cold, and there was a strong threat in his words. Hearing that, the patriarch of the Shen family frowned. Indeed, it seemed that the other party's strength was not as good as his. However, the other party had many kings. If they really fought, he would not have the upper hand. Therefore, the patriarch of the Shen family stood there with a gloomy look in his eyes. Finally, he laughed coldly. Good, very good. I've finally witnessed what you're capable of. However, don't be too arrogant. One day, you will fall into my hands. The patriarch of the Shen family snorted coldly, then turned around and left with his people. Sorry for disturbing you. Goodbye. Then, Patriarch Morong and the happy king also left with their people. The other sects and forces also said their goodbyes. They did not dare to stay any longer. They had no choice. The scene was too scary, especially for those forces that had publicly supported the Duan family. When they left, their legs were trembling. They were afraid that Lin Xian would be angry and kill them all. Fortunately, Lin Xian did not attack again. In the end, almost everyone left. Only the martial artists of Senma College, the ninth elder, Morong Qingqing, and the others remained. Young master, is this true? Have you really become a king? The ninth elder, the 10th elder, and the other martial artists in the divine palace were very excited. They could not help but be excited. The scene was too shocking. First, he had used extremely powerful means to kill the patriarch of the Duan family. Then, he had destroyed the Duan family. Finally, he had slapped the face of the patriarch of the Shen family in front of everyone. The other kings did not dare to resist at all. Such means could be said to be extraordinary. Perhaps no one would have thought that the banquet held by the patriarch of the Duan family would end up like this. Din Xian was also curious. He quickly asked, Lin Xian, what is going on? How did you enter the king realm so quickly? They naturally did not know what had happened in the Tiannan region, so they were very confused. Din Xian was also curious. He quickly asked, Lin Xian, what's going on? How did you enter the king realm so quickly? They naturally didn't know what had happened in the Tiannan region, so they were very confused. Lin Xian only gave a simple explanation. As for the subdivine crystals, he wouldn't tell anyone. Next, he asked the ninth elder and the others to return to Senma College and bring back the remaining martial artists and elders of the Palace of Gods of War. Because from now on, the Palace of Gods of War was still theirs. Moreover, no one dared to have any ideas about the Palace of Gods of War. Din Xian and the others also left. Lin Xian turned around and said to Morong Qingqing, you've been away from home for a few years. Go back and take a look. All right. Morong Qingqing nodded. I'll come and find you when I miss you. Morong Qingqing carried Nine-Tailed Beast and left as well. Luo Bingshan didn't leave and stayed. Lin Xian asked her and a few other Palace of Gods of War elders to clean up the battlefield and the Palace of Gods of War in preparation for the return of the other martial artists. The next few days were very peaceful. The Palace of Gods of War was restored to its original state, and Lin Xian began to recuperate and continue cultivating. Now that the Duan clan had been eliminated by him, he began to prepare to leave the Tianwu continent and head to the real quintessential world. Of course, the most important thing was to find enough energy to operate the Black Earth. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't be able to leave. He planned to wait for the martial artists of the Palace of Gods of War to return and get them to search for it. After all, it definitely wasn't something that could be found in a day or two. Therefore, he had to borrow the power of the Palace of Gods of War. However, during this period, Lin Xian didn't stay idle. Besides cultivating, he also headed to the depths of the Palace of Gods of War. To be precise, he went to the place where Lin Zhan was in seclusion. He wanted to see if his father had come out of seclusion. The 10,000 Spirits Valley was still as beautiful and quiet as before. A figure quickly landed outside the 1,000 Spirit Valley like a sword. This figure was naturally Lin Xian. This was already his third time here, but he didn't see his father. This made him a little disappointed. However, he still came every few days and cultivated in the periphery of the Myriad Spirits Valley. Originally, he thought that it would be the same as before and that nothing would happen. But this time it was beyond his expectations. Not long after he arrived, a voice suddenly came from the myriad spirit valley. "Little Xian, you've come." This voice was unusually calm. "Father." Lin Xian was still sitting cross-legged, but when he heard this voice, he immediately stood up and shouted excitedly. "You've come out of seclusion?" "Not yet. It will take some time. However, I just woke up from my cultivation and found you here," Lin Zhan said in a low voice. After that, the father and son had a long talk. Lin Xian told Lin Zhan everything that had happened in detail. After Lin Zhan heard this, he was also shocked. "I've also explored the Devil Abyss. I didn't expect it to be the burial ground of the fourth-generation successor of the Dragon Sword. It is indeed rare for you to have such an opportunity. Father, I still have some substandard divinity crystals. How can I give them to you?" "Substandard divinity crystals? How about this? Let's enter the world in your body. Then, you can pass them to me through that world." After saying that, the voice was filled with boundless profoundness. Then, Lin Xian felt his mind tremble and the scene around him changed once again. When he recovered, he realized that he had come to the mysterious world in his body again. The purple thunder divine bamboo grew beside him, and there were spiritual herbs all over the ground. There were also 10,000 beasts ding beside him. In front of him was a withered tree of God. On the other side of the tree of God was Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan waved his arm, and a golden vortex appeared in front of him. "Little Xian, put the substandard divinity crystals into this vortex, and you can pass them to me. I don't need too many. Just give me 10. "Oh." Lin Xian nodded. He had 30 pieces in his hand. He wanted to give them all to his father, but Lin Zhan only wanted 10 pieces. He had no choice. Soon, he put the 10 pieces of substandard divinity crystals into the golden vortex. Then, the golden vortex spun and enveloped the 10 pieces of substandard divinity crystals. Then, they gradually disappeared. "That's enough." Lin Zhan nodded. "I still have some time before I can come out of seclusion. You don't have to be disappointed. We will reunite one day." Then, he looked at Lin Xian again and said slowly, "You can condense the king domain so early. It is indeed beyond my expectations. Since you have met the fourth-generation successor of the Dragon Sword, you should have a cultivation technique for cultivating the king domain, right?" "Yes, I do have a cultivation technique." Lin Xian nodded. Although the fourth-generation successor of the Dragon Sword was no longer around, He Tu was still around. He had many cultivation techniques in his hands, and they were all used by the fourth-generation successor. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't lack cultivation techniques for cultivating the king domain. "That's good. Just cultivate the fourth-generation successor's cultivation technique. However, there is one thing. You must continue cultivating the art of longevity. You must not stop. This cultivation technique is more magical than you think. It can support you through the king realm. Also, when your physical body enters the king realm, you can try to enter the world in your body. Here, you'll get unexpected gains." Hearing this, Lin Xian was even more confused. It seemed like his father knew about the art of longevity and the mysterious small sword. "Father, what is the grade of the art of longevity? Also, what is the mysterious small sword and the world in my body? You won't understand even if I tell you now. You will know one day." Lin Zhan shook his head slightly. "However, I can tell you about the difference of 10 years. Hearing this, Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. This question had troubled him for a long time because his father had only left home for 5 years. However, it seemed like 15 years had passed in the Tianwu continent. Lin Xian didn't know that there was a difference of 10 years. Now that he heard that his father was going to solve the mystery, he was naturally excited. "It is actually very simple. I have only left for 5 years. In other words, I left the Sword Pool Mansion with you," Lin Zhan said in a deep voice. "What? You left with me? Then what about the 15 years here?" Lin Xian was confused. "There is no difference in time between the two continents. I have only been in the Tianwu continent for 5 years. However, if we include now, it should be 8 years. The extra 10 years are actually an illusion. Illusion? What do you mean? Lin Xian was even more confused as he listened. To be exact, the people in the Tianwu continent were affected by the illusion. They thought that 15 years had passed, but in fact, it was only 5 years. What? They were affected by the illusion. Lin Xian was shocked. You are saying that everyone was affected by the illusion? How is that possible? He was too shocked. How many people are there in the Tianwu continent? Billions. So many people, but they were all affected by the illusion? Why did it sound like a myth? It should be known that the casting of illusions normally required soul power. What level of soul power did one need to cast the same illusions on billions of people? Furthermore, they still believed in it. Father, how did you do it? Why did you add another 10 years? Lin Zhan sighed. This world is far more magical than you can imagine. I think you should know the general situation of this world. I know about the true spirit world. Lin Xian nodded. Since you know about the true spirit world, then you should also know that the Sky Martial continent is actually an island. In the real big world, it's actually nothing. And that vast true spirit world is extremely magical. It's far beyond your imagination. Therefore, it's not difficult to cast an illusion on everyone on the island. Of course, you still can't understand that method. Lin Zhan said, I'm not as magical as you think. I can create such a huge illusion mainly because of an eye. I once obtained an eye. It's the eye of a certain race on the true spirit continent. This eye has been cultivated to an extremely high level. I don't even need to use any power. I only need to activate it, and I can create an extremely terrifying illusion. I used this illusion to make everyone on the Sky Martial continent think that I've arrived here long ago. As for the reason, it's naturally to integrate with them. Because I need the dragon fountain in the Thousand Spirit Valley, Lin Zhan said slowly. And I could cast an illusion on billions of people. After Lin Xian heard this, his mouth opened wide in disbelief. What kind of eye could be so terrifying? According to what his father said, it was a certain race on the true spirit world. Could the real big world be so terrifying? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He now knew how the extra 10 years came about. He also knew why Lin Xuan wanted to extend it by 10 years. However, he had even more doubts. For example, what exactly was that eye? What kind of race was that? Also, why was Lin Zhan in such a hurry to occupy the dragon fountain? Could there be some other secrets? However, Lin Zhan didn't tell him these things. What do you plan to do next? Just as Lin Xian was deep in thought, Lin Zhan asked again. I want to go to the real great world and see how magical it is. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Lin Zhan nodded. Indeed, this place is too small. You should go to the real big world to take a look. However, that place is far more dangerous than this place. Although there is almost no danger here, once you reach the real great world, you will likely encounter countless dangers. You have to be mentally prepared for this. I know. Lin Xian nodded. He too had told him about this before. As the successor of the dragon sword, he would definitely receive countless challenges and threats. There were even people who wanted to plot against his great dragon sword soul. These were all within his expectations, but no matter what danger there was, he would still try it. However, Lin Zhan shook his head slightly. Do you still remember why you were chased out of Sword Pool Mansion back then? Do you remember why you can't cultivate? Lin Xian's question was like a clap of thunder. It made Lin Xian extremely shocked. Of course, he wouldn't forget this. Previously, he couldn't cultivate at all. This didn't mean that he was trash. On the contrary, his talent was extremely high. He was definitely a top genius. In the beginning, he was unable to cultivate because he had been sealed. Back then, the spirit meridians in his body were sealed by a black lotus. He couldn't cultivate at all. If it wasn't for that mysterious small sword, he wouldn't even be able to cultivate. However, what did Lin Zhan mean by saying this now? Could it be that the black lotus in his body didn't exist for no reason? Was it specifically targeting him? Thinking about the true spirit continent that he was about to go to, Lin Xian's expression was uncertain. He asked in a deep voice, Father, could it be that the person who sealed me back then is now in the true spirit continent? That's right. He is in that world. Lin Zhan nodded. Hearing this, Lin Xian's expression darkened. Father, who exactly is he? Why did he seal me? He is a very terrifying enemy. You are no match for him now. Even I am no match for him. Lin Zhan said in a deep voice, if I tell you now, it will only add to your troubles. It might even be dangerous. However, I have to remind you that when you enter the real big world, you must be careful of people with the Black Lotus mark. In front of these people, you must not reveal that you have the great dragon sword soul. Otherwise, you will be hunted down endlessly. Try your best to hide your identity. If you are really discovered, you must be killed immediately. You must not let these people spread the news back. Lin Zhan's expression was extremely serious. Obviously, this matter was very troublesome. Lin Xian's expression was also very serious. Although Lin Zhan didn't say much, he could feel the seriousness of this matter and how terrifying that Black Lotus was. Thinking about it, this Black Lotus was also an extremely terrifying existence in the real big world. Don't worry, father. I will be careful. Lin Xian took a deep breath and nodded seriously. I believe in you. With your talent and the great dragon sword soul, as long as you continue to grow, your future will be limitless. Lin Zhan finally revealed a trace of a smile. However, the path of martial arts is very dangerous. It is extremely difficult. There will definitely be countless difficulties and obstacles on this path. I hope that you will have a firm martial heart and never give up. This is because willpower and confidence are sometimes more important than talent. The father and son talked for a long time. In the end, Lin Zhan's figure disappeared again. Lin Xian also left the mysterious space and returned to the periphery of the Myriad Spirit Valley. Since he knew about his father's situation, there was no need for him to guard here all day. His figure flashed and he left the Myriad Spirit Valley. In the following days, Lin Xian desperately raised his cultivation level and continuously comprehended the dragon sword territory. On the other side, the ninth elder and the rest led the remaining warriors and elders of the Palace of Gods of War back to the Palace of Gods of War. When they found out about what happened that day, they were all stunned. None of them dared to believe it. However, when they returned to the Palace of Gods of War and saw the scene here, they finally relaxed. Then, they looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Excited, too excited, originally, they thought that they would leave the Palace of Gods of War forever and never return. However, they didn't expect that not long after, they would return again. Of course, all of this was thanks to Lin Xian. Not only them, but the outside world was also in an uproar. The news of the Duan clan's patriarch being killed swept across the entire Tianwu continent like a gust of wind. End of chapter 1462. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.